Once the patrol was down, Carl curled his tail under his feet and settled down on the pathway with his wings tucked and Kara sitting on his head. Did you know that dragons could loaf? I've never seen a dragon sit like that before. Steve laughed. Probably because Carl isn't a dragon, it's just a transformation, and he's a cat demon. Cindy shrugged, taking up the role of spokesperson for her group, since the tank was in dragon form. We've got 2 more groups, and then the first boss. If we deal with them in the same way, we should not have any issues. How taxing was that extended fight on the healers? Is their mana holding up? He asked. We ain't done shit. I've been standing here chain-smoking and waiting for someone to screw up badly enough that they need me. Dawn replied. Steve laughed. Well, if you put it that way, should we pull both groups at once, and use the extra targets to save time with area damage effects? He was assuming that the healer was just putting on a brave front, but in combat, he was too busy to keep track of the health information of the group members. So, he didn't realize that the man was completely serious, or that the life steal of the Spectral Knights was so high that the healers really didn't have anything to do. Carl joined the lead group when they were ready to move again, and Thor reassigned the bears and the Haint to join Carl. They would pull the second group back to where the rest of the tanks were waiting, and then get them turned around so that the damage wasn't hitting the whole group. That was what the Jackalope group considered the hardest part of the fight. You needed to get them to the right position and get them turned around, or get the melee fighters behind them without anyone taking too much damage. Carl led the team forward, and let out a huffing draconic laugh as he saw the targets. 1 group of 5, and 1 group of 3. So, they could put the undead 2-to-1 on the first group, while Carl and the dire bears each took one of the others. They were significantly larger than the Spectral Knights, so it all worked out evenly, and the spot where the first group was standing was large enough for everyone. Hawk, go bring that second group to us. We will grab them and put them at the exit. Carl instructed as the team edged around the clearing, waiting for Thor and the undead to charge. Thor charged, and Hawk darted off to go get the second group, while Carl shifted the bears into position. The Miceloid warriors came running, and Carl bombarded them with Void Blast spells, but for some reason, they were intent on charging right past him and into the other melee. One massive claw stopped the one closest to the defenders, and Carl slammed the Miceloid down on its back as the bears brought the others to a halt. A few solid hits were all it took to change the monster's focus, but the initial targeting concerned Carl. It looked like they were smart enough to realize once they saw the rest of the team that their allies were in danger and not from the closest enemies. Did he just choke slam a Miceloid warrior? Dawn whispered to Reggie as they watched the fight. Pretty cool, wasn't it? I heard that their overlord team has a giant dire bear berserker, 5 meters tall. I bet that she could do it as well. Reggie agreed. The day that the Dark Light host has a whole team of totems to work together, the dungeon bosses will cry tears of blood. Dawn joked. This group was already bad enough, and there was just one Dark Light host totem in the group. Wherever they had gotten their extra skills, it was clear from the stories of the Overlord ranked teams going on in guild chat that there were no unexceptional members in their ranks. You know, having oversized tanks in this dungeon is definitely the way to go. See how much easier it is for Carl and the bears to deal with the Miceloids than it is for the undead. None of them are being overwhelmed. The 3 big guys can simply slap the Miceloids around and keep them from doing anything effective, while the undead block and parry like normal. The next time they're doing an intake, let's ask Raj if he can find us a bear totem berserker. Reggie commented, only halfway joking. Or maybe a red dragon. A red dragon paladin would be an outstanding tank in this dungeon. Dawn agreed. The warriors spread out to attack everything, sacrificing individual kill speed for easier constant damage when they weren't interfering with each other. They could all see that the healers were slacking, and they weren't injured, so all of the usual tactics were ignored for the fight, in favor of maximum overall damage. The barrage of skills rapidly whittled away at the life of the Miceloids, and as they began to fall, Thor herded them into a small circle, where the warriors of the Jackalope group could hit everything with area attacks. Conserve mana. Don't wear yourselves out before the boss fight. Steve warned as the group began to get a bit too enthusiastic about the fight. With so many golems to keep the Miceloids off them, they didn't have to worry about targeting secondary opponents, or being attacked unexpectedly. It was the most enjoyable fight they had engaged in for years, and they had gotten a bit carried away early in the dungeon. The last of the creatures fell, and Carl shifted back to talk to the team leader about the boss fight. The system could translate Serpent to common just fine, but it was easier to speak face to face, than to look down on the person you were talking to. Steve gestured toward the boss. Alright, this is what will happen, for the new members. It's strange saying that, as nobody takes newbies here. But the boss will send up puffs of spores with every attack and movement. They are toxic, so don't let them touch you, and don't step in the patches where they land and bloom. But we will also assign 4 people to destroy the blooms on the ground, as the boss will heal when he steps on them. There is a small safe spot behind the boss's back, which is where most of the melee will stay. The tank needs to be in front of him and keep him from turning, until he moves to go to a healing patch. Then the melee scatters until the tank picks him back up again. Once he gets to his chosen spot, he will call all his spores back and heal. For that reason, it's urgent that we destroy all the spores on the floor. After that, it's rinse and repeat. Carl, we're counting on you to keep him as still as possible. Don and Reggie will keep you cleansed, so that the poison of the spores doesn't get too intense. You're pretty durable, so they shouldn't suffer too badly. Some tanks need nearly constant cleansing, or it's a pain to keep them alive. Got it? Don't knock him over, don't let him turn, make sure the team has cleared the floor. Carl agreed. You lead the way. Turn him if you can, if not, we will circle the edge of the platform. Steve agreed. Remy was looking forward to this boss. Toxic spores were always good for something, and she fully intended to collect some for her future experiments. She had plans for a potion that would increase the imbiber's poison attack damage, but she was missing some ingredients. And where better to get them than from totem-ranked sentient fungi? Carl shifted back into dragon form and charged the boss, while Hawk circled overhead, waiting for the spores to start to fly. The healers don't look happy about this fight. Remy noted after transforming into spirit snake form so she could just float over the battlefield and not worry about weird squishy things touching her scales. Thor nodded. The spores must be a real problem. But we've got Brother Hawk. If Ghostfire doesn't take care of the spores, nothing will. Ray just laughed and used Night Haunter to make herself incorporeal. She also wouldn't have to worry about what she stepped in. The Miceloid boss was so large that even in dragon form, Carl was still the smaller combatant. But deep blue ichor poured from rapidly healing wounds when he clawed at the creature, and it turned to face him without hesitation. Carl heard the others coming behind the boss, and then noticed that the spores which flew from the splatters of blue blood had a puffy top, like a dandelion seed. That let them float across the battlefield, and while that also made it easier for the mages and clerics to shoo them away with a wave of their staff or wind magic, it also meant that they could land anywhere in the combat area, including among the melee fighters, who were actually doing quite well at using skills to destroy the ones that got too close. Ray, we need to stop making him bleed. We're making it worse. Carl realized. They had both been using hemotoxic strikes, and the boss was bleeding freely, though he was healing a third of the total damage that they were doing. That number would surely go up once they stopped him bleeding, but half the area was on fire 30 seconds after the fight started. Carl caught one massive fist of the boss and punched him in the face with a closed draconic fist. Yes, that worked well. And it didn't make him bleed any more than necessary. Most of the warriors didn't have any such option, so the back of the boss was bleeding much more than the front, but they aimed their skills up, so the spores from the blood floated well away from them. Though Carl couldn't see it, as he was on the other side of the boss, the warriors were beginning to get concerned by the amount of fire on the ground. Hawk had been burning all the spore spots as soon as they hit, but there were so many in this fight that there was fire everywhere. Then, the boss began to shift. It headed for a spot where a spore had just landed, and Hawk's fire was failing to stop it from growing. I think it's part of the dungeon effect. Just work to destroy all the others, and put out the extra fire, so the warriors have somewhere to go. Carl instructed as he followed the boss. Its health made a small bump as it absorbed the one spot that wouldn't burn, then plummeted as it called all the burning spore patches to itself and got covered in ghost fire. Well, that's a new one. I never thought about leaving the patches on fire. Steve laughed as the boss smoldered. It's dying fast, too. Why did we never think of this before? It's brilliant. One of the others laughed as they got back in position, while Carl attacked from the front, keeping the boss from trying to swat out the ghost fire that was ravaging its body. It was nothing more than a gigantic walking spore colony, and now that it had pulled ghost fire inside its body, the boss was already doomed. It just hadn't realized it yet. Everyone, go all out, we can drop this boss before it moves again. Steve ordered. They could also rest after, if they were out of mana or stamina. The mages and healers looked fine to Carl, and those were the only ones he was worried about. There was no way for the damage dealers to completely avoid the spores in this fight, but area healing was also one of the most mana-intensive spells that any of them had. If things got too bad, he would ask Tian to help with healing, and not just fire magical stones like a machine gun. The boss collapsed into a pile of burning fungus, and the dungeon team celebrated. Good work everyone, let's keep moving on. From here on, the Miceloids will all spray spores when they attack, so if we can get Hawk to keep burning them, it will save the healers a lot of aggravation. Carl, same routine as before. The undead can grab them and turn them away from the group to limit the damage. Just try not to turn them toward the next group. If you use the far side of the path, it will point away from anything we have to walk through, and the majority of spores can be ignored. That way lets everyone focus on damage, and avoids exhaustion. This dungeon is short, only the 2 bosses, but the exertion levels are pretty high with the durability of everything. Steve explained. Carl nodded. In that case, I will remain in humanoid form, so I can use my bow and not crowd up the front lines of the fight. Carl agreed. The warriors chuckled. They had no choice but to be within 5 or 10 meters of the fight, as that was the maximum range of most of their skills. So, the more people who could move back and fight from a distance, the better. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Is everyone rested and at full mana? Steve asked. Carl nodded. He had never been anything but at full mana, due to his increased regeneration rate. The undead army charged forward, this time mixed with Ray's copies, and began drawing the Miceloids to the far side of the road, where they could be pummeled to death in peace. Did we really need more of them? Reggie asked as he cast an area healing spell over the fight. Carl shrugged. Probably not. But Ray was the first one to get the spell, so it's only natural that she wants to show off her own. Functionally, they're identical to the ones that I use, since almost all our buffs are shared. The balding dragonkin cleric chuckled. Well, at least we have job security. With all that damage output, you will need at least a couple of healers in your party. I can see why you had 3 of them in your guild when you arrived. Carl laughed as he sent, Void Blast, arrows into the fight. Actually, that was more coincidence than anything. We started out with 2, then I got a rank ahead of them, and I met Naksha in the Bara dungeon area when I was finding a group. I am a friend of her uncle, and we worked well together, so she agreed to join us. Now, the Darklight host is slowly becoming home to a whole pantheon of dragon clerics. We've got nearly half of them, I think. Carl joked. You'll just need silver, gold, white, bronze and blue, and you will have someone from each of the major dragon clans. Steve agreed. We've got blue dragons now. The Immortal Regent recruited them for us. Once they get settled in, we will have a second totem-ranked runecrafter and more apprentices for the less powerful utility items. Carl explained. That's just unfair. Most of the top guilds can't even get a meeting with the king, and you got a personal visit from Immortal Regent Azov? Cindy asked. He had some concerns about a vision that his seer had which involved our guild. The other guild masters brought him over. If the warriors at the front could hear how the ranged members were casually chatting as they struggled to take down the massive Miceloid warriors, their mood would have quickly changed. But they were too busy, and Carl's arrows flying overhead gave them the impression that everyone was working hard. Only when it was time to move between groups did the melee group that the ranged combatants were in a much better mood than would be considered reasonable for a group that was in a dungeon. Sure, it was going faster than usual, but weren't they a bit too casual? There were still just as many spores being tossed out for every Miceloid killed, and they were coming out faster than usual, which normally stressed the ranged group to the extreme. But today, they were laughing and joking. That was when they noticed all the ghost fire. Those slackers of the ranged team weren't doing any spore control at all. They had left it to the bird, who was happy to just set the entire dungeon on fire if someone let him. So, they were just attacking the group without a care in the world. No wonder they weren't stressed out. Only the melee group had to protect themselves, as Hawk couldn't light up the spores landing near them without setting the melee group on fire as well. His fire wouldn't affect them, but the burning spores inflicted damage of their own, separate from the attack that set them aflame. Keep it moving. We're almost at the second boss, and then we can finish this run with a nice clean kill. Steve instructed. Carl chuckled as the undead army followed Ray's group to the next Miceloid location and began hacking into them, not waiting for the rest of the group to catch up. They had enough healing that they could survive a few minutes without any intervention. Plus, they would switch out and let the regeneration abilities heal them if they got too low. Remy floated over to the edge of the group and began to cast Frozen Apocalypse for the first time. It was the perfect counterpart to Ghostfire, she thought. Hawk would set everything on fire, and she would freeze it. The warriors paused as they saw the snowstorm start, and then the frozen vortexes filled the area, while Hawk screeched and began bombarding the whole area with ghostfire and meteor strikes. Maybe give them a minute, they're having a discussion. Carl suggested. What now? You know, water versus fire magic. They do that from time to time, and I think that they forgot the rest of us are here. The spells won't hurt you, we're all in the same group. It will just be hard to see until I tell off Remy for taunting her brother. Carl explained. Don and Reggie, the clerics for the group, began to laugh. Remind me to send someone responsible to babysit if we're having a family event at the Dark Light Host. Reggie joked. Carl winked at him. Fear not, we have a red dragon high priestess. The badger would be less likely to traumatize the children. I still have nightmares about the orphanage matrons catching me sleeping in. Are you two idiots done arguing yet? He started it. She started it. Carl shook his head in dismay, but the overkill area effect stopped, and the rest of the team was able to join the fight without having to squint through a snowstorm to find the enemy. They actually did quite a bit of damage to the Miceloids alone. Dawn noted as the healers moved into position to top off the undead army. Yeah, those spells use a huge amount of mana, but the burst damage is unparalleled. Not many classes can output area damage that will keep up with epic attack abilities. Carl agreed. The cleric sighed. If only more damage dealers had skills on that level, we might not ever have to struggle with enraged timers again. But speaking of that, we've got another one on this boss, but it's a progressive enrage timer. He gets more powerful every 5 seconds. But there is one special mechanic. He will target someone for elimination, and once he focuses on them, they have to run or risk getting squished in a single shot if they're not the tank. Even if they are the tank, it's better to run because the boss deals a huge amount of bonus damage to the targeted member. If that one dies, or the timer expires, he will pick another one, but it resets the enraged timer, so that's something. However, he won't pick summoned creatures or golems. It has been tested. Carl nodded. I think that we might be able to deal with that more easily than even the spores. Not that Hawk isn't having fun burning spores. I haven't seen him this happy in quite some time. The rest of the group wasn't sure that happy was the word that they would use. The bird was attacking the spores as if they had personally insulted his mother. But Carl knew better. That was Happy Hawk. Alright, Carl, you're up. The boss hits like a truck, and it is an area attack, so only one tank in front of him is best. Steve instructed. Don, Reggie, are you ready? Carl asked. Go on, Monster Man. Let's see you work. Carl transformed into the avatar of the World Dragon and charged into combat, then choke slammed the boss and began punching him in the face. He learned that from the badger, guaranteed. Don laughed. 100%. Steve's wife did it to me one time. Reggie agreed. Kara smirked. She was going to be good friends with this badger woman, she was sure of it. It was just a shame that she hadn't had more time to taunt Steve. The boss rolled over with surprising agility and strength, then began to glow with a bright red light. Nope. The boss in rage effect faded, and Carl wasn't sure who was more confused. The group or the boss. Kara was flying overhead laughing. Mythic ranked, Nullify, was so much fun. More damage would have been great, but an extra rank of Nullify was the all-around most entertaining option. The warriors might not understand why the boss wasn't enraged, but they weren't going to question good luck, and they joined Carl in his efforts to dismember the massive Miceloid before it could reactivate its effect. But it wasn't in a hurry to enrage. Instead, a beacon appeared over Kara's head, and the badger laughed as she flew straight into the monster's face and clawed it before flying away and letting Carl block its advance. If I didn't know better, I would say that the boss was actually mad. Not in rage effect affected, but mad. Reggie whispered to Cindy as Carl wrestled with the boss, holding it in place as Kara taunted it from 10 meters away. The other cleric nodded. For a shambling pile of mushrooms, it looks positively murderous. I wonder if that is some sort of special ability of the Chaos Badger species. Cindy and Dawn considered that. No, they didn't think that it was an actual skill. The Chaos Badger's personality was just perfectly suited to making people want to murder her. They could only imagine what it would be like trying to live with her after you got on her bad side. There was a chance that Carl could keep her under control, but he didn't seem all that interested in stopping petty squabbles and practical jokes until they actually interfered with someone's work. With a mighty heave, Carl tossed the boss to the ground, and the floor shook. Aren't bosses supposed to be immune to status effects? Cindy asked. Normally, yes. But it looks like if you use a big enough dragon, it is actually possible to knock them down. Look, it's already getting up, though. It still totally ignores the other attempts to keep it down or stun it. Maybe it's not about a skill. What if you need the raw physical strength to overpower the boss? Cindy suggested. The clerics considered that. Smaller bosses usually had a skill or mechanism that triggered when you tried to trap them, and they always found a way not to get pinned, but there were some that you could knock down. They just didn't get the status effect from being stunned or frozen that you would normally suffer when you were knocked down by a skill. We can study that later. First, increase the attack rate, or our allies are going to accuse us of slacking. Just as Reggie spoke, the boss suddenly glowed red and changed targets, creating a targeted enemy effect on one of the warriors. The boss moved shockingly quickly, now that Carl wasn't between it and its target, and the warrior took an overhand blow that knocked his axe from his hands and crushed him to the ground. Ray turned a leg and flung the wounded warrior across the room, out of the way of the next strike. It bought enough time for Dawn and Reggie to heal him back up, but the man was still groggy as the boss chased him and shrugged off Carl's efforts to restrain it again. But it was nearly dead, and with a shadow step, relocation of the targeted warrior to the other side of the boss fight area again, Ray bought the group enough time to finish it off. Dungeon complete but calculating rewards. Carl smiled at the message, and the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Good work everyone. One near miss, but that's unavoidable. We got sloppy toward the end, like we forgot that the boss can change targets. Steve declared. The Jackalope group members were in high spirits now that they had finished the dungeon without any issues. Until the Nara group had agreed to help them out, they had thought that they wouldn't be able to go in for the next 2 weeks. Mr. Carl, were you available for the upcoming trips through the dungeon? Steve asked hopefully. I'm not sure yet. I was a last-minute replacement, as the other tank had a bit too much fun last night, and he wasn't in any shape to work today. I'm actually head of a crafting guild, so I'm normally at work at this hour. Carl explained, still in avatar form. The warrior looked around at Carl's bonded beasts, then back at the massive dragon. The math wasn't mattering. You're a crafting guild leader. As in, you yourself have a trade skill? One of the other warriors asked. Carl nodded. If you look carefully at the equipment my lovely companions are wearing, you will see that all 4 of them are wearing robes made by myself and the Lady Ray. Cindy and Marcus gestured to the spider symbol on their robes, and the 2 clerics turned up their sleeves to show the matching maker's mark. Life really isn't fair, is it? I bet you've even got a pretty girlfriend and everything. The warrior grumbled. The 4 from Carl's group began to chuckle, while Kara held her belly and rolled with laughter. His wife is a divine fox beastkin. Remy explained, as nobody else was in any shape to speak. You know what? I won't even be mad if we have to deal with a lesser tank next time. This guy is just too enviable. The jealous warrior complained. Cindy nodded in agreement. It only gets worse from there. She's an overlord-ranked battle mage of some sort, and her golems have auto-parry. Her guild alliance group managed to do the elemental dungeon with 0 damage taken on the first boss. They even got a system achievement for it. Isn't that loot ready yet? They're trying to make me cry now. The warrior jokingly pouted. There was nothing for a few seconds, then the system sent them a message. Rewards distributed. Everyone sorted through their loot, looking for something worth celebrating. Oh, here's a rare drop, and a couple of good tradable items. Not a bad day. Steve noted. A few of the others nodded. Yeah, the drops today are pretty decent. Cindy smirked. Epic talisman. I win today, boys. The others groaned, and Carl gave her a questioning look. Oh, it's a dungeon thing. We bet the first drink of the night on who gets the best drop item. She explained. Carl nodded and checked what it had given him. A bunch of random rare quality items, and a lot of alchemy materials. If the contest was for bulk alchemy materials, I would have it for sure. But that's about it. He offered. Oh, right. I forgot that Remy has alchemy skills. So, by proxy, you have alchemy skills, so you will get the related material drops. The dungeon mostly gives things that it thinks are relevant to you, so none of us get much for crafting materials. Cindy explained. Carl sighed and shook his head. What a waste. If it did give them to you, a group this large would pull enough materials out of a single run to keep an alchemy shop stocked for a week. Cindy shrugged. That's how the alchemist guilds do it. They only send in members with the trade skills, so they can maximize their gains. We mostly get weapons and armor, sometimes an accessory. But that's good as well, as it helps us gear the newer members, and we can either sell or recycle the rest. Carl nodded. So, the loot was more dependent on who was here than on the dungeon itself. That was different. Normally, groups in other regions picked the dungeon by what it dropped, and how easy it was to sell what they didn't need. Here, the system was tailoring the drops to the group that cleared the dungeon, and that meant your usual loot could change as your needs changed. It also meant that it might not be a bad idea to try to convince Sapphire to come with him for a trip. She might be a blue dragon and a librarian, but she was a cleric by class, and she could heal. Now that she had runecrafting as a trade skill, it should give her materials that were useful to the trade, most likely various sorts of magical stones. Those were always in high demand. Alright, that's it for the day. We're off tomorrow, but we will message you the morning after to make sure that the arrangement still stands. Steve insisted, addressing Cindy. Of course. Even if we can't get Carl to come again, we will have another tank lined up. If the worst-case scenario comes, perhaps we can borrow the lovely Lady Ray and her golems, or Sir Thor. Thor snorted and stomped his foot in enthusiastic agreement. Either of them would have made a viable tank for the dungeon, as long as Ray's undead had intimidation, like Carl's did. Though, they just felt more like damage dealers than tanks. Something about them just had that aura of aggression. We will be looking forward to it. And if you happen to have any inventory for your crafted gear, Steve began. Carl laughed. We're currently on backorder, as the Darklight host just joined the alliance. But if you want to make a custom order, swing by the complex later, and we can work something out. As long as you don't mind the wait, that is. I was afraid that you'd say that. But I will let the guild master know. There are a few pieces he's hoping to have commissioned before the next round of dungeon challenges. Carl nodded. There seemed to be some misconceptions about how long his waiting list was, but he wouldn't tell them that. What do you plan to do when you're back home for the day? Catch up on some of the backlog of orders? Cindy asked as they walked through the city, now accompanied by the transformed figures of Ray and Thor, who were admiring the city as they went. While there certainly will be plenty of that, and I do need to go over many of the tricks of the trade with our new members, I am also going to be spending some time working on my own power. One of my skills increases my abilities as I improve the power matrix, the mental focus array thingy. So, I need to train that, work on my mana density, and then get started on the comprehension of fundamental rules. Carl replied. The other totems all laughed. If it was that easy, we would all have made Mythic by now, but we do wish you luck learning the fundamental rules of reality. Cindy replied. Marcus, the other mage in their group, frowned and nodded in agreement. What fundamental rule were you going to go after? I only recently got the system to recognize that I had a minor affinity to arcane magic. He asked. Carl shrugged. The system says I have compatibility with fire, chaos and mana manipulation. I was thinking of starting with the third, because it works with all spells in some ways, but it will also help my crafting. That is quite the rule to have any compatibility with. The fundamental rules are not only core to reaching mythic rank, but I am told that only the complete understanding of one can be used to reach immortality. Marcus replied. Cindy smiled. And I am working on the fundamental law of fire. If I could speak Hawk, I might actually make some progress this year. In his space, Hawk laughed. If it was so easy for others to learn the true glory that was fire magic, everyone would be using it. But he liked her enthusiasm. Well, if we happen to work together again, you can spend some time watching him work. There was plenty of fire to go around today. But I don't suppose that the other totem-ranked dungeons are like this one. Cindy shook her head. No, this isn't one that we usually do. The Jackalope group has the agreement to work in this one, and we were joining them. The totem-ranked dungeon that we control is another Earth Elemental one, similar to the Overlord-ranked open dungeon that the rest of your guild went to. Except that instead of elementals, it's got rock giants and mountain boars. Hawk's happiness flooded Carl's mind at those words. I don't suppose that the mountain boars are an edible species? He asked. Cindy nodded, but looked confused. Well, yeah. But nobody eats totem-ranked meat except the dragons. Even for dragonkin, that's just brutal on the stomach. Oh, right. Beasts. I don't know how I forgot about that. Thor laughed a little at her confusion. Most of them, anyhow. I am strictly vegetarian. Ray likes meat, but prefers blood, while the others love good meat. Well, not Opal, but she mostly sustains herself on mana, so that's a bit different. Oh, there is a great coffee shop here, run by vampires. Did you want to stop in? I think that both Thor and Ray would enjoy their offerings. Reggie suggested. The moment that the cleric opened the door of the coffee shop, Ray began to smile. Oh, I am going to like this place. She muttered as she ignored the group and made her way to the counter. Ray takes blood very seriously. Give her a moment to pick her favorite, and then we can all order. Carl explained. Reggie chuckled. The Lady Ray, as everyone called her, was an open book. There was very little subterfuge to her attitude, she just said and did what she wanted all the time. She was shockingly sneaky, though. He was sure she hadn't been using any active skills, but every time he looked at her, she was in a different position than he expected. I will try the Forest Hind wine cider, mulled and serve lukewarm, not hot. Sir Thor will take a matcha latte, and Carl will take an iced milk tea. Ray ordered. Cindy waved from behind her, and the clerk waved back, then rang in 4 more drinks. We're here enough that we have a usual order. But it's one of the few places in town that the vampires can get a good drink, and one of the big group's main tanks is a vampire druid. It's a weird combination, have you met him yet? She explained. Carl shook his head. No, he hasn't come by to request anything, and he wasn't at the show. Oh, right. He was out visiting his kids. I will send him over later. We're both part of the same guild, and our rooms are just down the hall from each other. Ray smiled. Send him to me when you get back. I have all sorts of druid fashion made. They usually like natural materials, not metals. The mages laughed at Ray's eager expression. I think that he would love your fashion sensibilities, Lady Ray. He shares your taste in fashion, and you even order the same drink here. Cindy joked. Oh. Perhaps there is someone worth talking to this evening. So few understand true fashionability. Cindy smiled at the memory of a certain mythic mage in an idle dress, showing off for the crowd at the guild house when she returned. Ray's version of what was peak fashion was definitely different than most people. But her personal outfits in humanoid form were very similar to what the vampire in question preferred. If anything, they might be more flamboyant, with an even greater love for lace and ruffles, than even Lady Ray. Oh, I am certain that you two will get along famously. I will get him a drink to go, to encourage him to stop being a shut-in and go visit. It's not like he needs to go all the way outside if he's just going to your guild's villa. Cindy laughed. Once their drinks were empty, Cindy went and ordered 1 more mulled blood wine to go, and the group returned to the Alliance compound. Ray visibly relaxed once they were out of the direct sun, as she could, shadow step, nearly anywhere in the compound, thanks to the directional lighting used. The others thought that she was just happy to be back home, but those with more attuned senses knew her happiness was that of a predator back on its own territory. Ray spotted the vampire in question looking out his window and sniffing. He had clearly noticed that someone was bringing him a drink, so Ray went to recover him. The startled squeak that he made when she, shadow stepped, into his room and then grabbed him to bring him outside made Reggie laugh, but Cindy was struggling not to facepalm. Nilla, this is Lady Ray, the leatherworker and tailor who is making everyone's new armor. She has the same favorite drink that you do. Marcus offered, as Cindy was fighting hard not to drop the drink. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Ray. I must say, your movement skills are exceptional. I didn't even notice you enter until you grabbed me. But Marcus, how many times have I asked you not to call me Nilla? The mage shrugged. You smell like cookies. That's not something that a man wants to hear. And now the Lady Ray is looking at me like she would like to taste me. Carl shrugged. She probably does. Cookies and blood isn't a terrible combination. The vampire laughed and shook his head. You guys are the good kind of weird. My name is Naxarimus Orovius Dante, totem-ranked druid from the Dante vampire lineage. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naxarimus Orovius Dante. I too shall call you Nilla. Ray replied, then grabbed his hand and the coffee from Cindy. Come along, we have wonderful things to do today. The man was clearly confused, and a bit afraid that he was about to be taken to a private place and killed, but the others were laughing, so he had some hope that his guild alliance wouldn't do that to him. Somehow, I should have known that the spider and the vampire would be instant friends. We should all be getting back inside, though. There is planning to be done, and the boss wants all the totem-ranked and higher members to be involved. Cindy explained. Carl nodded. It's best to have everyone on board for the planning phase of what I'm assuming is a business venture. With the fees that they took to enter the dungeon, I know it's not cheap living here, and even the coffees were on an entirely different price scale than I was used to in Drod. The group broke up, and Carl returned to the manor, then went to the basement to head for Drod, so he could visit with the crafters there. The minor detail that Carl had forgotten was that there were not many totems in Drod, and that the appearance of a new one was cause for alarm if they entered the city without notice or at least greeting the guards. So, only seconds after he entered the library, the city guard entered the shop, wondering who had come to visit. Greetings, gentlemen. I know I've been away for a bit, but I thought that I should come in and check on the guild members. The Darklight host has recently joined the Nara Group Guild Alliance in Sholaha, and we've been working hard to introduce them to the level of luxury that our members produce. The guard laughed as he realized it was just Carl, at totem rank, who had set off their alert. This was his home, and everyone knew that they had the ability to use portals, so it wasn't shocking that he would just go straight home. Welcome back, Totem Carl. Did you bring Miss Lotus? The shops have all been asking how she is doing. The guard captain asked. Carl chuckled. You mean the coffee shops and bakeries? No, she's not with me today. We have some new apprentices in Sholaha, and she's working with them. Our guild alliance brought us apprentice bunnies. The big demon's laughter shook the room. Oh, they do know how to bribe her. Well, tell her that her friends here are starting to think she forgot about them. Carl sent off a message, reminding Lotus to come back sometime and visit everyone in Drod, then waved to the staff, who were poking their heads out of the kitchen, where they were having lunch. The guard smiled at the staff, then went outside to smoke, clearly waiting for someone to arrive. Most likely Rashid or Domsk, as their territories within the city were closest to the guild house. Unless you counted Old Jones, the magma dragon whose home was on the outskirts. His territory ended on the other side of the fence, so he was close as well. But it was Governor Shin who arrived moments later, still folding his wings and panting from the exertion of flying over. Abbeys, would you kindly make us some tea? I believe that the city governor requires refreshment. Carl instructed. Of course, guild leader. The three demons replied in unison. But they sent Mick out with the tea, as Carl and the governor were still standing in the shop, which was looking somewhat bare to Carl. He would have to remind them to keep the shelves stocked before they set items for export. Mr. Carl, it's a pleasure to see you again. I had heard that you made it to the totem rank, but seeing it in person is quite something. Governor Shin declared, extending his hand to Carl. Carl shook his hand and gave the governor a friendly pat on the shoulder. A lot has happened since I left to go please the dragon gods. Would you prefer to sit inside or outside? We have a lot to discuss. Governor Shin flexed his wings and tapped his chin. Outside, I think. The benches in the backyard by the statue would be private enough with a sound barrier over them. As they stepped outside, all of Carl's other guesses about whom the visitor might be arrived at once. Domsk, Rashid and Jones all followed them around the back of the house, and Jones erected a privacy spell over them, while Carl inspected his golems. They were all overlord ranked, and he could certainly make better ones now. But they looked comfortable on the walls, right at home and familiar with their surroundings. No need to change what wasn't broken. First off, congratulations. Secondly, more congratulations on joining one of the Sholaha Guild alliances. Tell me, have you managed to get a spot on one of their dungeon teams yet? Governor Shin asked. Carl nodded. Indeed. Not only have I gotten a spot, but the ladies are all overlords now, and in high demand for large group dungeon raids. The combination of skills with multiple talented healers seems irresistible to the locals. The governor nodded in agreement. I can't argue with that. They're an excellently balanced group, and they don't have 3 or 4 warriors like most others would. I swear that the imbalance of warriors has to be a cruel prank by the gods. But it seems to be getting better recently. That's not why we're here, though. Now that you're a totem-ranked resident, there are some considerations. I'm sure that you're well aware, as you were here when Jones advanced. Did you wish to claim a portion of the city for yourself? Or perhaps an honorary title? Carl shrugged. Honorary titles are fine. I am not so interested in the management of more people than just my guild members, and we've already got a guild villa in Xylaz as well, with more crafters being recruited. There is a totem-ranked blue dragon among the new arrivals, so you might be getting another powerful visitor soon. She will be leading a large part of the training team once she's fully settled into her new skills, but the focus will be on equipment for the totem and mythic ranked adventurers in Sholaha. The dungeons there have terrible loot, for the most part, and the crafting skills of the Darklight host are in high demand. We even sold out of soap. The demons laughed at the complaint. The scent nullification soaps and cleansing soaps, that prevented getting dirty for the whole day, were hugely popular in the city. They were quickly becoming the guild's signature item, as not only wealthy adventurers could afford them, and they were used daily by an increasingly large portion of the city's population. The fish markets might riot if the supply stopped. So, if we just slap a polite title on you, that's all you're after? Jones asked. He was more aware of Carl's personality than the others, and knew that the monster man really didn't care about such things. As long as the city didn't interfere with him and his guild, they would just continue doing as they pleased and using Drod as a crafting base. Carl nodded. We might need to recruit a few more people soon, with all the added demand. But mostly for the Drod market. With the powerful dungeons, Sholaha, and especially the Xylaz region along the shores, wants overlord-ranked and higher craftsmen to make what they need. So, for the bulk products, I might recruit another half-dozen junior alchemists. Powerful gear is best as a limited supply item, and the Immortal Regent has asked me not to go overboard with it. So, it's mostly the little things and housekeeping items that are in huge demand. There are millions of people gathered around Lake Neraletum, and with the head tax, it's impossible for them to get affordable help. Therefore, everyone we meet wants the simple things, like rings that can clean their house in minutes. So, you are looking for more staff for the Darklight host? Well, we can't really object to that. It's clear that while your members don't really live extravagant lives, they are clearly very wealthy. We heard from Davis's grandmother that you give them all a share of profit on their products, and they have been buying up bulk reagents lately to supplement what they are obtaining elsewhere, or growing somewhere. Governor Shin noted. Carl nodded. We are going to have to obtain either a large space for reagent farming, or trade deals for everything that we need soon. Buying them really cuts into profits, but it's simply not viable to continue to produce all our own materials with the way that demand has grown. They did grow a lot of it in the illusionary city, on the roof of the alchemy lab, but what they needed was another, tiny world, set up for them just to farm. Carl's was filling with resources already, and that was a good start, but he kept leaving the guild house. Carl had thought about loading them all into that copy of the guild house, but it would be rather empty in Drod if he did. Now that they had the guild alliance link in Sholaha, it wasn't so bad to move around, anyhow. Either he or Remy could send materials back home every day, and the tiny world was growing them at a remarkable rate. Perhaps a handful of farmers, druids or nature clerics as well. We need someone to tend to the resources and ensure that they are growing to their potential in the space we have. Carl added. Jones chuckled, as he knew what Carl meant. At totem rank, the tiny world was only tiny in comparison to an actual planet. The amount of space inside was far larger than any farm or even a small city. All right. We can find suitable applicants for you if you would like. We have connections, and we have a decent idea of what you need. Powerful, without trade skills, and suitable for either alchemy or taking care of precious resources. Governor Shin agreed. That would be wonderful. Make sure that you get ones that don't have strong ties to family or others in the outside world, as they will be rather isolated as they work, and I will bring them back here on their days off. Carl explained. Got it. No kids who need to support their families with more than money. Jones replied, giving Carl a sly smirk. Families who mostly needed money were the majority of people on the outskirts, outside the walls. They didn't have the power to get decent treatment inside the city, but they could definitely live well where they were if they could just get a bit more money. Are you planning more upgrades for the guild house? Governor Shin asked as he looked around the yard. Carl shrugged. I might. The place is nice, and it's got almost everything that we could need. But with the workload, I suspect that Ashbringer could use a larger forge and some more apprentices. So, I might upgrade the outdoor workshop to give them more space. Now that I'm at totem rank, and so is Miss Opal, we can make rather powerful illusionary stones, and those can be used to set an illusionary domain in the workshop. That would give them all the space that they could need. It would also give us more storage space because I expect that soon we will have a lot more loot coming in. The ladies are all overlords, and they get a cut of the trash loot, which we sent back home for the crafters to rework. The sector leaders of Drod sighed enviously. Perhaps we should have been more ambitious and joined one of the raiding guilds near Lake Naraletum. But I never wanted to move too far from home. Governor Shin lamented. Carl shrugged. Things are different there. Everything is combat-focused, everything is a competition. The tax to live in the area is so high that unless you're doing totem and mythic ranked dungeons as part of a guild, you can't afford to stay. There are mercenary camps outside the city, but even at totem rank, they're mostly struggling to find decent groups. The warrior phenomenon is too strong. The demons all laughed, and Governor Shin gave Carl a wry smile. I feel that on a deeply personal level. Carl frowned. Oh, Drod has it good. There are actual classes other than warrior here, naturally. It's so bad there that they have to recruit from the outside to get anything else. Every totem-ranked group is over half warriors, not counting the advanced classes, just warriors. And that is after their efforts to get other classes in and recruit dragon clerics. From what I understand, out of over 600 overlords in our alliance, there are fewer than 20 healers. It's so bad that they literally kicked people out of a group so that ours could join, and they didn't even ask if they were any good at their jobs first. The demons chuckled. Is it really that bad? Carl nodded. The group that they went with had 15 warriors in a 25-person group. It's insane. Especially for poor Ashbringer, who has to make all the metal armor that they're requesting. We need more master smiths. More than just the ones he's already hired, that is. Because he's got at least 2 different forges hired to make armor for us to upgrade with runes already. Jones chuckled. So, that is what is going on. I've seen every forge on the south side of the city suddenly ramped up to full production, and I couldn't figure out where it was going because nobody had any stock to sell to the trade caravans. They must all be using the higher grade materials you sent back to make armor for you to sell to Sholaha. Only to my guild alliance. The Immortal Regent asked us to keep to similar restrictions as what we maintain here. Carl clarified. Governor Shin winked at Carl. So, even the Immortals know that your entire existence is created to break the comfortable balance of the world. But he's also an old friend of that dragon. So, he knows better than anyone what disruptive existences look like. It was his seer who said that we were going to become so wealthy that even our common members would be able to crush guilds who irritated them. That's the reason he put the restriction on. He doesn't care if we get too powerful, or build up the power level of the region. He just doesn't want us strutting around swatting raid guilds like flies and putting bounties on anyone who bothers us. Carl elaborated. The governor frowned. Kindly don't do that here either. And mess up our reputation at the pastry and ice cream shops. Never. Rashid fluttered his brightly feathered wings and clicked his beak. I think that I know just the people that you need for your guild. There is that ruined temple out by Kaboon, formerly run by nature clerics and druids of the non-draconic sort. They're mostly demons, but they're all powerful, and they're struggling to find buyers for their crops. Why is that? Carl asked. Because their house matron turned down a marriage offer from the local Orcish chieftain, and he ordered everyone else not to deal with them, or his people won't sell to them anymore. The orcs in North Drod are more civilized and live mostly in cities, like the western border. So, selling to the temple, or buying their goods, would make you a virtual pariah. The avian-featured magic demon explained. Carl nodded in understanding. So, they stood on principles, even though it made them outcasts. I suppose that they're worth talking to at the very least. Wonderful. That will solve one problem for the Lord. The locals want them gone because their presence annoys the city bosses. Jones agreed. Ah, the guild of misfits and outcasts. But as long as they have the power, I can find them a suitable home to continue farming and please the nature gods. Then, we can make potions and soaps out of the crops. I would say food, but with nature clerics, the edible crops are the smallest concern. It's the more difficult to grow magical resources we need them for. Carl joked. All right. Well, now that we know it's you, and we've sorted things out, I will go talk to the Lord about making an announcement that you've reached totem rank, and he can pick some sort of honorary title for you. It should be finished within the week, and it would be good if you could come back for the announcement. There will be at least a few days' notice of the exact time so that you can plan time off to return. Governor Shin agreed. I will make time. I have easy travel from city to city, so it won't put me out to spend a day closer to home. Rashid stood. I will go talk to the members of the Nature Clerics Farm, and see if they're willing to meet with you. Your reputation is a good one, so I don't think that it will be a problem, and they're already becoming quite unhappy with their current situation. Carl nodded. Thank you, that would be wonderful. I've got a portion of farmland that I believe they would enjoy, and a need for more of the magical herbs that grow there. We should all let you get back to your work. I know that you've been busy lately, and we can come by again if we want to place a custom order with you now that you are totem ranked. Governor Shin agreed. The town leaders all left together, leaving Carl alone in the garden. The statue in the garden was happily pulsing, healing someone either in the house or in the front yard, so Carl decided to go check on that before he got back to business. A group of merchants were in the front yard, slumped against the wall and looking relieved. Is everyone all right? I can call for a proper healer. Carl asked as he realized it was every member of their party that needed the healing. The merchant gave him a weak thumbs-up gesture. We should be good now. We thought that with the attacks by Bomgan no longer focusing on the Drod border that everything was sorted, but we came across a group of zombies, and the crew caught something from them that our zombie curse-breaking potions didn't cure. We had commander rank healing and cleansing potions, but they didn't last long. He explained. Carl frowned. Where is your caravan now? Outside the outer city. The guards stopped us and escorted us here for quarantine while they inspected and cleansed the cargo. Carl sighed in relief. At least they hadn't brought a contaminated caravan of goods into the city. All right, they can do their jobs out there. You should be all right in a few minutes, I think. You're already looking better. Where are the guards that escorted you? The merchant smiled and gestured at the shop. They went in to flirt with the vampire. Carl looked over his shoulder. No hitting on Mick, you old lechers. Soft laughter came from inside. Don't chase away all the cute guard recruits, boss. Mick waved at him from the door, and Carl saw that the pair of guards who had come with the merchants were clearly still teenagers, fresh out of training, and probably no older than Mick was. Come to think of it, they were likely no older than Carl was. It was just that nobody could tell his age in this transformed state. Fine. I won't scare them away. Just make sure that they're fully cleansed before they touch you. We don't need a plague spreading through the guild house. Mick nodded, then her red eyes flashed with mischief. I have an idea. Gentlemen, this is our new signature cleansing soap. Take a bar and go wash both yourselves and your uniforms. Davis, I'm going on break. The fallen angel laughed at the vampire and the two blushing guards that she was dragging up the stairs. Is that even allowed? One of the guards on gate duty asked, standing at the entrance to the compound with a smoking pipe in his hand. Carl shrugged. I'm sure they'll be fine. Even if she bites, the totem will heal them in a few seconds. The gate guard puffed a smoke cloud and laughed. Those two are not prepared for the attentions of a hormonal teen vampiress. I will pray for them on my break. The merchant in the yard was already looking much better than he had been, and he gave Carl a suspicious look. Is that any way to run a shop? Carl frowned at his rude tone. We're right next to the gates, all the guards are friends to our staff. It's not like she's flirting with strangers. Besides, I don't hear any complaints from the involved parties. Probably because the shower room was soundproofed. The noise brought Ashbringer out of his forge between projects. Oh, Carl. Welcome back. What brings you in today? How are things in Sholaha? He asked. Excellent. We've got the manor house all set up there, and we just got some new staff. So, I wanted to talk to you about how we were going to balance things. We really do need more full-time smiths, leather workers, and sculptors. The rune crafting team includes a number of royal-ranked apprentices now, and Remy is working on a gift for everyone that will help your growth. That will bring a number of you close to the point where you can make what Xylaz needs. But we're still nowhere near the number that we need. The Immortal Regent said that we can sell Overlord-ranked gear to Xylaz without too many issues, so I was thinking of expanding the forge and sculpting workshop. Ashbringer nodded. I have found a group, but they've got some conditions that only you could fill. They're all dwarves, you see. He subtly glanced at the guests in the yard, meaning that he didn't want to detail it in front of them. All right. If you bring them over tonight, I will work it all out for them. How is the outbuilding working for you? It's not too much trouble being in a secondary building. I was going to expand it for the purpose. Carl asked. Ashbringer knew that he meant with an illusionary domain, not a larger building, so he just shrugged. Even in the rain, it's good to get outside for a few minutes a day. It keeps you grounded in the world when you're getting lost in your work. Expanding this building should be just fine. I can make a basement level to the workshop as well. Dwarves like dens, don't they? Tion suggested. That is a wonderful idea. We might not even need to make an illusion. But we're right on the ocean, I don't think that basements work here. They would just fill with water. Carl replied. The little fox extended his senses out. Carl was right. Only a few meters beneath their feet, there was water in the stones. Not a good spot for a crafting den. Sister Opal would have to help with this one. Tion inspected the building that they had to work with, and conferred with Opal, who showed him dozens of illusionary design ideas, each more fantastical than the last. Putting the dwarves in the mountain in the tiny world would be better, wouldn't it? But then they would travel everywhere with the Carl, instead of being here where they could put stuff in the shop. Tion asked, replying to an idea Opal had shown him. Keep the ideas to what will work here in Drod. These people have families and lives in the city, we can't be carting them all over the world with us. Carl reminded them before they got too off track. Opal flashed an image of turning the main building into a 10-story tall stone keep. Tion could do it with the magic that he had. Focus, just an illusionary upgrade for the forge building, with new workspaces inside. Opal lost interest for a moment, then began flashing images too fast for Tion to understand them. That's too fast, I don't know what you want. He complained. Then Opal settled on one. The inside of Bara, with the mountain exit being the door of the workshop, and everything else arranged like the dwarven city in a mountain. There were workshops, forge buildings, a few houses, an inn with a tavern on the main floor, and a small market square. It would all fit in the space she had imagined, and if Tian coated everything in stone, you would have to actually dig to damage the core illusion to break the world. Oh, that is wonderful. I like it. That is a beautiful den for dwarves. The little fox realized. Opal found a totem-ranked illusion stone among the belongings her siblings had dropped in her space. That would be a suitable core for the illusion. Then, once it was a shell, Tian could build the core structures, and she could make it pretty with illusions for everything that wasn't stone and metal. I think that we have an idea. Can you grab the rest of the staff out of the workshop? Tian and Opal will begin the process right away. Carl explained. Ashbringer raised his hand to his lips and whistled, which brought Loros and Wendy running out of the workshop. Time to upgrade your working conditions. The area will be closed for the next few hours, so take a break. Carl explained. Wendy laughed. There is a fresh list of sundry items from the Guild Alliance, and our shoppers should be back soon. How about I take Loros with me? We can make the deliveries and then have something to eat. Carl nodded. Bring snacks for Lotus. She should be around the house in Xylaz today. At least, I didn't hear about them planning a dungeon visit. Sending her more short people would also make Lotus happy. Now that the workshop was empty, Tian and Opal both came out of their spaces to work on the upgrades. Opal had the stone ready, and her plan was to have Tian bury it under the workshop, so it would be harder for anyone to find the core of the illusion. Then, they could work on making the illusionary city real. The guard on break at the entrance made a pacifying gesture to the gate, letting them know that it wasn't more random totems showing up, but Carl's bonded partners. Seconds later, the floor of the workshop had been replaced with totem-ranked stone, and the illusion stone was buried, with the spell activated. Carl, we need you to make a recharging stone and put it on the door. The spell shouldn't take much to keep active, but Opal can't make it recharge itself. Tian translated from the images she was showing him. Charades were more fun than making his sister speak out loud. Besides, even if he was wrong, it was still a good idea. Carl set a small arcane stone in a metal amulet and linked it to the charging stone the pair had placed underground. Ashbringer, this is for you. It keeps the illusion they're building charged with mana. It shouldn't take much to keep it going, according to them. The stone will constantly channel mana to it, but if it needs more, someone will have to top it off. Carl explained. What all are they putting in there? Ashbringer asked. Oh, I think that you'll be happy when you see it, but it's a surprise for now. The question is whether we're going to be able to get enough crafters. It's the obsession demons with carving obsessions, or anyone else with sculpting talent, that I'm worried about finding. Dwarves are a great option, but I think that we're stealing enough of them to work the forges, so we might not be able to find enough to just work with stone. The demon at the entry laughed. I don't think that will be a problem, but you might have to ask some to relocate. There are plenty of dwarven sculptors with what the dwarves consider mediocre skills in Bara. You could recruit them to bring them here. Carl sighed. I should have known that trying to stock a workshop would turn into an international excursion and hiring fair. But I have connections. Give me a moment to send a message and I might be able to find someone. Carl thought about what to send for a few seconds, then sent a message to Slate Petros, the totem-ranked shaman from Bara. Shaman Petros, I am hoping that you could help the Dark Light host find a group of sculptors for our workshops. We will provide accommodations in Drod for them and their families, suitable wages, and benefits. Their power level isn't important, only their skill with sculpture to create base items for our runecrafting teams. Carl sent. There was a short delay, then the shaman replied. Carl, congratulations on your advancement. I can contact the Sculptors Association on your behalf. They represent all dwarven sculptors. They will want to review the work contract and living conditions before they agree to send anyone over. Let me know when they are prepared, and I will have a portal mage bring me to you. Everything will be ready within the hour. I have a totem-ranked stone-fur divine fox working on the accommodations now, designed to mimic the homes of Bara City. That assertion intrigued the shaman. How was the odd cat demon planning to mimic dwarven living conditions in the demon city by the shore? Had he bought a high-rise apartment and modified the interior? He wouldn't put it past Carl to have done exactly that. Slate Petros wasn't a cynical man by nature, so he took Carl's word as truth and went to look for a representative of the Sculptors Guild. Council member, what brings you by today? Looking to redecorate? The guild master asked. Slate shook his head. A totem-ranked demon is looking to hire sculptors, and he believes that he can house them properly and pay them well in Drod. I don't know how many he needs, but I would say at least 10, possibly 20. He also said rank doesn't matter, as they will be using a runemaster to upgrade the items. But you know how that goes. The Sculptors Guild master nodded. Rank doesn't matter, but it would be best to send him a master sculptor and a bunch of apprentices or new journeymen. Demand for a true masterpiece is less common, but a workshop needs many good apprentices to finish bulk orders. I know one who is looking to move. Do you remember Carrick? He just got divorced, and his wife's father is on the council. I hear that he's had it hard, and he would like a posting outside of Borough. The shaman smiled. Indeed, he knew the one in question. Their marriage had been an arranged one between wealthy families, and once their kids had grown and moved out, things began to get ugly. He had personally repaired some of the damage from their public fights. A message was sent to the troubled master sculptor, and a group of apprentices on the job board, informing them that negotiations were ongoing for a permanent placement in Drod so that they could turn it down if they didn't want to move. Many of the apprentices did, but they got more than enough positive responses, including from Master Carrick. Alright, let's go inspect what this demon thinks would be suitable housing for a master craftsman. The elderly sculptor insisted. He motioned for a mage to open a portal for them, but Slate held up his hand to stop them. Not to the main platform. Bring us to the south side of the city, to the western Frostfire Gate. The destination is just inside that gate, and I don't want to walk all the way across the city. He explained. The mage nodded, and then opened the portal. The guards nodded a greeting as the two dwarves walked through. Council member, what brings you here today? Should I send for a carriage? The gate captain greeted them. No need. We are off to visit the Darklight host about an employment matter. Do you know why there are so many dwarves already in their courtyard? Slate replied. Oh, they're hiring blacksmiths and sculptors. Those are the blacksmiths from the Frostfire Gate region outside the gates. They are negotiating a long-term deal between their forges and the Darklight host. Slate nodded, then walked into the city. The gargoyles on the wall waved to him as he approached, and the shaman began to wonder what sort of strange magic had been used in this place. Gargoyles normally only cared about threats. Oh, I see. They have a mana supply rune in the house, so the gargoyles are active all the time, and not just when the house is threatened. That's why they're so interactive. The sculptor realized. Slate smiled. So that was it. Just a matter of active time, so that they were fully aware of their surroundings. That was less disturbing than thinking Carl had modified the gargoyle spell. Ah, council member, and I believe you are the sculptors group representative? Carl greeted the new arrivals. Sculptors Guild leader, yes. Crafting guilds are a long tradition, like a workers' union. The old dwarf replied. The blacksmiths in the yard turned in shock. That was an important person to be here in person. They had just arrived to see what Carl had in mind for a new working space that would be secure for them. But, this was a bigger deal than they had thought if the dwarven guilds were involved. None of them even qualified to be members. Well, let's not delay any longer. The workshop is finished, and the artists have returned home for a nap, so we're free to enter. Carl instructed, then opened the door to the workshop. From their position, the outside was dark, but not impenetrably dark, just the way that the dwarves liked it. Bright lights were only for use as necessary, not everywhere. But it was still bright enough to be comfortable for Ashbringer. They followed Carl through and found themselves inside the upper levels of Bara. Only, all the buildings were wrong. The whole north side was a row of forges, 3 levels high, while the cavern was smaller than the real city, and the southern side was all crafting workshops with a conveyor system in place to move raw materials directly to their destination, instead of having to push carts up rails. In the center, the duo had created housing, shops and a market, complete with fox beastkin girls that the older dwarves immediately recognized as illusions. We've got housing for 300, one large tavern, a small market for workers, stocked from the guild store, and workspaces. It's not too elaborate, but you can just walk out and be in the city, so I didn't think it needed much more. Carl explained. Oh, that looks just like my parents' house back home. One of the smiths noted. Carl nodded. They were designed to replicate the houses in Bara. They're a bit bare now, lacking furniture, but we can furnish them when we know how many residents we will have. Now, let's tour the space, then sit down with a drink to discuss numbers. The dwarves nodded eagerly. The facilities here looked spectacular, far superior to their forges in the suburbs. All that was left was for Carl to come through and use his skills to empower the forges themselves. The actual stone was already totem ranked, and everything that Tion could make was in place. Let us start with the sculpting areas. The guild master insisted. Carl nodded. Smiths, you're free to explore. I will upgrade the forge fires if you decide to move in. Just let me know if you don't like the layout, and I can alter the setup easily enough. Carl led the remaining pair over to the first of the workshops. What do you think? The sculptor guild leader looked around the inside of the shop, taking in the tables, the adjustable height chairs, the pegboards to hang commonly used tools up instead of putting them in toolboxes, and the small coffee station in the corner of the room. There was a single box of biscuits and a coffee carafe waiting, and the old dwarf smiled. You're so confident that you've already put the coffee on. That's actually full of dwarven ale from Bara. Carl clarified. The old dwarf laughed. Oh, you might be their new favorite employer if you provide ale and oat biscuits in the break room. Carl smiled. I can always buy more. Good ale isn't cheap, but it's far from the most expensive item in the room once they start working. The guild leader nodded, but didn't say anything as he inspected the rest of the room, then moved down the row of identical workshops. The tables could all be moved as needed, and the chairs were adjustable height, so either dwarves or taller demons could work at the same tables comfortably, or the dwarves could work standing up. Well, I can't complain about the working conditions. The raw materials conveyors are a nice touch, and the temperature is just right. Let's go look at the housing, but if it's as good as it looks from the outside, I don't think that it will be an issue signing a work contract between the Sculptors Guild and the Darklight host. We have plenty of workers looking for full-time employment, and while it will take time to get them all moved to a new city, we can finalize the agreement tonight. Carl led him to the closest of the housing blocks. There are private houses for masters and families, but these are the basic units we set aside for apprentices and junior journeymen. The unit wasn't large, only 40 square meters, but the bedroom was soundproofed, courtesy of Opal, and there was a proper kitchen, complete with an ale keg rack. Not bad. I don't know how many of the apprentices can actually cook, though. They normally stay with their masters during training. Carl smiled. That's what the tavern is for. The guild does 3 meals a day for everyone who lives here, but I thought it might be inconvenient to have them all go to the main house for meals, when the dining room is on the 2nd floor. That's where the other apprentice rooms are, but they're much brighter, made for demons. They can stay there if they prefer. But we will have kitchen staff for the tavern, so there will always be food available as part of their compensation package. I like it. Let's formalize details. While Carl and the dwarves were busy in the tavern inside the workshop, Dora, their half-dragon shaman, plus Larry and Daryl, the Orcish druids, had come to inspect the new workspace. This was much more spacious than the last workshop had been, and they might even consider moving all their work to the second building, and not just the part that made a mess. Who are the orcs? The Sculptors Guild leader asked. Our druids, and a shaman. They are all skilled in earth and nature creation magic, so they make the majority of the royal and commander-ranked crafting materials for bulk items. It's easy to make a flawless branch to carve, but much harder to make it into something worth selling. They're all close to advancement, so we will have a lot more royal plus some monarch-ranked materials soon. Carl clarified. The smiths from the suburbs already knew them all, as the trio often went to pick up the orders they had completed. The easy familiarity calmed the old dwarf, who hadn't been sure if orcs and dwarves would get along well, given the Orcish reputation for savagery. Does your guild do other crafts as well? The sculptor asked. Alchemy. But they have a separate workshop, as their art is one of silence and focus. Putting their potions in the forge didn't seem like a great idea. The dwarves both laughed at the idea. It would be a terrible idea, even just for the fumes. Carl placed the standard work contracts on the table, and the dwarves both went into professional mode, inspecting every clause. But Carl used the standard template from the system interface because he wasn't interested in any sort of fancy legalese trap. He told the system what he offered, the terms he wanted, and it made the contract for him. 2 pints of ale later, the contracts were signed, and the tavern was beginning to fill with dwarven smiths from the suburbs. Master Ashbringer already signed off on our work agreements. Thank you for the opportunity, guild leader. A smith from the next table informed Carl as the barmaid brought him over their lunch of the day, beef and potato stew with bread and carrot cake cupcakes. Why cupcakes? One of the dwarves asked. Half the crafters have a sweet tooth, and we may have let Lotus write suggestions on the menu. That made the local dwarves laugh, and Petros explained to the guild leader. He's talking about a green dragon cleric. She's practically a walking sweet tooth, and every bakery in town knows her name. He whispered. Carl nodded. We're looking to get a few more, but they will be working on a farm that the guild controls. The sculptor waved his hand. As long as it doesn't affect the contract with the Sculptors Guild, I don't mind what other endeavors you're into. If it makes food like this, I doubt that any of the workers will either. Carl laughed. The druids and clerics made most of this. But we hunted the meat in Gabble a while ago and stored it. The advantage of system storage. The old dwarf sighed in satisfaction as he ate. I will make sure that you get a proper master sculptor to certify your other workers. Then I will talk to the Blacksmiths Guild. None of the smiths here is part of the guild, or certified by the dwarven masters, but there is no requirement that they live in a dwarven city to get certified, only that they study under a dwarven master and get certified. Carl raised his drink in a toast. Tell the smith that I can teach him the dwarven runecrafting techniques to him if he agrees. I managed to obtain an introductory tome from the last resurgence, and it will elevate his smithy skills to a whole new level. He placed the tome on the table to show the old man that he was serious, and Slate gave the book an envious look. It's true, I've seen him use dwarven runes in his work. If you know a master willing to come certify journeyman, he won't lose out. The shaman agreed. Over the next few minutes, dozens of messages were sent back to Bara, describing the situation at the Darklight Host Guild house. But it was the message about the man who was willing to teach master smiths how to use the lost art of the dwarven runeforge that garnered the most attention. They had seen a few runic items in the city already, either purchased from Drod, or shipped by merchants and brought by travelers. But the weapons that were going around were mostly commander rank ones. The common items that the guild house kept in stock, not the sort of masterpiece that they were looking for. However, having seen them was enough to let everyone know that there was a chance that this was a real offer. The question was, who is willing to relocate to learn it? Dwarven master smiths were usually over 100 years old, and had long-lasting ties to their home forge, which had usually been in their family for many generations. The only ones who would be willing to go would be a disgraced master, who wouldn't qualify for the task of certifying journeyman, or someone from a family with more than one recognized master. There were some of those in Bara, but few enough that the Sculptors Guild leader wasn't sure that they would get a volunteer without spreading the message all over the Dragon Isles. There were plenty of other dwarven nations with master smiths. But favors were best done close to home. The staff that Opal had created for the workshop village continually refilled the drinks and food as the sculptor argued animatedly with his system interface, looking for someone to do the job and weeding out members of his guild who he didn't trust unsupervised. I have a team of sculptors coming, and the master is an earth mage, so he can help with your guild's material shortages. The cost won't be low, but I am sure that we can work that into the contract. He finally announced. Carl smiled. That will work wonderfully. The standard contract has profit sharing in it, and clauses for additional work, including raw material creation. If it needs to be amended, just let me know. A copy was sent through the system interface, and Carl waited for everyone to read it and decide if they would sign. The whole process was highly entertaining to Slate, as he had never seen a workers' guild simply accept a contract before. He hadn't read Carl's offer, but it was clearly more generous than the counteroffer that the guild leader had prepared, as he hadn't even brought it out. Ashbringer's voice was followed by the sound of many stomping feet, and then the demonic Grandmaster Smith led a large group of dwarves into the tavern. Ooh, isn't this place swanky? And fox-kin barmaids? How do ye expect any of the apprentices to get to work on time? An old dwarf with a bald head and thinning beard demanded. That's not really our concern, is it? Keeping apprentices in line is the job of the masters. If they can't handle their ale or a pretty lady, you can just keep them in the forge. There are cots. Ashbringer explained. Petros and the Sculptors Guild leader both looked confused when they saw this group. They weren't the sculptors that he had called for. Carl, these fine gentlemen are from the Blacksmiths Association in Zindab. Someone informed them that there was a chance to obtain dwarven runecrafting here, and they came right over to negotiate. Ashbringer explained. Slate Petros gave the smug group of aging dwarves a confused look. How did you learn about the opening so quickly? I wasn't going to put it up on the open board until tomorrow. The totem-ranked dwarf standing beside Ashbringer smirked. I have my connections. The two dwarves glared at each other, and then Sapphire walked in with Bobby and Joe behind her. The Drod City leaders were definitely doing some day drinking today with all these ranking visitors just showing up in the city unannounced. Or, they might have just decided to ignore whatever went on at the Darklight Host Guild house. Oh, everyone is here. Guild Master, we had some questions about an item that I wanted to make, but it looks like everyone is here already. The Blue Dragon announced. Oh, you know these fine gentlemen? Carl asked. That might be an overly generous description. But yes, I know them. I taught both of the young masters Petros primary school. She gestured to the old man beside Ashbringer and to Slate, who smiled gently at her. Teacher Sapphire. I see that you have found a new target for your curiosity. Did the Darklight Host promise you a new skill to get you out of the library? Petros asked. Didn't just offer. He already taught it to me. I'm closer to recovering a lost art of the dwarves than either of you, and I can't even use it when I do. She gloated. The balding old man snorted in amusement, then shook his head. Hassan Petros, Master Dwarven Smith from Zindab. Formerly of Bara. It's a pleasure to meet you, Guild Leader Carl. Is that ale that I smell? Carl gestured to the table. Come and eat. There is plenty of food ready. We have sculptors from the guild coming, but it seems we might not need to wait for smiths. Slate raised his hand to stop them. Before we get started, when did you move to Drod, teacher? I could have sworn that you were in Xylaz, looking for knowledge with the mythic dungeon teams. Sapphire nodded. I still live there, but the Darklight Host has locations in both cities and a portal between them, so I came here with my questions. It's not a big thing, shaman. I will be back home in an hour or two. Perhaps closer to 2. The young apprentices here are most interesting. Carl smiled back at the dragon. At least the chaos of the guild house didn't put you off your desire to work with us. They really are a great bunch, and we've got a whole new workshop made here. If you want to relocate the workers from the Alliance Manor, there is much more room here. It's loud, though, so it might be wise to have the runecrafters stay there, while the sculptors work here. Sapphire waved her hand dismissively. We will work it all out. I memorized all 296,000 possible compound runes last night, and I've got a fairly good grasp on them, but I came across an item that you made, and the outcome had no bearing on the actual instructions in the runes. She held up her handwritten copy of the runes, and Carl laughed. Read it in Dwarven, not Runic. It's a poem. Of sorts. Sapphire gave a very undignified giggle as she read the short poem about handsomeness and virility that someone, most likely Loros, had written on the commander rank charm bracelet that she had seen. The primary function was personal grooming, and cleaning clothes. But the little poem gave a small bonus to the wearer's attractiveness and strength. Read in Dwarven, it said, only the most rugged and manly know the value of cleanliness, but in Runic it was basically gibberish about strong arms and beards. It had started as a joke by Carl, doublespeak that had a meaning in both Runic for function, and ancient Dwarven for poetry, but the dragon hadn't realized that other than herself, Carl was the only one present who spoke the language fluently. Ah, I get it now. I wonder if it works in Draconic. Sapphire pondered, then walked off to sit at another table and work on a bracelet. The dwarves chuckled, and Carl shrugged. Blue dragons get like that with new knowledge. Give her a chance to test her theory and she will come finish her conversation with you. But on to important topics. I see that we have a totem and a lot of overlords. Are you all part of the same guild or group? I don't see a system tag for an organization. Hassan shook his head. No, we all research together, but we're not part of any sort of formal organization. That's a good thing, I think. If you're part of another group, it's a separation level between the crafters and the sales of the products. If you were going to be learning here, and working here to make products, but there was someone in the middle looking for a cut of your income, we would have to adjust the deal so that you wouldn't end up broke. Carl explained. The blacksmiths nodded in understanding. Oh, yes, that would be an issue. I know that the sculptors pay an annual fee to their association. The blacksmiths do too. But it's not a large one, it's just enough for them to keep track of everyone and send out the certificates. The sculptors' guild leader finished his ale and rose to his feet. You've got new members to settle. I will go get the sculptors ready. They should be here in a day or two. Carl shook the dwarf's hand. I look forward to meeting your recommendations. The Darklight host has plenty of work for those with the skills. Once the sculptor was gone, Hassan looked over the dwarves from Drad, who were all gathered in the tavern now, preparing for the hardest part of the transition. The bargaining for the best forge spots. Ashbringer raised his hand to get everyone's attention. As the lone guild member among the smiths, I will be the arbiter for the forge choices. The third-level forge by the entrance is already taken, but you may choose any other. He ordered. What if we were guild members? Hassan asked. Then you would have gotten to choose first, as the totem-ranked smith. Then me, as the longest-serving overlord. Ashbringer joked. Hassan smiled. Well, I wanted the one at the back of the room anyhow. I don't like apprentices walking back and forth in front of my door all day. So, that works out perfectly. Now, should we do this by lottery? Ashbringer shrugged, and Sapphire looked up from her work. I have an idea. We used it to pick chairs when I was teaching school. Everyone, write your name on a piece of paper, and put it in the cup for the forge spot you want. Then, I will pick one name for each spot, and any spots that weren't chosen will be available for the names that weren't picked. So, it's up to luck whether you get your first choice or not. The blue dragon suggested. The dwarves considered that, and then reluctantly nodded. Sapphire smiled, and took out a cloth with holes cut in it, and a collection of cups. You can go in any order you like, I will be using magic to pick the slips, so it doesn't matter who goes first. She instructed, using her well-trained school teacher's tone. Carl laughed as the dwarves had a silent slap fight over who would get to drop their names first, which ended when Sapphire gave them an unamused look. Form a single file line. One at a time, drop your name in the chosen cup. She ordered, and the dwarves all fell in line, well trained by a childhood of blue dragon clerics teaching basic school. They did fight over the spots, but they followed her orders, taking their positions by internal hierarchy that Carl didn't understand. While they were all overlords, they were from 2 different cities and at least 4 different forges. So, he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Such was the power of the blue dragons. The line went through once, and then Sapphire lifted the curtain and removed 6 cups. There will be a second round. She declared, then cast a spell that caused names to lift, and then fly to the various forges. Carl smiled. Once everyone has chosen forges, I will upgrade them with runes. Each forge can be slightly different, if you have preferences for your forge fire. The victorious dwarves cheered, and Ashbringer patted Hassan on the back. You should have him do yours first. If you've got a favorite form of forge fire, or other conditions that work well with your skills, his runes can do a wonderful job of recreating them. I have gotten quite proficient at using Ghostfire in my forging process, and it adds an excellent chance at soul-based attack and defense bonuses to my items, even without targeting them. The elderly smith nodded. That's not a bad idea. Soul defense is even more rare than soul attacks. But it's not my style. Runemaster, might I ask you to accompany me to the forge? I know just what would be perfect for my next masterpiece. Carl followed him to the forge at the back of the new crafting area. Not only would he upgrade the forge, but Carl believed that he had just the right combination of skills to give the old dwarf a proper upgrade. If he mixed the language proficiency for Ancient Dwarven, which wasn't a skill, but was listed by the system, with runecrafting, it gave him the option to make a new type of skill book. Book of Dwarven Runeforging, requires master level or higher blacksmithing or runecrafting. Requires bloodline, dwarf. The forges weren't actually different. They were all the same, except for their position within the workspace. At least for now. Before we start with the forge upgrade, I have a question for you. How would you like to join the Darklight host? Carl asked. Hassan frowned and took out a carved stone pipe to take a long drag. Becoming a proper guild member at my age? I suppose there might be advantages. Being in the guild will also let me access the guild storage, and I'm too old to be lugging raw materials across the forge, even if there is a conveyor from the storage room. Alright, I will accept your offer, guild leader Carl of the Darklight host. Guild member added, Hassan Petros. Champion Carl offers knowledge and skill, Dwarven Runeforging, will be transferred to the prematurely balding Hassan. The dwarf glared at his notifications. Why the hell did you have to bring that up? I'm older than Slade is by 10 whole years. He grumbled. The messages are actually set by the system, I don't get any input into them. But now that you're in the guild, you can just grab a jar of hair growth cream and work on your hairline. Carl suggested. Hassan chuckled. It's all because of my slow childhood growth. I thought that I could do things better my own way, and I didn't make it to royal rank before I was getting old. Then, I gave in and made it to Overlord and finally Totem, but my youth was long gone, even with the extended lifespan. Well, now you don't need to look like the old man anymore. At least not in the beard. But before you go off on a fashion journey, what do you want me to do with your forge? Carl asked. I specialize in earth magic, so if you can add some deep earth element to the runes on the forge fire, I think that might be best for my work. Hassan offered. Carl thought about it. What about a lava forge? I've seen the demons using them, made of superheated stone. With runes, there is no reason that I can't make a totem-rank lava forge, which can be hot enough to melt anything you want to work with. Oh, now that sounds interesting. Alright, let's go with that. Carl began writing the runes, including the spell inscriptions for ghost fire and earth manipulation, onto the forge. It wasn't a quick process, but when he was finished, the space was a masterpiece, completely covered in black runes. It seemed to ooze darkness until the forge was activated, then the deep red glow of the forge, flickering with blue ghost fire flames, lit up the room. Hassan didn't say anything, he simply took a block of mithril from his storage and tossed it into the totem-ranked crucible. He worked the bellows, forcing air through the works, and nodded as the crucible began to glow and the metal softened. That was perfect for what he needed. But he didn't need liquid mithril, so he pulled it with the tongs and began working on an axe head. I will let you work. Don't forget your new runic skills. Once the weapon is nearly finished, you're in for a real treat. Carl announced, then stepped back from the forge. Yes, yes. See you soon. The dwarf was already lost in his work, so Carl began to work his way down the line, stopping at each occupied forge to give them the runes they needed. Unlike Master Hassan, the others simply wanted what they called a proper dwarven forge fire. Just totem-ranked forge fire. They would add all the bonuses to the items themselves, while keeping the forge itself as a neutral factor that didn't add or remove from any other effects they wanted. That was the great downfall of a specialty forge. You could only make certain types of items with a heavily elemental forge. Like Ashbringer, and his demonic limitations, Master Hassan would only be able to make a few types of armor and weapons at that particular forge. But that was enough for him. It took until late evening to get everything sorted and all the forges operational, including the unused ones that they didn't currently have a blacksmith assigned to. But it revealed a small oversight on his part. They had forgotten to get the dwarves to pick an actual home before they got too deep into their work to care about anything else. That was easy enough to fix, though. He just put up a map of the work area in the tavern with a sign-up sheet for housing. It was included in their work contract, or in the case of Master Hassan, his guild bonuses. Later, Carl would ask the others if they also wanted to join, but he also hadn't offered them the bonus skill yet. They could learn of its value from Master Hassan. He had enough excitement for the day, and just wanted to find his Dana to cuddle up with and have a nap. Carl found her in their room in the Xylaz house, eating snacks while helping Ray decorate the bunnies. The crafters had a day off coming up, and they wanted new fashion to go out into the city that marked them as Darklight Host Guild members, but which looked good enough for a day out on the town. The issue was that Ray wanted to dress the bunnies like princesses, and the bunnies wanted to wear something sexy. Carl was inclined to side with Ray. The bunnies' personalities were far too innocent for the sorts of outfits that they wanted. But he did recall something about the bunnies worshipping the goddess of fertility. What about a compromise? Ray, can you make what I'm thinking of? Carl suggested. He focused on the image, and Ray gave him a concerned look. But she made the dress, which was not only shorter in the hem than what Ray had wanted, but also had transparent silk panels up the sides, showing most of her belly, and a fair bit of side boob. Dana gave Carl the same look that Ray had, and mouthed the words, "No sexualizing the bunnies." However, the other three were all gushing about how amazing their friend looked. The bunny god is a fertility god. As I understand it, they don't like wearing too much clothing unless it's a work uniform. This is a good compromise. They're still adorable, but not all covered up. Carl explained. Ray looked over the effect, then added stockings with little red bows that matched the color of Lala's eyes, and tied a silk bow in her hair. That was better. But Dana just thought that it looked like Ray had gift-wrapped the bunny for someone. Lala loved it. The other three were given dresses in the same style, but different colors, so that you could tell that they were together, but not identical. All four dresses had the Darklight Host's black and white emblem on the left sleeve, in case anyone could miss that they were spoken for. But Carl suspected that the 8 dragonkin would not be willing to let them wander unattended. They were extremely protective of their little sisters. Ray, I have a big plan for today. Do you think that you can help me make it work out? Carl asked. There wasn't any better moment, and he had been putting this off for far too long. It would probably come as a huge shock to Dana, but Carl was confident that Ray would help, and that Dana would say yes. Once the bunnies were finished with their outfits, Ray motioned for Dana to get up. "We're throwing a party, you need a new dress as well," Ray announced. "We're having a party?" Carl asked, feigning ignorance as they silently plotted their next moves. "Yes, my chronologically impaired friend, we have a major milestone to celebrate. We have skipped far too many birthdays, but now both you and the Dana mage are over 18, while both me and Thor have our hatching day coming up. 4 is a big age for Sero. Well, Thor might not be a Sero anymore, but it's still a big age. If he were a Sero, this would be the year that he hit his full adult growth," Ray explained. "Oh, that is a big one. You're right, I shouldn't have forgotten that," Carl agreed. Ray winked at Dana, who realized that the spider had made the event up on the spot so that she had an excuse to continue her work. Then Ray got a flash of inspiration. "We need to have a mating ceremony." "Yes, that is perfect. I will talk to the Lala bunnies about the details. Now, get naked and raise your arms to the side so I can work." Dana stared at her, not moving. But Carl moved to stand behind her. "What do you think? Would you like to mate, my lovely Dana mage?" He whispered in her ear, then smirked as Dana's face flushed bright red. While she was distracted, Carl took a platinum ring from his pocket and used earth manipulation to quickly add runes to it. It wasn't easy to get all the runes for life link onto the band of the ring, but she was so shocked by the sudden tag team of distractions that Carl was already sliding the ring on her finger by the time that her brain recovered. Carl turned her to face him, and Dana's eyes filled with happy tears as she saw him on one knee, then noticed the ring on her finger. "Dana, will you marry me?" Carl asked as she stood frozen. Kara laughed from her pile of loot as she ate popcorn. "Ooh, this is good, you broke the Dana. You totally screwed up the order of operations." Thor noted. "It's going to work," Remy insisted. "Maybe if we add more sparkles," Opal offered. Dana mages only get excited about Carl and new magic. "This should work." Hawk disagreed. 1,000 possibilities flashed through Dana's mind. The difference in their growth rates. The centuries of life ahead of them. All the new places to see, when they were still on very different levels. The fact that Ray was impatiently waiting for her to undress so that she could start on what was totally not a wedding dress. Dana was sure that she could feel Kara watching them from somewhere, but she tuned that all out. She loved this crazy little family, and she couldn't see herself giving up on Carl to go another route. "Yes. Yes. I will." She agreed, and flung herself in Carl's arms. "I'm going to have to wait to make the dress, aren't I?" Ray mentally complained, then silently Shadow stepped out of the room to leave Carl and Dana alone. Even Kara left her space to go play with the gargoyles. They could use a bit of privacy for this part. And a reinforcement of the soundproofing spells in the bedroom. Tessa and Thor were relaxing on the sofa, reading the same novel, when Kara appeared with a tray of snacks, which brought Lotus and the bunnies right behind her. They were eating those before the badger stole them. "What's got Kara all worked up today? I haven't seen her this smug in a while," Tessa asked. "The Carl is mating Dana," Thor replied proudly. "They do that fairly often," Tessa reminded him. Ray flicked Thor on the head. "He means that Carl asked Dana to marry him. We set up the perfect ambush when I was dressing the Lala bunnies." Lotus squealed in joy and turned to run up the stairs before Ray caught her. "You can congratulate them later. They are busy now." Lotus grabbed Ray by the hands and spun her in circles. "Good work, excellent work. I didn't think that they would ever get around to it. But an ambush proposal? That had to be your idea." Ray frowned. He sprung the trap too early. "I had an outfit in mind. Don't you think that would have given it away?" Lotus asked as she stopped spinning around Ray. Ray shrugged. I will just ask Opal to edit it when she makes the replay. Opal isn't watching everything that happens in the house, is she? Tessa asked, suddenly concerned. Ray smirked. Opal sees everything. I always liked this part of the romance books. Steamy, spicy, all the good stuff. Opal agreed. Tessa gave Ray a suspicious look, not sure if she was liking the implications of that. But the Lala bunnies were all laughing and poking each other, while making quiet jokes about all the silly things they had done since they settled into their new rooms. Ray's suspicions were confirmed. Bunnies really were too pure for this world. Standing at the top of the stairs after a brief affectionate moment with Carl, Dana did her best not to laugh. She had changed into a different dress, and Carl had on a new shirt, as she may have mistakenly torn his with her beast form's claws when she got excited. But they were intending to go down and give everyone the good news. Carl wrapped his arms around her shoulders and waited as they listened to the group. Are you ready to go face them? He asked softly. I think so. I just need to mentally brace myself. Dana agreed. Carl took her hand and escorted her down the stairs, waiting for the moment that Lotus saw that they were out of their room. Ah, there she is. I have to see it. You got a ring, right? A pretty one. Dana held out her hand, showing the platinum ring with its runes and the diamond set in it. Ooh, and it's a Carl special. Lotus held up Dana's hand so that everyone could see. For 2 seconds before the pair were swarmed with bunnies. Congratulations, Miss Dana. Yay wedding. Dana stroked their ears as the girls celebrated. Then noticed the look Tessa and Naksha were sharing. Would you like to see? She asked. Of course. We're just wondering where we're going to do the wedding. There could be some very important guests there. Naksha replied. Dana hadn't even thought of that. The guest list for the wedding should have their friends from the raiding team, probably the other Alliance Guild Masters, their friends from Drod, whoever Carl intended to invite, then Supreme Lady Matilda, and their parents. She would be happy not to see her useless father again, but her mother would be heartbroken if she knew that she had missed her daughter's wedding. Then there were Carl's parents. His mom was a sweetheart. It was all overwhelming, but she had good friends, and they could certainly help with some of the details. Maybe they even had a specialist here who could do some of the details for her. Wedding organizers were a thing in the Golden Dragon Nation. Carl noticed when Dana began to hyperventilate and picked her up to set her on one of his hips. The distraction when he bounced her, broke Dana from her thoughts and she swatted at his shoulder. Put me down, I'm wearing a skirt. Carl relented, then kissed her forehead. Welcome back. I thought we'd lost you for a moment. Don't worry too much, we have a bunch of clerics, including one who is centuries old. I am sure that at least one of them has trained for this moment. The air shimmered around them and an old woman in black robes walked through with a familiar totem-ranked vampire, who was being led by a leash on a collar around her neck. Dana had to work to hide her surprise at the situation, while Tiffany was pretending that none of them existed. Oh, right. I will end your punishment early, but no trying to run off on me again. Matilda insisted, then ended the spell that was linking Tiffany to her. The collar and leash vanished, and the vampire was magically changed into a white and red dress that matched what Ray had just dressed the Lala bunnies in. Tiffany sighed and rolled her eyes. She really was only leaving for coffee, she had no idea what sequence of events would have led to her not returning, as the Chaos Dragon had seen in her vision. I heard my name and wedding planning, so I came as soon as I could. Supreme Lady Matilda declared. Then Azov, immortal regent of Sholaha, stepped out of a portal beside her. Matilda, we have talked about this. He began, then saw how excited everyone was. Wait, I missed something. Carl smiled at the confused immortal. I would like to invite you to my wedding. We haven't set the date yet, but Miss Dana said yes to my proposal. The immortal sighed, then smiled. I would be honored. And now I understand why Lady Matilda felt the need to suddenly show up here. Matilda looked around the room. Will we even have enough room here? We might need to rent a venue. Azov, do you have a good spot in the city? I'm sure that we can touch up the right venue to be suitable for a wedding. Then the dragon plucked Dana from Karl's hands. We are going to have so much fun. Come along, ladies, we have much to do. Then, everyone was gone, leaving Thor and Karl standing alone in the living room. We will be back later. I will take care of the Dana. Kara assured Karl from wherever they went. Try not to let her get too overwhelmed, and don't let them talk over her ideas. Karl agreed. Matilda knows. Well, she knows many things, but she also knows how to do this. The badger had a good point. A dragon that could see the future was probably a wonderful wedding planner. Karl winked at Thor. Well, what should we do today? They've stolen our women for the wedding planning. Thor shrugged. I was thinking of transforming to go have a nice nap in the tiny world. The pond in his space had been made for when he was still Saro-sized, and Thor couldn't bring himself to alter it. So, he either needed to reduce his size, or he wouldn't totally fit in the pond. But there was a full lake for him to lounge in inside the tiny world. Karl laughed. In that case, I should probably get some work done. We've got enough requests already, and we've got sculptors coming soon. Thor laughed. Yes, make all the warriors extra stabby. It will make Rey happy, even if you're using dwarf armor and not her clothes. Good point. Enjoy your nap, and I will start working on the last of the armor sets that are in the guild storage. Let me know if you get any fun ideas for later. Karl was nearly out of armor sets when he got the message from Sapphire that the sculptors had arrived. The dwarves were still in the yard when Karl walked out of the library. The workmanship of the aging stone building had pulled them into intense discussion on what could be done to the old barracks building without completely tearing it down, but Karl could tell that they were also enjoying the stress relief of the healing totem in the yard. All of them had luggage with them, on top of what was surely in their inventory. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Karl, the Drod branch leader of the Darklight host. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The dwarves nodded politely, and one middle-aged man stepped forward. I am Master Geralt. I am looking forward to working with you. From what we have seen, Drod is quite different from Bara, but in a good way. Quite friendly. The other dwarves laughed, and the master shrugged. I thought that the best way to get here would be a straight line down the side streets. But apparently, demons don't build their cities that way. We may have ended up in the more interesting parts of town. Karl laughed and shook his head. If you came here from the portal platform, you didn't. There are some interesting sorts on the west side, but the east side is where all the questionable activities happen. I recommend that you not go before you're familiar with the city, at the very least. The demons are quite friendly, though. At least most of the time. The other sculptors were openly laughing now. He got beat up by an old woman for cutting through her yard, and punched in the face by some massive feathered guy for talking to his wife. One of the others explained. Karl gave the master sculptor a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. I will find you a primer to demon culture. But fear not, we've got a whole workspace filled primarily with dwarves, and at least one of them can surely help you acclimatize. There are a few others working here, primarily demons. But some orcs, dragonkin and others. Plus the dragon and the beastkin who usually work at the Xylaz Alliance house. Geralt smiled. Yes, I see that you managed to recruit teacher Sapphire. Her niece was my teacher, and she used to come bring her lunch. Everyone knows the dragon, it seems. She was the teacher for our master blacksmith as well. Geralt looked around, then spotted Hassan, who was leaning against the entry of the workshop and smoking his stone pipe. Master Hassan. It's good to see you. Hassan harumphed and rolled his eyes. Good to see that you survived the divorce. It was a close thing there for a while. Well, welcome to Drod. Come take a look at your new workspace, it's across from the forges. The sculptors all looked confused at the comment. The building was only a little over 10 meters wide. There wasn't room for them all to stand in there, much less work next to a forge. They might not be engineers, but their spatial awareness was impeccable. Hassan stepped back inside, and the sculptors immediately recognized something was off when he simply vanished. It was a side effect of the spatial distortion and the dim light inside, but it was interesting enough to get them all moving. The 10 sculptors pulled their luggage inside, and paused by the entrance. Carl raised his voice to be sure everyone heard him. Everyone, welcome to your new home. This is the crafting space of the Dark Light host, Drawd Branch. Hassan, have the smiths chosen rooms yet? The master smith nodded. We did it after we ate. It's not like the place is crowded. There are hundreds of rooms. Carl nodded. Well, there is workspace for that many, if you're working 3 shifts at the forge, or working in pairs. Master Geralt looked around the cavern, which reminded him so much of Bara that it was almost uncanny. This is wonderful. Spatial magic? He asked. Technically, an illusionary domain that we filled with earth magic. It's a form of space magic, but not a fully spatial spell. Carl explained. All right. We can put our gear away and get to work. The guild appointment said that we would be expected to create a demonstration piece to prove that we were qualified. Geralt explained. Certainly. Pick a room and come back in 10 minutes. I will have a collection of items available for you to work with. Technically, Tion would. But it was the same thing for the sculptors. Like the smiths, they had gotten 1 totem and 9 overlords. Carl hadn't specified a power level for them, only a skill level. But they should be skilled if they were using their crafting skills to increase their power level. Carl had never actually seen a purely crafting class before, or seen what they could do with only magic. It was going to be an interesting experience, and he was certain that Loros would be fascinated. Sculpture was her obsession, and she had long since proven that she would sacrifice everything else in life if it meant she got to sculpt. She was bound to be around here somewhere, Carl assumed. She wouldn't miss the opportunity. Carl used Soul Sight to search for the Demoness, and found her in one of the sculpting workshops, engrossed in a project. The orcs were there as well, but not Wendy, which was odd. Wendy, where did you get to today? Shopping. There is a list for the Alliance. I'm doing the pickups from our hired shoppers now, and then I will do deliveries. We've got the new sculptors here, if you want to meet them on the way. Sounds good, boss. I will see them before I go see Hugo and the others. Ah, that explained her enthusiasm. The big mage had new spells for her to study. He would have to keep an eye on Wendy, so the big man didn't steal her away for his own guild once she gained a rank or 2. Loros was beside herself with excitement. These were actual sculptors. People with the sculptor class direct from the system. She had gotten the warrior class, and sculpting was her obsession, so she didn't have all the cool special skills that these masters were likely to have. The sculptors came into the workspace when they had dropped off their luggage, and found that there were a dozen colors of stone, all overlord and totem ranked. We weren't sure what sort of stone you would like today, so I had Tion make a bunch for you to choose from. I do hope that the quality isn't an issue. We chose them for quality so that they could be upgraded by our runecrafters. A common statue made of mana jade or other mana-compatible materials can turn into a magnificently powerful item. Carl explained. Oh, that will work wonderfully. We have to be careful if a stone is too weak, but we can also add some abilities to our statues as we make them. Not to the extent that a blacksmith or others can, but our art is sculpting, not equipment making. Master Geralt explained. Each of the sculptors picked a piece, while Loros stood eagerly beside Carl, waiting for them to start. Are you not going to join us? Geralt asked. She shook her head. I've never seen someone with the actual sculptor class. I want to see how you do it. I carve all my pieces by hand, as I have the warrior class. So, this is a big thing to me. The dwarves chuckled as they realized it was her obsession, and each examined their stone, focusing magic into it. A few taps of hammer and chisel created the rough outline of the pieces, then a few more gave it crude details. The impacts had nothing to do with the actual progress, it was just a focusing method for the skill. And then, when the basic statues were created, the sculptors switched skills and began adding details in a wave over the pieces. From one end to the other, statues of dragons gained scales, bears gained fur, and a statue of the dwarven forge god gained such a perfect level of detail that it looked like the god's tunic was transparent with sweat, revealing skin and veins beneath. Even a few stray hairs from his beard had been detailed. So, that is what a true master can do. Loros breathed, her eyes firmly locked on the statue of the forge god. How he had managed to get the veins in the marble to line up with the veins on the statue's arms, Carl didn't know. But it was possible that he simply adjusted the stone itself to be precisely what he needed. Carl smiled at Geralt. Well, there is no doubt that is a true masterpiece of the sculptor's craft. But it's a bit of a shame if we put it away. How about I carve a blessing into the bottom of the base, and we put him on display? Geralt nodded, and grabbed the statue to put it up on a tilted display stand that either appeared from his storage, or was created on the spot. Carl thought about what needed to go into the poem, and then began to rearrange the runes into one large decorative knot, without losing the meaning. Whiskey, ale, steel and stone. The dwarves need the mountains as surely as flesh and bone. Melt the mithril, build your home. Patience and power make true art with a hammer's tone. Carl nodded in satisfaction as he gave up only 4 lines into the poem. He was only part dwarf, right? That should be enough of an excuse for the abruptness of his horrible poetry. He carved the design into the bottom of the statue, and sighed as the whole thing pulsed with golden divine light. Statue of the Forge God, totem rank epic grade. Grants a bonus to all crafted items within 100 meters, dependent upon skill and materials used. The dwarf stared at the statue for a few seconds. What a strange description. It's epic grade, but it only has one vague bonus. Does that mean it's actually a divine blessing? Or is it just not telling us how much of a bonus or what sort? One of the sculptors asked. Carl shrugged. It should be a divine blessing of sorts. But I don't know what you'll get. Gerald stroked his beard and nodded. 100 meters. I guess we should put it in the tavern, then. It's right in the middle of town. Carl smiled. This wasn't really a town. But in a way, it was, wasn't it? They would have to replace the staff at some point, with real people instead of illusions which Opal had programmed to run things for now. And at that point, what difference would there be between merchants and barmaids in the cavern and the same people on the outskirts of the city? The design even had multiple shops in it, mostly intended for the workers, but they could quickly become departments of the guild store. It would give the city guard constant headaches to see hundreds of people coming and going through the gates of the guild house every day, but the more that they had in stock, the more customers they were going to draw. All that was left was to have Ray acquire some tailors and leather workers, and they would have enough people to fully stock the shops. Maybe he could make it alliance-specific? No, that wouldn't give the guard any fewer headaches, with all the totem-ranked and mythic visitors who would be showing up at random to do their shopping. If there was one thing that Carl knew about them, it was that they liked doing their shopping in person, and not sending a personal shopper for anything that mattered to them. Groceries, yes. Furniture, clothing, or equipment? No. Well, it could remain 2/3 empty for now, and he would hire workers to tend the shops. Carl wasn't the only one with thoughts about what could be done with all the extra space, though. Sapphire stormed into the workshop seconds later with a red-robed dragon priestess, who looked much too excited. Tell him what you told me. The blue dragon insisted. The goddess says that you made a space for us. The commander rank red dragon insisted. Oh, that is brilliant. Yes, I believe that I did. Come with me. Gentlemen, we will return. You're all approved for the position, so feel free to grab what materials you need from storage, or use the extra stone here. Carl informed the sculptors. Then he grabbed the statue. We will place this on the way, it goes behind the bar of the tavern. He explained to the confused dragons. Quick question. What sort of strength do you need to just pick up and carry a life-sized stone statue of a dwarf? In human form, I don't think I could do it. Sapphire asked. I'm no weaker like this than you are as a dragon. Don't worry, if it were too heavy, I would put it in inventory. Carl led the way to the tavern, where the helpful illusionary barmaid served both ladies honey wine in pint glasses the moment they entered. How did they even know? The red dragon asked. I often wonder that. They shouldn't know anything that their creator doesn't. But they're made by a glass-winged butterfly, and she simply knows things. Sapphire replied. It's in the book on how to stock a temple for the winter. I read it a few weeks ago while preparing a new play. Opal informed Carl. Carl's amusement made Sapphire gesture for him to speak his mind. She read a book on how to stock a temple for the winter, to make one of her plays more realistic. The honey wine is one of the items in the list, so she assumed all clerics drink it. Sapphire laughed. Well, she's not wrong. The blue dragon moved a spare keg from the middle of the back shelf, and Carl replaced it with the statue, then put the keg in an empty rack to the side. Perfect. That's nearly exactly in the middle of the city, for maximum coverage of the statue's blessing. Now, I have a spot in mind. It's near the front, closest to the market area, which is currently empty. What is the church's position on having the orphan staff vegetable stalls? We have nature clerics and druids to make the food, but we don't have enough cooks on staff at the moment to make dinner for everyone every day. I should probably hire more of them, but we only have 3 right now. Carl asked. The red dragon smiled. We actively encourage our children to hold productive positions in society. We can even have the older ones cook, if supplies and funding are sufficient. Carl patted her on the shoulder. There is no fear of running out of funds. I won't charge you for the supplies or the cooking implements. But I do need you to cook for 30 hungry dwarves 3 times a day, plus whoever you bring here for the orphanage. Sapphire laughed. So, that's your plan? Exploit child labor? Carl shook his head. No. Exploit orphan child labor. But I will pay them a proper wage. That's half the staffing that we need covered, and we don't even need to look for them. They've already been found. Now, I just need to find some barmaids, and likely some extra cleaners. Unless there are enough orphans in the city for that job too. The 2 dragons began to laugh as Carl waited for an answer. There are hundreds of orphan children in the city. And that's just inside the city. Working conditions in Drod, especially in the sprawl, aren't great. Plus, crime is high. It leaves a fair number of children for the church, and they're overflowing their current building. The red dragon replied. Well, it looks like you've got some expansion work to do, matron. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Black Claw. At least, that's what my name translates to in common. Matron Black Claw, then. We will also provide magical rings to help the children clean. This whole area will need to be maintained, even the empty areas will need at least twice a month dusting. But with the rings, you should only need 10 or so children to keep up. If the dwarves are really messy, we will approve more cleaners. Oh, and one on the early morning shift at the tavern, to clean before breakfast every day. We will serve the food your orphanage makes as well, but I will get proper staff for the tavern. Carl explained. We have a few who have aged out of the orphanage as ascended demons. They're working part-time in the sprawl, so I will ask them if they want to work here. I have heard that you hired caretaker Joe as well. Matron Black Claw asked. Carl turned to look toward the house. I'm not heartless enough to kick her out of her home, even though we bought it from the city. She's still caretaker Joe, and we found her a newt beastkin to work as her assistant. If you two know each other, you can find her in the house. Her room is on the 3rd floor, but she's always busy with something. You'll have to get someone to let you up, though. The gargoyles might not let anyone but guild members go up unattended. Sapphire sighed. Do you just take in every random person you meet? Of course not. But these ones were recommended by the Red Dragon God. It should be fine. That reminds me, did you find a chance to visit the library here? I know you had to pass through it to come visit. The blue dragon's eyes sparkled. It is a wonderful library. Many ancient and rare tomes, much better than I had expected out of a guild house. I will show my apprentices to it later. Apprentices should read in their spare time, it's good for the mind. Then she paused. You just sidetracked me from my questions about hiring policy by mentioning the library. Devious little demon. The Red Dragon laughed. The monster man has quite a reputation in the city. He's not as open about who he hires as you might think, but he's got the god's own luck when it comes to finding employees. He managed to get a Grandmaster demonic blacksmith simply because the man came in that gate and happened to smell the forge fire. Ashbringer stuck his head out of his forge when he heard someone talking about him, then waved to the priestess. He already knew the orphanage matron. They used her kids to do the shopping for the alliance that Wendy was out delivering. In a private room of Supreme Lady Matilda's castle, the ladies of the Darklight host were in the middle of complete and utter chaos. Matilda's method of planning was to bring out every possible option side by side and see what her visions said about how those things would work together, then ask the others what they thought, to see if that would change the visions. What about this color for the bridesmaids? The ancient Chaos Dragon asked. I like that one. Kara commended her, but everyone else just looked confused. You're not holding anything that we can see. Dana informed her. Oh, and it's such a pretty shade. Shame that nobody can see it. Feel how smooth it is. Dana reached out, then stopped when her fingers touched something impossibly soft, almost like silk, but it felt like it partially merged with your finger as you touched it, like running your finger through warm water. Tiffany sighed. You wouldn't believe the fight she put up when I first told her I wouldn't wear that in public. I don't even know what she thinks it looks like. Dana smiled at the vampire. Somehow, I suspect she's going to tell us that she foresees great fortune for the bridesmaids if they wear it to the wedding. Kara gave Dana an affirming gesture, while Matilda laughed. Well, you could call it that. But let's move on to another combination. The Chaos Badger relayed to her sisters what she thought the dress looked like, and Ray immediately began to pout. That dress was spectacular, and she couldn't even see the real thing. But part of that was because the dress didn't exist fully in reality. It was like being partially incorporeal, but still solid enough to touch things a little. If you tried to damage the dress, Kara's thought said that you would pass right through it. Which in Kara's mind made it ideal for a bridesmaid's dress. Remy considered the potential. It was like a non-Newtonian fluid, but in reverse. It was solid until you applied too much force, and then is simply phased out of reality. The problem was that the color was one that didn't exist in any light spectrum that their eyes could see, the light that it reflected only existed in the chaos plane. Matilda brought out another dress, this one was almost white, but in the way that white light was white. It radiated white to the point that you couldn't see any detail to it. Then, she moved the dress, and the colors shimmered, flickering like the rainbow. Matilda frowned at the dress, then did something that made the light fade. Fey silk. It's lovely, but if you get the mana attunement wrong, the colors get all wonky. She explained. Ray took the dress from her, and Dana waited patiently as she was changed into the 50th new dress of the morning. Oh, that is lovely. You can fly, right? We should get you some wings to go with it. Matilda cheered. How about a shawl? It would flap in the breeze as she floated down the aisle. Kara suggested. Oh, that is great. Yes, 1 second. Dana waited for someone to explain, as only Matilda and the other beasts could hear Kara's mental messages. She says a shawl with the dress would be right. Matilda flipped through dozens of gossamer pieces of cloth in the next minute, then held up her choice. Here, put this on. Yes, pale violet flowers on simple white. The classics are always the best luck. Ray put the cloth over Dana's shoulders, and she found herself floating involuntarily. But she could still move normally, she just wasn't touching the ground. I need one of those too. I hate getting other people's mud on my scales. Remy demanded. Matilda laughed and passed her a red one, then took it back and held it up before Dana. Would you consider red and gold as wedding colors? Red is a good luck color for the day. Dana shrugged. I wouldn't object too strongly. Some of the demons I've met use red for wedding gowns, and they look lovely. Naksha nodded. Black dragons use red wedding dresses as well, and white dragons use black for special occasions. That made sense. They wore white every day, so they would have to pick something else if they wanted people to know that they were celebrating. Matilda gave Remy a different red one, with the same effect, and the Naga silently celebrated this small victory over filth. Sure, she could fly in spirit snake form, but that form didn't have arms. This one had 4. It was clearly the superior option for an alchemist. Dana was just being rearranged into a red gown when a sudden thought came to her mind. I got a skill book from the dungeon, but I never used it. I wanted to have Carl duplicate it for Ray, and then I forgot about it. She gasped. Lotus laughed. Ha! They say that I am infectious, but it's the Carl who is corrupting everyone and making them forgetful. Ray laughed. Well, if you give it to me, I will make Carl lean it and teach us both. Then make him make a copy of the spell book. No, 2 copies, so that we can give one to the Blue Dragons for their records, and still have one for the library at the guild house. Dana added. Matilda nodded eagerly. Tell him to take in the Blue Dragons. They will make great guild members. Having a blue dragon to protect your books is the best thing you can do to guard knowledge. Carl, learn this book, teach me the thing, then make 2 more books. And take the blue dragon into the guild. The Chaos Dragon says she's good luck. Ray informed Carl, startling him out of a discussion about items that would be needed to place the overflow of orphans into a new home. Lady Sapphire, how would you like to join the Darklight host? I can offer you a few benefits, and 1 super exclusive skill. Carl offered, halting the conversation. What brings on this offer? She asked suspiciously. Lady Matilda says that you're good luck. And Ray just gave me a skill book to learn and copy. I know how blue dragons feel about those, even if they're not inscriptionists. Actually, make it 2 bits of exclusive knowledge. I bet that you can learn both. Carl explained. I'm listening. Carl sent a guild invite, then took out the book of Golem Duplication, and immediately learned it. The look on Sapphire's face when the book vanished was priceless, but she still accepted the offer. Guild member added, Sapphire. Champion Carl offers knowledge and skill book, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. Champion Carl offers knowledge and skill, Eternal Lightning, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. There we go. The promised super exclusive skill. Only Blue Dragons and Thor have been able to learn it so far. You need very high affinity for both holy and lightning magic, and Blue Dragon Breath is lightning. The other skill allows you to make skill books of any skill that you know, similar to an inscriptionist. The skill goes well with runecrafting, as we already know the language, so we can do it much faster than others. Sapphire's eyes glowed with divine favor, and the dragon laughed out loud. You know, I think I understand now why the dragon gods like you so much. You make no sense at all. The red dragon priestess nodded energetically. She had absolutely no idea what was going on, but she could feel the divine reaction to whatever Carl had done, so it had to have pleased the god of knowledge. Carl focused for a moment and taught the golem duplication skill to Ray through her space, but teaching it back to Dana would have to wait until they were face to face again. I don't suppose that someone would tell me what is going on. Does this affect the schedule to order the furniture for the orphanage? The Red Dragon Priestess asked. Carl shook his head. Not at all. I will send a runner to order it all now and get the building stocked before the evening so you can move in. I put furniture in many of the units with an illusion, but this building is still empty, and none of the others would be suitable for an orphanage's setup as they are. I just inducted the lovely Miss Sapphire into the guild and taught her a unique skill for blue dragons. A unique skill for blue dragons? How do you know something like that? It's actually an evolved form of the refreshing lightning barrier that the lightning Sero have. If you help them evolve with holy magic, there is a chance that their skill will evolve as well. In Thor's case, his did, and it's highly compatible with the blue dragons. Sapphire huffed, and lightning crackled around her mouth before the eternal lightning barrier formed. Then he taught me how to write skill books for any skill that I know, and the goddess got really excited. She added. What does that have to do with the orphanage? She asked, confused. Nothing. One of my guild members gave me a book of golem duplication, and it reminded me to do all that other stuff. The Red Dragon shook her head. This guild is a strange one, but I can tell already that it's going to be an adventure for the children. Now, is this the building? I can see that working. How much renovation are we allowed to do to it? Carl shrugged. It's made of totem-ranked stone, so the changes that you are physically able to make are limited. But I don't mind what you do to the interior. Repaint, change the flooring, put in new lights. Whatever works best for your situation. I know that most of the orphans will want more light than this region normally has, but it should be good for helping them get to sleep when the cave is always dark. Carl agreed. The priestess smiled. You have a good point. We're not going to be able to take down the walls if they're that strong. But that should also make it quiet inside, unlike the wooden buildings in the sprawl, where you can hear people stomping from 3 floors away. Carl frowned in sympathy. That sounded truly horrible. Especially for a house full of children. Carl led the way in, and the 2 dragons examined the interior of the building, which was designed to be Singe worker apartments. Well, this is perfect. We don't actually need the kitchen facilities in most of the units, as the kids are too young to cook for themselves. But I think that if we reorganize it, we can room one older child with the younger ones. Right now, we've got them on rotating helper duties. But that could be changed to an assigned group to help with their studies and late-night issues, like a need for snacks. Well, when there are actually snacks in the house. Most of the time, the orphanages are operating on the standard rice and beans diet, and that's not really snack food. Carl chuckled. Oh, ye of little creativity. If you add a bit of spice, and then pan-fry them, you can make excellent snacks with the leftovers. At home, the church acolytes made leftover balls to feed to the horses, but Lotus learned that you can save some for yourself and fry them into a spicy snack for later. Green dragon acolyte or silver? The Red Dragon Priestess asked. Green, naturally. But I wouldn't have thought that the silver dragon clerics were on that list. The 2 dragons chuckled. They get lost in their magical studies and exhaust themselves until they can't walk. So, they like to have something to eat with them. That makes sense. The Red Dragon clerics seem like the we eat on a schedule sorts, and the blue dragons would lose their mind if someone brought snacks into the library, so they definitely have a meal schedule. Carl joked. Sticky little acolyte fingerprints are the bane of our existence. Sapphire agreed. Now, are all the sweets like this? The Red Dragon asked, bringing them back on track. Carl shook his head. Only the first 2 floors. The top floor is larger suites with a second bedroom. But I know how the orphanages are always crowded, and I have an idea on how to use those well. Sapphire laughed. Just the fact that there are so many bathrooms will make the children cry in joy. Most orphanages have a boys' and girls' common bathroom and showers. If they're lucky, they might have them on multiple floors. 15 minutes later, Misty and Rain, the Dryad furniture makers, were at the entrance to the upgraded workspace, staring at the area in wonder. This is incredible. So much space. Greetings, Guild Leader Carl, priestesses. What did you need us for today? Please say that it's a full decoration of all these buildings. Business has been slow lately. Everyone spent their money exporting items for the Bomgan War, and most of them haven't returned yet, so there's nobody ordering anything. The elder Dryad explained. Carl smiled at the excited Dryad. Not all of them. Some of the new residents have their own furniture. First, we need you to do the orphanage building for as many as you consider reasonable to house inside. If you can make the top floor double dorms, 2 beds in each of the large bedrooms, 1 on either wall, the others can be much higher density. Then, single rooms for how many? Priestess. Just me. We're short on clergy, but the older children help out, and we pay them until they go off to find their own work. It helps get them ready for the world. She replied. All right, a suite for the matron on the main floor, I think. Then suites for the older kids at the top, so they pass by all the younger kids and their supervisors on the way down. We will let Matron Blackclaw sort the sleeping arrangements, but we will need plenty of beds, work benches for school work in the common areas. What else? A nursery. Many will drop off newborns at the orphanages. Then a convalescent room for the red dragons. It is customary that they give birth at an orphanage, as the church raises all of our children. The red dragon priestess added. Misty smiled. Don't worry, matron. This will be the greatest orphanage that you've ever had the pleasure of managing. Will this be the teacher? Sapphire shook her head. I am one of the new crafters for the guild. I will call on one of my brothers to teach here. A strong male influence helps balance the attitudes of the children and keeps them from acting out. If you have trouble recruiting one, tell them that we will provide them with access to the guild library. It's not the biggest they'll ever see, but it's better than 2 shelves in their room. Carl offered. That should be enough. Our God approves of spreading knowledge, so teachers aren't too hard to find. Sapphire agreed. Misty looked over the small town in the cave. How many of these rooms are in use? About 3 dozen. Talk to the craftsmen, and they can tell you what they need and what unit they're in. It's all on the guild's tab. Carl explained. The 2 dryads took off. Misty headed for the orphanage, while Rain went to the sculptor's area to take orders for the upgrading of the houses. Her mother would have her hands full with the big project, but the dwarves were usually pretty Spartan in their requests, so it would mostly be beds that they wanted. Dwarves even preferred stone or metal couches with cushions on them, instead of wooden. If there were demons, it might be more work for her as a dryad, but she saw a lot of short people. With that handled, Carl was free to begin the essential tests of his own new skill. First, to see which spells the skill would actually affect. The golems came out as 4 summons. But the bodyguards were still only 2, and it didn't clone the epic guard or the haint either. That was somewhat limited, but it should give Dana both her golem and greater golem summons at 4 each. That was no insignificant force. In his mind, Ray celebrated. She had just realized that the spell gave her an infinite golem glitch. If she made enemies explode with blood destruction, she could awaken them with Queen of the Damned, and use them as blood golems. But the spell should double the number, which would leave her with twice as many golems as enemies. All she had to do was keep finding more targets, and she could double the world's population entirely with blood golems. Until they started to rot and smell bad. That would be a problem. A problem that she could sort out when the time came. It was just a shame that she couldn't teach the golems or the blood golems how to make clothing. They were utterly useless that way. The spectral knights would try if she ordered them to, but they had no sense of art or delicacy. Lousy as tailors. Better to have them collect materials. With the testing done, Carl dismissed the extra summons, and then led the priestesses to the tavern so that he could write out the golem duplication skill. With some luck, he could get that to advance by a tier, and turn it into summon duplication, or something similar. But the skill master ability hadn't activated in a while, and Carl was beginning to suspect that either he had lost favor from it, or it was stuck waiting for a skill that couldn't be advanced yet. That had happened before, multiple upgrades all at once when a skill advanced. At least, Carl was fairly sure it had been the case with Skill Master itself when he advanced it through the skill tree and then immediately got another advancement. The first copy, Carl handed to Sapphire, who simply stared at the skill book in wonder. This really is a most wonderful skill. I wonder if I can use these skill books to teach advanced classes. What if I taught lay on hands to a warrior? Would they become eligible to become a paladin? Or if I taught them, sense truth, would they become a crusader? She pondered. Try it right before they go into a dungeon. Most class advancements become available the next time you enter a system-linked instance or trial. Carl suggested. The blue dragon sighed wistfully. With this, we might single-handedly break the warrior imbalance and bring the thirst for knowledge back to the world. Teach them that there is more to life than cleave and guard. The mere thought that she might rid the world of warriors who only cared about 2 skills in their entire skill tree was enough to send the blue dragon into blissful daydreams. It was a lifelong ambition of her branch of the clergy. Carl worked on another copy of Golem Duplication, for Dana to use, and then passed it to Ray, with a promise to make her one to sell once he had a bit of spare time. First, he had plans to recruit blue dragons to the library. What if I made a collection of skill books that are likely to cause advanced classes? You could bring in librarians to make copies, and then the blue dragon clergy could start an initiative to advance as many warriors as possible. You could even do it out of Xylas, where there are so many more warriors with excess resources. Carl suggested. Sapphire smirked at him. You're not even trying to pretend that this isn't an attempt to claim more dragons for the Darklight host. Carl shrugged. Sometimes it's fun to play along, sometimes it's just easier to make sure everyone understands. How do silver dragons feel about new spells and skills? Both dragons roared with laughter. Even more strongly than the librarians do. The blue dragons want to know, and want the hard copy. Silver dragons wish to know the spell, and then they intend to use it. Sapphire agreed. So, we need silver dragons here as well. That would be a good combination. We could make another dungeon team, for them to test out and practice new skills to see what will trigger class advancements. Carl suggested. He could see the possibilities running through Sapphire's mind, then the very moment that a brilliant plan came to her. You know, there is no actual rule against asking the acolytes to join a study. They just need to meet the requirements to advance, right? We could grab all those warriors that the red dragons keep around and train as guards for merchants and such. They are already being trained by the clergy, so there is no harm in making them into something more useful than a basic warrior template. She suggested. Matron Blackclaw looked vaguely offended. The mercenary guards that the Red Dragon clerics trained were chosen from the finest fighters among the orphans, and the Red Dragons did not appreciate others calling them useless. But Sapphire was already making plans, and wondering if she should call home to the Sholaha and Kapi region temples to gather volunteers. Between the two nations, there should be at least 10,000 warriors in training at any given time. Even a 1% volunteer rate would give them statistically significant data. The only issue was that they needed them all to be the same rank so that they could send healers with them into test dungeons and properly vet the results. That was a clergy issue, not a Carl issue. All he had to do was make sure that there was a variety of skill books for the blue dragons to copy so that they could properly test their students, and the theory that it only took one appropriate skill to trigger a class change away from the basic group. Carl knew that there were a few skills that would help warriors advance to a better class, but the ones that Sapphire had in mind were mostly tanking classes. Paladins and Crusaders. But Carl knew that there should be other warrior-type classes, ones that blended with rogue, druid, ranger or other classes. The issue was that he could only make and teach skills that he already knew, so he needed to help diversify the skills of his beasts before he would be able to teach the warriors really incredible skills. Hawk scoffed at Carl's thoughts. Warriors were just meat puppets, weren't they? They existed to be taunted from the air, and they couldn't even shoot back. But Thor had different ideas. Wasn't Sister Ray a stealthy warrior when she started? Her initial abilities were mostly just sneaking up on people and punching holes in them. Maybe that was a rogue instead. But surely warriors could be taught to do that too, couldn't they? Warriors could also use bows, so they could do ranger things. Just not well. That was it. Warriors were just the crappy version of all the other physical fighting classes. Wasn't that just too cruel, though? Why would so many people get the worst class? At least give them a better barrier so they could be a good tank or something. Hawk couldn't argue with that. Warriors were a prey species for sure. Carl tried not to laugh as the pair slagged the warriors. Their ideas were helping him plan what he could do to reduce the number of basic warriors, though. It might only take a single skill for another class that was just compatible enough with them that they would push through on a new path. The new class might not be ultra-rare or powerful, but it should be a step up from the basic classes that were most common. For example, the whole group of specialty rogues that they had doing runecrafting in Xylas. They had different skills than regular rogues, and if the base class could create their own solid weapons from nothing, they would gain a distinct advantage with the skills they already had. At least, situationally. So, the next thing that Carl needed to do was to either burn some skill points getting random books, or start combining the basic abilities of everyone until he got new skills he could teach warriors. If he gave them a beast space, it would most likely make them beast rangers, or something similar to it. But if he gave them a combination of mental fortitude and an attack spell, they should be able to become a battle mage of some sort. If they were bright enough. Not all warriors were stupid. But all mages had to be at least moderately intelligent. He had been focusing on trade skills for so long that Carl had nearly forgotten the potential of the basic skills to other elites. Well, people. Since everyone here had a good chance at the system, not just the precious few. Come to think of it, he didn't really have many basic skills. The beasts each only had a few, and they were very specialized. But he could try. He had, rend, and Ray had, spear. She didn't use it often, but she had it. The two combined fairly easily, and, crosscut, skill formed in Carl's mind. That was still a warrior-type skill, but a good one. What if he combined, crosscut, with, walk on air? That made, blade dance, an epic grade skill. Now, that might not give someone a new class, but it really did sound like it might awaken some sort of upgraded warrior at the lower ranks. The more powerful you got, the less likely Carl thought that it would be that a new skill would improve your class. After all, the mythic tanks had skills like limited invulnerability, and it hadn't done anything for them to get out of the warrior class lock. Well, Dave was the only one who had that skill for certain, and he was a druid, but the concept was the same. Carl started to write out the blade dance skill as they waited for the dryads to finish their work on the furniture, and found that it was remarkably short. For some reason, warrior skills were always the easiest ones to write. Rend was barely more than a pamphlet in skill book form. Oh, that wasn't a bad idea. Short books were best. What if he combined gravity slam with chain lightning? Lightning stomp was a skill that Thor could get excited about, so Carl taught it to him right away, though he wasn't sure that it was the sort of skill that would be far enough from a warrior's specialties to count. Just seeing Thor happily stomping around his space with crackling lightning boots on his feet was worth the effort. He already knew that you couldn't just teach the warriors a wizard spell directly. They wouldn't be compatible. But other physical skills should be a bit more versatile. This was harder than he thought that it would be. Mostly because he had no idea what skills would actually work to trigger a class advancement that wasn't just spicy warrior. But still, it was not a simple task. You could try teaching them spicy tornado. Maybe around themselves with a spinning blade. Warriors seem like they would enjoy lotus spinning dances. Hawk suggested. You're probably not wrong. We can try that later, and see if they can use flaming vortex after a few tweaks. Carl agreed. Carl finished Blade Dance, and Sapphire immediately took the book from him, then used a skill to open it so she could read it without risking using it. You know, even if you do use it, you can just make another copy. I was thinking that might make for an advanced warrior class. It's intended to be used with a spear, so it might make something more noble than hack and slash. Carl explained. The Red Dragon matron laughed. I like how you two are so in tune that Carl just starts making books while we wait, even though the plan to bring in warrior trainees isn't finalized. Sapphire shrugged. It will happen. Now that we can teach them more skills easily, we should be able to change their futures. Carl nodded, and then thought of a new combination. If he combined Rampage with Fireball and Iron Within, the body improvement skill that had started his adaptation away from mostly human, that should make a good skill. Elemental's Wrath, Epic Grade Transformation Skill. Ignores 10% of each attack's damage, adds 250% fire damage to all attacks, causes Berserk, increasing strength by 100%. We need the Ophelia here. Hawk noted. A giant flaming, extra Berserk bear would be hilarious. Ooh, teach it to Kara. I want to see a Berserk Kara. Remy cheered in Carl's mind. That was a scary thought. Did you have another idea? Sapphire asked. There is a skill called Elemental's Wrath, an epic grade transformation skill. It's a berserk state that adds damage reduction and fire damage. I'm not sure if it's something I should make for the warriors or not. Matron Blackclaw chuckled. You can make it for me if you want. A rampaging red dragon might be what it takes to make these kids behave for more than a day. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, Elemental's Wrath, will be transferred to the strict Matron Blackclaw. The red dragon began to laugh. Oh, yes, this is wonderful. Those little brats won't stand a chance during combat training. Carl frowned. I am trusting you not to abuse this newfound ability. The matron waved off his concern. I have been responsible for the military training for promising orphans in Drod for many years. Rest assured that I won't be using Rampage to beat children. Well, not young ones. You get my point. Sapphire snickered softly at the matron's excitement. That is what happens when you flip the switch within a red dragon. They go from patient orphanage matron to battle-crazed drill instructor in the blink of an eye. Carl nodded. I see that now. I will make another copy of the book later, to add to the library, just in case we need to make more copies for future visitors. Sapphire smiled. I will call more of my sisters over to make duplicates for the Dragon God's library. They should be coming with the volunteers anyhow, but I will ensure that they send sisters with the inscription skill, so they can copy the books. Lord Drod was not going to be particularly happy with their training plan. But the dungeon here was royal ranked, so they could test weaker trainees with a better chance of advancing. It was only logical to do the project here instead of in Xylas. Though, if it worked well, they could expand it to the Guild Alliance members, and start sorting out their imbalance. That was nearly 1,000 potential volunteers who were already familiar with the eccentricities of the Darklight host, and eager to make a name for themselves among the dungeon teams. Carl focused on the possibilities as he worked on finding another exceptional combination. Not the chaos that a rampaging Kara could cause. She was very happy with her new skill. If Carl didn't want her to have it, he shouldn't have learned it himself. Shared skills worked both ways. The process of picking the perfect wedding theme was not a fast one. It wasn't that either Dana or Matilda were trying to be difficult, but there were so many options, and every time someone got a great idea of what to add to the ceremony, that changed how one of the ideas would work with the others, and then they had to adjust it all over again. Fortunately for them, they had Opal on their side. She could recreate everything that they visualized so that everyone could do a live critique of how it worked. Dana knew that the ceremony wouldn't be small, as they had many friends and allies. But her idea of reasonable, and Matilda's idea of reasonable, were very different. Even Naksha thought that it might be wise to invite the entire Golden Divine Academy to the wedding. When they had a church wedding, they typically invited the entire church in their city. So, dragons typically got married with 5,000 to 10,000 people in attendance. It wasn't a big ceremony unless they were leaders of the church, but it was expected that everyone would take an hour or two out of their day to support the couple with their presence. They also cast a group blessing on the ceremony to bring good luck and fertility. That part was another point of contention. Given the amount of divine favor that their group attracted, if she really did agree to the blessing, how long would it be before she was pregnant? Was she ready for that? And what species would the children even be? Not that she had a particular basis, but she had long found that Carl's cat demon transformation was much more comfortable to sleep next to, and she wasn't sure how she felt about the chance of having kittens. Or would they be fox kits? A hybrid? Matilda thought that the whole issue was funny. She was Dana's age when she had her first clutch, and she had turned them over to the red dragons to raise, as was custom for all high priestesses at the time. That way, they didn't grow up in unearned privilege, or gain an unseemly attitude thanks to a parent's wealth. You know, that is an option. We've got an orphanage at the Drod Guild House now. You could have the red dragons raise your kittens, so you wouldn't have to stop traveling with us. They would be right there, and the dragons don't deny you visitation. Everyone knows who is a child of clergy and who is an actual orphan anyhow. Ray suggested. Wait, back up. Since when do we have an orphanage at the guild house? Dana asked. Ray shrugged. About 3 days now. Time flows differently there than it does here. Carl arranged it after we left because he needed people to work the shops for the new crafters in the expanded workshop village. He's even got leatherworker and tailors coming to slave for me. Tessa gave Ray a disapproving look, and the spider relented. Do the work of crafting the boring stuff for me. She amended. Where did they even find tailors up to your standard? Ophelia asked. Ray puffed up in pride. The city governor talked to a friend in Nerid, and they sent over a whole group of spider beastkin for us. They will know how to work with proper materials, for sure. Dana sighed. Let me get this right. You found out that Carl was bringing in more craftsmen to make items for the guild store, and then had him talk to the city's governor, who brought in a whole group of workers from another nation, on the other side of the continent, just because you thought that spider beastkin would be better at working with spider silk. Ray smiled, showing her pointed teeth. He really is good to me. They even found a whole group of overlords so that they can make the pretty stuff that all the Alliance members want. That gives me all the time I need to decorate my Dana for her wedding. She was quite pleased with this setup. She had sent over 100 different design patterns for them to get started with, as well as 1,000 bolts of silk. If they started to run out, she would adjust her supply plans. But 100 different dress and suit designs should be enough that only 10 people in the Alliance had the same basic design, and they could customize each of them as they worked, so they wouldn't all be identical. The plan was coming together wonderfully. It wouldn't be long before the whole world was cocooned in her silk. Kara laughed a little at her sister's thoughts, then held up some white roses with blood-red tips on the petals that seemed to bleed down the side. Oh, those are good for the tables. Excellent call, Kara. Tessa complimented. The flowers were a specialty of the red dragons, and they would go well with the red wedding gown that Dana had decided on. Going ultra-traditional with the red gown and veil had been deemed both excellent luck and appealing to Dana. The only change she wanted from tradition was a thinner veil so that she could actually see what was going on, and not just what was right at her feet. Dana cleared her throat. So, are we agreed? Black and white for the dark light host as the main theme, and then red and gold for the bridal party. Reversed for the bridesmaids. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the final plans were started. They had a dress for Dana already. Now, they needed them for everyone else. Ray briefly wondered if they should make Kara transform for the ceremony, or if she was fine in beast form. Opal would naturally be coming as a butterfly, but she was already sparkly. But Kara was black and white, so she did fit the theme. They could just throw her in a bubble bath with Lotus to get her clean. Weddings were complicated. Dana wasn't worried so much about the details of Kara's appearance as she was about the proposal by Matilda that they hold the wedding in a separate space in Sihosesa so that she could invite all of the 20,000 guests that she thought should be there. For, just a moderate ceremony, as she called it. Unaware of the scale of the wedding being planned, and confident in his companions to come to a decision that would make Dana happy, Carl focused on improving the selection of goods in the Alliance store. They had an organizational system now. One of the Lala bunnies and 2 of the Dragonkin runecrafters were on sales duty at the Alliance house, while Carl moved between houses as needed, but mostly worked in the Draught house, while Sapphire worked in the basement of the Xylaz Alliance house with the others and her 2 grandchildren. Some of them were getting eager to find out when Remy would be able to help them advance, but she was busy with the others, planning the wedding, so Carl had no idea when she would be able to make more potions. The reagents were growing well, though. But today was a big day for both Carl and Remy, though Remy hadn't realized it yet. Today was the day that the hippies were coming to decide if Carl's tiny world was a suitable spot to live, or if they should move somewhere else. They would be the last of the additional crafters that were needed to keep everything running when the beasts were busy, but there was one last step that Carl needed to finish before they arrived. The tiny world had been made at Overlord rank, and he hadn't expanded it, nor had he added the powers of the fundamental rules of the universe to the space. At least some level of fundamental rules would be needed to properly grow totem-ranked resources, and Carl intended to focus on adding mana manipulation to the space. There currently wasn't anyone in it, which was perfect for his needs. After finishing a whole batch of warrior-focused skill damage and attack speed increasing accessories, Carl moved himself into the tiny world and closed the entrance so that nothing would unbalance the area as he worked. The first thing he needed to do was improve the area of the tiny world. It was already massive for their purposes, but compared to what he knew it could be, it felt lacking. With a thought, the world began to reshape, and Carl focused on all of the myriad ways that mana could be altered or manipulated to create, destroy, and even simulate life. The last was the most complex of them all, but the basis of the tiny world was mana manipulation, and the illusionary domain that Opal used was a pure expression of the fundamental rule. Taken to extremes, Carl knew that he could improve even Opal's prodigious skills with this ability. But for now, he was weaving it into the nature of the tiny world as he carefully remade the spell without allowing it to collapse or damage any of the rare plants that they were growing. That was possibly the most important part. Some of the plants were literally irreplaceable, as the anomalies they had come from no longer existed. Unless Remy or the others had a viable copy in their spaces, these could very well be the last ones in existence. The area covered by the tiny world soared, and Carl found himself with an irresistible urge to transform. Avatar shifted him into the image of a world dragon, and suddenly the manipulation of the tiny world became effortless. The reshaping of nature was the greatest innate skill of the species, and even as an avatar, Carl had no issues mimicking their creation skills. Skill Master 5 Activation, Golem Duplication up to Golem Duplication 2. Carl smiled as he worked. That was what he expected. Mana manipulation and illusion combined to create the golems. So, the more he understood about the concept, the more easily he would be able to create more of them. He wouldn't be shocked if other skills advanced soon as well. Carl sat with his eyes closed, using his other senses to let him know how the plants were doing as he mentally envisioned an expansion to the tiny world. Not just simple grasslands. No, he expanded the mountain range at the edge of the space behind him, then added a village within the mountain, complete with everything that dwarven crafters could ask for. He had practice with that, after all. Then, he expanded the forests, including some taller, denser sections, which would be perpetually dark at the base, perfect for Ray and those with her sensibilities. The swamp was expanded, the fields, Carl even added a few smaller lakes and a winding river to the space. Through it all, he wove the fundamental rule of mana manipulation as he struggled to comprehend it. The tiny world was becoming more realistic by the second, and the mana storage crystals he had created were pulsing not just with energy, but with something that almost felt like the haint, just before it gained sentience. So, that was mana. Carl had misunderstood at first, but now the lessons about the dark times and resurgences began to make more sense to him. Mana wasn't alive, it was pure energy. But it had a pulse of its own, like a living thing. To truly master manipulating mana, you didn't master using massive amounts of it. You merged the pulse of the mana with your spells until the two were inseparable, and then you could bend reality to your will without using a skill at all. You didn't need to use mana from your body, just shape what was around you and make it solid. In a way, it was similar to what you did with illusions, but a basic illusion was a crude layer on top of the flow of mana. The purest of illusions were living, breathing constructs that nobody would recognize as an illusion at all. Only the most adept would realize that they weren't a living person. Carl opened the tiny world to draw in more mana to work with, as he had expanded the space too far for what he had available without depleting the beast spaces. Then he continued to remake the space into the perfect paradise for magical beasts and plants. It was going to be glorious when he finished. Perhaps he should build a city, so they could move more people in. No, that could wait until he was a myth, and he needed to go on longer trips than a day in the dungeons for crafting materials. Guild leader Carl, can you contact the ladies of your guild? We have a few questions for them. Guild Master Hugo asked moments after Carl decided that the tiny world had reached the limits of what he could do today. Fundamental rule understanding improved, mana manipulation 24%. Carl let the notification fade as he answered. They are busy planning a wedding. If it is something that I can help with, I will. We don't have any Overlord-ranked healers available at the moment, though. Carl replied. Oh, that's not the issue. Where are you at right now? This would be easier in person. Meet me at the manor. I will make lunch. Or have someone make lunch for them. Carl hadn't cooked for himself in ages. So, he first went to the kitchen at the Drod Guild House and pleaded with the Abbeys to let him steal lunch and snacks to take with him. Then, he returned to the Xylaz Alliance house and waited for the burly mage to arrive. Hugo wasn't alone when he arrived, he had a warrior with him whose armor had been beaten into submission, and an Overlord-ranked mage wearing one of Ray's robes. Tell the guild master what you told me. Hugo demanded the moment they entered, skipping the small talk. Alright, well, you know how the ladies of the Dark Light host triggered a special event in the dungeon when they entered? The warrior began. Carl nodded. With an extra boss and all, yes. The three groups who went there after didn't see the change, so we thought it was a one-time thing. But today, we were short a mage, so we brought Ruth, who was with their team that day. And from the moment that we entered, the whole dungeon was on hard mode difficulty. The rest of the Overlord group your ladies accompanied went ahead of schedule, and they're inside now with a totem-ranked healer. It's triggered for them, too. Anyone who got the achievement, and who enters the dungeon again, triggers hard mode. The warrior explained frantically. Carl nodded. And this is a bad thing. It sounds like it's a great chance to get better loot. Now that you know it will happen, you can plan teams appropriately. Ruth laughed and patted Carl on the shoulder. You're missing the important part, guild leader. We can't plan an appropriate team to do it again. We don't have the right classes or the necessary abilities. Our team managed to finish the dungeon, but it took 8 hours, and we barely survived. Unless we suddenly have a whole different dungeon team, there is no way that we can do that every week. The hard mode difficulty requires that we either bring your ladies, or that those of us who got the achievement never go in that dungeon again. She informed him in a dry tone. Carl shrugged. I can likely help you resolve that issue. Both the classes and the abilities. You see, the Blue Dragons have an experiment going to help the warriors change classes. We think that we can improve the tanks to paladins and crusaders. Then we will work on skills for the others to make them better than basic warrior damage dealers. But as far as abilities, I can make accessories with the core skills you will need until the tanks can advance. It's not a big deal for me to make them all amulets or something with limited invulnerability on it. If they're beastkin or dragonkin, they should be able to use bestial regeneration as well. That will take a load off the healers, who we can give extra mana storage and more efficient healing items to. Hard mode isn't impossible, as you proved already. It's just a matter of gear and composition. Hugo took a seat and placed a bottle of rum from his inventory on the table, then poured himself a healthy dose into a cup of coffee. What are the odds that you can make warriors into paladins? The class is all defensive and healing skills. But it really is perfect for the tanks. He asked. Almost guaranteed. Is there a system-link trial or area that isn't a dungeon here? Carl asked. Hugo nodded. The Dragon Temple has a trial ground for testing cleric improvements. We can ask them to borrow it. Carl smiled. I will tell them that it's a project of the Blue Dragons, and they shouldn't give us too much hassle. Bring more of the Overlord-ranked tanks here, and we will see who can become a paladin. Sapphire, we need you upstairs. I found Overlord-ranked volunteers to become paladins, if you can teach them to lay on hands. The Blue Dragon ran up with a book in her arms, the skill book in question, and then paused when she looked at the warrior in damaged armor. This is the volunteer. He doesn't look like the sort. The warrior laughed. No, I am one of the team leaders, not a tank. I only came to explain the issue we had in the dungeon. The tanks are on their way. Carl, will you also be making them items if they advance their class? Hugo asked. Carl nodded. If they can make it to Paladin and reduce the warrior overload, I will gift one epic grade, Overlord ranked item to them as an advancement present. Suitable to their role as tank, of course. Hugo smiled. Very generous of you. Now, we just have to hope that the plan works. Sapphire laughed. Oh, I don't think that it will be an issue. I have studied the skill that Carl has in the library archives, and I believe that he will be able to make sure that the advancement happens, even if we have to give them another extra skill. Carl's expression made Hugo laugh. The monster man surely could do it, but he was sure that Carl had just been volunteered for extra work by the knowledge-obsessed dragon. There was no way that she would let the chance to know what did work pass without fully testing it. The Overlord-ranked tanks were getting used to various people running toward the Dark Light Host Manor, so it was no real shock when it was their turn to be called for by the guild masters. Ah, welcome everyone. How are we going to do this? Guild Master Hugo greeted them as the tanks entered. Sapphire frowned at the number of warriors in the room. She was not writing that many books. Not happening. I am going to teach Carl a new skill, and then he will use his affinity for beast and dragonkin to transfer it to all of you. She decided. Thor laughed as he came out to watch the show, and Carl took the opportunity to tease him. Done pouting about your Tessa being gone for the wedding planning? I wasn't pouting. It's just not as fun when she's not here. Then Thor spoke out loud. I will create a consecrated area that should make the spell transfer more effective. Consecration certainly wouldn't hurt anything, Carl assumed. Sapphire gave him the Lay on Hands book, and Carl opened the cover, learning the spell, while Tion snorted in derision. Such an inferior healing spell, he complained. It's an introductory spell for warriors. Carl reminded him. That made sense to the little fox. Warriors tended to be brutish and dumb, but dangerous. Thor activated the circle of holy magic around Carl, and motioned for the nearest warrior to come forward. One at a time, and Carl will teach as many of you the skill as possible. Thor instructed. The first of the tanks stepped forward into the circle of holy light, and Carl extended his finger, while speaking in ancient Dwarven. Poke. Champion Carl offers knowledge. The warrior looked stunned as he stepped back, and another man took his spot. But it was more than just stunned, he was in the class upgrade menu, as the application of the lay on hands skill had immediately triggered the option to advance to Paladin, and the system had been waiting multiple ranks for him to get a skill that would unlock a class option. Unlike Carl's group, who went into the dungeon or trial the moment that they suspected that they would be able to advance, these warriors had been through the dungeon hundreds of times after they became eligible. They just didn't have the qualifications to unlock any of the other classes. Hugo realized what was going on the moment that the second man's gaze went vacant, and arranged for the others to move them to a safe sitting spot while they explored the class options. Oh, this is wonderful. So many not warriors. Sapphire sighed with a wistful expression. Hugo chuckled. Are we doing all the warriors? Because I have a few mages who wouldn't mind a chance to leave the basic class. Carl shrugged. It's more likely to work with the lower-level members. Most of the totems and myths should already have other skills that should have activated the option. But, if there are still some stuck in base classes, I can at least try. Hugo shook his head. I meant the Overlord-ranked mages. The rest can work it out on their own, we recruited them for their skills. If that's the case, then I don't see an issue with doing some of them later, when I have an appropriate skill pick to try to trigger an advancement. Mages are a bit more tricky, as there are so many ways that they can go. But I only know a few options for warriors. Either Paladin, Crusader, Berserker, or possibly Blood Knight. But I'm not sure that the skill I have in mind will trigger that last one. Hugo looked intrigued, but not nearly as excited as Sapphire. What do you think will trigger Blood Knight? Life Steal. That might do if you have an advanced version. She suggested. I have Life Steal and Essence Transfer. Which is basically an advanced Life Steal. One of the two should be able to trigger the class, I think. Carl agreed. What would you use to trigger Crusaders? Hugo asked. Holy Blast. The mage smiled. Yeah, that makes sense. If there is any spell that would create a Crusader from a warrior, that's the one. Carl motioned for more of the tanks to come forward so that they could finish their work for the evening. The success rate had been 100% so far, and that was a wonderful sign for the experiments that Sapphire was hoping to run. An hour later, they had a full team of paladins, with no more standard warriors among the tanks for the Overlord-ranked teams. You know, we're going to ask you to at least try for the totem-ranked tanks, right? Perhaps not all paladins, but there are still entry-class warriors among them. Carl shrugged. No harm in trying. If you want to bring them by, I can try now. Or I can get started on the gifts for our new paladins. The warriors had completely forgotten about that. The class alone was a huge gift for them, so a free bit of gear was just an extra bonus, far beyond what they would have expected. Alright, bring the totems over and let's make them all not warriors. That should improve the next run's results. I don't know what we're going to do about the whole advanced dungeon situation, though. If we improve the gear for all the overlords, that will solve it easily enough, but it might be necessary to start giving out some improved skills to the damage dealers as well. If the tanks are improved and still taking too much damage for the healers to work with, it's either a gear issue, or the damage dealers slacking. But a couple of long-duration damage skills, like golems, can help make up for some of both of those issues. Sapphire nodded. All mages should be golem mages at this point. There is no good reason for them not to be. Hugo gave her a confused look. You mean other than the fact that the local branch of the church only sells 5 golem skill books a year? Sapphire shrugged. They're a lot of work, and we don't like doing it. Hugo chuckled. And now I have the real reason. But you have a point. Not all inscriptionists are in the church library, so someone should have managed to make a business of selling golem skill books by now. They're just hoarding them to drive the price up. Drive the price up, you say? Carl asked. I should have kept my mouth shut. But yes, the golem skill book goes for as much as a totem-ranked armor suit. Carl smiled. Well, I think that I can likely do it for a bit less than that. Guild Alliance special pricing. However, they have to bring snacks. They were getting desperately short on kitchen staff with all the new additions. Carl gave Hugo a conspiratorial smirk. You do have golems, don't you? The big mage laughed. I do have the golems. I even have more golems. The greater golem spell. I believe that the mage in your overlord group has the same one, with dragon hounds. Carl nodded. Indeed she does. But if there are others in your guild who are missing it, bring them here. And bring cake. I don't want to go back to the guild house to get dinner. From the kitchen, someone laughed. Relax, we are cooking. I know that it's not part of our duties here, but we enjoy cooking. One of the Dragonkin runecrafters joked. If you're short on ingredients, let me know. I've got a bunch stored that might not be in the house. A bunch of stored food was a vast understatement, given how much was growing not only in the beast space, but also in the tiny world. Not all of that was edible to most species, but enough of it was that they wouldn't have to fear going hungry. The Dragonkin nodded. Miss Lotus stocked up the kitchen so that everyone could make snacks when we wanted, but her definition of snack is very broad, so there is a fully stocked pantry here. Still, Carl sent a message to Davis, requesting that he find enough kitchen staff for the Xylaz Guild house, even if they didn't actually live here full-time. There was a portal and plenty of room for worker lodging, so he could just keep them here during their shifts and let them go home on the weekend. Got it, boss. I have a stack of applications from residents of the suburbs. I can send them over right away if you need chefs. Davis replied. Just make sure that they're not too skittish. We get a lot of totem and mythic ranked visitors, and the auras can be pretty overwhelming for those at lower ranks. Working in the Alliance house would be a nightmare of powerful aura overloads for most commander and royal ranked kitchen staff from Drod. Anyone over that rarely worked in the kitchens anymore, but Carl had faith in Davis to find him someone. A couple of minutes later, the response came. They will be there in 15 minutes. They just need to pack for the week. More of the Alliance members were arriving, and the atmosphere was becoming more of a party as the others realized that the tanks were all paladins now. Especially among the healers. After all, the greatest advantage of the paladins was their holy magic, which was primarily focused on defense and self-healing. Mages, if you don't have golems, please go talk to Carl. He's got the ability to give most of you the golem spell. The fee will be put on the Guild Alliance account, and the guild masters will settle the debt in the morning. Hugo announced. That was the best news that any of the mages could have gotten. Free spells were even better than free gear. Not only would they get a new ability, like the most expensive of gear, but it would also be one that would endure if they wanted to change outfits. How does the ability work? The mythic mage who had gotten the idol dress asked. You don't have golems? Carl asked. She shrugged. I never got around to buying the spell. I specialize in burst damage. Carl smiled and patted her on the head, which made her give him a confused frown. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, golem, will be transferred to the lovely idol Annabelle. The mage laughed as the skill transferred, and began to spin in a happy dance that reminded Carl a lot of a happy lotus. I get it. Monster Man is highly attuned to beast-type pets. So, he can transfer skills with head pats. All you ugly guys are screwed. She laughed. The paladins just stared at her. Did she think that Carl gave them all the same treatment? No, that was clearly reserved for her. But they all followed her when she ran outside to see what she got for golems. Annabelle summoned her new golems, and then stared at them in confusion. I think they're broken. Carl shrugged. What were you thinking of when you summoned them? There is a theory that the first casting can be shaped by intent. But once they're set, they're set. They both stared at the pair of mafia goons in black suits with swords in their hands and distinctly incubi horns and tails, then Carl smirked at the mage. You were reading a romance novel before you were called over, weren't you? That's definitely the lead from a romance book. Twins, no less. He added. After another moment of shock, Annabelle swapped outfits to her new dress armor, and then went to pose with her mafia golem guards. There is something broken in her brain. Hugo whispered. Possibly, but now she's got golems. Carl agreed. Annabelle made her golems put their blades away, but didn't dismiss them as she came back into the house. Instead, she kept them as bodyguards, flanking her like she was an actual idol. In a way, she was. All the myths were famous, even here. But it was still funny when most of these people had known her for years, and knew her as a combat mage. One of the totem-ranked mages came over and tilted her head for Carl to pat. You're corrupting them all. Hawk laughed. Carl transferred the golem skill again, and she raced outside to go test the spell. It was too crowded in the main room to be summoning golems. Especially if you didn't know what size they would be. How about a handshake? A tall dragonkin man asked. You know, I just poked the paladins. The head pats are something like a running joke. Carl replied. Then he shook the mage's hand and granted the golem skill. There were many more mages who needed the skill, but the room was getting crowded already, and the party was starting to overflow the main room. They would have to find their way to Carl, but the guests were good about leaving him enough space to continue granting the golem skill, so that all the totem and overlord mages could have it for their next run. Even a little more damage would be a great help to all the groups. Especially if someone got golems that could help tank. Tion, Opal, could you please set up the upstairs for me? Just arrange the chairs and such for guests. Got it. Opal is sending her illusions to do it now. Tion replied. Opal also sent a group of them to help in the kitchen and deliver the drinks and snacks. Then, one of the gargoyles led a group of demons up the stairs, nudging them toward Carl. Oh, the new hires, right? It's an impromptu party, so I will let you get settled in after. Carl greeted the man in front. No worries. Davis explained the situation, and the gargoyles let us drop off our luggage on the way up. Are we doing a full dinner service, or just appetizers and drinks? Appetizers and drinks. The guests have brought many of them already. I instructed them to bring snacks and cake. The celebration for the tanks grew by the minute, until it not only filled the main and top floors of the house, but also the garden, the street outside, and many of the nearby yards. That was excellent news to Sapphire, as she had received so many more volunteers to test her class advancement theories and provide research data that could be presented to the church. The larger the sample size, the better. Especially if they were at multiple ranks. It would be a lot of work to make all those skill books, and she couldn't ask for Carl to do all the skill transfers, as that would mess up the data. But she had patience. Probably more patience than the 100 warriors who were eager to become crusaders and find out what life was like as more than a basic warrior. Holy Blast really would be the best spell to try to trigger the advancement. Sensing truth was also one of the signature skills of a crusader. But if she gave that to them instead, there was no telling if they would end up as an infiltration specialized class, or if it would advance them at all. However, giving them holy magic certainly would. Today had saved her days of work gathering a suitable group of volunteers, even if these were more powerful volunteers than they had been planning to use at the start. The party was in full swing when Carl got a message from Wendy at the Drod Guild house. Mr. Carl. There is a large group of strange people here to see you. They say that the governor sent them. Right, they were still waiting for the gardeners. Constantly adding more people like this was too much hassle, and Carl was glad that it was almost over. At least he had gotten the tiny world ready for their arrival, even if he was still working to optimize the fundamental rules in the space. He should be able to continue that after they were there. It was just the expansion of the space that he really needed to do in advance. Guild Masters, if you will excuse me for a moment, I need to go pick up a few more workers for the guild, and then I will return once they are settled in. Carl explained. Hugo smiled and nodded. We can sort out the chaos with the overlords later. I suspect that Lady Sapphire will be willing to help us over the next few days so that we can get better damage dealers on the main Overlord rank team. Carl shook his hand and then went downstairs to use the portal instead of opening a new one to go to the guild house. What he found when he arrived was certainly not what he expected. He had been told that they were nature lovers who lived in a temple, and that they didn't get along well with the towns in their area. But he hadn't expected this. The group was a mix of beastkin, dragons, demons and elves. But they were all wearing next to nothing, and what they did have on was basic tanned hide or rough cloth. How about we move this to a new location? It will help me explain. Carl suggested, then opened the tiny world's entrance for them. The elf in the lead bowed politely, and then led her group through. That was when Carl noticed the real oddity. There were no men. He had been convinced to take in even more random women. Was he told about this? Probably. He must have just forgotten who they were sending. Alright, we might as well start the introduction here. These fields are all magical plants for the alchemists. Right now, I've been using illusionary workers to do the gardening, but that's not optimal. To my left are the swamps, also home to many magical plants, and 3 species of fish. They help balance the ecosystem, so try not to overfish them or let them overpopulate the swamp. To my right is the lake, again, more fish, and the bottom of the lake has been optimized to grow water element magical crystals. There is an empty village within the mountain range over there, and that house is a replica of the guild house that we just came from. I don't know where you prefer to stay, but there is currently nobody else in here. The alchemy rooms in the guild house get regular use, as well as the dragon perches on the mountain. There should be more than enough for everyone, no need to fight for a spot to rest. Now, ask any immediate questions you have, and I will try to answer them. All of this is free for us to wander. Like, there are no off-limits areas? The elf who was leading the group asked. Yes, it's all free for you to explore, live on, maintain. In fact, visiting most of it will be a necessary part of your employment, as we've planted magical resources everywhere. Just don't mess with things that others have left here. The training grounds can be changed for use, but don't destroy the equipment left behind. The same with rooms in the guild house. Pick any empty room, don't mess with other people's stuff. There is an alchemy room through the library, in the hidden city area. It's best not to mess with that at all. Alchemy is a precise process, and Remy will not be happy if someone ruins a potion in progress. Carl explained. So the rule is basically just, be good neighbors. Are any of the others prudish? Carl shook his head. Not particularly. There are a few dragon clerics, and some magical beasts. Remy, the alchemist, is a Naga queen. But none of them are particularly prudish or strict about rules. The elf looked around, her eyes glowing with some sort of spell, and then turned to her group. What do you think? Is this suitable? She asked. One by one, they nodded. This place is good. It's got plenty of farmland, everything else that we need, and he said that we can do what we want as long as we don't bother anyone or let the magical crops wither. That made some of them laugh. They were mostly nature goddess-aligned druids or witches, and more than capable of taking care of the crops and the wilderness. You have a deal, guild master. The elf agreed. Guild employees verified. Suddenly, one of the dragons transformed, revealing a shaggy green leaf-covered body. A forest dragon, Carl realized. He hadn't seen one of them in ages. But she was already gone, flying off to go splash in the lake. Thank you for your kindness, guild leader. We will assess the state of all the crops and make sure that everything is perfect. The elf explained. That seemed like a dismissal to Carl, and he turned to leave while the druids began to argue about who got to go to the best areas first, and whether they should opt for indoor rooms or set up an outdoor camp. Wait, before you leave, does it rain here? This place feels like a separate space. The elf asked. Carl nodded. I have set up day and night cycles, as well as weather. It rains one day a week, but the humidity is much higher around the swamp, and the temperatures aren't the same everywhere. Carl watched as the group compromised, and set up a camp by the fields, then set up cooking utensils at the camp in the swamp that was set up for the Naga visitors, and finally arranged a campsite at the shore of the lake, on the edge of the beach. They also sent someone to look in the guild house replica, who gave them an approving double thumbs up gesture, and then one that Carl guessed meant that the kitchen was stocked, as the gesture looked like eating. The Green Dragon cleric stocked the pantry, but there should still be more space if you want to add ingredients that she didn't choose. Carl offered. The elf nodded, then began to strip down to change into an apron. Just the apron. So, that's what they meant about prudes. We have great spells for creating food, and I have 1,000 years of cooking experience. If there is one thing that we don't need to fear, it is starvation. She laughed. All right, I will let everyone settle in. I come here fairly often to work on the fundamental rules in the space, as well as my own knowledge. Just let me know if you need anything. Eventually, he would tell her that aprons were usually worn over clothing. But if his guess was right, the minimal amount of clothing that they wore, like the thick green robes that the druids working in the swamp had changed into, were more like protective gear than fashion. Hawk laughed as he came out into the tiny world to fly around for a while and explore the space. Lotus is going to love these people. They're already working on growing coffee on the slopes of the mountain. Plus, half of them are naked and planning on playing in the lake all day. That sounded like peak Lotus behavior. Druids, witches and green dragon clerics had a lot in common. But while Carl was getting the new hires settled in to maintain the plants of the tiny world, Lotus and the others were finishing their cram session for the wedding plans. They had even planned a date. 1 month later, on the day with what Matilda had determined to be the perfect moonlight for the end of the party. It would highlight their decorations just right in the areas outside the main party area, and encourage the partygoers to have more fun and drink less heavily. Nobody doubted her visions of the future. They had seen what she could do with them. The world wasn't as isolated as it seemed, it was actually connected to the immortal realm in hundreds of places. But the supreme ranked dragon kept those places hidden or locked away, and had placed a spell over them to make them less detectable on the other side. There were still a few occasions where someone tried to push through, usually in an attempt to gather slaves or servants for the immortal realm, but when they did, she would foresee it, and place defenses over the area. She did it reflexively after millennia of practice, but it still needed to be done if this world was going to be protected until it could support a spell that would isolate it completely. The immortal realm could just live without one of the billions of mortal worlds to lord their supremacy over. It wasn't like they were actually short on mortal realms to plunder. Every resident of the immortal realm could have 100 mortal realm planets to themselves, and they would never run out of them. The problem was that there were only so many that were even worth plundering. Nobody wanted the ones that were completely devoid of magic, the ones which had never developed a sentient species, or the ones where the sentient species on them were entirely too hostile to be tamed. The insectoid worlds under the beast and spider gods. Definitely in low demand. Not zero, there was a market for everything if you looked long enough, but far from what anyone would consider to be sought after. Once upon a time, Matilda had considered being one of those immortals, who would claim an entire world for themselves to experiment upon and exploit. But when she looked into the future, it was utterly boring. With too much influence from herself, the outcomes were utterly predictable. Complete randomization led to patterns of probability, and her mind was too sharp to miss them. So, she had remained here, where she was born, and nominated herself as protector as she watched the world advance and regress, make brilliant empires and tear them down with poor decisions. Just the right amount of chaos to keep her life enjoyable. Tell me again why the wedding has to be in 1 month. Don't you usually need like half a year for everyone to plan their attendance, get time off, travel to the location and such? Dana asked as they were packing to return to their daily lives. Because the traditional wedding ceremony involves a spell that can only be done when the celestial alignment and magical state of the planet are right, and the next one for you and Carl is more than 2 years away if we miss this one. If we wait that long, he's probably going to be a myth, and his power will be dragging him away from you. But once we do the wedding, and the soul bond is in place, that won't be a concern. Matilda explained. How a soul bond would change the difference in their power levels was something that the Chaos Dragon always managed to skim over, using, "you will understand once it's in place," as an excuse. So, Dana packed the last of her belongings from the resort in the Chaos Realm where Matilda had brought them to plan, and followed everyone through the portal back to Xylas. Lotus laughed as she stepped into the Alliance house, where Carl was meditating on a beanbag chair on the top floor. "Oh, that is different. It's only been like 3 days here, not a whole month of intensive wedding planning. This is good, I like it. Plus, the goddess says that Carl found new friends for me to hang out with. Oh, there are new staff too. Hello." Then the cleric was off to the kitchen, intent on meeting the newly arrived staff that Davis had sent over from Drod. Naksha watched the nature cleric and the demons immediately get into an argument as Lotus tried adding ingredients to whatever they were cooking, but it looked more like they were insulted than actually angry. They sent cooking-obsessed obsession demons to work the kitchen. This is bad news for Lotus. The black dragon chuckled. Yeah, they're not going to be as flexible with their recipes as Tessa is. But this place is spotless. I think that they sent a caretaker as well. We should ask Carl how many people he hired while we were away. Dana agreed. Beside her, a gargoyle made a chirping laugh, and Dana knew that it wouldn't be just a handful of party staff, cooks and cleaners for the Alliance house. It was time to go find Carl. But before she headed upstairs to see what he was doing, she checked the guild roster. That would tell her much more easily if there were new people. New guild members, 24. New guild employees, 86. Now, she definitely had some questions about what he had been doing while they were gone. "Welcome back, my love. Did you ladies have a good trip?" Carl greeted Dana as she walked up the stairs. "We did. The wedding is set for 1 month from today, well, 29 days. I see that you were busy while we were gone. You found all sorts of new members and employees." Dana replied. Carl held his arms open wide, encouraging Dana to sit on his lap while they talked. "I did. The employees are formerly from a village in Drod that was having issues with their neighbors. They're taking care of the magical plants in the tiny world. The extra guild members are all sculptors, tailors and blacksmiths. Most of the tailors didn't become guild members, they're employees, but we did add one to the guild roster, just for the chance to learn more from Ray. I will have to get her to go see them now that you're all back. Are you happy with how all the plans went? Still need to change anything?" Carl asked as Dana settled down on his lap and leaned against his chest. "No, we covered everything to perfection. I know that you weren't there for it, but we had Ray, Remy and Kara, so it still felt like we were getting your input. They know you pretty well." Carl laughed at her response. Not only did they know him well, they could check his thoughts to see if he objected to random ideas. Despite the distance, they weren't cut off from their link. "You all returned just in time. The winter social is in a few days, and the Guild Alliance is eager to get to show off. I've made you ladies some new decorative accessories using the materials from the monthly delivery of goods that the last Challengers Guild dropped off. They came out very well, and the master sculptors put in some overtime so that they would be ready when you all returned." Carl explained. He smiled when Dana squirmed in his lap, turning to face him properly. "You didn't do anything crazy, did you?" she demanded. "Of course not. I only created a new set of accessories. Totem rank, epic grade. They're impressive, but I have made dozens more necklaces at that quality since you've been gone. Most of the Mythic team will be wearing them to the social to show off the fact that the Alliance has master crafters, but I'm told that it is as much a fashion show as it is a social event, so Ray is going to love it." Dana smiled. It had been a good month to be Ray. "Is there anything in particular that you would like for me to make you? I know that Ray has plans for all of the major events, but not every event needs to be perfectly designed to raise taste. Carl suggested. Dana winked, then kissed his chin and whispered in his ear. The events I'm thinking of don't need clothing. I've missed you. Carl disagreed. Unwrapping his Dana was half the fun. He wrapped an arm under her thighs and stood up, then opened a portal to their bedroom. Ladies, we will see you all tomorrow. Lotus, the tiny world's entrance is open in the gargoyle garden, not far from the portal to Drod. If you want to meet the rest of the employees, that is. Dana laughed as Carl's hand began working the buttons on her top before they were even through the portal, and then she sighed in relief as they were finally alone again. Soft silk slid down her arms, then vanished into her inventory as Carl removed it from her body. She had always been weak to his touch, but today the effect was on an entirely new level. Every touch sent shivers through her body, and the moment that his tongue caressed her skin, making gentle swirls as Carl kissed his way from her neck downward, her mind went completely blank. Dana mewed in pleasure as Carl showed her just how much he had missed her presence, but her mind betrayed her before she could tell him the same. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the pleasure washed over her, and her consciousness faded. The next thing she knew, she was under the covers, draped across Carl, and the sunlight was streaming in their window, meaning that he had brought her to the Drod Guild house, not to their room in the Alliance house. What exactly was that last night? She muttered to herself, blinking the sleep out of her eyes. Carl rumbled in amusement beneath her. Well, if you don't know, then I've been doing my job all wrong. Dana swatted his chest. Not that, you big idiot. It was like my whole body was electrified, and my mind went blank, then I just passed out. I've never felt anything like it before. Carl paused, carefully reviewing everything that had happened the evening before. He had been meditating to improve his understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation when the ladies returned, so maybe that had something to do with it. A moment of focus brought him back to that post-meditative state, with energy flowing through him, but Dana had no response. However, when he ran his hand across her belly, she moaned in pleasure, and Carl felt the energy in her body shift. That was it. He was unconsciously altering the mana in her body to follow his will, but the effect was stronger than she could handle. So, if he was going to continue using the trick, he would have to practice. Does this count as learning a new technique? Opal asked from her space. That depends on whether he can turn it into a named skill, or if he just turns Dana into a puddle while trying. Remy replied. Carl tuned the pair out. If they wanted to be nosy, he would just ignore them. Besides, turning this into a skill just might make him the most popular man on the planet if he taught it to others. By lunch, Dana was pleading for mercy, and beginning to lose control of her beast form transformation. The instincts that had been imparted to her from the Stonefur divine fox magic used in her advancement demanded that she transform and dig her claws into Carl to make sure he didn't escape, but her human mind knew that he wasn't planning to go anywhere. Not when he was having so much fun tormenting her in all the best ways. Stop, stop. Let me rest and eat. Your dedication to training is commendable, but we're not all superhumans. Dana complained, then nipped at Carl's chest before transforming back into human form. Fine, but I'm warning you, I will perfect that technique before our wedding night. Carl carried her to the shower, then realized that her legs would not support her, so they were going to have to shower in this position, then he would carry her down to breakfast. You know that the bride needs to survive until the wedding, right? She looks exhausted, and she's only been back for half a day. Tessa joked when Carl carried Dana down to lunch. I will work on that. Training mana control got a bit out of hand. Carl agreed. Tessa smirked, then gestured for the kitchen staff to bring out the food. Well, you're right on time for breakfast, anyhow. The bread just cooled enough to cut. Ophelia made a vague gesture. There is a lot of new equipment in the guild storage, what's that all about? Like a lot of new equipment. Carl chuckled. Check out the workshop in Drod. I did some renovations, and we got just a few new workers. Sculptors, blacksmiths and tailors to go with our runecrafters. So, we've got more people working. Now, that makes sense. At least there is a chance that the gear orders will get fulfilled. I see that Sapphire has been busy as well. She has made quite the variety of accessories, all with slightly different enhancements. But I do notice that they're all blue. She's only upgrading blue items. Ophelia laughed. Carl checked the inventory and chuckled. Indeed. Some robes and armor, mostly accessories. Fortunately, we have lightning, water and fire gems in blue for her to work with. It shouldn't limit her range of enchantments too much if she wants everyone to know that a blue dragon made them. Carl also noticed that all the items were totem ranked, despite the dragon being at the mythical rank. She was actually focusing on what they were intending to sell, and not just testing the limits of her skill. She might have kept a few other pieces for herself, but what was in the inventory was all appropriate for sale. I should put these up in the Guild Alliance listings, so that members know that we've got them for sale. Carl sighed. Dana turned on his leg to look up at him. I think it's time that I got a trade skill as well. All the new hires are becoming experts, but the core group has still been holding out, and I'm not sure that there is a good reason for that. Wait. We have an idea. One of the Lala bunnies shouted from the back door of the house. What's up? Dana asked, patting the girl's head as she ran up. I have a cooking trade skill book. You can do the twirl whoosh mish mash thing and make a new skill, right? Ultra mega super cooking. She exclaimed. Give me that book. Hawk demanded. You want to cook? Carl asked, shocked. It is the art of using fire to turn mice into better mice. Hawk replied in a sage voice. He had a good point. But what he actually wanted to master was the art of barbecue, not the entire discipline of cooking. If I use the book, it's gone. But I can teach others. So, let me pay you. How much do you want? Carl asked. The bunny smirked. For advancement potions. Just enough that the bunnies get ahead of the boys by a rank. Carl confirmed, and she bobbed her head happily. Well, I guess it would encourage them to work hard to catch up to their bunnies. Alright, I will give you 4 advancement potions as soon as Remy can make them. The cooking skill book vanished, and Tessa gave Carl a confused look. Who wanted to be a cook? Kara? I can't see it being Thor or Opal. Maybe Hawk. Carl smiled. Yes, Hawk. Cooking is a fire-related skill, after all. But now that Hawk had cooking, Carl saw what Lala was talking about. If he combined runecrafting with cooking, he got mystic cooking. Did anyone want to be a special sort of cook? Unfortunately for the Lala bunnies, they've already got a trade skill, so it can't be them. Perhaps our new chef. The obsession demon gave a fist pump in celebration. She was obviously not going to say no to an advanced version of her obsession. Carl held out a hand, and she came over to put her head under it, while Carl activated the "Follow me little one." Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to the culinary connoisseur Callisto. Yes. First person with the new cooking skill. She cheered. Then she held out her hand, and a new cookbook appeared in it. Alright, ladies. Let's start getting prepped for dinner. I have new recipes to work with. Callisto announced. Dana laughed as the cook ran back to the pantry and started grabbing stuff out. Hey, I want to cook too. Lotus complained. You're sure? No changing after you pick. Carl reminded her. Me, change from a specialty in making pastries and sweet things? Lotus asked in a sarcastic tone. You're right. That answer should have been obvious. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to the healing tree Lotus. Yes. Oh, so many ideas. You can add short-term buffs to food. I can have healing buff pie. Lotus cheered, then ran to join Callisto in the pantry. They were going to be eating well this week. He should teach this skill to the abbeys in Drod as well. Dana shook her head in dismay at Lotus' excitement. The Alliance members weren't going to know what hit them when they came to ask for healers for the Overlord-ranked dungeons. If they thought that Ray making them change clothes was extreme, just wait until they had to test Lotus' new baking experiments. Though, that was probably still less extreme than letting Remy test experiments on them. At least Lotus was going to be making things intended to be edible. I will take the Runemaster skill. That way we can work together. Dana insisted. Carl nodded, and granted her 2 skills. Runemaster and Skill Book. Both of those skills were going to be useful to her in the near future because they were planning to sell skills to help others advance. Plus, she had skills that Ray wanted, and those would have to be taught by book. Some of the skills, Ray was going to be incompatible with, but she had high hopes for, Greater Golem, and a few of Dana's new sword skills. Golem duplication was a wonderful skill. Carl quickly double-checked that he had given the skill back to Dana, and made a new mental note to give her the extra copy of the book. Though, now she could make a copy for herself. Anyone else want a trade skill? We can probably arrange the majority of them. Carl suggested. Naksha shook her head, as did Tessa. But Ophelia looked like she had a plan. I think I want to try tailoring. Well, leatherworking. There aren't nearly enough female berserker clothing options on this continent. If we increase the fashionability, we could get more berserkers. She decided. Carl chuckled. Well, it's easy enough to create berserkers from warriors with a skill transfer. We might even be able to make more bear totem berserkers if we do it right. If we teach them beast form and then berserk terror, they should get an animal totem berserker that matches their beast form. Ophelia chuckled. That sounds like a lot of fun. Making all the warriors holy sorts is just too boring, and it will lead to another version of the same issue, where everyone has the same skills. Just slightly better skills. But if you make some of them berserkers or rangers, it should cut down on the issues a little. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, runic leatherworking, will be transferred to the cuddle bear Ophelia. Ophelia smiled as she accepted the skill. It wasn't master tailoring like Ray had learned, and she could put her own runes on things, but she would be more limited in the items that she could put bonuses on. That still wasn't bad. She wanted to make more items for berserkers, and there was nothing more berserker than leather pants and furs. Heavy armor was a good defensive measure, but it really cramped your style. Ray smiled at Ophelia. There were spider tailors in Drod now, and an Ophelia in Xylas. She could go back and forth, working with both to turn out a wonderful new line of clothing for the guild. Well, now we've got new skills, but the same issue. We need to get everyone ready for the winter social event. It's a huge party, and the Alliance will be using it to show off. Carl reminded them. Ophelia nodded. Plus, we get to show off. Forget that we're making all the accessories, the world should know that the Dark Light Host really is an enviable guild to be in. Matilda will send her vampire to join us for the party. She's busy doing things, but Tiffany isn't. Kara added. Just remind her that we will be decorating her vampire to match. I know that the old dragon likes to tease her. Carl informed her. Got it. It shouldn't be a problem. Ray already had most of the outfits that she wanted everyone to wear to the festival prepared, they just needed accessories. But the winter social wasn't just one night, it was 3 whole days of an extended weekend, and they would need different outfits for all of them. At least, Ray assumed that they would. The Alliance wasn't putting on an official party of their own, like so many others did, but there was the big party in the middle of town, and then she was sure that someone would invite them to events on the other 2 nights. The first one was the most important, as the Alliances introduced their top members and there was a judged fashion contest. The rest were all networking. While that wasn't the most important aspect to the Dark Light Host, it would increase the Alliance's popularity, and set them up for fewer challengers when the next round of dungeon control contests came. "We're not going in Dark Light Host Guild colors theme, are we?" Ophelia asked. Ray shook her head. "No, that wouldn't work with everyone's complexion. It works well on the vampires because they're already so pale. But a black and white outfit with brown fur. I can do so much better." Carl smiled as the two began discussing Berserker and Werbear fashion, then bounced Dana on his knee. "Should we get to work as well? Ray has given me a list of fashionable accessories needed for the totems and myths, but there are plenty of accessories waiting to be made from Overlord-ranked materials as well. If you want to make a statement with your skills, now is the perfect time to start," he suggested. "Oh, that is a wonderful idea. How about doing necklaces and amulets first? They're the most visible, and having a big bonus on them would be the first thing that others notice. You can take care of the big names, I will do a bunch for the overlords in the Alliance who are already waiting," Dana suggested. Carl smiled. Sapphire was already doing most of the ones for the totem-ranked members, but the accessories fit for the myths would all be the totem rank, totem grade items, and those took far longer than average to make. There are pre-made gems from the other runecrafters that you can set into accessories. Making skill gems is taxing, but Sapphire has decided that it's the best way forward for most of the others, as the gem decides the peak quality that the skill can be used at, as long as they don't energize it when they finish. You just insert the pre-made gem into the item, then complete the whole thing as one item," Carl explained. With thousands of tiny characters put on every gem, it was possibly the best handwriting training that any of them could get. And with the elemental creation abilities of their sculptors, there was no longer a shortage of overlord rank and lower elemental gems. Carl and Dana were seated at a crafting table that afternoon, while Dana went through the basics of her new craft, and made accessories for the other overlords in the dungeon raiding teams. All they really need is more damage. That was the first thing that all of us noticed, anyhow. The gear they had was mostly mediocre, but when compounded by the fact that they don't have all the extra skills that come with an advanced class, they really suffer. It's like, the advanced class skills do much more damage per strike at the same level, even though they're not at the epic skill level of damage. So, Dana was focusing on adding skill damage, attack speed and strength to the items. For the warriors, even when they were using cleave or slash from a distance, the power behind the sword increased the damage done by the attack, so they still gained from increased strength. It was a strange combination, but who were they to argue with the system's math? The accessories were understated, at the request of the warriors. Mostly simple silver and iron-colored bracelets, rings and necklaces. But the sculptors of the guild had come up with the perfect warrior accessory. They had made a sand cast to create skull rings that were black gold on one side, white gold on the other. They were cast small, as the material was totem ranked and valuable, but the section black and white was very obviously Darklight Host, and the skull ring motif was incredibly popular with the warriors. It was a bit of a waste to use them to make overlord-ranked enchantments, but Dana was putting in the effort to make them all epic-grade items, so at the very least they were more valuable than the materials. Plus, a single apprentice sculptor could turn out 100 of them in an hour, including buffing them out for use. So, after the cast was made, it was more of a side project for the sculpting team, to keep the others supplied while they worked on the real masterpieces. Even Carl was wearing one now, but he had given his increased luck and mana recovery to such an insane degree that the system decided it was a totem-grade item with only 2 stats. Even inert, the eyes of the ring seemed to absorb the light. On the other hand, he wore the life link ring that matched Dana's. Not in appearance, his was a simple mithril ring covered in black runes, but the 2 spells were linked, so you couldn't wound Dana without damage transferring to Carl. At least, when they were in range. You know, turning out hundreds of these skull rings really is boring. Dana sighed as she poured mana into another item. That is true. The drudgery of making bulk items is way worse than the complexity of making custom items. But think of how happy all the warriors will be. First, we upgraded their tanks, and now we're giving them rings that will increase their damage and attack speed. That's what they needed to get through the improved bosses now that they've unlocked hard mode in the dungeon. All that extra loot will be well worth the effort. Have they invited you guys along again? Carl replied. Dana nodded. Yeah, they want us to be part of the hard mode group every week now. The Alliance is skipping this week, because of the winter social. But the week after, we will be back at it again. Perfect, lots of time for everyone to get prepared. There is no holiday in Drod this week, so they'll get all stocked up. I just hope that the new tailors survive Ray's affection. As I understand it, they're all descended from weaver spiders, who specialize in silk production and tailoring. But they're not an aggressive species like the bloodbath spider, so Ray probably terrifies them. Carl joked. Dana frowned. I never thought of that. The majority of the beastkin are only a little terrified of Ray, and that's perfectly normal. But as fellow spiders, it's likely much worse for the tailors. Ray looked up as she sensed Carl talking about her. She was overseeing the clothing production lines in Drod, who were making winter-themed gowns for last-minute sales in the city tomorrow. The Alliance members all had pretty dresses for the event already, so it was time to start spreading her outfits around the city. But Carl had misunderstood the nature of spiders. Weaver spiders, and their beastkin offspring, were not prey to the bloodbath spiders. They made huge, beautiful webs that caught all sorts of prey, and naturally offered it to their powerful protectors as tribute. The instinct extended to the beastkin, who turned instantly compliant and submissive when Ray gave them instructions. She had managed to turn the process into a smooth and efficient sweatshop within an hour of arriving, but she was a benevolent mistress. She would only ask them to work a half day. She wasn't too picky about which 12 hours they worked, but overnight was better for sales, so she could take orders and make deliveries while the other species were awake. That also worked for the tailors, as they were nocturnal by nature. They were also being paid very well for their work, and the quality of life here was much better than at home, where the more physical spider species tended to bully them. Not that Ray didn't. But she bullied them as their boss, not for fun. Plus, the only thing that she demanded they do for her was work with the most beautiful, high-quality silks. They might not be obsession demons, but their love of crafting silk was nearly as intense. When she was finished tonight, Ray was certain that she would have at least 50 new dresses completed, with only a few in each style, as she had assigned each tailor a different project. She loved it when a plan came together. The blacksmiths and sculptors hardly even noticed that there were tailors taking over 2 of the buildings, one for living and one for working. The Drod Cavern, as they had taken to calling it, was still over half empty, even with all of them present and the orphanage brimming with kids. 2 buildings full of beastkin who only came outside once a day was hardly noticeable. By the time that the day of the winter social came around, Dana's fingers were thoroughly worn out and ready for a break. But the Guild Alliance looked wonderful. Everyone was rushing about the complex in their finery, looking for final personalized touches, reclaiming items that had been lent out, or meeting friends for a trip into the city. Carl waved as Ray appeared in the room with a smug smile and began dumping a pile of clothes on the table. Did the morning sales go well? He asked. Ray clicked her teeth the same way that she clicked her mandibles when she was happy. Yes, they paid extra to get just the right outfit this morning. I'm nearly sold out. But I don't know what to dress Nilla in. He says that he's not going out, so he hasn't let me style him yet. She explained. Have you informed him of this yet? Dana asked. Multiple times. I informed him that it was non-optional, and I've even made him a more manly umbrella, since he objected to the lace parasol. Now, come help me pick the right suit to complement my dress. I am taking him for coffee. Ray explained. From the other side of the room, Ophelia laughed. What's this? Ray is feeling romantic. Ray snorted in amusement. He has a skill that I want. It hides his presence without hiding his body. But he won't come out so I can learn it. Today I will make him. So, you intend to make him so uncomfortable that he hides his presence to make people stop noticing him, and then you can study the skill? Ophelia clarified. Ray nodded. That was exactly it. Shouldn't you give him a present for helping? Ophelia asked. What do you think that this is? That's just decoration. You wanted to decorate him anyhow. How many of the others dress like you? Why don't you get your Carl to make him a skill book in exchange for the training? The Werbear explained. Oh, bribery. Yes, that would work too. Carl, do you have a skill book? Carl chuckled. In fact, I do. We've been making them for all the totems, and he's a druid, so he's near the top of the list. Give him this book of Terrorize. 10% more damage per rank is a lot of bonus damage for a totem. That should be enough to bribe him to teach you the skill you want. Ray plucked the book from his hands and did a happy twirl. Thank you. Now, ruffles, or cobweb lace? Carl turned to Dana for the answer. Cobweb lace sleeves. That one there. He will have a shirt under, so the outer coat can be purely decorative. Then give him the red tie that matches his eyes. And these boots. There, that is perfect. Good luck. Ray waved, then gathered all the clothing on the table and vanished. Why does it feel more like Ray has adopted a puppy who didn't know that he was up for adoption than that she's gotten a boyfriend? Ophelia asked. Because I'm certain that is how she sees him. Don't forget that bloodbath spiders usually kill their mates so that they don't mate with any other female. Carl replied. Oh, right. Forgot about that. A few houses over, a girlish shriek shattered the calm as Ray appeared in Nilla's bedroom holding a pile of clothing and a skill book. Good morning. I brought you an outfit for our coffee date. Put that on, and then I have a business proposal for you. I want your ability to hide your presence, and in exchange for learning it, I will give you this book of Terrorize. How did you even get in here? I put up a barrier. The vampire demanded. Using Night Haunter, of course. I can just walk through the wall, there is no point in blocking the window and the door. Now, I think that your dungeon team will love it if you learn Terrorize. That's 80% more base damage on every attack. It really does add up quickly. Ray held up the clothing and gave it a shake, encouraging him to get moving. The coffee had better be worth this. Do you know what time it is? 11 in the morning. That's why I brought the modified umbrella. It's going to be bright on the way to the coffee shop. And that didn't strike you as too early to wake a vampire? He asked. Ray shook her head. I even let you sleep in this morning. 5 whole hours after the sun came up because it's a holiday. We are going to need to have a long talk about biology one of these days. Nilla muttered as he equipped the outfit Ray brought. Then she handed him the book, and Nilla began to bounce on the balls of his feet in excitement. This was going to be a huge change for him. A passive skill that would nearly double his base damage output. Then, his eyes went vacant as he used the book. He had been pulled into the class change interface, and there were actual options there for him. He had gathered 10 other skills that weren't part of his skill tree, mostly warrior skills that could be used by druids. But this was the first time he had options. Blood Druid, Woodland Warlock, Forest Guardian. Oh, that last one was good. It was an advanced druid, and it was tanking focused. Plus, it had Spirit Guardians. That sounded like druid golems to him. Take that, mages. With his new class selected, Nilla returned to reality and found Ray waiting for him with an expectant smile. Forest Guardian. A tanking druid with Spirit Guardians. Should we go and see what they are before we leave? He asked. Ray grabbed him around the waist and moved him to the lawn. Yes, let's see what it gives you. Oh, we should hold betting first. Did you want to tell the others? Nilla laughed at the excited spider. Yes, let's call them outside and give them a chance to wager on what a vampire druid spirit guardian will be. He couldn't predict what the system was going to give him, even if he followed the advice the mages got and focused on what he wanted. The guild had already heard their conversation, as neither Ray nor Nilla was trying to be quiet. Even Dana and Carl had come out across the street to see the show. They were actually making sure that Ray wasn't abducting the vampire against his will, but from her perspective, it looked the same. Everyone, the vampire druid tank, Naxaramus Orovius Dante, has advanced his class today. He is now a forest guardian. One of his new class skills is a forest guardian. We are now accepting guesses and wagers on what it will come out looking like. Ray declared, loudly enough to be heard over the crowd. The crowd cheered for him, as a totem-ranked tank advancing was a big deal. Especially when it was an advancement from druid. Carl waited for the guessing game to end while Dana played with the ring on her finger. She had transformed into fox beastkin form today, and the ring felt strange on her hand, though it still fit perfectly. She wasn't originally going to go out as anything but human. But the dress looked so much better against her fox fur that she couldn't resist. Alright, we have our guesses. Now, Nilla, please show us the guardian spirit. Ray shouted. She's a surprisingly effective hype person. Dana laughed as Ray made a theatrical reveal gesture toward the vampire. Right? Who knew that was part of her skill set? Carl agreed. And the winner is bears. Ray called as a massive red ethereal bear appeared beside the vampire. Carl was reasonably sure that was not the natural state of a spirit guardian, but as he was a vampire, it had been altered by his affinity for blood. It was definitely impressive, though. Dana laughed. You know, we can do the same thing for you and Ray when you reveal your greater golems for the first time. Carl chuckled. You know that Rays are going to be bigger, better spiders. He had a point. Ray would be very disappointed if her extra golems were not spiders. The entire population of the Xylaz Guild house came out to join them, and Carl led the procession out of the house to join the gathering in the market, where the first selections for the day's fashion shows would be held. The other guilds quickly joined them, as everyone was preparing to head out anyhow. It made for a truly impressive group, nearly 1,000 strong, all walking together, with most of them in overlord and totem-ranked formal wear, and exquisitely made accessories. They were attracting attention with every step, and people were coming out of the stores to stare at them, as if the Guild Alliance was a parade. In a way, they were, Carl decided. They were almost all wearing something made by Ray, with accessories that the Darklight host had enchanted. So, they were basically a walking billboard, or a parade of trade goods. Look at that. They've done up the whole alliance for the show. Even the staff members are wearing luxury dresses. And trade skill accessories. What the hell? What sort of guild alliance is that? Carl chuckled as he heard the spectators gossiping about the alliance. The first thing that he had all the runecrafters do was make something for themselves. But the most popular items from Drod were the utility items, and that included cooking, cleaning, and other basic tasks. But those weren't items that a normal guild would have here. So, seeing all the simple magical rings on the royal-ranked staff members of the other guilds was a shock. They couldn't be combat members, there were no dungeons here for them to fight in, and no wild monsters of their rank. So, the accessories had to be profession-related. A few of the members had even decided to show off a little extra, and they had unequipped items that they were wearing, to use them as a show of wealth. With the item worn openly and not equipped, anyone with basic identification skills could see what stats it had. Here, where the system was nearly fully active, that meant everyone. It didn't take long for the crowd to recognize that all of the displayed items were made by the same person, and that the person in question was standing with the Guild Alliance, escorting a team from his guild in exquisite fashion through the city. Damn, the Nara group managed to get an actual crafting guild on their side. The next round of challenges are going to be brutal. One of the other myths sighed. I heard a rumor that they're changing things next year. Perhaps they'll cap it so that a few of the big guilds don't get all the best dungeons. One of the others, a white dragon cleric, suggested hopefully. The warriors laughed. They couldn't see the king caring enough about what they were doing here on the shores to do that. All that really mattered to him was that people kept coming, and the money kept flowing. If you didn't try to take a dungeon entirely off the market, he wouldn't care. Well, if they don't, I can guarantee that the Nara group is getting at least 1 or 2 extra dungeons. In a duel, both Hugo and Dave are monsters. If they're fully decked out in custom-tailored epic gear, they can definitely snag an extra victory. The warrior retorted. Carl smiled as he heard the news. He already knew that would not be an issue this year. The formal announcement was going to be during the festivities tonight, when the king of Sholaha came to greet the people and give them a blessing for the upcoming year. Hugo led the column through the city, showing off at all the best spots so that they could say that they were seen, and then join the party. But they didn't even have to finish their tour to get noticed. Miss, would you and your partner be interested in joining the judging? We have a category for most stylish Gothic outfits, and I believe you would both be contenders. A woman with a clipboard asked. Ray grabbed Nilla and pushed him forward, almost moving him out from under his umbrella as he flailed to keep his balance. Of course we will join the judging. The world needs to see this fashion. Ray agreed. Might I get your names? The volunteer asked. Naxarimus Orovius Dante, and Ray Bloodbath. Ray replied. The volunteer froze. Did you say Dante and Bloodbath? Ray nodded happily. That is us. Easy to remember. What Ray didn't know was that the woman had only now realized that she was a transformed magical beast. So, while Nilla's heritage made him vampire nobility, declaring herself as a bloodbath spider, at the totem rank, was absolutely terrifying for the average citizen. Of course, very easy to remember. Thank you. I will see you at the judging center later. Here are your entry cards, just show them at any of the contestant entry points, and they will show you where to be. Goth, Emo, and Rogue class judging starts at dark. Arriving half an hour early is advisable, as the event can be quite crowded. The volunteer explained, recovering from her shock. Ray patted Nilla on the back. We're going to be a big hit. Now, are we done walking yet? The coffee is on the next block. The vampire laughed. We can break away from the group. It's not a rule that we all have to stay together, it's just the boss wanting to show off. With that new information, Ray wrapped an arm around Nilla and activated, perfect camouflage, to step away from the group without being noticed. Some of the totems and myths could surely still see them in the bright daylight, but it didn't disrupt anything as they moved away from the group and into the crowd. Then, she deactivated the skill and led the way to the coffee shop. What was your plan for after coffee? Nilla asked, resigned to spending a whole day outdoors. How do you feel about people watching from somewhere up in the tree branches? I can make swinging chairs and an awning. Ray suggested. Nilla laughed. It is prohibited to climb the trees in the park. Otherwise, the drunks would break half the branches while showing off for the girls. Ray sighed. In that case, we can just find somewhere out of the sun. A squeaky voice from beside them caught her attention. Miss? Sir. If you would like to be out of the direct sunlight, our winery is doing an afternoon tasting event today. It is held in the aging cellar, and the temperature is just right. The mouse beastkin suggested. The vampire and spider smiled at each other. That would be perfect. They agreed in unison. Thor saw Ray drag her living mannequin off, and it gave him the same idea. Tessa, why don't we stop for a juice as well? There is a lovely shop there by the beach. He suggested. That started a mass exodus just as they had reached the market, and there were thousands of shops and stalls for the members to visit. Carl nodded to Dave and Hugo, then motioned to a grand stone building, marked with magical sigils that Carl knew were supposed to approximate the runes of runecrafting, but which were drawn by someone without the skill. I believe that my lovely bride may enjoy that store, so we will part ways here. He explained. The Mage Tower? Yes, if you've got the budget, it's the best place on the continent to get skill books and rare potions. Other than the Blue Dragon libraries, that is. Hugo agreed. Carl led Dana to the store, where a totem-ranked guard stood at either side of the door, vetting their potential customers. Champion, Mississippi welcome. Please enter, we were hoping that you would visit us today. The guard greeted them. That was a bit startling, as they had only just walked out of the Alliance complex half an hour ago. Inside the shop, the lighting was dim, but magically even, with no shadows or unreadable covers on the displayed tomes. Each of the most valuable tomes was set into a glass pillar with its own light, creating beams of light in the shop, while the less valuable ones were set along the walls. There was an excited commotion at the back of the shop, and a young demoness came running up to Carl. War Champion. You are earlier than expected. Would you like to join our contest? She asked. Contest? That wasn't what he was here for. It's an inscription contest. We're making skill books, winner takes all. I heard from my cousin Ashbringer that you can make them. She explained. That makes sense now. But we had actually come in to shop. Carl replied, and the demon visibly deflated. The shopkeeper cleared his throat, and Carl nodded politely for the mythic rank Blue Dragon to speak his mind. If you would like to join them, I can accompany Miss Dana around the shop, and then lead her to the reading area. It has a view of the contest tables, and if she should find something interesting, but not a usable skill book, she will be able to read while your challenge is ongoing. In order to make them both interesting and punctual, we have put a 1-hour time limit on the contests. It prevents grand magic from being transcribed, but it also allows for rematches. He explained. What are the judging criteria? Carl asked. The most valuable tome copied within 1 hour wins. However, if you can transcribe one that we do not have in stock, it is an automatic round win. No repetition is allowed, but more than one contestant can do the same tome during a round. In that case, first to finish wins. The dragon explained. That sounded like a very Blue Dragon God-approved challenge. Dana waved her hand at Carl. I will let the librarian show me the store, you go play with the inscriptionists. Carl nodded. Alright, let's see this contest list. Is it a full list of what the store has in stock for skill books? The demoness nodded. It is. There are only so many available skill books, after all. Right. Carl had forgotten that even here, they struggled to get copies of most skills in written form. If you got a rare one, you could make a fortune just lending it to an inscriptionist to make duplicates before you used it. Carl scanned the list, and then nodded in satisfaction. Force Slam, the Haint's telekinetic ability, was not on the list, and it was nearly as easy to write out as Cleave. Not a particularly complex or powerful skill. But a rare and versatile one. Carl took a seat, and then looked up and saw a writing desk suspended in a glass orb above them. It was covered in incredibly ancient magical runes, and from what Carl could see, it was intended to make all the materials you needed to create a skill book while working at it. That was brilliant. Force Slam wasn't too hard to create, at least for Carl. But his skill wasn't inscription, it was skill book, and it had far fewer conditions for creation, but far stricter ones on what books he could make. So, he got out suitable ink from Remy's supply stash of plant extracts, and grabbed a stack of paper from the middle of the table. On the count of 3, you may begin. The demoness announced. Carl noticed that she wasn't participating, she was the store staff serving as referee for the event. He should have known that a wrath demon was not suited to be an inscriptionist. The first time that the pen dripped and ruined a page with an ink blot, they would lose it. Carl quickly began to write out the small booklet that was Force Slam, and then sent a surge of mana through the papers with Skill Book, to form the cover and activate the tome. Finished. He spoke quietly, and looked up from his work. One of the others was already finished, and Carl smiled as he saw Rend on the table in front of them. You only win if you finish in an hour. The dragonkin mouthed silently. So that was the trick. He was wagering that anyone who picked a skill book more complex and valuable than Rend would not finish on time, and would therefore lose by default. Carl checked his watch. He had taken nearly 40 minutes just to write out, Force Slam. If he had chosen anything more difficult, he really might have gone over. They sat silently, browsing the magazines on the table as the others worked. When the last pen was lifted, the hour was long past, and the last few to finish were more than 10 minutes past the timer. But nobody stopped them, as the contest was a winner-take-all format, and nobody needed a half-finished skill book. They had all chosen basic warrior and mage skills. Cleave, Rend, Lightning Bolt, Magic Armor, and a copy of Stomp, that must have had an error somewhere, as it failed to activate. The blue dragon came out from the sitting area, where he had been waiting with Dana. Excellent work, everyone. We will fix the error in Stomp for the winner. Now, let's see what the pricing chart says. He announced. We have one copy of Magic Armor that was finished over the time limit, as well as Stomp, which has failed to activate. So, in third place, we have Rend. Then Lightning Bolt and Magic Armor tied in value, with Lightning Bolt being completed first. However, our winner for this round is Force Slam, which is not currently in the store's inventory. The spell is part of the Druid arsenal under certain skill builds. But I have no record of it having ever passed through our stock. He announced. The other inscriptionists cheered, and an older dragonkin rushed out to begin flipping through the Stomp book, looking for the error. They cast some sort of spell that erased a portion of the page, and then wrote a new paragraph. That let the book successfully complete, and the final skill book formed. Now, would the winner like to keep his winnings? Or perhaps trade them for store credit? The blue dragon asked. It didn't take a genius to see that he was hoping for store credit as an answer. Dana, did you find anything good? Carl asked. She nodded. I did. I found a whole collection of mystic cooking cookbooks for Lotus, and an alchemy book for Remy. The shopkeeper looked a bit sheepish. As it happens, her advancement through multiple mage-related classes has given her a much larger repertoire of skills than our shop stocks. Carl politely didn't mention that she could make skill books just as easily as he could. That wasn't information that anyone else knew, outside the core of the Dark Light host. So, if it could be kept secret, he wouldn't have to worry about people bothering Dana about it. That is a pretty impressive haul. Finding just one new tome is difficult enough, but to find them for two different specialties, this truly is the best stocked shop around. Shopkeeper, I will trade my winnings for store credit. It should cover our purchases here today, and anything left over we will save for the next time a guild member needs a new skill. Carl replied. That is excellent news. A new spell for the shop is a huge accomplishment. To prevent unfairness, winners have to sit out the next round. But you are welcome to peruse our shelves. Not everything is a skill book. We also have fiction, history, theory, education and many other books available. He offered. Oh, that is a good idea. Our guild library is pretty good, but I bet that we don't have some of these. Now that we've got Sapphire looking after it, we should work on expanding the inventory. Carl agreed. Even if her presence was giving the nobles of Draught heart palpitations. The mythic librarian Sapphire? The blue dragon in charge of the shop asked. Carl nodded. She joined our guild recently, after accepting a trade skill. She is currently at our Draught guild house, doing inventory on the guild library there. We loaded it with surplus books from a historic bookstore, and the variety is somewhat unusual. As were the notes written in some of the educational tomes. Most of them were good advice, but according to the dragon, some of the students making the notes had clearly been failing their classes, and it was better for everyone if the books were scrubbed of bad advice before anyone else read them. But Mick said that she spent most of her time with a romance book in one hand as she sorted through educational tomes using a magical skill. Over the course of the next hour, Carl and Dana followed the shopkeeper around while sending messages to Sapphire about books that she wanted for the guild library. He had no shortage of them, and there were multiple floors of more mundane titles, away from the main showroom floor, which was reserved for the skill books that the vast majority of his patrons were here to find. Is it your intention to start a library of your own? A public one, I mean. He asked as the list of titles neared 500 and the store credit for the traded skill books was running low. Carl shook his head. No, we were thinking that we would reserve the guild library for the guild members and their children. That way, they have somewhere that they can go to gain knowledge, the dragons have reference material, and we can stock skill books for them to advance their classes. As a blue dragon, you may or may not have already heard about the success of our experiments. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly. The librarians at totem rank and higher all share a group chat. Lady Sapphire already shared the success of the Paladin Progression Project, and the confirmation that it can work for other classes. If that really is all that is needed to unlock advanced classes for all these warriors, the research in that project will revolutionize the world itself. It is wonderful, brilliant new knowledge. The man was nearly vibrating with excitement, a state that they saw Lotus in nearly every day. But, it was unavoidable for dragons and dragon clerics when their divine aspect was mentioned in conversation. Indeed it is. We're going to be doing more experiments later, both with base warriors, to see if there are other suitable classes to advance them into, and to other classes, to improve their versatility and damage output. It is our theory that the difficulty of many of the dungeons is not so much due to the gear limits, or they would give better loot. Instead, we have a theory that the dungeons are only difficult because of poor group composition. If the totems entering had a properly diversified set of skills, it is possible that they would have a much easier time passing the obstacles. Carl explained. The shopkeeper smiled. Oh, you have a point. Like the corrupted Naga swamp. The monsters are all under the effect of a zombie curse, and it affects the members of the raiding party as well. It is nearly impossible to even enter without a shaman, as their area purification totem poles are the only effective countermeasure against the corruption. Well, unless you have someone with consecrated ground, or another holy magic purification area effect. Carl chuckled. And that's not common outside the upper ranks of the dragon clergy. We do have a member who has it. Well, at least 2 that I have seen use it. But with its limited radius, I can see how it would be difficult to do a dungeon fight like that. The old dragon turned and plucked a book from a shelf nearly 2 stories above their heads. Add this to your library as well. It's advanced totem crafting for shamans. Not a skill book, but if they're talented, they will be able to make multiple new types of them with the lessons in this book. He wasn't even finished speaking when Remy appeared in her shimmering golden ball gown and stretched out all 4 arms for it. Librarian, this is Remy, one of my bonded partners. And a Naga shaman queen. Like the blue dragons, she also has an insatiable thirst for new knowledge. And this book is perfectly suited to her class. Carl explained. The dragon smiled and let her have it, then smiled as Remy cheered and raced off to the reading area with her new treasure. Looks like we've lost Remy for the day. But she did make it outside, and that is an accomplishment for her. Dana noted. She is not a social person. Usually, Naga queens are quite outgoing. The dragon asked. Dana shook her head. She loves people. But if you get her focused on shaman spells or alchemy, she will lose entire days at a time. Naga don't actually need to sleep, you see. The shopkeeper nodded. Blue dragons are known to sleep only once a century, resting for a few years at a time. However, most of us prefer to keep to a daily schedule so that we don't miss years' worth of news. Do you have a warded reading room? I suspect that she will want to test totems as she learns them, and that might not be safe with a whole table full of inscriptionists sitting nearby. Carl asked. Of course. There is a practical learning area at the back with private rooms and comfortable chairs. I do believe that the serpent-friendly one is unoccupied. He replied. Dana giggled. Serpent-friendly? He nodded. With large warming beanbag chairs, which are better suited to serpentine bodies and cooler body temperatures. One of the staff members was already leading Remy in that direction as the distracted Naga read the intro chapter to her new educational tome. The shop is a 24-hour establishment, just let us know if your friend is needed for something, and we will go fetch her. The blue dragon whispered. You really do know your clientele well. Thank you, librarian. Perhaps we will come back later with another new skill book or two for you. Everyone loves new skills. You are both welcome any time. Thank you for your patronage. He agreed. Carl led Dana back out of the mage tower, leaving Remy to her own devices for the day. Would you like to sightsee? Or perhaps get a snack? Ray has dragged Nilla to the coffee shop, with plans for a wine tasting. Kara and Lotus are at a bakery with Ophelia, and Thor has taken Tessa to the beach to sunbathe. Carl asked. They let a chaos badger in a bakery? Willingly. With a green dragon cleric? Dana replied incredulously. Carl laughed. Actually, Kara arriving with an overlord-ranked green dragon priestess makes it somewhat more believable, don't you think? As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. Seeing Lotus and Kara together was like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The presence of one explained the presence of the other, no matter where they were. Dana smiled up at Carl. I have an idea. People are certain to notice soon that you are the one who made the vast majority of what the Guild Alliance is wearing. So, if we stay in the market, you're just going to get swarmed by people wanting to make an order. If we go somewhere a bit more private and exclusive, then only a few people will be able to get to you, and we can lounge around for the afternoon. I think that a day of people watching is what we need. Both as a way to show off Ray's fashion, and just to see more of the residents of the city. There has to be something here that we haven't seen before, and they can't all be dumb enough to start trouble. One of the bookstore workers looked up at them, alarmed. Are you expecting trouble? Carl shook his head. Not long ago, someone challenged to try to forcibly claim members of our guild as their own. I don't think that anyone will be so brazen today during the festival. The clerk looked immensely relieved. That is true, very few people would challenge during the winter social for anything less than a direct and unforgivable insult. The immortal regent is in the city today, and he takes a very dim view of such duels. Especially ones that don't have an excellent reason. She explained. Thank you. That is good to know. I will avoid doing anything hot-tempered. Carl replied with a wink. He didn't look like the sort that would start trouble to her, but then the young magic demon wasn't an expert on all things totem-ranked and higher. The people with that much power had their own set of rules, and they didn't always make sense to anyone else, especially to demons who spent most of their life in libraries with the blue dragons. Carl led Dana out the door and found himself in the lobby of a restaurant, instead of in the street, as expected. Well, that is new. Did we use the wrong door? He muttered. Lord Carl and Lady Dana. This way, please. Your companions are waiting. The host informed them. The man was clearly a dragon of some sort, but in his humanoid form, Carl couldn't tell what sort. Which was unusual on its own. Perhaps he wasn't one of the chromatic dragons. It would explain his lack of the distinctly divine aura that they gave off. The host led them through the posh restaurant, filled with guests in their winter social finest, and sat them at a table where two elderly powerhouses were glaring at each other. Immortal Regent, Supreme Lady Matilda. It's a pleasure to meet you both again. Carl announced with a slight bow for the duo. Dana curtsied politely, and Matilda giggled. You should stay in that form more often, you are absolutely adorable. But for your wedding, definitely human. That's the way to go. Both of you. The kiss scene won't look right if you don't. Beastkin kisses are all sloppy, not at all photogenic. Ozof rubbed his temples, and Carl felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had been dealing with Matilda for tens of thousands of years, and he was the only friend she could possibly have who might understand her frame of reference. After a second, he forced a smile onto his face. Congratulations both of you on your upcoming wedding. It appears that my attendance is assured, no need for an RSVP invitation. Matilda smirked, and the immortal sighed. Please join us for lunch. There is a fashion show here at the restaurant for high society, and I thought it would be best to invite the both of you, as there are both male and female categories, and the artist herself is preoccupied. Matilda explained. Her chaotic aura was remarkably subdued today, nearly as low as Kara's. It felt off to Carl, but to the others in the room, it was surely a kindness. A passing waitress heard her words and paused. Is the lady intending to join the show? I can take your details now. Just your name, guild alliance, and the name of your designer, with any affiliation that they might have. Having a divine fox among the contestants would be a huge bonus for the show, and her boss would definitely give her a bonus for signing Dana. Dana, of the Darklight Host. Part of the Nara Group Alliance. My dress was made by Lady Ray Bloodbath of the Darklight Host, and the accessories by Carl of the Darklight Host, who is standing beside me. The waitress blinked slowly, mesmerized by Dana's voice, then pure joy spread across her expression. Wonderful, thank you, Lady Dana. Sir, were you wishing to enter as well? Or will you allow the lady to represent your brand? She asked. Matilda clicked a fingernail on the table. He will enter. I want to start sending out wedding invitations today, and only a few people truly understand who the bride and groom are. Understood, Supreme Lady. The waitress squeaked, then scurried off. Matilda sighed. I have done so much to restrain my aura, and still, my identity terrifies people. Such a shame. But after the show, I can guarantee that the celebrity portion of our guest plan will be taken care of. Is there a particular reason that we need to be famous? Dana asked as Carl adjusted her seat for her, then joined her at the table. Of course. You'll be, no wait, I can't tell you that part yet. It would ruin the surprise. But yes, it's important that you be considered famous in Sholaha before you get bored with being here. Azov sighed. What she's trying to say is that she intends to meddle in your future, for better or worse. For your sakes, I hope that it ends up for the better, but there are no guarantees with chaos. Carl gave the long-suffering immortal a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry too much about it. I've gotten fairly used to chaotic influences on my life. Azov shook his head. If Carl thought that the Chaos Badger was a chaotic influence, he had only begun to grasp the true nature of the Chaos Dragon. But at least he was an avatar of the World Dragon. The Planeswalker ability would let him come home if he accidentally ended up in an adjacent reality. It might take him time to get enough skill points to acquire the skill, but he would be able to return one day. Azov examined the odd pair. They were well suited to each other, and their energies resonated on very similar wavelengths. But only Carl was showing the sort of improved mental and soul power that would be expected of the power matrix. Had neither of them thought to ask Dana to start on it yet? Sure, she was only an overlord, but she would be a totem soon enough, and it was never too soon to start preparing for the mythic rank. Carl, I see that you've improved your power matrix to the 27-pointed focus. But Miss Dana hasn't started yet. Was there a reason for the delay? He asked. That's not a class-exclusive ability? Carl asked. Azov facepalmed in dismay. No, not at all. All mage-type classes need to do it to reach mythic rank. The stronger the power matrix, the faster their mana and soul power will grow. In theory, most species can make it to mythic rank if they can perfect the 9-focus formation. Some won't live long enough at that rate, though. But, there is no restriction on what classes can use it, only on the mental fortitude and mana levels needed to start. Oh, right. You're from Nia Continent, the Golden Dragon Nation, right? They probably still think it's only monks who can use it, since they start with the skill. He realized. Carl nodded reluctantly. Indeed, he had thought it was an exclusive thing, and that mages had their own ways. That is fine, we can fix that right away. Your personal matrix isn't suitable for her, anyhow. You used, what is that? Azof replied. Supreme Lady Matilda. I used her as the template for my matrix. The instructions said that I should use a greater being whose form I could clearly focus upon to shape the matrix, and she's the most powerful being I have ever personally encountered. Carl explained. Matilda smirked at her ancient companion. See, you were all worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend chaos, and here he is using it to shape his entire power matrix. It's actually not a bad likeness. How did you even get to see her dragon form? Azof asked. She showed me once, but mostly I just asked Kara. The two of them mentally chat quite frequently, and the badger has a vivid imagination. Carl explained. Azof flicked his finger, casting a spell over Carl. Your fundamental rule focus is mana manipulation, excellent choice for immortality. But I see that you have an affinity for fire, holy magic, and chaos. To even touch on the truth of chaos is unusual. But it does explain how you can comprehend her form well enough to use it as a focus. I will put an image into Miss Dana's mind, along with the fundamentals of the skill to improve her power matrix. I see that her mind is better attuned to the god of magic, and that is a power matrix that I know well, so I will grant that knowledge. It should help keep the two of you balanced after your wedding. He explained. Dana's expression went blank as Azof cast a spell, and Carl watched curiously. So, you have a skill similar to mine. That teaches skills to others? He asked. Azof shook his head. No, what I have is memory transfer. It just shows them my memories of a thing. In this case, lectures and the textbook on how to implement the process. Matilda nodded. He literally wrote the book on how to use the power matrix to reach immortality. The actual textbook that the Dragon Isles use. Dana smiled as she slowly began to comprehend what Azof was teaching her. That is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I understand so much better now. She gasped. Azof nodded. Now, you just need to grasp one of the fundamental rules in a way that truly suits you, and you will be on your way to mythic status and immortality. That sounds like it is easier said than done. I see it in your notes, and I understand the concept, I just don't really get the rules themselves, if that makes sense. Dana agreed. Azof's gentle smile said that was inevitable. If the truth of the universe was so easily imparted, we would all be immortals. Though, if the two of you spent a bit of time in the immortal realm, you might grasp them more quickly. I would not recommend that at this point. The immortal realm is not a safe place, and those not immortals are not considered people there. He explained. Carl frowned. Is that why they don't come here to assist with the issues in this world? Azof shook his head. No, the immortals who live here, and the Supreme Lady, cast a spell to hide this world so that they didn't come to raid the world for slaves. Otherwise, the issues that this world has would be the least of its current concerns. Well, that's not disturbing at all. Is the power disparity of the immortals really that large? Carl asked. Matilda shrugged. Well, the actual immortal ranked residents aren't considered much of anything either. Especially if they're older. The ones with power in the immortal realm are the legends and demigods. Few reach that level, even fewer of them die. So, they've all carved out their own kingdoms in the immortal realm. Once you get there, you will understand. The immortal realm isn't a single planet like this is. Instead, the more powerful beings create worlds, continents, or even just cities, floating in the void. Once you become an immortal, sustaining yourself off your internal mana isn't a problem, so moving in the void becomes possible. You already know the basic skill of survival in the immortal realm, the ability to make a tiny world. Just expand that by 100, with fully formed rules, and you will be close to what the lesser domains in the immortal realm are like. The dragon paused, then smiled. You know, it might do you good to visit, just to learn the feeling of truly powerful mana. I will tell you when you're ready. Round after round of food was brought to them as the other guests socialized. Everyone took a moment to give Carl and Dana envious glances for their spots of honor with the two most powerful beings in the room, and many had realized that they were members of the Supreme Ladies Guild. That was a curiosity that they couldn't ignore. But very few were brave enough to go to their table and socialize. They would wait for Carl and Dana to join the crowd. Will all the contestants for the fashion show please unequip any worn items they wish others to see the bonuses on, and come to the front of the stage? The host announced. That's our signal. Supreme Lady, Immortal Regent, it has been a pleasure. Carl announced. Oh, we will be here waiting for you when you finish. We have much to discuss tonight, and Azov gives himself an ulcer every time that I come to visit. Matilda replied with a smirk. Carl unequipped all his items, but left them on. If the guests wanted to see anything that he was wearing, they could. After all, Ray had more of it for sale. The cat demon and the divine fox walking hand in hand to the stage drew not only attention, but the spotlights, so that everyone could take a better look at them as they approached. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Carl and Dana of the Dark Light Host, the first contestants for our fashion show this evening. All of their fashion was made in-house by the Dark Light Host's artisans, and I see over a dozen totem-ranked, totem-grade items on display between them, all with tailored combat abilities, none of it randomized. The announcer declared, then the excited voice of a second announcer took over. If you look at the dress on Lady Dana, it has been custom-tailored by Ray Bloodbath of the Dark Light Host, and finished with runecrafting by Lord Carl. The fabric is totem-ranked demonic spider silk, and the thickness of the weave has been altered to go from gossamer to full coverage without any sewn seams. There are flecks of mythic rank elemental crystals reflecting the light, and they have been integrated into the mana storage spell on the garment. Truly wonderful work. Carl smiled as Dana's ears twitched, the fox version of a blush at the praise for her outfit, and the crowd began to cheer. Lord Carl is in a suit by the same designer, also made of seamless silk, but his has been enhanced with runecrafting to include both percentage-based and flat bonuses to damage reduction. Truly, a fashionable armor piece with self-mending bonuses on it, should it be damaged. Of particular note is his tie clip, which has a totem-ranked holy stone bearing the consecrated ground spell. There were a few appreciative gasps, and then more cheering as Carl and Dana reached the stage. But the contest wasn't entirely about the bonuses on the items, it was about fashionability, and that was entirely subjective. A fact that Ray was rapidly discovering in the best of ways as she paraded Nilla around the wine tasting. It was mostly populated with vampires and other nocturnal species who had dragged themselves out for the big day. And they loved her style. However, most of them were keenly aware that the demonic spider was an apex predator, and that wrapping themselves in her fashion might be misinterpreted by Ray as some sort of higher claim on them. That probably wouldn't stop most of them from buying clothing from her later, but in an enclosed underground space, the possible downsides of the issue were a bit more prominent. Especially when she kept vanishing every time she forgot that she was supposed to be visible to talk to people. She wasn't actually becoming invisible, but with her adaptive coloration, and in a dark wine cellar, her black outfit just naturally blended with the background. Those like Nilla who had thermal vision thought that it was a wonderful trick, but those who relied on regular optical vision were mostly just mildly terrified. Which was the greatest compliment that they could have paid her. At the restaurant, all around Carl and Dana the stage was rapidly filling with both the models and the crafters who had sponsored them for the evening. There were no poor designs, only the peak of functional fashion. But that didn't mean that there were no standout entrants. On the male side, one particularly flashy dragonkin was getting the majority of attention for his scale-patterned suit that had been made from a monstrous serpent found in one of the mythic dungeons. But on the female side, the resentment was building as the others realized that not only the dress but the effortless grace of a divine fox had put Dana head and shoulders above the other contestants. Carl and Dana didn't know, because they were invited by Azov and Matilda, but there was a substantial prize for the winner, as well as the prestige and networking opportunities that would come from it. Some of these designers were crafting guild leaders from other nations, and getting to know each other was the real benefit to this event. Men, please step forward, and with a show of placards, we will determine the winner of the men's fashion contest. The host announced. Each of our contestants has a number on the stage by their feet. Please write the number on your placard and either raise it or show it to the staff to cast your vote. The host explained. The voting was short. But men's fashion was the side show today. There were only so many ways that you could do a suit, and there weren't really any other high-fashion outfits for them that didn't come across as a cosplay in a formal setting like this. If the contest were for armor, not formal wear, the men would be the much larger feature, even if the ladies' armor was still more fashionable. It didn't take long before the staff had a decision for the male fashion portion of the show. In a resounding victory, we have Gathak, wearing the obliteration python scale fashion of the Amitba Group's master craftsman. The announcer declared. Carl clapped along with the others, as the man in the snake scale suit bowed and waved to the crowd. That was their cue to retreat from the stage, and leave the rest of the show to the ladies. Lord Carl, wonderful showing today. I must say, simply exquisite work on behalf of your guild. Tell me, what branch is best to request custom work? One of the mythic mages in the audience asked. The Alliance House here in Xylaz is the practical option, but if you happen to be in Drod, we do have a storefront in our guild house there, and they can take all your measurements and custom stat or skill bonus requests. Carl explained. What about the Dark Light host's third location? One of the other mages at the table asked. The Supreme Lady has chosen not to involve herself with the drudgery of crafting, but any of the members there could certainly pass along your request to the other locations. We split our staff based on their preference of residence, so the item may be made in sections, depending on the request. Carl explained. I see that mana storage is one of the buffs on Lady Dana's dress. Is that an intentional buff, one that you can replicate? The mage asked, his draconic eyes flashing silver with excitement. Carl took a small mana jade statue out of his inventory and placed it on the table for examination. That is a monarch-ranked mana storage statue. The affordable option for daily use. We stock them in royal and commander rank as well, because they are so popular with warrior-class cleaning staff, who have limited mana of their own. Carl explained. The mages gave each other panicked looks, then stared at the statue again. You have cornered a market that we didn't even know existed. One of them joked. Carl smiled and took out a pair of functional rings, one with a cleaning spell on it, and another with an enchantment to fold laundry. There are many things that can be done with the appropriate application of runecrafting, and not all of them are combat-related. He agreed. The guests at nearby tables were all admiring the craftsmanship on the simple wooden rings, and calculating how much time and effort that would save around their own guild houses. If they could have everything magically cleaned every day, it would change the entire vibe of many of their guild houses, which more closely resembled frat houses than any sort of dignified noble estate. Hiring domestic staff was expensive in Xylaz. But if they could get a magical item designed for cleaning, they could assign a few of the junior members to the duty and actually expect it to get done. The mage slid a handful of mythic rank nature and arcane gems across the table toward Carl, who graciously nodded in acceptance and let him have the 3 items on the table. If you need more like those, we have them in stock at the Drod Guild House. It's open to the public, and much easier to access than the Alliance House that we operate out of here in Xylaz. Carl explained. The mages smiled. It might take multiple hops for them to get to Drod, but they could all use the portal spell. They could make money reselling these once their alliance had enough. Carl socialized with a few more groups of well-wishers, then rejoined the table with the immortal regent and Matilda. Good showing. But I think that you'll get the most important category. Azov greeted him. Carl nodded. Some of the other dresses are nice, but I can already see that the one Dana is wearing is getting an extreme level of attention, and not just for the enchantments. Ray's fashion really is the perfect blend of form and function. The announcer cleared his throat. Ladies, can you line up to take a walk down the stage and back? Let everyone get a good look at the fashions you are modeling today. The host requested. That somehow left Dana at the back of the line, as she never tried to push to the front like the others did. But it would work out perfectly, Carl thought. One by one, the ladies strutted down the stage, showing off for the crowd. Many notes were made, and Carl realized that the crowd actually took judging very seriously. They were not just leaders of powerful alliances, but some national leaders, and other very wealthy investors, who had a vested interest either in fashion or in equipment crafting. Carl could hear his own name mentioned from dozens of tables around the room, so even though she wasn't crossing the stage, Dana still held many people's attention. Then, as the last of the contestants crossed the stage and joined the group, she stepped out from the shadows, letting the spotlight sparkle off the embedded gem flakes in the dress and her fluffy fox tail swish behind her. Carl couldn't help but smirk at the way that half the room's heads moved in time with the swaying of her hips. Fox charm was a simply overpowered passive ability. And the Dana mage was all his. She got to the middle of the stage and gave the crowd a twirl, letting them see all the features of the dress, and the audience rose to their feet clapping and cheering. The announcer let them go for half a minute as Dana did her best not to fidget under their scrutiny and continue waving at the guests. Thank you, ladies. Miss Dana, please take your spot, and we will begin the voting on the first category. Esteemed guests, in the category of functional enchantments on accessories, please cast your votes. Just a reminder that the People's Choice winner and the hired judges' rankings may not match. And now Carl knew why everyone was making notes. But he had enough practice making items to assess them at a glance, and he quickly realized that as far as practical function, none even came close to Dana's. They even had mending and self-cleaning charms on them, just because he had some room to show off. Ozoff chuckled as Carl came to the same realization that everyone else did. Run crafting was simply overpowered. The other items weren't even close, though there were many totem and mythic ranked epic grade items being worn. If there was a category for pure combat power enhancement, Dana might lose. But even against mythic equipment, she wouldn't be losing by too much with the targeted bonuses Carl could add. The staff came and collected the results, then the announcer came back on stage. Next, we have a more subjective award. Practical fashion. It's easy to add combat bonuses to accessories. But can high fashion be something that you would wear more than once? He asked. The ladies in the crowd laughed. High fashion wasn't intended to be worn more than once. They knew what he meant. If there were multiple events during the day, like today, would you be able to wear the same dress all day and be comfortable not only on stage, but also in the street and at dinner? Some of these dresses were only chosen for the stage, to the point they had even changed before the presentation, or had remained standing for the entire event, so the dress wasn't wrinkled. Ladies, make yourself comfortable. This might take a few minutes. The host declared. Naturally, this was part of the judging, and an excuse for Dana to show off the dark light host skills. She took out a large elven steel loop and hook from the guild inventory, and the others were immediately baffled. Then, she hung one of Ray's hammock chairs from it and elegantly reclined, slowly crossing her legs, then fluffing her tail through the back so she could swing comfortably. The hammock chair hook was made by Ashbringer for just this reason, with a single upright, so that the species with wings could lounge without them getting caught on anything or pressed into their backs. Even the host was shocked by her actions. When he said, "Get comfortable," he had meant that they didn't need to be so stiff, but few would dare to actually lounge in a chair like that, for fear of damaging their dress. There was one other eager crafter among the ladies on stage, though. She was circling Dana's chair, trying to understand how it hung just right. The weave is stretchy and weight sensitive. Would you like to try? Dana asked. The blue dragon girl nodded eagerly, and they switched spots. Dana's dress shook out perfectly as she stood, and the blue dragon sighed happily as she reclined into the chair. Then, she crossed her legs underneath her, tucking her skirts like a young child would, and a few members of the crowd chuckled. She was definitely making herself more comfortable than the host had intended. In fact, she had completely forgotten that they were judging anything, and she took out a book to read while they waited. A mythic-ranked man behind Azov chuckled. That counts as a technical knockout for the Dark Light host, doesn't it? She's completely lost, and they'll have to pry her out of the chair to get her back in the competition. Carl shook his head. It's fine. Dana knows the trick to dealing with juvenile dragons. You just need to get them to focus on something else, and they'll snap right out of it. I think that we can let her keep the chair as well. So she can study it later. The judging ended and Dana poked the dragon on the nose, getting her attention. Time to stand and show off your dress. You can keep the chair and stand. We've got more. She whispered. Oh, right. Thank you. The dragon pressed an item into Dana's palm, and she tossed it in her inventory to check later. It was better not to haggle prices here, as they weren't selling anything valuable. Well, not excessively valuable, as the stand was elven steel, but not enchanted or elaborately engraved. Now, for the category that everyone has been waiting for, the combined voting. Form, function and fashion. Who wears it best? Please cast your votes. The host declared. The ladies posed and turned to show off the features of their outfits, giving everyone time to make their final decisions, if they hadn't already picked their favorite. That was an easy choice for Carl. It wasn't like he was going to vote against himself. Well, against Dana, but she would surely hold it against him if he did. Again, the results were collected, and then a list was handed to the host. It looks like we've got a clear winner today. In the practical function and practical fashion categories, as well as the judge scoring for the combined voting, we have Dana of the Dark Light host as the winner by majority vote. Dana waved at the crowd, and the host handed her a huge bundle of flowers, as well as a small trophy. Matilda snapped her fingers and a magical painting appeared in the air beside her, nearly as real as a photograph. Wonderful showing. Yes, this is a good outcome. The Supreme Lady decided. Dana returned to the table with her prizes, and Matilda gave her a crushing hug from behind so that she didn't squish the flowers. Sit, sit. Now, we get to see the interesting part. She explained. The announcer cleared his throat. Today, we have a runoff for fan choice. Diana of the Buterum Alliance, and Narcissa of the God Crushers have an identical number of fan votes, tying them for the lead in the Fan Choice Award, with Miss Dana having come in a close third. The ladies will now have the chance to compete to gain the approval of the crowd one final time. Matilda's smile told Carl all he needed to know. This was not about posing on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, two competing auras clashed on stage, and the guests cheered, even as they erected barriers over their tables to prevent damage to the weaker members of their parties. But it was just a crude contest to attempt to suppress the other's aura so that they could shine. Carl was sure that he could do far better. Still, it was good entertainment as the two ladies kept the perfect political smiles on their faces as they battled for dominance. They weren't hostile auras, they were carefully calculated to be friendly and welcoming, but at mythic rank they were still far too intense for most of the spectators to handle. Finally, one of the contestants rubbed her temples and retreated from the stage, leaving the other to bow to the crowd and collect the prize. That marked the end of the contest, but it was far from the end of the night's festivities. Plates of dessert treats were brought to the tables, along with fresh drinks, and the stage was set up for some sort of dance show that involved a trapeze. That was a new one to Carl, but everyone else seemed excited about the spectacle, so it must be more than just an obscure side act. Please welcome the dancers of the Goddess of Life and Rebirth Temple. The announcer declared, right before a slender beastkin man made a running leap from the trapeze platform to catch the hanging rope and swing to the other side, where three others hopped on and rode it to the various hanging curtains. Slow, sensual music was put on, and the dancers began to twirl and spin in the air, showing off not only an incredible level of strength, but agility and perfect timing as well. This should have words. Dana realized a few minutes into the show. Azov chuckled. It's actually a historical play, set to music. The chase and mating of the first bunny saintess. See how they weave between the curtains. It originally showed how the pursuit ran through the long grass. His whispered voice barely carried across the table, but Dana nodded. Now it made more sense. It had just been adapted for a wider audience so that they could get crowds to watch the stories of their goddess, even if they didn't all know what the show was. The music changed to something close to the industrial dance music of the Golden Dragon Nation, and the show changed along with it, bringing in more dancers and what looked like a dramatized battle scene with extra flying beastkin. The show ended with two of the dancers sliding down entwined silk sheets to land on a pile of pillows on the stage, and then a dramatic curtain drop, followed by thunderous applause from the crowd. Once the show was finished, the guests slowly began to make their way out of the restaurant, but Matilda motioned for Carl and Dana to wait. They were soon alone in the formerly packed venue, and Carl heard the staff locking the doors. Perfect, now we can discuss important things. Like the wedding cake. Matilda declared. Carl smiled, while Dana rolled her eyes, becoming used to the dragon's antics after spending so much time wedding planning with her. They already knew the cake flavor and design. Azov cleared his throat. No, that's not what we were planning to talk about after the crowd left. We need to discuss this plan that you have with the blue dragons to start randomly changing people's class assignments. Now, I know that the situation with the warriors isn't normal, and that every class should be able to advance as they increase in rank. That's not the issue. What I wanted to ask is if you would be interested in a little vacation to a region with the opposite issue. They have received a great diversity of classes, but the only system activations have been from those who left the area. Not a single new class activation has occurred on the Nia Continent during this resurgence. The mana level is high enough there that they should be keeping up with us here in the Dragon Isles, but for some reason, nobody is getting a class at all. Carl smiled, and Dana gave him a poke in the arm to remind him that she had no idea about the Nia Continent, or why Carl would know of it. It's where Bishop Misty sent me into the past to find Kara. It was a chaotic place even then, so I can only imagine what it's like now. Carl explained. Azov shrugged. Primitive, mostly. The barbarian tribes and elves control most of the continent. Unlike the other continents, the species didn't really segregate, except by terrain. So, you'll find most species in the barbarian tribes, and any of the forest folk with the elves. They also have feral dragons which need to be dealt with. Some of them are fugitive criminals from other continents, most are just juveniles who didn't like the idea of living a civilized and disciplined life. Dana frowned. You're saying that there might be wild dragons flying around burning villages because they're bored or annoyed? Not might. There are, we know that for sure. Azov clarified. But we just couldn't be bothered to deal with it ourselves. Matilda added. Well, I'm sure that the ladies would love to have a new place to explore. Carl agreed. Matilda shook her head. No, it's better if it's just the two of you. Think of it like an advance honeymoon. If you take the others, the future gets all wonky. It's unstable enough just sending Kara with you, but someone needs to keep an eye on your antics. Dana made a squeaking laugh as her eyes filled with amused tears, and she choked on her drink. Did you just say that Kara would be supervising us? Not the other way around? She stammered. Matilda nodded. There might be interference from other planes or mortal realms that is disrupting the natural flow of the continent's mana and system activations. If my suspicion is correct, Kara is the one best suited to dealing with it. Dana frowned as she seriously contemplated a reality in which Kara might be the responsible member of the party. In the Chaos Plane, all things were possible, but this one still seemed a bit far-fetched in their own reality. Azov sighed. It would also be best if you had the majority of the beasts remain on this continent. If the Darklight host suddenly stops producing goods, my poor secretary will never hear the end of it from your alliance. Carl smirked and patted the immortal on the shoulder. I don't think that will be an issue. We can open a portal to transfer goods back to the store, and I have a separate space for them to work in. Matilda shook her head. The guild functions aren't online there yet. You won't be able to access them without returning, even if you open a portal. It's the same thing in Captumia. I can't even send a message to Orthos, I have to use messengers, and he should have a guild branch house coming online soon. But if you have one of your beasts left behind, they might be able to send you a mental message. I don't know the limits on distance, or what restrictions you might hit. Dana cleared her throat. You are forgetting one crucial fact. Even if you call this an early honeymoon, I still have a wedding coming up, and I am not about to miss my own wedding, no matter how important the mission is. Matilda smiled and patted her on the head, rubbing the fluffy fox ears. Don't worry. I have set an alarm. 1 week before the wedding, I will pick you both up so that you have time to prepare. Then, you can finish the mission after you are married if it still needs guidance. With the strangeness of that continent, I can't be sure. But I feel like this is going to be a relatively straightforward issue. She explained. And I feel like those words are a massive red flag for things going wrong. Dana countered. You worry too much. Carl has a calendar as well, he can bring you both back on time if you don't trust my schedule. Matilda pouted. Dana smiled at the dejected dragon. It's not that I don't trust your schedule, it's that I don't trust this situation to be anything resembling a vacation, or even an easily solved problem. If the system is being totally suppressed there, it must be for a reason. Do you remember what the undead were up to this year? That was also an attempt to suppress the system and keep it from changing the balance of power. Matilda's frown turned to a smile. See, such a ridiculous notion. Utter chaos. Who would even think that would work? That's why I thought that this would be the perfect trip. In Carl's mind, Kara laughed. The problem wasn't the mission, it was that both ladies had very different views on what a fun and relaxing vacation was. Matilda just thought that Dana would enjoy some chaos more than Dana thought she would. Kara was more interested in whether she would get a good chance to try out the Elemental's Wrath spell. They had been too busy to go on more dungeon runs, and she needed to know how it worked. What did Berserk feel like? Could a badger even go berserk? What kind of transformation would she get? These were all important questions she didn't know the answer to. Carl ignored the train of thought that was sure to lead Kara into trouble, and asked Azov about the important parts. Do you think that it would be too dangerous to leave Thor, Ray, and Remy here? If someone needs powerful custom items, they can ask Lady Sapphire. She's fully trained and capable, plus her grasp of language is so much better than mine that she's likely to come up with even more interesting items. Carl asked. That should keep all the departments of the Darklight host stocked with what they need. I know that the Blue Dragons are assembling a group to expand the skill library, using your Drod Guild house as a base, but they're unlikely to reach a consensus on who gets to go before the wedding. The last I heard, they had over 10,000 volunteers, not counting the ones who were currently assigned to other projects. Azov agreed. Carl hadn't considered that. The Blue Dragons wouldn't struggle for volunteers to write new skill books. They would struggle to house everyone who wanted a chance to write new skill books. Especially if they were ones that they could use. Though, they might end up creating a whole new imbalance with their tests. If they were left up to their own devices, there might not be another royal or monarch-ranked warrior left in Drod by the time that they had all the data they wanted. Ray weighed the options. There were plenty of workers for her cloth now. She could give them a month's supply and come along with Carl. The cloth was the base for upgraded items, but that was mostly up to the runecrafting team. So, she could take a month off to adventure. But there were so many people to decorate here, and she already had a small lake of blood waiting for her. Self-care was important. It was a dilemma. I won't stop you if you want to come along. Carl agreed. Can we really trust the Carl to the children and Hawk? Ray asked nobody in particular. Hawk screeched in annoyance, while Remy laughed. Sister Kara will be with us too, Tion added helpfully. Kara laughed at Ray's mental doubt response. At least our little brother still has faith in the power of family. Don't worry, big sister. I will take good care of the Dana mage. Ray gave a mental sigh. I will let you go without me. I've already got commissions to decorate 3 whole vampire covens and 2 mythic raiding teams. I can't leave that up to a subordinate. But I am warning you now, if the totems come to ask, I am definitely going to the dungeon with them so that my kill count doesn't drop behind. Kara and Hawk nodded in agreement. It wasn't a contest if one of the competitors was throwing the game. As the beasts finished their argument about who should go, Azof was preparing to finish his drink and head out to meet with more dignitaries. When do we need to leave? Dana asked. Well, you've got everyone you need here with you now, so I will just open a portal from the table. Don't worry, Carl should know where you are when you arrive. Matilda explained. Then they were falling through the air. Hawk laughed as he came out of his space, and even Kara came out to play as Carl transformed into the World Dragon avatar, and Dana used, cloud dancing, one of her newer movement skills, to fly. Carl flew under her, and Dana settled between his shoulders as Carl circled to get his bearings and see if there was anything here that might give him some idea where Matilda had put them, or why they had started thousands of meters in the air. They were over the ocean, he realized. Then Carl saw the small port city with the naval fleet guarding the bay. It wasn't a big city, perhaps 15 or 20,000 people. But big enough, given the primitive level of society that he could see. The mana here was incredibly dense, but Carl only sensed the most basic of magic from the city, despite seeing multiple species that should be able to use some level of magic innately. I am going to scout. Hawk announced, then activated Lord of Destruction, as the ethereal form increased his speed. After a few minutes of lazy circling, Kara landed on Carl's back, and he decided they had surveyed long enough. Hawk would bring back more reports in a few minutes, and there was a city beneath them where they could ask questions. Land outside the city. Remember what Matilda said about feral dragons? Dana reminded him as Carl headed for shore. Carl nodded, and circled down to land a kilometer outside the city limits before transforming back into beast form, his customary cat-demon appearance. Dana returned to human, just in case there were issues with her being a fox here as well, and Kara returned to her space. She was sure that this reception needed popcorn. Or it was about to. Carl and Dana walked to the gates of the wooden-walled port city, where a pair of guards with spears and terrified faces blocked their way. Only the mightiest of warriors might enter Capture Clan's fortress. The guard insisted. Carl frowned, and then activated his rarely useful, dominating power, and used it to drive every guard at the gate to their knees before him. Dominating power, the Pack Master's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis-type ability. Now, that's a properly respectful way to greet guests. I had worried that I might encounter someone without manners. He informed them with a feline smile. Rapid hoof steps on stone roads marked the approach of an overlord-ranked wrath demon, holding an axe in each hand. Who is bullying my guards? He demanded. They're just being polite. Don't take it too much to heart. Carl joked. A puny man like you? The demon demanded. Would you like me to be less puny? My size is merely a preference. Carl replied. The demon swung an axe overhand, flashing in the afternoon sun. Right into Carl's grasping hand. A flex of his fingers shattered the ascended rank steel, and the demon was left staring at Carl in confusion. You're not going to be able to injure me that way. Forget cutting my skin, you couldn't trim my fur with that blade. Now, my wife and I have just arrived on the continent, and I wish to know what city we're in, and what cities are nearby. Carl explained. The demon frowned. The axe wasn't a mighty weapon, and he could do better with his claws. But this cat demon was impressive. You are at the port of Capture, home of the Capture Clan's trade fleet. The road you landed beside leads east to Bunga, 2 days for soldiers on foot. The Wrath Demon reluctantly explained. Oh. Wonderful, we're right on course. You'll enjoy this trip, Dana. My first successful duel was for the title of City Lord of Bunga, but that was quite some time ago now. I wonder how my successors have done. Carl laughed. The Wrath Demon's face lit up with joy when Carl said that. You were once Lord of Bunga. We should spar. That would be good. I need to see the difference between myself and a big city lord. He insisted. Carl frowned. I am much more powerful than I was then. Dragons grow over time, and it has been a long time. But if you want to spar, we can. You gave me good news, it's the least I could do for you. Dana sighed. Carl was definitely up to something, and getting into a fist fight with a 5-meter-tall Wrath Demon was not the point of his experiment. Especially not one that was still at the Overlord rank. The unfortunate demon wouldn't even be able to harm Carl. Carl activated Brutality, which made the two of them roughly the same size, though Carl was still more slender in build. Then he changed to a pair of loose pants for easier movement and nodded to the confused demon. How did you do that? He asked. Magic, of course. Don't worry about it for now. Spar first, learn later. Carl replied. That was solid logic in the mind of a Wrath Demon, and the town lord dropped his axe to charge at Carl barehanded. He threw a brutal punch, which Carl casually caught, and then used as leverage to toss the demon away and flip him on his back. The city lord flared his wings and landed on his feet, then charged again, using short fast jabs now that he knew he couldn't overpower Carl with raw strength. Carl let him go for a few minutes, remaining on the defense. Then, he counterattacked, landing a single hard blow in the middle of the demon's chest that shattered bone and sent him skidding across the sandy ground. The Wrath Demon spit blood as he got back to his feet. No wonder you became a city lord. You have power in your fists. The Wrath Demon commended. Carl smiled. Thank you. Let me heal that injury, and we can talk about what I truly came here for. Carl used Healing Splash to heal the demon and wash the sand off him at the same time. There, all better. It saves us the time of waiting for you to regenerate. Now, I've got a question for you that will certainly seem odd if you're not a fan of history. What do you know of the system? Carl asked. The big demon frowned as he ran his hand over his freshly healed chest. The system? The legend of the ancient divine power that would let anyone who gained its favor ascend beyond their species' limits. It is said that even your fox-kin bride could ascend to immortality if she had access to the system. Well, she would have a chance. The gods are not so simple to please, and there would surely have been trials and tribulations to gain that much power, even with the system. Carl nodded. Well, at least it isn't completely forgotten. But the system has started to awaken again on the other continents, and we came here to determine why it won't awaken here. The demon frowned. Perhaps we have the favor of the demon gods. They know that prey is prey and scum are scum that belong beneath the powerful. What self-respecting demon god would encourage a way for succubi and satyrs to get notions of rising above their station? Carl nodded. That is a possibility. But we have heard that the elves and the other species are having the same issue, and the other continents don't want to risk the chance that it's a curse of some sort that might spread. The demon nodded in understanding. We don't do any trade with the other continents, but some of the other clans have bigger and better boats, so they do. If they spread a curse that weakened their trade partners, it could mean a disaster for everyone. Is there anything that we can do to help you with your research? Is there a reward for proving that it's not contagious? Carl chuckled at the last part. Yes, there is indeed a reward for the one who can gain access to the system and prove that it's not a contagious disease. It may not be easy, but if there is an inn where we can spend the night, I will run a few tests tomorrow morning, to see if anyone has the gift. The Wrath Demon nodded. Of course. This is a port town, we've got not just one, but 2 inns here. Not all clans welcome visitors, but we do. It's good for business. Carl saw that the residents were trying to size him up as he entered, unable to effectively guess his power level, as most of them were only ascended and commander rank. He briefly considered letting his aura loose, but that would just be cruel to the people, even if the city lord, or clan leader, whatever title the wrath demon preferred, wasn't trying to hide his own. Here is the inn. Just ask the innkeeper, and they'll have one of the servants get you anything that you need. The innkeeper, a magic demon whose feathers were the same blues and whites as the ocean near the shore, nodded eagerly. Yes, Lord Capture. I will take good care of your guests. Is there anything that you need right away? He asked. A room with a desk for writing. Preferably enough room for us both to work. Then, you can have someone bring up food and drink in an hour. You're from the magic demon lineage, and fairly well respected in town, it seems. So, we may call on you to assist with our research later. Carl replied. The innkeeper was confused but nodded. The best way to deal with powerful people was to nod, agree, and hope that they didn't get bored and kill you anyhow. But these strangers were very flashy and clean, not even trying to hide their wealth and privilege. Could they be so powerful that they didn't need to? Even the dragons dulled their scales when they walked on another clan's territory. Carl hadn't thought about the state of the local villages when he had arrived. He was still shirtless after the fight, and Dana had changed to simple layered martial artist's robes, ones that were easy to fight in if she needed to. She had also transformed back into fox form once she realized that her human form was seen as a lesser species by the locals. But compared to the locals, they were still incredibly overdressed. Carl sent out a thought toward the beasts and found that the thoughts of Ray, Thor and Remy were so faint that he had trouble hearing them, but the link didn't feel any weaker, just muffled by distance. He could still tell exactly where they were if he wanted to open a portal at their location. Next was the function test. Tessa, can you receive messages from us while we are on this continent? He asked. The message is distorted. Letters keep flickering, like it's trying to decrypt them. Tessa replied, and Carl immediately saw what she meant. The message was readable, but random letters kept changing. I will continue to send messages when we can. Thor can fill you in on the details, if he hasn't already. Carl couldn't see Thor keeping secrets from Tessa. Or from anyone, really. If they asked, he would get too excited about the chance to be helpful and just tell them. We should write a few skill books and see if the locals can use them. That's the most surefire way to awaken the system, but if it's being suppressed here, there is no telling what might happen. Carl explained. So, first we find out if it is possible for people from the continent to awaken the system, and then we work on finding out what is causing the delay. All in the next month? Dana confirmed. In the next 2 weeks, preferably. Because I am looking forward to just taking you to bed for a week and not leaving. Then, Matilda is going to pick us up a few days before the wedding so that we can get ready. Carl agreed. Dana smirked at Carl as she took out supplies to write a skill book. What spells should we even start with? She asked, pen poised. Well, as the town we've seen so far was mostly demons, with only a few others, the obvious choices would be fireball, or magic missiles. Those are the ones that they're most likely to be compatible enough with to use the skill book. Carl joked. Most demons could use basic fire magic on their own, or arcane magic in the case of the feathered descendants of the magic demon clan. But those sorts of controlled abilities normally came with system access or years of study, so if they found some young demons to test, they should be fine. I will write, rend, because I don't know, cleave, and there are no more essential warrior skills than those two. If they can't learn magic, they are probably warriors anyhow. Carl added. They sat quietly across the table in the small hotel room, writing books for the next hour, until a knock at the door disturbed their flow. An awakened rank satyr in a frayed and repeatedly patched robe that appeared to have been made from a flour sack bowed as he brought in trays of food, and then a pitcher of wine, from a cart in the hall. Your refreshments, honored guests. He greeted them. Thank you. Before you go, I have a few questions for you. Carl replied, trying not to scare off the skittish satyr. The servant bowed. Anything you wish, Demon Lord. Dana giggled, then snorted as she tried not to giggle. The power level of this place, what level are most of the species at, and how are they ranked? We came from overseas, and I know nothing of the region. Carl elaborated. Of course, my lord. Naturally, at the bottom are the common ranked cattle and slaves. Then awakened rank indentured servants like myself, serving our masters until we buy our freedom or ascend. The ascended and commanders are considered commoners here, unless they're commanding a ship. Though I am told that further inland the commanders are more like knights. The inland tribes have a different way of doing things. I do hope that you prepared proper clothing if you're going to visit them. They don't wear anything that wasn't living, and I don't have any idea what sort of magic you made those clothes with. The last was spoken softly, and Dana laughed. They're made with bloodbath spider silk. She explained. The satyr looked horrified. What sort of monster could capture a bloodbath spider and force it to make them clothing? Even the big boss might not win a fight against one, much less force it to work for him. The satyr bowed as he retreated, and Dana didn't try to stop him. They had already terrified the unfortunate man, and if he was an indentured servant of the inn, he wouldn't know much, and he wouldn't benefit much from gaining a class. At least, not any time soon, as satyrs had such a hard time ascending, even in the Dragon Isles. Hey, I found our house. Hawk announced. We're not even from this continent. Carl reminded him. Are you sure? I just flew over the place called Bunga, and the notice says that the house beneath me belongs to the Darklight host. That's definitely us. Carl couldn't argue with that. If it belonged to the Darklight host, it was their house, no matter how you looked at it. The system isn't completely inactive here. Hawk just got a notice that he flew over a Darklight host guild house. Carl informed Dana. How many people live there? The city is big, but the house is abandoned. It's still intact, but it's all old and there is a barrier over it. Hawk informed him. Carl relayed the message, then began to formulate a plan. First, we find a test subject or two here, then we can move on to Bunga. If there is an unused guild house there, we have somewhere free to stay, and there might be answers about what happened to the continent. He suggested. All right. But who do we even pick? Dana asked. Carl chuckled. I say we pick the biggest goon we can find, either an orc or a wrath demon, and see if they can become a warrior. Then look for a mage of some sort, or a magic demon, and see if you can awaken a class for them. Should we do that tonight or in the morning? Dana asked, then gave Carl a suggestive wiggle of her eyebrows. Now. I don't want any distractions tonight, and we're going to need all night for what I have planned. Dana laughed, and took Carl's hand to lead him down to the tavern of the inn. Miss? The satyr who had brought them their meal whispered as they walked past him in the hall. Yes. I would suggest that you change back to fox form. You do have one, right? You smell like fox and magic, so you should be a shapeshifter. If people think you're human, they might misunderstand you as a slave in hiding, and try to capture you for reward. It's better not to let anyone who has poor senses think that you might be common rank. The goat-legged demon whispered. Thank you. Where I'm from, it's the fox form that gets too much attention. Dana replied. The satyr shrugged. But that's better attention than the slavers. Satyrs don't dare go outside when they're in town, even if we have our certificates. It's better to pay a delivery fee than to go missing onto one of the slave boats. Dana transformed back, and Carl cast, Eternal Lightning Barrier, over both of them. The satyr nodded happily. That's much better. Nobody will mistake you for anything but a different fox species now, and they're all powerful. Carl patted the young man on the shoulder and pressed a silver coin into his hand. Thank you for the information. If you have more helpful information for us later, feel free to pass it along. He quietly informed the little demon so that anyone nearby didn't notice and try to take the satyr's money. Downstairs, the innkeeper greeted them with a warm smile. "Demon Lord, young miss, it is good to see you again. Would you like drinks? Perhaps an evening meal?" Carl nodded. "The servants just brought up a meal, but both, I think. Something light to eat, anyhow. Then we need you to find us a young, as in still growing, but not before puberty, wrath demon or orc. One with ambition and skills. And then we will need to borrow you as well. Just for a few minutes. It will help us with our work here." Dana added. The innkeeper was from a magic demon species, so he should be suitable for most mage-type classes. "I know just the one for your task. Let me send a runner." The demon motioned for the server to bring them drinks, and then joined Dana and Carl at the table. "What can I help you with? Questions about the continent?" Dana nodded. "Those as well. But first, I want to know what happens when you read this book." She handed him the book of Magic Missile Volley, an improved version of Magic Missile she had gained with her new class. It was no harder to write, and logically, it should be better for awakening a class, as it wasn't a basic spell that classically trained mages might know. The demon opened the book, and then a pulse of black mist emerged from his body, and it was knocked out of his hands. Kara leapt out of her space and onto the table to examine the strange phenomenon. She hadn't even detected the magic on him before he tried to use the book. That was new. And new was interesting. Tell him to do it again. Nullify isn't finding anything. Kara demanded. Are you alright? If you are, we would like for you to try again. Carl requested. The demon was breathing heavily, but he nodded. Just a moment, that was unexpectedly painful. Carl focused on Remy's skills and created a healing totem on the table. The magical item would cleanse, purify and heal. Perfect for unknown negative effects from an unidentified spell. The innkeeper took a slow sip of wine, and then placed the cup well away from himself as he reached for the book again. This time, when the black mist pulsed, Kara hit it with Nullify, at the mythic rank, and a ringing noise, like a hammer hitting a gong, echoed through the room, along with a flash of blackness that darkened the entire room, even to Carl's senses. But Kara wasn't giving up on nullifying the effect, and the darkness quickly faded. She nodded and tapped the book, which the demon picked up and carefully opened. It vanished in his hands, and the innkeeper's eyes went vacant for a moment. When they opened, they glowed blue with power, and his feathers seemed to crackle with magic. Carl smiled in victory, then inspected the man with the system interface. Name, Tantala. Rank, a commander. Class, Spellweaver. Then the letters seemed to jumble, before fading from sight along with the demon's newly gained nameplate. So, it's not impossible, it's being forcibly suppressed. Dana muttered. And the spell isn't on him. It's just here, everywhere. See if he can use his skills. Kara requested. Can you use your new spell? Carl asked. The innkeeper nodded, then leaned forward to whisper his answer. Like you said, the legendary system is real. I saw it. I can even access class skills, but I don't have any of the points I need to buy more, he whispered. Oh, very good. So, you can still use it? Carl replied quietly. The demon nodded. I can also see your names. All three of you. Yours has a strange thing around it, probably to let me know that you're a demon lord. But I can definitely see them. That meant it was suppressing both Carl and Dana's system functions so that they couldn't see the system status of the residents. But if it wasn't stopping the innkeeper from using his class abilities, there might be much more at play here, and many more system users than they thought. The problem was that nobody could tell who they were unless they spread the news themselves. And that would make it look like there were none on the continent. Carl reported that directly to Matilda, but got no response, so he had to hope that the message had gone through after the troubles they had earlier. The inn's errand boy brought a hulking young orc, perhaps 15 years old, into the inn a few minutes later. "You needed to see me, innkeeper. Is there work today?" he asked. Carl smiled. "In a way. I need you to test something for me, and I will pay you to try. See, good pay." He held up a silver coin, and then handed another to the innkeeper, who blinked in shock, then pocketed the money. A silver coin as a tip was probably a day's wage or more, even in foreign currency. But Carl didn't have any less valuable coins. "No problem, sir. I can lift all sorts of heavy things. Or if someone has been troubling you, I can take care of them right quick." The orc agreed quickly. "I need you to open this and tell me what you understand of the contents." The orc looked like he was about to say something, then reconsidered and sat down at the table. He took a pair of reading glasses out of his pocket, and then flipped open the book. Kara flexed her claws, preparing for the backlash, but nothing came. The book vanished, the boy's eyes went blank for a second, and then he got a nameplate that didn't vanish immediately. Name, boy. Rank, a commander. Class, warrior. Your father named you, boy? Carl asked. The orc nodded. When I reach 2 meters tall, I can pick a new name for myself. Until then, I'm still a boy. That actually sounded like a very orcish thing to do. Oh. I can use even more new skills. What are bonus points? Well, I'll figure that out later. Guard, shield slam, and cleave. Those sound like an excellent set of warrior skills. He declared. Dana gave Carl a disbelieving look. With all the options that he might have had, he picked the 3 most stereotypical warrior skills to go with, rend. Carl handed him a single silver coin and the orc pulled him into a hug. This is the best day ever. Did you need more answers? If not, I'm going to train with the town guard. They're never going to believe how much stronger I just got. Go, have fun. Just try not to hurt anyone with your new skills unless they deserve it. Carl agreed. Warriors really were born to the role. He has the system now too. I can see it. Can others see it? The innkeeper asked. Carl nodded. Anyone with a system-assigned class should be able to see his. But for some reason, yours is hidden. I think it's something to do with the backlash. But we don't know why that happened to you, but not to him. Maybe because I'm a demon, and he's an orc. The orcs follow any and every war and battle god they learn about, so one of them likely approves of him gaining power. That is a possibility. It looks like we just gained more questions than we answered. However, we can think about that later. Let's have a celebratory dinner first. If this silver is good here, then bring out the good rum, and we can celebrate properly. Carl offered, and put a few coins on the table. The innkeeper scooped them up. We take foreign silver at weight. We can't expect everyone to use our clan's coins, after all. Most cities are like that. Is there no national currency? Dana asked. National currency? There aren't even reliable peace treaties between most villages, much less a unified currency. As long as your coins aren't shaved, you'll get a good price for them anywhere that you go. Carl sighed. So much has changed since I was here last. The innkeeper looked confused. How long has it been since you were here? I can't really tell your species' ages. Carl chuckled. It's been a few thousand years. Don't take it personally, there was some time traveling involved. But at the time, things were fairly well organized, and they even had patrols on all the major roads, hunting bandits. The demon laughed, drawing confused glances from the tired sailors and locals in the tavern. That really must have been a long time ago. We don't even say that there are bandits anymore. Just nomadic clans, which are the same thing. If you come across them, you either beat them into submission or you get robbed. The innkeeper explained. Dana sighed. We might have to fly. If you let the Carl pick fights with every group of nomadic orcs he comes across, we will never get anything done but drinking and fighting. Carl and the orcs were made for each other. An orc in the back of the room burst out laughing, and the mirth slowly spread around the room. That's why we like living in cities full of wrath demons. They just get us, you know. The orc joked. Carl chuckled and placed a few more coins on the table. Waitress, I think we need a party tonight. Let the house drink until those coins run out. The innkeeper chuckled as she pocketed one of the coins and put the other two into the safe behind the bar. It would take effort for the patrons to get through that much liquor, and it wasn't busy in here tonight. Plus, they had food coming. The tavern remained quiet for the evening, or at least the part of it that Carl and Dana were around for. Because they only made it 3 drinks past dinner before he was carrying her up the stairs to their room. Do you know what I'm thinking? Carl asked as he kicked the door closed behind them. What? That you have entirely too many clothes on. Now, Carl had forgotten one essential factor before they were too distracted to worry about interference that evening. He was the one who was supposed to put up the soundproofing ward. So, when they went downstairs for breakfast in the morning, with Dana back in fox form, not a single patron of the inn, including the barmaid, could look them straight in the eye without blushing. Will you be staying for another night? The morning shift barmaid asked. Carl shook his head. No, we have business in Bunga, so we will be heading out after breakfast. Give my compliments to the chef, this morning's bread is incredible. I hadn't expected to be so hungry, but I've got quite the appetite this morning. The waitress turned away, muttering something that sounded like, Goddess give me strength, and Dana frowned at Carl in confusion. But whatever the waitress was on about wasn't enough to concern her. They were going to leave the city in just a few minutes, and she would convince Carl to transform back into a dragon so that they didn't have to walk the entire distance, or ride a golem. They made their way through the streets after breakfast, as Carl didn't want to transform in the middle of town and freak everyone out. Hawk was circling overhead, napping as he floated on the air currents. Carl sent a mental poke to wake him up, and then transformed to let Dana hop on his back. Fuck me, that's a big dragon. The gate guard muttered. You're not joking. Only something that scary could think that a cat demon transformation is a less threatening public face to put on. The demon on the other side of the gate agreed. Do you think that he might actually be totem ranked? I've never seen a dragon that size before. The first guard asked. At least totem. He smacked around the boss when he arrived, just for the sake of a good fight. No overlord is doing that. Freak them out a little. Dana joked as Carl prepared to leap into the air. Behemoth, and brutality, combined to nearly triple Carl's size, bringing his dragon form from just over 20 meters long to 60. Trees bowed under the force of the wind as he spread his wings and hurled his massive body into the air. Fortunately, Kara granted them, agile flyer, or Carl was certain that a dragon this large would need half a country just to turn around at cruising speed. Once they were up above the clouds, Carl returned his size to normal and joined Hawk on their way east to Bunga. First order of business. Find out what happened when he visited the abandoned guild house. It was under 200 kilometers to Bunga, not even 2 hours of flight time, even though they detoured once because Hawk thought that he saw giant mice, which turned out to be an oddly shaped species of sheep. Hawk returned to his space this time, and Carl landed within sight of the walls so that the guards could see him transform and escort Dana to the gates. The gate guards bowed politely as they approached, and motioned for them to place their hand on a round plinth. Please attempt to activate the plinth, and then place any weapons you are carrying into storage. The guard declared in the bored tone of wage workers everywhere. Dana put her blades into her inventory, then placed her hand on the plinth, and shrugged as nothing happened. Carl wasn't wearing anything but slacks and a shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, so he just placed his hand on the plinth and inserted some mana. Welcome back, former city lord. City functions initializing. Please wait. The guards were about to motion them into the city, then they noticed the glowing words on the surface of the plinth. Former City Lord? I think we need a supervisor. Definitely a supervisor. Maybe the captain. The captain will know what to do when something actually happens. The guard stammered. Dana silently stared at Carl, who only shrugged in response. How was I supposed to know that worn stone plinth was the city stone? It didn't look like that the last time I was here. At least, I'm pretty sure it didn't. But maybe we will get answers about what has gone wrong with the activations here. So, it's a win, right? He asked. A win for sure, until the point where some mythic warrior with a grudge comes out with a sword in his hand. Dana reminded him. Part of the last time that happened was because you're just too sexy. Carl corrected. The Bunga city guard stared at this odd couple. They were clearly powerful, but they might be a bit crazy. The monster man was definitely not normal. But that was common with ancient dragons. Carl wrapped an arm around Dana's waist and lifted her up to sit on his hip. The mage rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear. Do you think that it makes you look less threatening to have a cute fox in your arms? It can't hurt, right? The guards had a very different take on the situation. They weren't sure if the dragon in cat demon form considered the divine fox girl to be his wife or his pet. But the plinth called him a former city lord, but the plinth had been inactive for over 6,000 years. So, he had to have been the city lord at some point before that. Also, it looked like they were both wearing demonic spider silk of overlord or higher quality. The guards could feel the magic radiating from the pair, and they weren't even casting any spells. It had to be entirely their outfits. Carl inspected the guards, who were wearing leather armor, and holding spears with sharpened bone tips. They were telling the truth in capture, these people really did only use products that used to be alive. There was no metal armor or weaponry to be found. A large orc rushed out of the gates, and then stopped when he saw Carl. I will be back. Then he turned and ran back into the city. The guards turned to each other, looking for answers, but nobody had any idea what was going on. Then, the guard captain came back out with a perplexed and terrified Teen Bunnykin on his hip, the same way that Carl was carrying Dana. Carl laughed. I must say, your choice is adorable. But I wasn't trying to start a contest, I just wanted to hold my wife while I waited. So, I can put the bunny down? The guard captain asked reluctantly. If you want to. The orc thought about it, then decided to keep the bunny. Might I ask, how did you activate the stone? He asked. I just placed my hand on it and gave it a bit of mana. Once upon a time, I was the city lord of Bunga, and the stone remembered even after all this time. If I'm not mistaken, I've even got a guild house here in the city that is still partially intact. The Darklight Host Guild House. Carl replied. I don't know that name. But there are some ancient and haunted tombs. You might mean one of them. Why don't I lead you inside, and we can go see the Bunga tribe's chieftain? The guard captain suggested. That works for me. Why don't we let the ladies walk together? Carl agreed. The guard captain nodded, and set the bunny down when Carl stepped beside him. Carl put Dana down, and she shrugged as the increasingly confused bunny took her hand. She was just the cleaner, she had no idea why she was dragged out of the barracks and presented to some strangers like a trophy. She had realized right away that the big guy and the fox were just flirting, but the guard captain wasn't a bright man. A great fighter, yes. But not a smart man. Even for the notoriously brutish orcs. But now she was on an adventure with the pretty lady who smelled like magic and some sort of herbal soap. It was a good smell, and she wondered where she could get some. Dana brought out a bag of cookies as they followed the men through the city. So, what is it like living in Bunga? We came from another continent to investigate something for the Dragon Church. Dana asked quietly. Bunga isn't bad. They treat bunnies better than most places. Bunga is mostly trolls and orcs, but there are some beastkin as well. Not many powerful ones, but that's alright. Trolls are messy, though. It makes my job hard. The bunny explained. Dana chuckled and passed the bunny a cookie. This could take a while. We're almost at the Darklight Host Guild house, and the Carl is going to want to go inside and look around. That is never fast. As long as they don't add it to my cleaning rotation. That place gives me the creeps. Carl stepped up to the barrier around the dilapidated stone building, and raised his hand to inspect the surface. It wasn't a barrier spell that he was familiar with, but it was most likely cast by Orthos before he left. The question was if Carl could enter without damaging it. The spell had held the house in something close to stasis for thousands of years, and Carl didn't want to do anything that would destroy the historical artifact. Even from here, he could see dwarven runes carved into the stone, long since inert, but undamaged by time. If he could spot some of the building's defensive measures already, there had to be more. And if there were more, most of them would be considered lost arts by now. At least by most people. Are you sure that's wise, sir? The Bunga city guard asked cautiously as Carl's hand touched the barrier. No worries, the house still belongs to the guild. It won't harm me. I'm more worried about damaging it when I enter, if it was intended to be a stasis spell to preserve the house. So, I'm trying to determine what it does first. The guard nodded slowly as Carl analyzed the barrier, and then tried to use his limited understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation to trace the spell to its origin. The spell stones were overgrown with grass, buried under a few centimeters of dirt and plant roots by the ages. But with mana flowing through them, they were easy enough to understand. It was a preservation spell, the same sort that he had cast on the pantry, though written by a mage and not a runecrafter, so the spell was somewhat different. That meant all it was doing was slowing the aging of the building, and keeping unauthorized people out. That was a feature that the pantry didn't have, but he could see the value if he was making a copy for someone like Dave, who had a whole house full of curious badger children to keep away from snacks and cleaning supplies. There wasn't anyone in the Alliance house or Guild house that wasn't allowed to access the food as they pleased, so Carl hadn't thought of it before seeing it in action. Tentatively, Carl took a step forward, and the barrier offered no resistance to him as he stepped onto the overgrown walkway and headed for the building. Dana followed him into the yard, but the guard simply ran into the barrier as if he had walked into a wall. Just wait there for a few moments, while we make sure that the building is safe to enter. Carl instructed, with no intentions of letting strangers into this relic of a house. That should be a preservation barrier, right? What happened to this place? Dana asked as she looked around the yard. If the spell functions the same as the one that I placed on the pantry, it only slows decay to 1% of its original rate. It doesn't stop it completely. That would be much more difficult without an affinity for time magic. So, a cake in the cupboard reaches day-old status after 3 months. But this place has been abandoned for thousands of years. Even with the barrier, it has essentially gone decades without maintenance. That's why the stones are all still perfect, but the yard is a mess and the paint has peeled. I don't know how well the building was made to begin with, I didn't really inspect it last time I was here. But it should be solid enough to enter. Carl explained. The front door was open, with another barrier over it to keep out both strangers and the elements, going by the leaves that had been piled against it by the wind. Carl stepped over them and into the house, which looked faded and dusty, but still intact. When the previous residents of the guild house had left, they had taken most of the furniture. Carl could see the spots along the wall where large pieces had once stood, and the divots in the floor where something on rollers, likely a grand piano, had once stood. But in the dining room, the massive ironwood table remained with one single chair, and a carved stone tablet. To whomever should find this tablet. My name is Orthos, Bronze Dragon of the Order, last living member of the Darklight Host in Bunga, and one of the few to still have any system functions on this continent. If the house still stands, and the system resurgence has begun, please proceed to the basement and touch the guild stone to activate the branch house functions. If I still live, I should feel it. If the spells have failed, and the house is being visited by looters and not guild members, I ask that you not damage the relics left behind when you take them. In time, they will be immeasurably valuable. Destroying them for sport would deny your family the chance at unfathomable wealth in the next generation. Carl and Dana both smiled at the matter-of-fact message left by the bronze dragon. Should we go bother the old man? Carl asked. Oh, most definitely. If we didn't, I suspect that Kara would. Dana laughed. In her space, Kara nodded eagerly. She liked that dragon. He was fun to tease. Kara exited her space to lead the way down the stairs, following instinct to the guild stones. Guild branch leader Carl has reactivated the Dark Light Host Guild branch at Bunga. Branch members, 1. Issue call to gather. Portal open. Carl sighed as he saw the list of system notices after Kara reached the system stones. The system letting her operate things on his behalf was somewhat problematic. Mostly just because Kara was Kara. If it was Thor who had learned that trick, Carl would have been much less concerned. What the, hey? I was teaching a class. Where are you dragging me, you damnable badger? Don't think I forgot about the footprints on my ceiling. Orthos was complaining. It looks like you're still best friends. Dana laughed as she entered the open stone basement and found the dragon facing off against the Chaos Badger. Orthos glared at her, and Carl began to explain. Lady Matilda asked us to find out why nobody on this continent is getting the system, and this is where we started. We saw that the system still listed the house as belonging to the guild, but inactive. So, we reactivated it to see if the system started to come back online. Orthos tapped his chin. Did the old woman forget about the suppression? What suppression? Carl asked. Oh, at the end of the last resurgence, the Titans and Giants allied to cast a suppression barrier over the continent. It's supposed to prevent anyone from advancing, a magical device that the immortal realms use to keep slaves in line. That's the most likely cause for the situation here. Did you promise her that you would fix it, or just find out the reason for the issue? Orthos asked. Dana smirked and shook her head. Neither really. She insisted, and then sent us here. You know how she is. Orthos sighed, then looked around the basement with a sense of nostalgia. Well, give me a moment to get my things and I will analyze the situation here. If nothing else, I should be able to pinpoint the origin of any curses, spells, or other effects that are preventing the continent from regaining system access. Kara flapped her wings and flew back through the portal, making sure that the dragon wasn't going to run away on her. Making friends, are you? Carl asked as Kara followed Orthos around the beast god temple. Yep. He's so organized. It's like dangling candy in front of Lotus or mice in front of Hawk. I just can't resist messing with him. The badger agreed. Carl chuckled. Badgers and bronze dragons were polar opposites, order and chaos. It really wasn't surprising that the Chaos faction saw the disciples of the God of Law and Order as the perfect playmates. They were guaranteed a response to every prank. Only a few minutes later, the pair were back, and Kara let the portal close behind them. Alright, where should we start? Let's begin with the suppression, as I can still feel it weighing on me. But it's not the same, just a similar effect to what was used before. The original suppression artifact was created and used by an immortal rank Titan. That Titan no longer exists. Matilda ate him. But the effect is still in place, so I suspect that either someone found the device that he used, or that another immortal managed to break through from their realm and put a restriction on the continent so they could harvest it later, without risking any of the residents outgrowing the roles it had chosen for them. Have you tried to assign classes to anyone? I heard you have a knack for that. Orthos asked. Carl nodded. 2 of them so far. The attempt to awaken a mage met with intense backlash that Kara had to nullify at the mythic rank multiple times. But the attempt to awaken a warrior didn't give us any trouble. Orthos tapped his chin as he thought, and tried to ignore the way that Kara twined between his feet like a cat. He would deal with the badger fur on his socks later. I get it. I know what the issue is. It's not targeting the system at all. If it was used by an immortal from this planet, they would have. As it's the greatest imbalance to the power structure. Instead of the system, it is suppressing magic, which is traditionally the only way that most species can reach immortality. I believe that one or more of the gateways between the realms have failed, or are being overpowered by something stronger than Matilda. The immortals on the other side either link the gateway to one of their slave pens, or they are casting the spell through as a way to keep the mortals here weakened so that they have time to deal with the problem later. The dragon insisted. So, we just need to find the source of the problem and then close the gateway, or deactivate the item that is causing the problem? Carl asked. Orthos nodded. If we stop the feed for the effect, it will begin to fade. It's not instant, the immortals solved that vulnerability eons ago. But without anything feeding the effect, it shouldn't be more than a few years before classes other than warriors start to awaken. Dana held up her hand. Wait. The Dragon Isles are massively overpopulated with warriors, especially in the northeast. Could that be related? Orthos thought about it, then shook his head. No, I think that's mostly just because the whole region is filled with brutish louts. The geography doesn't match. The southwestern islands are closest to this continent, so they should be the most affected if that was the case. But there is a possibility that the whole world is suffering from it to some degree. Especially if the user on the other side is a legend or a demigod. He informed them with a sigh. What are the chances that we can actually do something about it? Carl asked. Very good. Matilda hasn't let an intruder onto this world in ages. If she's blocked the weak point, the four of us should be enough to completely seal it. I don't think that an immortal would put an item that valuable in our world, but if they did, that would be even easier. You see, I know the trick to opening portals between planes, and we could just make it someone else's problem. Orthos explained. Kara gave him 2 thumbs up, and the dragon immediately began to work on another plan. The plan that the Chaos Badger approved of would be Plan B. Now that the guild house is back online, would you like to take a look around, or should we go straight to problem solving? Dana asked. Orthos waved his hand dismissively. I have all the time in the world to sort out this mess. Plus, there are no other guild members here, and I likely can't recruit them until years from now when they actually have a system interface. So, we can solve the issue now, and then I will come back and deal with guild matters. Matilda is already sending me welcome back messages. That made Dana giggle. It was no secret that Orthos was one of the few dragons old enough to relate to her in some way. But Matilda's daily activity rate had gone way up from her usual slumbering state once the Drod Guild branch had been activated, and even more in the last few weeks with the wedding plans. Soon, the supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon wouldn't be known as a hibernating threat, but as an active participant in the life of the Dragon Isles. Before we leave the city, we should likely trim the yard and say hello to the current lord. Who even leads this place nowadays? Orthos asked. The Bunga clan does. The continent has somehow managed to devolve into disassociated barbarian clans running cities, or living nomadic lives in the wilderness. Carl explained. Orthos sighed. Are the city stones at least still active? The air here smells terrible, and not in the stale pantry way. Dana giggled and Carl smiled. In fact, they are. They placed the plinth at the main gate to help vet visitors. You can check in and bring whatever functions you would like online. I can offer you some mana storage if you need it, in place of the guild members who would normally help. That would be much appreciated. I can't stand a disorganized city. When they walked out of the house with one more person, the city guard was completely baffled. Had there been someone living in there this whole time? But, the house was beginning to repair itself, and magical blades were trimming the yard and moving the mulch to a compost pile. If this new person had lived here the entire time, he would have done that more than once in the last 1,000 years, right? Carl nodded at the guard. We need to go back to the gate for a moment. Our new arrival needs to activate the city stones. Oh, certainly. It's not far. Please follow me. It was easier not to argue with Carl, and it was city policy that everyone checked in by touching the stones. Kara nearly tripped Orthos a dozen times as she ran in circles around the group, becoming increasingly excited with every step. Why did the stone have to be so far from the house? This was going to be glorious. Orthos didn't understand her enthusiasm. If he activated the city stones, he would bring order to the city, not chaos. The guard led them to the gates, and Orthos sighed as he saw the damaged and worn state of the city stone. Welcome, City Lord Orthos. City functions now online. Ending hibernation mode. All functions operational. The heavily worn plinth regrew a top platform, covered in gems and writing, and Orthos nodded happily. Ah, that is better. Now, Lord Carl, could you spare me just a bit of mana to bring essential services online? Orthos asked. Carl nodded, and placed a hand on the bronze dragon's shoulder to pass mana directly to him. Orthos radiated power as he began to work, and a barrier formed over the whole city. Then, it began sending pillars of light toward the ground all over Bunga as the mana draw reached the maximum constant mana flow for an Overlord-ranked dragon. At the end of the road in front of them, right in the middle of the city, the ruins of the city hall began to rebuild themselves, and Carl saw golems, or perhaps gargoyles, in police uniforms appearing all over the concourse. Don't forget to match the new fashion sensibility. They only wear and use things that were living, no metal. Carl reminded the dragon with a system message. Orthos nodded, and the guards changed from polished brass buttons on military coats, to burly dragonkin warriors in leather pants, with scales and tattoos on bare chests. Dana gave the dragon a curious look and he shrugged. They're still impressive, right? If I can't have the cool ones, I will at least make the ones the ladies like. He wasn't joking. He had made hundreds of Overlord-ranked security guard gargoyles, with magical stone battleaxes, and the ladies of Bunga were already ogling them as they introduced themselves and handed out flyers with basic city rules on them. Do you think that we should wait here for the clan chief? Or should we go to him? Carl asked the stunned security guards as Orthos continued to work. I'm not sure. I think if we wait here, the clan chief will come to us. There is no way that he can miss that giant stone building appearing in the park, especially since it's in his back garden. But I will send someone to tell him what is going on. What else is he planning to do? The guard replied. Orthos shrugged. I remade the city guard, I made new sanitation wagons, and I refreshed the self-repair charm on the city walls after I rebuilt the city hall. Other than that, I left things as they were. The guards aren't setting any new rules right now, just handing out flyers with information about what rules they will enforce. The guards winced. That was definitely not going to make the clan chief happy. His enforcers set the rules based on their mood, and most of them were not overlords. The runner from the guard station at the wall didn't have to make it all the way to the center of the city. The clan chief was already coming their way in full battle armor with a retinue of guards. Looks like you're about to gain new responsibilities. Carl joked with Orthos. Old ones, really. But as a bronze dragon, I can't just let them continue going on like savages. He sighed. Then, his aura pulsed with power, and Carl realized that the dragon was advancing. He had been overlord for a long time, bottlenecked by the restricted energy levels of the other continent. But here, that wasn't a problem, and he had just done something that greatly pleased his god. Guard, explain. The clan chief shouted as he reached the gates. Sir, the dragons of the Dark Light host have returned, and they activated the plinth. This is former City Lord Carl, and City Lord Orthos. The guard informed him. What is he doing to my city? The clan chief demanded. Orthos sighed in relief as he finished all of what he considered the basic work around the city. I brought back the necessities of a basic and functional society. How did you manage to let the city degrade so far that not even the running water was functional anymore? No, forget that. How did you let things get so bad that people were dumping their household waste in the gutters? That's just uncivilized. So, I fixed the basic services, and over the next week the city will undergo a thorough cleansing. I do have a few things to take care of, but I am not sure that you can be trusted to not screw it all up in my absence. Orthos explained. The worst part was that he didn't even see it as an insult, just basic questions and a statement of fact. The beast god temples were full of what the people here would consider wild animals, and they were still more sanitary than the people of the Bunga clan. For a moment, the clan chief didn't seem to know what to say. He had been insulted many ways, by many different people. But the pure audacity of this dragon to tell him that his people lived like savages, when wild dragons roamed the continent, killing and burning as they pleased, was beyond words. What rules are you trying to enforce on my clan? The chief demanded, losing patience with Orthos. The bronze dragon sighed. Just the essentials of civilized society, as I see that your clan has devolved somewhat since I departed a few thousand years ago. My guards will enforce the laws against theft, and prevent violence against others wherever they see it. That is all. For now. However, there are other aspects of the city that will require attention and maintenance. For example, I fixed the running water situation, but I see that none of the new homes have been built with access to the lines. At least the public fountains are flowing now. Also, the sewer lines are repaired, so liquid waste dumped in the street like primitives discovering a lost civilization will flow out of the city. I will have the sanitation wagons clear the solid debris from the street to be disposed of in the incinerator. We can discuss educating the people about the newly placed rubbish bins later. This whole place needs cleaning, so I will return here once we have discovered the source of the disturbance that is limiting the system's activation and resume my role as city lord. The clan chief roared and charged at Orthos with a spiked club in his hand, but the bronze dragon simply transformed and stomped on him, smashing the man into the ground as he glowed with divine light. Dealing with lawbreakers and troublemakers was the domain of his god, and Orthos was not going to lose a challenge for his city before he even had a chance to clean it or restore order and the rule of law. The clan chief looked baffled as he flailed under Orthos' claw. He had been defeated with a single strike, and the dragon didn't even have to try to keep him pinned down. Was this the physical advantage between dragons and the rest of the world? Perhaps we should continue the search on our own. Your city has a lot of renovations to do, and the Bunga Guild House probably needs a good cleaning before you start to recruit new members. It's been a few thousand years since the Dark Light host last ruled the city of Bunga, and they do look like they could use a bit of guidance. Carl suggested. Orthos rumbled in annoyance, then nodded and dropped an item from his inventory at Carl's feet. You can use that to find anomalies. One of them must be the source of the problem, so just follow the disruption toward its strongest point, then use that to pinpoint the issue. But you should at least rest here for one night first. It's still early, but there are no other cities in easy walking distance. Or were you planning to fly? Orthos asked. I was going to fly, but an overnight stay doesn't seem too bad. Why don't you start on educating the clan chief about his responsibilities while I inform the people of the changes that have been made? Carl suggested. Orthos transformed back into the unassuming old cleric he had arrived looking like, and then picked up the Bunga clan chief. Now, let's head for City Hall, and I can fill you in on some of the changes that will be happening here. I am not interested in replacing the Bunga clan, only in keeping order within the city. Oh, don't look at me like that. Have you ever seen a feral bronze dragon? No. It doesn't happen to us. Now get to walking, I have a schedule to keep. Orthos lectured the sullen clan chief. As they walked away, the gate guard turned to Carl. Is he always like that? Carl shook his head. No, he just has zero patience for stupidity and disorder. He spent over 1,000 years educating preschool-aged divine beasts, and I suspect that he views the people of Bunga as being at about the same level of civility. But I might as well start my work here. Can you call out all the guards in this zone? I will explain the changes now so that you don't anger Orthos and make him call for assistance from the church. That would be the beast god's church, most likely. And being lectured in basic civility by a bunch of intelligent beasts probably wouldn't improve the mood of any of the residents of the city. The guard who had been manning the plinth blew a series of notes on a whistle hung around his neck, and the guards began to gather. The man nodded, then went to lean on the plinth and almost fell over when he realized it wasn't there anymore. Orthos must have put it back in the control room in City Hall. That would be the rebuilt building in the middle of the city. But we will start with the essentials. The defenses of the city have been partially restored, so you will be safer from outside attacks. The ancient fountains in the city have all been reconstructed, and they flow with fresh, drinkable water. That water will continue to flow for as long as Orthos is in control of the city. The street drains, and the septic lines in any relic houses are now repaired, so waste will flow out of the city. The newly constructed city guard will maintain order, but Orthos has limited their enforcement so that they're not too busy. I will say that he doesn't have high expectations for the Bunga clan, but after seeing the conditions in capture, I can assure you that there will be some adjustments to be made. Now, who has questions? Carl explained to the gathered guards. An elderly wrath demon stepped forward to speak. I have a few. Is it true that the new guards don't allow fighting? Carl immediately understood the issue. Not as a blanket ban on violence. They will only stop violent crime and attacks. If you both want to fight, that is fine. But if you sucker punch someone who doesn't want to fight, or try to rob them, then they will get involved. The demon smiled in satisfaction. At least the new changes wouldn't change the dominance fights. But one of the orcs had a more practical concern. What happens when traveling merchants come through with slave caravans? That was definitely not going to end well. That was an excellent question. What would happen if someone brought slaves into the city? The practice had been outlawed the last time that Carl had been here, and the city had sent out guards to hunt the pirates who were still capturing slaves for export. I would recommend that they not come into the city. During the last system resurgence, the practice had been outlawed. If they show up, I can't guarantee that the city guard won't free any slave that requests it. Carl explained. The orc chuckled. Oh, this is going to be fun. Bunga clan doesn't allow slaves in the city, but the chief lets you buy from the caravans as long as you free them after you pay. They capture many children from the nomadic tribes, and some make good fighters. A sturdy troll beside him, with skin like drying mud, cracked and mottled, rumbled happily. Maybe the new city lord will let us hunt slavers. They taste good. Dana laughed, and Carl nodded. You should discuss that with the clan chief. I know that Orthos would let you, but his job is more to provide the rules that keep the city running, while the clan chief sets the rules for his tribesmen. The troll nodded. I will inform the other trolls. Swamp trolls like the taste of merchants best, but some of the others don't like what they do. Big demons and orcs will come with us, for sure. Any chance to smash thieves? The orcs in the crowd simply shrugged. The troll might not be a bright man, but he knew what he was talking about. They did love a good fight, and it wasn't a stretch to consider captured nomads as stolen goods. So, we don't need to start doing anything new, only keeping the city in order, and explaining the new features to people, so they don't make a mess. A lanky, blue-skinned troll asked. Carl nodded. Exactly. Until the big bosses give different orders, all you have to do is keep the city in order. Don't let the brawls break vendor stalls or houses, teach everyone not to make the city more filthy than it has to be. It will also help reduce disease in the city. Not that trolls usually have to worry about that, with your regeneration. But for everyone else, that is a good thing. Also, Orthos can heal, so he might set up some sort of hospital. The guards looked lost. A hospital is a place where healers gather so that everyone knows where to find them. Now they understood. Civilizing these people up to an acceptable standard was going to drive Orthos insane, Carl was certain of it. But he could probably make a few changes that would improve the city for everyone. For example, healing totem runes engraved on the public fountains would affect everyone who came for a drink, or for water to bring home. That would be an immediate improvement, and it wasn't hard to make them self-powered. I will take my wife and go spread the word through the city, while I make a few upgrades. Did you need anything else to do your jobs? Carl asked. The guards shook their heads, and Carl took a small statue out of his inventory. It wasn't really intended as a healing totem, it was one of the decorative statues that the sculptors had been making as home decor. But it would do the job, even if it was shaped like a 10-centimeter tall dwarf. It had a large base on it, so it wasn't easily knocked over, and Carl needed every part of that to carve the healing totem spell on. He only empowered it to the royal rank, enough for common issues, and then looked for somewhere to put it. The old wooden building that had been at the gate when he was first here was long vanished, but the stone guard barracks inside the wall were still present, and in use. I need you to place this somewhere near the gate, so the effect spreads past the doors to reach travelers as they're being questioned. Carl informed the gathered guards, who were all intently watching him work. What does it do? The swamp troll asked. It's a healing totem. It cures basic diseases and heals injuries. The troll nodded, and then took the statue in his thick fingers. A tendril of mud extended out, and the statue was placed through a hole above the portcullis. We don't use the murder holes often. It will be good there. The troll explained. Even if they were using the hole, there was a small room up there, and the statue could remain until they were under siege and didn't want to heal the enemy troops at the gate. So people just need to walk out and then back in to heal? One of the wrath demons asked. They just have to stand nearby. I am planning to put more of them at the water fountains. The demon tapped his horn with a claw as he thought. Yeah, that's a good spot. Put them at the big house too. Everyone goes to the boss when there are problems. Carl nodded. That won't be a problem. I will make sure that there are enough spots to go and heal. If my memory is right, the taverns and the market are both near fountains, and that's where most fights and challenges happen, so you can heal right up after. You know, in case you need a rematch or want to do a best 2 of 3. Then at the big house, so that you go to see the boss looking and feeling your best. The orcs and wrath demons laughed. Best 2 of 3 format bar fights was an absolutely brilliant idea. Perhaps these strange foreigners weren't so bad after all. The guards whistled again, and more men came out of the barracks and the closer portions of the city to be informed of the changes by the guards on gate duty. Well, some of the details. Fresh water at all the fountains and the big foreigner taking his wife to make healing spots around the city so they could fight multiple rounds in the same day were the only parts that the guards actually remembered. Carl was beginning to wonder if their intelligence had devolved with their cultural level. Carl took Dana to the guild house first, where he created a low stone wall outside the barrier all around the property, as the old one had disintegrated centuries ago, and was currently just a rubble pile in a few spots. Then, he used royal rank nature stones to make healing totems at all 4 corners of the property, with the gems buried deep in the wall using earth manipulation. You should add gargoyles. Oh, and a maid. Orthos would like a maid. We have plenty of stones from the clothing sales. Tion suggested. The little fox wasn't wrong. They had hundreds of overlord rank and higher elemental stones available, and even more if they opened a portal so they could access the guild bank. You look like you're talking to someone. Dana asked. Tion thinks that we should leave some staff members at the guild house for orthos. Perhaps an illusionary cleaning staff and some gargoyles. Dana smiled. What about an upgraded spell? You have a skill that's letting you blend other skills to make some of the strange abilities that your team has, right? What if I give you greater golem? Could you make better staff members? Carl smiled. I think that I could. Greater golems and gargoyles should make greater gargoyles if my guess is right. And the original gargoyles are already pretty good. Dana handed him a skill book with a smile, and in his mind, Tion laughed. Ray will be so excited about those. He cheered. Carl focused on trying to combine Greater Golem and Gargoyle, but the result was not what he expected. Instead of Greater Gargoyle, he got Epic Golem. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, Epic Golem, will be transferred to his lovely Dana Mage. That's not what I expected. What does it even summon? Dana asked. I have absolutely no idea. Carl replied with a shrug. We probably shouldn't test this within the city. Dana realized. Yeah, that's the smart move. I will put gargoyles in the guild house, and an illusionary staff member spell. Orthos will know how to properly operate them. Carl agreed. Gargoyles took some time to engrave into the backside of the new wall, but the solid illusion was created by Opal in a matter of seconds. She had all those slices of low-grade illusion stone, and if they were just making maids, they didn't need to be powerful. Just a bunch of ascended rank bunnies in maid dresses would be enough to keep the house in working order and the guests entertained. Nobody didn't like bunnies. Carl laughed as he made them a bunch of cleaning rings so that they could more effectively maintain the house, and then gave them their first orders to keep the place clean and host authorized guests, or inform the gargoyles of unauthorized ones. Bunnies? Dana asked as the new staff ran into the house to get to work. Opal made them. Everyone likes bunnies. Carl explained with a smirk. Yes, that is part of the problem. You know how Orthos feels about strangers with muddy feet in his space. Dana reminded him. Kara had told everyone the story of the first time that she had been in a beast god temple. In a way that made her seem innocent, naturally. And certainly not like she had tracked muddy footprints across the roof just to see if they would chase her. Kara nodded in agreement, while laying on her back in the Lich Lord's sarcophagus, which was now loaded with gold coins to make the interior into a badger-shaped recliner. The gargoyles were active now, looking like traditional gargoyles, and Carl decided to call the guild house finished. It had healing, guards, and cleaners. Orthos could take care of the rest. With the guild house finished, they moved on to the nearest fountain. They were slowly gathering spectators as they walked, due mostly to the quality of the outfits that they were wearing. It wasn't their fanciest, but it was still more than enough to stand out. Coupled with the obvious power level of the pair of strangers and all the changes made to the city, the residents of Bunga had questions that needed answers. Sir, might I ask, do you know what is happening in the city? So many new buildings went up, now there are fountains, and fresh clean water, and new guards scaring the children. An old dragonkin woman pleaded. It's not that scary. The guards are just there to keep everyone safe. They will help stop thefts, catch criminals, and stop unwanted violence. Carl offered. Who would want violence? No, you mean fights between demons and orcs, right? Those are against clan rules. The old woman replied. Carl nodded. But the guards will only stop them if they are going to break something. If they both want to fight, the new guards will let them. They are a relic of the last system resurgence, brought back to enforce city rules. The ancient city lord has returned, and he is starting to bring all the functions of the city back online. The old woman smiled. So, the system is real? Dana smiled and patted the woman on the shoulder. Indeed it is. Soon the young ones will start awakening system classes, and the city will return to the state it was in during its peak. What is it you're doing now? Your friend is doing something to the fountain, but we already checked, it's clean water. The old woman asked Dana as Carl got to work. He's got a rare skill, he's going to create a healing effect around the fountain, so that everyone who comes to get water is also healed of injuries and illnesses. If everyone comes by every few days, their health will constantly get better. Once he finishes this one, we will go to the other ones in the city. Dana explained. The old dragonkin woman seemed completely unconvinced by Dana's words until the first pulse of the spell covered the area, and she gasped, then shifted her weight and shook her leg. The knee pain faded. It's really gone. She mumbled. See, just keep standing here. The pulses are some time apart, but just standing near the fountain for a while should have you feeling better in no time. Now, it's time for us to head out and do the other fountains so that everyone can get the benefit. Dana informed her with a wave, before rejoining Carl to walk through the stunned crowd of onlookers. The last of the fountains for them to upgrade was the one at the newly rebuilt City Hall, where a large crowd had gathered. Whether they were waiting for news, or just enjoying the water park in the gardens was anyone's guess, but nobody tried to stop Carl as he went for the main fountain to start the upgrades. There were thousands of people gathered in the park, and the first pulse of the spell was a visible change rippling through the crowd. Good work. But if that fountain didn't circulate and filter the water, it would have been absolutely disgusting by now. Dana chuckled as Carl came down from the fountain, as he had been riding near the top, where it wouldn't be easily reached. Well, now there is no real excuse for the city's residents not to be clean. I am sure that Orthos will institute public baths soon enough. They used to be a thing here, but I didn't see any new buildings that might be them. He's got enough to do for one day, though. Carl agreed. I can still hear him and the clan chief arguing in the office upstairs. Why don't we head to the guild house for the night, and then we can talk to him in the morning when he's gotten things sorted out here? Dana suggested. Carl wrapped an arm around her shoulders and was about to lead her back when the dragon in question and the clan chief came out to the podium on the front steps of City Hall. Come up to the stage, so we can tell everyone at once what is going on. Orthos messaged them both. Reluctantly, Carl and Dana joined the two city leaders on the stage, while the clan chief poked at the microphone, trying to figure out what it was and what it did. Orthos smiled and activated the device with a bit of mana, then motioned for the chief to speak. My beloved family of the Bunga clan. The chief paused as his magically enhanced voice boomed over the concourse. Today is a glorious day for the Bunga clan, our city lord has returned, and the ancient ways have begun to restore themselves with his help. You must have all seen the fresh water in the fountains, or felt the healing. These will remain as long as our city lord remains in Bunga. The new guards are here to help bring the Bunga clan back to its glory days. They will not harm anyone but criminals. I have spoken with the city lord, and none of the Bunga clan's rules go against the ancient laws. He paused as the crowd cheered, and then raised his hand for silence. That said, there will be a few changes. The old laws only allow indentured servitude for debts. So, our lowest-ranked clan members will have their status adjusted. Functionally, little will change. But they will be free to work for any member of the clan. There were some cheers and a few roars of outrage at that news, but the clan chief wasn't finished. Only by following the old laws can we bring back the system. The city lord has proven this to me, and granted me the power to cleave apart our enemies, which has awakened the system in Bunga clan's territory. I can see it, use it, and learn the powers of a true warrior. The clan chief finished. The crowd hooped and cheered in satisfaction, while Carl and Dana did their best not to laugh at the fact that Orthos had finally made the clan chief agree by giving him the most basic of basic warrior class skill books. The clan chief stepped back, and Orthos took his place at the podium. Greetings everyone. I am City Lord Orthos, returned now that the city stones are back online. I know that this will be a big change for everyone, but I can assure you that it is all for the betterment of the Bunga clan. There have been a few new buildings constructed already, including the fountain network, which I see many are enjoying. But there will be more of them added soon. Public baths, upgraded smoke houses and storage buildings to keep food fresh longer. Also, there will be upgrades to the city's defenses, so that the Bunga clan will not need to fear invasion, even by feral dragons. Orthos explained. That was the sort of news that generations of the local residents had been waiting to hear. Safety within the city was never guaranteed, but if they could eliminate the threat of invasion, and just keep it to local crime, then the lowest-ranking clan members saw a real chance to maybe earn enough to upgrade their living conditions. Of course, they had no idea that Orthos was planning that already, as he was deeply disgusted by the decay in his city's infrastructure. But for the moment, his words were a shining beacon of hope. Orthos smiled at the cheering crowd as he continued. These two fine visitors, members of my guild, have placed healing magic on all of the fountains in town, including the water park at the fountain here at City Hall. If a member of your family falls ill or is injured, the first place you should take them is to one of the fountains. Half an hour there will cure most illnesses and injuries. If they have broken bones, set them straight first, so they don't heal improperly. The hope is that we can lessen the burden on the midwives and healers in the city, and prevent the spread of plagues through the clan. Orthos stepped back while Carl and Dana waved at the crowd, and the orcs began setting up grills. It wasn't a proper party without something on the grill. Carl patted the clan chief on the shoulder. Good work, it looks like your people are going to adjust quickly to the changes City Lord Orthos needs to make to bring Bunga back up to his standards. The clan chief grumbled in annoyance, then nodded. Yes, it is all good news. Just hard to accept that things can change so quickly and easily when I couldn't make any of those changes myself. So that's what the problem was. Now that there was a properly Orcish party going on in the City Hall gardens, Carl knew that they weren't going to get back to the guild house to sleep any time soon, so he led Dana over to where a group of demon women were setting up drums and cleaning wooden flutes. Oh, welcome. I don't know what to call you, and it seems rude to call you by name. The demoness closest to them giggled. You can use our names, we don't mind. Or pick a title you like. We've got some time before the food, so we thought that we might dance. I'm eager to find out what Bunga clan's musical taste is like. Carl replied. Dana nodded in agreement. If we stand too far away, it's hard to sort it all out. My ears are sensitive, and there are many people singing and playing. In that case, let's start with some classics for the visitors. The singer declared as the rest of the group finished setting up. The drums started a fast and cheerful beat, then the flutes joined in, and the singer began a wordless animalistic cry that the nearby revelers joined in, and then began to bounce in spot. It's a mosh pit. Dana realized with a laugh. She was right, it was not some sort of organized formal dance, it was an ancient dance tune that they had forgotten the words to, and now just mimicked with a wordless chanting. So, Carl pulled Dana into the crowd to join the dancing, which was spreading further and further from the initial group as more musicians joined in on the song. Then, a deep roaring voice joined in, and Carl realized that the reason nobody remembered the words was because the song was originally in Dragon, and nobody here spoke the language, they just liked the song. Orthos had transformed, and he was singing along with the music, which turned out to be a children's tune about flying, and the rhythmic thumping of the drums was intended to teach them the proper beat to flap their wings. Somehow, that made it even funnier, and Carl sang along as they danced through the crowd until a great cheer from one side of the park brought the dance to an end. The food was ready, and the people of Bunga were ready to properly welcome their city lord home. Welcome visitor. Did you have a preference? We've got many meats roasting. The orc slicing up servings of food declared. Something herb seasoned, I think. Carl decided. Same. Dana agreed. In that case, we have just the right thing for you. It's a river fish that goes well with the dried herbs and fresh lemon. He declared, then handed them each a plate with a small fish and some sort of purple roast potato on it. Cheers. Actually, do you have more grill space? I have a donation that I'm sure the orcs will like. Carl suggested. Hawk nodded in agreement. He had many things that the orcs liked. But he had far too many crocolisks and crabs. Both were excellent. But he may have, just possibly, went overboard while collecting them. Hawk pointed to an overlord-ranked crocolisk, and Carl prepared to pull it out when the orc nodded. There is a roasting pit just behind me. How big is your donation? The cook replied. I was going to give you a whole crocolisk. I stored it without portioning it, and it's too much. Carl explained. The orc's eyes lit up. I haven't had crocolisk forever. They live to the south in the swamps, but we don't go there often, the Naga tribes are territorial. Carl found an open spot near the roasting pits and dropped the crocolisk on the ground for the cooks to prepare. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It might take some time to fully roast, but it's a lot of meat. The orcs cheered and pulled him into careful hugs so they didn't spill his plate. You're pretty decent, for an outsider. Don't worry, we can slice strips as it cooks, so there will be crocolisk all night long. You're new to Bunga, but this party will probably last for at least 2 days, so just go to wherever you're staying and sleep when you need. The cook explained. An old troll with white hair and wrinkled blue skin laughed. With a new wife, it can be hard to get out of bed, but the party will be here waiting for you until we run out of food and drink. Carl waved goodbye as he followed Dana to the base of a tree to sit and eat, out of the way of the dancers. Every so often, someone would stagger across the park, either limping or staggering drunk, and splash into the pool by the main fountain. They would stay there for a few minutes, letting the healing totem work, and then rejoin the party, refreshed and good to go. Maybe the healing pools were a bad idea. If they can just heal their sore feet, the demons and orcs will never stop dancing. Dana laughed as she realized what was happening. They said they'd quit when they ran out of food that had been prepared for the party, and the orcs aren't known for being wasteful. I'm sure that it will be fine eventually. Plus, look how happy all the kids are with the new water park. Carl joked. The kiddie pool had been repurposed for a preteen wrestling tournament, where the orcs and demons could show off for each other. The matches were currently being dominated by a wrath demon girl with oversized leathery wings and alabaster pale skin. Despite being one of the smaller contestants, she had immense physical strength and had managed to body slam an Orcish boy twice her size to eliminate him. The boy didn't look happy about it, but the rest of the contestants were cheering her on as the next little boy came up to challenge her leadership. It reminded Carl of the wrath demons in Drod when he had first brought them the fertility charms. The female of the group were definitely not any physically weaker than their male counterparts. Late into the night, Carl and Dana returned to the Bunga Guild house, where the gargoyles and the bunny maids welcomed them back with enthusiasm. Carl got the impression that they were bored without guests. He wasn't sure if a gargoyle could actually get bored, but he'd never put one anywhere that didn't get frequent traffic. Even the ones in the Alliance house had rapidly spread to the whole house from the basement, and they had Lotus and the Lala bunnies to keep them constant company. Or Thor. They loved to pile on the behemoth when he was relaxing on the sofa. While the gargoyles just seemed like they had been bored, Carl got the impression that the bunnies viewed this level of even temporary isolation as a form of sensory deprivation torture on the level of locking Lotus in a concrete room with no windows. They even went so far as to put the sheets by the fireplace to warm, so that Carl and Dana didn't get into a cold bed on a cool night. Not that it would have mattered, as both of them were in fully furred forms at the moment. But it was the thought that counted. You're going to need to gather guild members to the guild house, or at least a few clerics or something. The staff is lonely. Carl warned Orthos before taking Dana to bed. Why did you make staff that needs constant companionship? The bronze dragon replied. They're cute. Carl could almost hear the dragon sigh as he received that message, but a few seconds later, he responded. I will arrange for a few of the Beast God Temple's faithful to come and repopulate this branch of the Dark Light host. The residents of Bunga are not yet suitable. Perhaps in the next generation, they will be. But not now. That was good enough for Carl. They had started to bring the system back online on this continent, and that was one step closer to finding out why it wasn't working properly. The theory that it was someone from the immortal realm who didn't know about the system seemed to be the most likely scenario. But until they actually found the source, Carl wouldn't rule anything out. Including that it was the giant starting shit again. They had been a giant pain in his ass all through the early ranks in the Golden Dragon Nation, and he knew that their Titan God clerics had been working since before recorded history to deactivate the system. Or at least keep it for themselves. Logically, it might also be both. An immortal rank giant. That wasn't something that Carl could deal with, even with the multitude of tricks that he had at his disposal. But if an immortal giant did try to enter this world, it would alert Matilda immediately, and she could take care of it. That brought up another thought. Had the old Chaos Dragon sent them here as bait? If they were bait, there was a greater than zero chance that Kara would get to punch someone in the face, and that was more than enough reason for the Badger and Dragon to coordinate to arrange the whole trip. Kara was conveniently napping, so he couldn't get her reaction to that thought, but Hawk wouldn't put it past them. Tian was sure that his sister wouldn't lie to them. But if you never asked, did it really count as lying? Kara would be happy to tell them if being bait to pick a fight was her plan from the start. You just needed to ask her. Carl wrapped his arms around Dana and settled in for the night with troubled thoughts on his mind. Unfortunately, they weren't gone when he woke up to the mental equivalent of a poke to the face from Orthos. What is so important that you woke me up? Carl asked. Get ready for battle. There is a hostile clan coming for Bunga. The city belongs to the Dark Light host, so it's your job to defend the city too. We've got incoming feral dragons with a dragonkin death cult. Orthos explained. Carl nudged Hawk and Kara awake, then gave Dana a gentle shake. Dana? There is an attack on the city. We need to keep them from destroying everything that Orthos just built. Carl whispered. She was in fox form, she would hear him. It took a second to get moving, but then Carl scanned the horizon outside the window and saw the incoming hostile tribe, which was already attacking the farmers outside of town as the non-combatants ran for safety in the city walls. What's the plan? Dana asked. I will transform. You ride on my back. Hawk and Kara will work together, while Tian and Opal will provide support for the ground troops from inside their spaces. Neither of them likes to come out during battle. Carl explained. Then he jumped out the window and activated Avatar, along with a full set of buffs over the group. Orthos joined them in the sky as Hawk appeared in the air by Carl's side, with Kara riding on his back. The bird immediately gained altitude, racing upward like a shooting star in reverse. That hawk of yours is insanely fast. Orthos commended. He shouldn't have too many troubles dealing with rogue dragons. I hope. What do we have? Have you gotten a report yet? Carl asked. One rogue sand dragon matriarch and her clutch. I'm afraid that we will have to let you deal with the matriarch today. She's near the peak of totem rank, so you've got the best chance of settling her aggression before the city is damaged. You don't need to kill her if she wants to run away. Once the cult is gone and the spell they've cast over the dragons fades, their aggression will fade as well. Well, that was interesting. Perhaps the dragons weren't all going feral on their own. If there were dragonkin cults casting spells to make them more aggressive, the problem might be more easily solved than expected. After all, they had a Kara. With Dana settled in on his back and held in place by eternal lightning, Carl flew out to intercept the matriarch, while Orthos went to join Bunga's ground troops, and Hawk vanished into the clouds. Don't you think that you've gotten too much altitude? Carl asked as the bird vanished from sight. We have a plan. Hawk assured him. As long as he wasn't distracted, it should be fine. The matriarch roared when she saw Carl's massive form, large even for a mythic-ranked dragon, thanks to his buffs. That was a threat that she couldn't ignore, and when Carl moved the fight away from the infantry, the matriarch followed. Even if they were thousands of meters in the air, the aftermath of their battle was likely to cause wide-scale destruction. It was simply inevitable during a battle between totem-ranked dragons. Drop me off here, I will ride with Orthos to deal with the ground forces. I want to know what epic golems do, and I won't be able to use them from 2 kilometers in the air. Dana instructed. Carl chuckled. Go ahead, I will inform Orthos that you intend to ride him into battle. Kara laughed in Carl's mind. Yes, let the Dana mage ride the stuffy dragon. It would do him good. Dana flew down to where Orthos had circled back to collect her, as her own flight was not fast enough to get her to the battle on time. I will not forget this. I am not a horse. Or a sarrow. Orthos warned Carl. I can have her make an oversized lance if it helps. The old cleric gave Karl a slight draconic smile. The children of the city would tell stories of this battle for a century if she did. But it was purely excessive to use a lance when you were riding a dragon. Karl and the matriarch circled each other as they ascended, looking for an opening in their enemy's guard. The sand dragon had a barrier of swirling sand around her body that should equal eternal lightning in effectiveness. Or something close to it. That would not make this an easy fight for either side. Sand vortexes appeared in the air all over their portion of the battlefield, and Karl countered with dozens of hellstorm vortexes. The combination turned the battlefield into an obstacle course, where both had to weave around the swirling winds to avoid having their wings shredded. It was standard for dragons at their level, Orthos knew. But he didn't have an opportunity to warn Karl about the most common battle tactics the matriarch would likely employ. Karl sent out a barrage of disintegration attacks, which the sand dragon countered with fireballs, causing explosions of black fire to pepper the sky like anti-aircraft flak. The two dragons crashed together, snapping and snarling as they clawed at each other before twisting free to make another pass. Neither barrier fell in the first exchange, but Karl knew that his strength was buffed to a level much higher than what the sand dragon could claim. It was unlikely to go for another direct confrontation now that it knew it was physically outmatched. But the real battle was not between the two champions. From 10,000 meters in the air, Hawk and Kara put their plan into action. Hawk twisted and flapped once, hard. He rocketed toward the ground at nearly 600 kilometers an hour, and then at 3,000 meters out, he flared his wings and activated, Lord of Destruction, turning himself incorporeal. While Hawk rapidly decelerated, Kara did not. A small black and white fur missile hurtled toward the back of an overlord-ranked sand dragon, who hadn't even noticed the incoming threat. With disintegration, as a protective shell outside of eternal lightning, she prepared a void blast in front of herself. Kara hit the dragon's back like a 30-kilo cannonball, and then, void blast, exploded on contact, evaporating a large portion of the beast's body and letting Kara hurtle past him toward the ground without slowing. Badger incoming. She cheered as she realized that she was headed for a totem-ranked dragonkin warrior. The wind was knocked from her as she slammed into the man's hastily raised shield, but the satisfying sound of shattered bones let her know that her disintegration barrier hadn't been wasted. The dragonkin cult members began to panic as a blur of teeth and claws tore apart one of their champions, then launched itself at the unfortunate black dragon cleric who happened to be closest to the dead warrior. Satisfying. Hawk laughed as he rained ghostfire meteors on the battlefield. From Orthos' back, Dana shook her head at the duo's antics. She hadn't expected any less from them when Hawk had vanished into the clouds. The sand dragons had scattered to avoid the meteor bombardment, and Orthos was about to chase them with Dana on his back. Just let Hawk and Kara deal with the dragons. They're both faster flyers than we are, she suggested. Orthos nodded and landed at the edge of the battlefield to let Dana disembark and join the ground fight. After millennia of training magical beasts, Orthos was an exceptional ground combatant. Most species couldn't fly, and part of his job as an elder of the beast god temple was to teach them to fight. They might not be dragons, but four-legged combat was similar for most species. Dana focused on Epic Golem, then frowned when she got a system menu and not a guardian. Please select form before each activation. Ogre King. Naga King. Naga Shaman. Earth Elemental Champion. Each listing was a dungeon boss that she had faced in the past. In this case, she went with the Earth Elemental Champion, a 10-meter-tall titan-sized beast with incredibly high durability and damage reduction. But more importantly, it could reshape its stone club into a massive stone blade, which gave it access to auto-parry. Or, they could reshape their weapons, as Golem Duplication gave her two of them. She might have just found a new favorite spell. The rest of the golems joined the pair of epic golems, while the epic guard remained back to protect Dana from anything that might make it close enough to threaten her from behind. For golems and a pair of Earth Elemental champions at the Overlord rank would make her a priority target among the Bunga defense force very quickly. Assuming that the enemy understood what was happening. Fortunately, she had the orcs on her side, and even without a system interface, they hadn't had any problems reaching higher ranks through pure dedication. They were happy to have a proper fight, but it was even better when they got comedy with it. The Earth Elemental champions weren't actually very agile, so auto parry was only minimally effective. But one of them had just parried a fireball from a flying dragon, making it explode in the air overhead. That made the big guys a whole city worth of new friends in one fight. If Rey was here, she could create a whole army of undead, but Dana was satisfied with the force that she had managed to create. The golems served as the vanguard of the Bunga city counterattack, driving deep into the enemy lines, and allowing the defenders to push in behind them and get at the juicy meat. Also known as the clerics and shamans that the enemy had tried to protect in the middle of their formation. Hawk was fully engaged in a dogfight with a pair of sand dragons, but Dana couldn't see Kara. She didn't realize that the Chaos Badger had never left the ground again after she had landed, or that she was most of the reason that the golems were able to advance so quickly. Kara was in heaven today. None of the armor on the Dragonkin soldiers was bonded. That meant that it was all up for grabs, she just had to remove the armor from the enemy before someone wrecked it. Or remove the enemy from inside the armor with disintegrate. That worked too. The sight of Kara's looting methods had absolutely terrified the enemy army, and it was already clear that the ones closest to Kara desperately wanted to retreat, but the forces behind them hadn't realized the problem yet, and they were trapped. Worse, they couldn't even attack her properly because she kept retreating between the golem's feet so that the constructs would parry the attacks intended for her. The Dragonkin weren't sure if it was possible for a badger to smirk, but they were pretty sure that they had just seen it. Carl and the Sand Dragon exchanged spells and dodged vortexes in a complex aerial dance, each trying to get the upper hand, but both wary of what the other might be holding in reserve. Then the matriarch suddenly broke off and abandoned the cause, taking her surviving whelps with her. By the time that Carl realized she wasn't just circling for another attack, she was far off in the distance to the east, and Hawk was asking whether he should follow them. Let them go. I don't think that they'll be in any hurry to come back to Bunga. Help with the ground assault so that the city doesn't lose too many warriors. Carl instructed. That didn't look like it was going to be a huge issue, as the Bunga city residents outnumbered the attackers by quite a large margin. Without their dragons, the cult didn't stand a chance. Hey, boss. Did you know these guys aren't local? They don't smell like this continent. Kara welcomed Carl as he landed at the edge of the battle. The Chaos Badger had created a mound of corpses, and was currently using it to play a macabre game of King of the Hill, so she could look down at her enemies. Sister Rey taught her the technique, and it really was fun. The remaining members of the cult did not show any signs of retreating. No signs of fear at all. No, that wasn't right, Kara decided. They were terrified. But more terrified of what would happen to them if they retreated, so they would fight to the very end and consider dying a victory of its own. That meant she didn't have to worry about being nice to them. Then, Kara remembered that she had forgotten an entire step in her plan. Elemental's Wrath. The sight of the suddenly enlarged and flaming Chaos Badger was the breaking point, even for the heavily brainwashed cultists. They broke and began to flee, but in her transformed state, Kara was much faster than they were, and everything that she touched erupted with elemental flames. Even a simple scratch from her was enough to doom most opponents, and when her claws got into your flesh, you would burn from the inside out. But the enemy cultists weren't the only ones terrified. None of the Bunga city defenders dared to come within 20 meters of Kara so that they weren't mistaken for a cultist and attacked by that blur of fur and flames. Especially the Bunga city Dragonkin. Carl laughed as the enemy troops began to run right past him to escape from Kara. The Carl isn't even scary enough to stop the stupid ones from fleeing. Hawk laughed. Kara giggled as she gave a Dragonkin an atomic wedgie, then threw him on the pile. She didn't even attack him, just pulled his underwear up over his head and threw him with the corpses. If he knew what was good for him, he would stay there until she was done. The fight was almost over anyhow, with the survivors having fled, and the dragons who could actually threaten the city long gone. But it was Kara's assertion that these attackers didn't smell like this continent that stuck in Carl's head. He hadn't been trying to sniff the sand dragon when they were grappling, so he hadn't noticed. But Carl did notice that Kara was still only a little over a meter tall, even when transformed with Elemental's Wrath. That skill should surely cause a more extreme transformation than simply making her into a flaming badger, but with the chaos element on her side, there was nothing saying that the spell couldn't have turned her into a llama or something. Kara ended the transformation spell as the last of the enemies left. Berserk was fun. She imagined it was what Sister Ray felt like all the time in combat. But she couldn't be absolutely sure. It definitely made stabbing things feel more satisfying. Orthos transformed back to human as he approached Carl. I think that you and Dana should go follow the retreating attackers. They were not from this place. Everyone born on a world under the influence of the dragon gods has signs of it. They were dragon kin, but not from a world subject to the dragon gods. That most likely means that they're from the immortal realm, but it might be another mortal realm where the old gods are forgotten, and there are no chromatic dragons to remind them. He explained. Will you be alright? Carl asked. The bronze dragon smiled. Of course. First, I will heal many of the most severely wounded, and then the fountains can take care of the rest. I'm not a high priest of the beast gods for nothing. Dana frowned. I've been meaning to ask. How does that even work? Aren't you a cleric of the bronze dragon god by default? Orthos smiled. I am, actually. Think of it as something like dual-classed. You see, I started as a bronze dragon cleric, but when I advanced, I was already working with the beast temples to help civilize their orphans. And I chose an advanced class that made me a high priest of the beast gods as well. Like how you have been a few different kinds of mage at this point. Dana nodded in understanding. That makes sense, it just seemed odd that you had entirely changed pantheons. Orthos shrugged. It wasn't so big of a change. There is a beast god of order, which is similar to the bronze dragon of law. Both of the gods get along well, and there was no resistance to my old skills when I changed. As he talked, Orthos began casting a ritual magic spell that was spreading healing over the battlefield, patching up the wounded in some sort of triage order, as not everyone within the zone was healing at the same time. That should make it a multiple target healing spell, Carl reasoned. Not an area of effect. But the result should be the same. Well, Miss Dana, should we shadow the retreating enemy? If they return to where they entered the continent, or even to an overnight camp, we might be able to learn what Matilda sent us here for. Carl suggested. Dana looked at the horizon, where the sun had only just risen. Alright, let's go. We can sleep later. She reluctantly agreed. Hawk and Kara returned to their spaces to wait for the next event, but only a few minutes after they took off, Hawk was out again to scout the area. This was a whole new continent, with all new mice. Even if he didn't really care where the dragon kin who attacked the new house's city were going, he might still come across something good. While Hawk might not be headed out for the right reasons, Carl knew that the bird would actually do his job and track the retreating enemy troops. I can't see anything from up here but the scenery. It's nice, really. The mountains to the north, the woods beneath us. Dana muttered as they reached the second hour of soaring in the sky, watching the troops scurry away from the battle. I found it. They're coming from a big mouse tunnel that leads underground. Hawk reported. Carl turned to find the spot that Hawk was talking about, and realized that there was an entire village set up there. They had a dragon breeding facility set up, with hatchling feral dragons being trained as mounts, chained dragons of the lesser species locked in pens, and clutches of eggs under warm lights. They didn't let the dragons guard their eggs, probably to reduce how protective they were of their pens. But that meant that this was more than just a simple cult invasion from another world. They were established, and they were intending to stay here for a long time. In fact, They might be behind many of the reports of feral juvenile dragons that Matilda had mentioned. The real problem was that they had dozens of totem-ranked dragons and dragonkin mages in the camp, and neither Carl nor Dana could transform into a dragonkin to try to infiltrate them. Hey! Little help. Just melt these chains and we can all be free. The dragons on the ground were shouting as they saw Carl flying overhead. It's a trap, they're under a mind control barrier. Kara noted. Don't get close. They've stolen my first clutch. A mental voice informed Carl in Draconic. The pure agony of the young dragon's voice was all it took for Carl to make the decision. Hey Kara. Want to play with some dragonkin? You can have everything but the eggs. We'll put those in the tiny world because they'll bond if you bring them in your space. Carl suggested. Tion scoffed as he examined the situation. I can break those chains. They're just Overlord-ranked alloy enchanted to bind dragons. I'm the furthest thing from dragons, and even from here, I can shatter the shackles with earth manipulation. Wait until we're close. Hawk, you get the honor of the first pass. Blow ghostfire into the tunnels and see what pops out of the escape hatches. I will be right behind you to join the attack when Tion pops the shackles. Kara, you find the mages keeping that mind control barrier up. Dana, we're going to attack the camp and jailbreak the dragons. Hold on tight. Carl instructed aloud so she could prepare for the dive. Hawk was a streak of fire as he dove, but he didn't just flame the tunnels, he cast, Apocalypse, over the dragonkin camp on the surface before sending a stream of flame down the access tunnel to the underground. There was momentary panic, but Carl was approaching, and the mages were shouting for the capture teams to be prepared. Kara laughed as they made it super easy for her to find out who she had to deal with first. It was like a 2-for-1 bonus day. Dana bombarded the ground with spells, then summoned her golems as Carl approached the ground, giving them someone to fight before Kara arrived. Carl added his, including a full team of spectral knights, adding to the attack force. Then, Tion destroyed all the shackles on the dragons at the same time that Kara stole the barrier orb. Not destroyed. She killed the man holding it, and then tossed it in her space to inspect later. The barrier over the dragon pens collapsed, and the captured dragons cheered in victory before either attacking their captors or grabbing handfuls of eggs from various clutches and flying away. Thank you, World Dragon. Good luck. The female voice who had warned Carl declared, this time in his ears, not in his mind. It was a young ice dragon, her scales nearly transparent over blue hide, giving her the appearance of thick ice, like what was found in the Frost Giant Nation. Then, there was Kara everywhere. Lesser Kara, Greater Kara, Epic Kara. The Chaos Badger cheered. Did she just turn herself into golems? Dana laughed as the whole group exploded with flames. Kara had activated Elemental's Wrath, and the golems gained the skill as well. Carl bit the head off a dragonkin mage, then shook his head. I don't think that they're actual golems. They're illusions. She's mimicking the golem spell with clones made of pure chaos energy, then transformed into elementals. In her space, Opal nodded in agreement. This was a form of minor illusion. If someone damaged them, they would vanish. The problem was damaging them when they were berserk and had limited invulnerability based on Kara's durability. The Badgers were relentless, tearing through the camp with one destination in mind. The tunnels. Where did you hide the good loot? In your room, of course. There was nothing good in the camp, just a bunch of leftovers that the dragons didn't leave with. So, the good stuff had to be underground, and she was going to find it. The real Kara was intently hunting down all the mages who were trying to influence the dragons' minds, killing and looting all the mind control and dragon imprisonment devices that they kept trying to use on Carl, not understanding that he wasn't really a dragon. It must be the Dragon Rider. Aim for the rider, and we should be able to recapture the product. One of the dragonkin shouted. Carl smashed him under one massive foot, and Kara used Pilfer to see what he was hiding. She got a single golden key, which wasn't too interesting. But keys led to things that were interesting. The man didn't even realize that he had been robbed before Carl activated Void Blast around his foot and obliterated the leader's body. Soon, there were no other dragons in the fight. They were either dead, or they had fled after the enemies on the surface were all gone. The reinforcements that the dragonkin had been counting on had never arrived, as Hawk was a master at grabbing little rodents who popped their heads out of tunnels. He had flooded every entrance that he could find with ghostfire, except the one that the Kara clones had entered. "Boss, we found good stuff." "Well, good stuff that you can have. There is a portal stone, and it's got an open portal." Kara updated. "Where does it lead?" "Dunno. Some other world. Not powerful, weaker than the mana here. I sent a few Karas through, and they didn't find anything good. It's just a basement with nothing but a portal and no doors. The mages must enter with magic, then. Tell them to grab the portal stones from both sides and bring them here. I'm not going to transform and clear the tunnels, we will let the golems do it." Carl explained. "Got it. Portal stones incoming." The stones were made of polished obsidian, and carved with active runes. Whoever had made these knew the art of runecrafting. But they were set to randomize the destination every time that the spell was activated. So, even if the same spell was used again, it was unlikely that they would end up on this world. "I don't see any more survivors with soul sight," Hawk informed them. "Alright, the golems will try to flush some more from underground. I don't know if there will be any, but we shouldn't leave any of them to try to open a new portal home." Carl agreed. Kara hummed happily as she began to pile eggs into the tiny world. Nobody had claimed these ones, so they were definitely lootable, even if they didn't go in the loot pile. The caretakers in the tiny world were thoroughly baffled by the sudden appearance of hundreds of dragon eggs scattered over every part of the tiny world, but the forest dragon was overjoyed when she found some from her own species carefully tucked into the branches of the largest trees in the forest zone. "Dana, can you go update the caretakers about the dragon eggs? Kara doesn't speak common." Carl requested. "What caretakers?" Dana asked. "Right. Forgot to mention them. There is a whole group of nature priestesses and druids living in the tiny world, taking care of the plants for Remy's alchemy, and the tiny world itself. Kara moved all the dragon eggs into the various environments there for safekeeping. They're bound to be confused, and I didn't want to drop you in the dirt when I moved." Carl explained. He opened the portal, and Dana stepped through to find herself face to face with a tiny cleric with branches in her hair and tears in her eyes. "Did you send me siblings? Thank you so much, pretty lady. You must be the Dana mage. Boss Carl told us all about you. Do you know how many of them there are? We're finding dragon eggs everywhere." The tiny woman rambled. "Yes, I am Dana. We raided a camp that had imprisoned dragons for breeding purposes. These are the eggs that none of the survivors claimed. I don't know how many of them there are, the Chaos Badger placed them all. But might I ask who you are?" Dana replied. "Oh, you can call me Button. I'm a forest dragon nature priestess." That part was self-explanatory. The introduction alone was enough to tell Dana that this was a nature priestess. But a forest dragon? When did they get a forest dragon? And she was very close to the totem rank. The branches were also part of her hair. Dana was about to brush them out when she noticed that the branches were attached to her head, and that the leaves fluttered when she was excited. "I don't know if the eggs are all in places that will help them hatch, I will have to ask Carl later. But he wanted me to let you know that there were dragon eggs coming." Dana informed her. "Got it. The others are all off on a treasure hunt for dragon eggs now. We will have to send someone underground to find them. And maybe to the library. Do you know what dragons they came from?" Button asked. "None are chromatic dragons, and they're all near the camps in the various biomes, except for the ones in the mountain city, which are in the park on a pile of gems. Carl informed Dana with a system message. Dana hugged the tiny dragon. They're all near the camps, but there are some in the underground city. I'm sure you know where that is by now. Dana didn't. She hadn't been here since it was renovated, and the tiny world was much larger than she remembered. How many of you are there? She asked as she followed the little dragon. About 100 in total. Not all dragons. Mostly beastkin, with some elves and such. My sister is around here somewhere. Likely in the swamp. She likes the humidity. Button explained. She had led Dana to the shore of the lake, near a campsite which had a pair of elves and a dragonkin woman fussing over a pile of mottled blue eggs. Oh, you wanted to examine the eggs. Dana realized. Button looked confused. No, they'll take care of it. Let's go swimming. I made the cutest swimming suit the other day. Do you have one with you? If not, it's all girls here, no need to be shy about skinny dipping. Nobody else ever wears swimsuits, no matter how cute they are. She explained. Dana sighed. Perhaps a sense of urgency simply wasn't part of the mental programming of nature priestesses. This one seemed even less concerned about timelines than Lotus. Carl, I'm going for a swim with Button. Then I will meet with the rest of the caretakers. Do you have everything handled there? She asked. Yeah, we're good. They've cleared the underground. It was just an old den they expanded. Only a few side tunnels, and they're all empty now. Enjoy your swim. I will come join you tonight if you're not busy. Dana laughed. If the others were just as flaky as Lotus and Button, she would likely be in the middle of a cuddle pile with snacks by dark. All right, we've got the rest of the day to play. Dana informed the young dragon. Winning. The others always want to do chores and responsible stuff. While Dana and Button played in the lake, Carl spent a few minutes focusing on the effect that was suppressing the use of magic on this continent. The effect was subtle if you could already use magic, but it would effectively limit the growth of anyone here. Only a few minutes of focus gave him a general direction, and Carl spread the wings of his dragon form to head toward the strongest point. It would be hard to tell how far he had to go until he was there, as he didn't know how strong the effect should be at its core. But the further he flew, the more obvious it was that heading northeast toward Glatt was the right choice. Then, Carl got a brilliant idea. He had been to Glatt before, though it had objectively been a very long time. But that didn't mean he couldn't open a portal there now. He still had a good enough sense of spatial awareness for that. A thought was enough to open the portal 1,000 meters above the trees of the elven village of Glatt, but it was nothing like what Carl remembered. The massive trees were gone, the elven city made of tree forts and suspended bridges was no more. Instead, it was a mangled battlefield slowly regrowing around the shattered stumps of the formerly mighty forest. There were still thousands of elves present, huddled in tents and looking dejected. Not so much a village anymore, but a refugee camp. Carl landed at the edge of the camp, and noticed that not one of the people got up to defend against or greet him. They just sat there, awaiting their fate. This time, he returned to his natural form, the version of him that they would have seen the first time. Just in case one of the long-lived species remembered him. Carl didn't actually know how long elves lived, but there was a forest dragon here before, and she might remember him. Is this Glatt? Carl asked an elderly woman as he reached the camp. Glatt? Glatt hasn't existed for 100 years. But yes, I suppose that you should be close to where it once was. The elderly elf agreed. Can you tell me what happened to it? Or were you not from the area? Carl tried. The old woman sighed and gestured for him to sit. Carl took out a bag of trail mix from Thor's space, as the elves were vegan, and most of the baked goods he had contained either eggs or milk. Usually both, plus sugar, as Lotus made them. The other elves cast longing glances at the small bag of food, and Carl realized that things were worse here than they had looked. Kara gave him a mental nudge. There are bags of rice and beans in Thor's space. Tessa makes them in advance, and he holds on to them for her. Not just a few bags, either. There were literal tons of rice and beans stored in Thor's space for some emergency that may or may not ever happen. Carl took out 2 30-kilo sacks of the ubiquitous cleric food, and nodded for the refugees to come get them. He could help at least this much. Do you have cooking utensils? If not, I can make some for you. Carl offered. The elves looked around the camp, then frowned. None big enough to cook for everyone. Carl smiled and let Tion use earth manipulation to make a pair of giant metal pots. Those should be suitable. Here, take this ring as well, it makes water. You can use mana, right? The old man who had come to get the bags winked at Carl. We might be in bad shape, but we're still elves. I can use enough magic to make water to boil rice. But the giants killed all our actual mages and clerics, so we don't have anyone who can make food. With the forest destroyed, it's been hard to find anything at all. The old woman sighed, and nodded. Just over 1,000 years ago, the Titan gods declared a holy war on the continent. With their immortal lord suppressing the mana on the planet, we couldn't even fight back. They started in the middle of the continent, somewhere near Sallow Lake. That wasn't giant territory before the war, I don't know where they came from. But as the war started, it became harder for our mages to use grand magics every day. It took them 100 years to make their way across the continent, and the old civilizations collapsed under their relentless assaults. Then, they retreated to the lake, and made the center of the continent into their new nation. But they still send armies around the continent, looking for anyone trying to repair what they broke. They steal people sometimes, but I'm told that there are no slaves in the giant cities, so they're probably eating them. Savages, they are. But what brings you here? Carl patted her on the shoulder. Supreme Lady Matilda, the Chaos Dragon Elder of the Dark Light Host, asked me to come here and find out what was messing with the continent's access to the system. We have found that it's mostly just magic that is restricted, as we managed to restore system access to a few warriors. Once I find the source of the problem, I will either fix it or call the Supreme Lady to deal with it for me. The ancient chaos troubled herself over us? A middle-aged elf asked. Carl nodded. She is awake again, and your situation intrigued her because it's not right. Anything not right, and not influenced by chaos, is new and interesting to her. So, she sent me to go deal with it, while she takes care of her usual tasks in the Dragon Isles. The elderly elf sitting next to Carl smiled. Is she actually doing something? Carl patted her on the shoulder. It doesn't look like it, but she prevents all the attempts by the immortal realm to enter this world and claim the people as slaves. I suspect that the Titans came from another mortal realm world, and that's why she didn't catch it before there were too many of them here for the people to handle. 1,000 years ago, she was mostly sleeping through the downturn in the world's magic, not paying close attention to everything that happened around the world. The elf got a nostalgic look on her face. I don't suppose that you could send us to her. The Chaos Dragon has always been a friend of the elves in our times of need. She asked. Carl smiled. I don't see why not. Join the others and have dinner, and then I will send you all to her hometown, so you can go petition to speak to her directly. Do Chaos Dragons eat elves? Hawk asked, confused about what she would want with a bunch of people with no power. No, but they live for a very long time, so she can talk to them long enough for them to start understanding things. Kara explained. Hawk stopped caring about the conversation at that point. He had known Thor almost all his life, and he still didn't understand him any better. It must be a chaos thing that he didn't have an affinity for. Kara thought about pointing out that Hawk struggled to even remember important people's names, but that just felt mean. Unlike all of the others, the windspeed hawk species was not known for its keen intellect. It was an absolutely lethal hunting bird at the common rank, but even the lightning sparrow were known to be much more clever, and able to employ complex defensive tactics to ward off predators. Even after all this evolution, Hawk's thought process was still somewhat simple. Far beyond what anyone would expect, but very single-minded and focused, not horribly innovative except when it came to fire magic. Perhaps learning mystic cooking would be good for him, as it encouraged developing new mixtures of ingredients to improve food. The elves used their innate nature magic to help cook the food faster, and probably improve the taste with limited ingredients, which had them all eating less than 30 minutes later. Carl got the impression that they were actually rushing through the meal on the hope that they could finish before he changed his mind and didn't bring them back to Socializing. But he could use portals, and it wasn't a big deal to just send them directly to Matilda. Once they were finished, the elves packed up their camp, which looked like they had practiced the process dozens of times before. They had clearly been here for some time, but within 10 minutes, everything was loaded into packs or onto narrow wagons and ready to move on. "All right, I will put you near the Supreme Lady. She's a guild member of mine, so I can target her, but I'm not sure where she's standing. Actually, that's probably not a great idea. I haven't been to Socializing to drop you there directly, but I can bring you to Drod, on the Dragon Isles, and have one of our members forward you from there." Carl explained. Sending them directly to the Supreme Lady had sounded easy, in theory. But once it had occurred to him that she might not be at home, and he might dump the elves on the wrong continent, or even in the Chaos Plane, the idea seemed much less appealing. He should probably go visit her in person, in case this happened again. Carl began to cast the portal spell to Drod and was immediately hit with the most intense resistance to magic use that he had ever felt. "Kara, a little assistance." The Chaos Badger brought up a nullify bubble around him, suppressing the effect. That let the portal form smoothly, just outside the main gates to Drod. Carl waved to the city guards and then tossed them a couple of gold coins. "Can you lead these fine guests to the house? I will ask someone to get in contact with the Supreme Lady, as they are requesting a direct meeting." Carl explained. "Of course, sir. Ladies, gentlemen. This way, please. We will get you settled in the crafting village for now, as it has lodging for everyone. Carl will have someone here to assist you in just a few minutes." The guard agreed. From outside of Carl's line of sight, a matronly voice replied. "No need. I will see them in. Where did you say that they needed to be?" "Oh, Librarian Sapphire. Yes, that is perfect. Carl is on the other side of the portal, and he says they need to speak directly to the Supreme Lady." The guard replied, sounding incredibly relieved that he didn't need to be the one to tell someone to bring the Chaos Dragon over. "Sapphire, before I run away again, how is the project coming?" Carl called. "Very well. We've got the inscriptionists from the library here, and they're working overtime on the skills needed for advanced warriors, clerics and mages. Mage is still a bit spotty, as not every mage is compatible with the advanced spells we have found. But there are also more advanced mage class residents compared to advanced warriors, so they're not our biggest concern." She replied, then frowned. "How long will you be gone? We could use your expertise here as well." Carl smiled, though he knew she couldn't see him. "Only a few weeks. Once we finish up here, we will be back for the wedding, and then I can help with the projects more frequently." The portal closed immediately after the last of the elves were through, and Sapphire shrugged. Carl must be busy with whatever he was doing there. But on the Nia Continent, Carl found himself surrounded by dozens of dragonkin warriors with furious expressions. "We finally found you. Return the portal stones, and we might let you have a quick death," the leader of the group demanded. Carl laughed. "It won't do you any good. I destroyed the stones on the other side. You're never going home." The dragonkin was about to retort when more portals opened, and 5 totem-ranked giants with 4 arms and massive bodies walked through. "Well, look what we have here. A little spat between the dragon hunters and the demons, is it? The boss doesn't mind if you don't like each other, you all end up in the same spot anyhow," the giant with the darkest complexion announced, then chuckled grimly. The dragonkin turned to face the giants, while Carl tapped his chin, considering his next move. "Before we start the fun part of this, I have a question. Which group is the one suppressing magic on the continent? It's like wearing underwear a size too tight. Very uncomfortable. Carl joked. The dragonkin looked confused, but the giants sneered. Did you think that we would just let the lesser beings use their silly tricks on us? We aren't like you pathetic, short-lived species. We remember. The giant retorted. So, it's the followers of the Titan gods. That makes things a bit easier. That still left the question of what the dragonkin that the giants had called the dragon hunters were doing here, and how long they had been operating on the continent. There might have been more slipping through Matilda's protective net than the Chaos Dragon was aware of. Or, they might all be from mortal worlds, and she simply wasn't concerned about them. More giants came through behind the initial group, but they were all monarchs and overlords, not an immediate concern for Carl. Stay out of our way, and we won't attack you, thief. The leader of the dragonkin whispered. Carl nodded. I don't attack those who don't attack me. It was a nice sentiment. A blatant lie, but a nice sentiment. The leader of the giants equipped a two-handed maul, letting Carl know that they had some equivalent of an inventory, or perhaps storage devices. If they weren't from this world, they probably didn't have system classes, and Carl didn't see any other signs that they did. Then the giant slammed the ground, and a wave of force raced toward Carl and the dragonkin. A stomp of Carl's foot to activate, gravity slam, caused a collision halfway between them, and threw dirt up in the air, shading the battlefield as Hawk appeared high in the sky, and Kara snuck out of her space to join the fight. She loved picking on big dumb giants. Carl transformed back into the avatar of the world dragon, and activated all his buffs so he could get the fight really started. The giants began to curse the moment that he transformed, and the totems all abandoned the attack on the dragonkin to target him. Carl called for his golems. First the epic guard, then dire bears, which duplicated to 4. Then the epic golem, which brought up a system message that Carl didn't have time to deal with as he was using Void Blast to parry skills from the giants. Randomize, he thought. Epic golem selected, Miceloid King. 2 towering Miceloids appeared in all their fungal glory, and immediately rained spores down on the battlefield as skills crashed into their bodies. Kara laughed as she grabbed one of the spores to stuff up a giant's kilt. Damage reduction doesn't stop them from spreading spores. The badger laughed. But you forgot that you've got the more golems spell from Dana. She added. Right, greater golem. Carl called for the last golems, and 4 totem-rank lightning Sero appeared, looking exactly like Thor had before he evolved into a behemoth. Yes. Brother Thor is back, baby. Kara giggled. That armored head fringe was the perfect spot to hide from retaliation after she stuffed itching spores up the giant's kilts. Carl laughed as a giant roared in frustration at being touched inappropriately by the badger, then summoned the spectral knights. The giants wanted a fight. Now they had one. Carl frowned as more thoughts filled his mind, strategizing a defensive perimeter around what the greater golems assumed were the weakest members of the group. Kara and the epic guard. Damnable world dragon. He can still use all his magic, even under suppression. The leader of the giants snarled as he dodged Carl's attempt to bite his face off. It took many times more mana than it should have, and they weren't even at the center of the effect yet. But yes, Carl could still summon golems well enough. However, if he was going to keep spamming Void Blast, he was going to need to supplement his mana supply, even with his prodigious mana reserves. Fortunately, the giants were all warriors, so he didn't have to deal with too many complex spell effects, mostly just direct attacks. The golems were doing an excellent job of holding off the rest of the giants, but the constant stream of thought from the greater golems was surprising. Carl didn't even hear the Miceloid King's thoughts, and he knew that they were intelligent, as they were speaking to each other in some language of flashing colors he couldn't decipher. Then, it came to him. They were Sero. The Sero packs shared a mental connection. It was an innate ability of the species, and Carl had just never noticed because it was also a skill granted by his class. So, the golems treated him as part of the pack, and the golems were close enough to real Sero that the mental communication worked. Carl did notice that their refreshing lightning was either missing or superseded by eternal lightning, though. He could hear swearing in the distance, but Carl didn't have an opportunity to search for new threats. A crushing blow of the giant's maul narrowly missed as Carl charged, but the giant had 4 arms to grapple with, and only 2 holding the maul. The 2 massive forms were deadlocked for a second, then Carl breathed, Ghostfire, in the giant's face, forcing him to retreat. Tricky. Using a spell instead of your real breath weapon. The giant snarled. Carl chuckled. You're surprisingly durable. I thought that you'd be a snack by now. His claws sparked against the head of the maul as the giant parried his next attack. The Titan clan does not go down so easily. We are not the discarded dregs of your world. The giant panted. Carl was proving to be incredibly annoying to fight. Not just because he could still use magic, but because it was nearly impossible to damage him, and when you did, he healed so fast you didn't make any headway. The Titan clan healed quickly as well, but against the greater dragon species, they couldn't claim absolute superiority on a physical level. Plus, those shambling mushroom men were turning everything toxic. The angry noises were getting louder, but Carl still couldn't tell where they were coming from. It wasn't any of the 4-armed giants he was fighting, but it sounded too close to be the other giants, who had retreated along with the dragonkin to fight in an area that wasn't covered in spores. Gravity Slam, on his fist knocked the giant's leader backward, and Carl used the opportunity to assess the battlefield. Over half of the reinforcements were dead, along with almost all of the dragonkin, who were trying to flee the battlefield. There were only 2 more of the totem-ranked giants standing as well, but he could see that 2 of the down giants were only injured, and would rejoin the battle in a few minutes if they could escape from Kara long enough to heal. The pained screaming was coming from the other side of the portals, as Hawk had cast, Apocalypse, through them to stop the giants from sending any more forces through. A gurgling moan made Carl instinctively wince in sympathy as one of the fallen giants had his groin crushed by the foot of an overgrown Sero golem. That was enough sign for the survivors that this fight was over. But they couldn't retreat when their village was on fire on the other side. Even if they closed the portals, they couldn't safely retreat. It had been the opened portal that had drawn them here, so Carl could just open a new portal to their hometown now that he had marked it with a spell. Or, with a curious badger, as Kara had gone through to look around, but quickly came back when she saw that it was all on fire and nobody wanted to fight. Another of the totem-ranked giants fell to the combined efforts of the golems and Kara, leaving just one unfortunate fighter plus the leader, who was deadlocked with Carl. The leader barked an order, and the overlord-ranked giants at the other side of the battlefield began to retreat, grabbing the bodies of the fallen as they ran for the portals. Good fight. I am sure that I will see you again soon. Carl informed the giant. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you, and we won't have to. The giant replied, nearly shattering, Eternal Lightning, with a strike to Carl's shoulder. The suppression effect is causing trouble for others. I can't just let it go. Carl replied, speaking quietly enough that only his opponent would hear. The giant retreated a few steps, then grabbed his last standing ally. Good luck with that. If you find it, I'll pay well for it. Then the leader hurled his partner through the portal and exited the battlefield. The portals closed behind them, and Kara climbed up one of the greater golems' backs to inspect the battlefield without the effort of actually flying. The dragonkin took one look at Carl's group, and simply ran away. There was no point in them trying to get their stolen portal stones back from him. He could fight a totem-ranked Titan champion to a standstill, and even when everything else was dead or dying, neither of them had taken any serious damage. That wasn't something that their surviving members could handle. They owed the giants for that one. If they hadn't shown up when they did, the dragonkin would have all died here. Kara stretched out on the greater golem's back as the summoned Sero pack scoured the area for more threats. Once they were sure that there was nothing else nearby that might be a threat to them, the Sero relaxed and stood around in a circle, waiting for Carl to give instructions. Carl wasn't sure what to do with them. It was getting more and more difficult to use magic as he got closer to the source of the anomaly, but traveling on foot across a continent was simply not an option when they had limited time. The next best option would be to move them to the tiny world so that they didn't have to be dismissed. Then, they could be brought out as needed, and the only risk factor was that someone might notice the entrance and try to force their way into the tiny world. Carl didn't know how likely that was, as he hadn't met anyone else with a similar skill that was active. So, without any evidence that it wasn't relatively safe, that was what Carl went with. He just had to remind the epic guard to warn the others that there were golems coming to visit. I am going to fly closer to the source of the suppression, and try to find it. Something that the giant said bothers me, though. They wished me good luck, and offered to pay well if I did find the source of the suppression. It might not be in this world anymore, simply linked to it to keep the effect active. Carl informed Dana, who was still occupied entertaining Button, and unaware of what was going on outside. Giants? I hope you're not out there causing trouble already. I'm not even done napping on the beach yet. Carl laughed at her annoyed response. No, just a small group that came when I cast a spell. Don't worry too much about it. I will come to you tonight if there isn't a good spot for us both to sleep out here. Carl began following the path of destruction to the east, the most direct route to the strongest point in the suppression. From his vantage point, it looked like the suppression was still coming from the territories of the giant clans, but if the one he had just fought was to be believed, they had lost whatever had caused the effect. How they had managed that was a mystery. But with the decline in power between system resurgences, when the mana was deeper within the planet, they might have thought that it had done its work, and placed it somewhere for safekeeping. Then, generations passed and they forgot what it was for. That was usually how lost artifact stories went. You know, this is the same path that we followed to find Kara. Hawk noted. Kara looked around. I remember it looking better than this. I wonder if the orcs are still here. The local tribes were so annoying, always trying to poke me with sticks. They didn't even bring food. This place sucked. The further that Carl flew, the fewer signs of life he found. Not just the sentient species. The ground was dry and barren, and what used to be the grasslands of the Miviascan Empire were turning into cracked earth flats. But Carl saw rain clouds on the horizon, and there were muddy ponds all over the hillsides. So, the problem wasn't the rain. Something else was suppressing growth here. At first, it didn't make sense to Carl. But then he began to understand. It wasn't that there was a second negative influence here. It was that the first one was too strong. Whatever was making it difficult to use magic or access the system had suppressed the mana to such an extreme extent that even the plant life, which normally only needed a bit of vital energy, had begun to die. However, if that were the case, then the lands of the giants, still far to the east, should be completely uninhabitable. Not even animals would survive if the plant life were gone and the suppression effect got any stronger. It didn't seem like the sort of effect that the giants would have wanted for their empire, assuming that they were going to try to take over the continent and suppress the other races. It did them no good if they couldn't thrive themselves. Carl kept flying east, until suddenly, he felt the imbalance shift. It was now south of him and beginning to subtly fade as he flew away. The center of the effect was not at Sallow Lake, where the giants had made their capital. Instead, it was somewhere in the dead wilderness of what had once been the Miviascan Empire. Soaring on the updrafts caused by hot sun on baked earth, Carl searched for the source of the anomaly. There, far beneath him. There were kilometers of bleached white bones scattered across bare stone. And right in the middle was a portal. No, a dungeon entrance. Immediately, Carl understood what had happened, and why nobody had ever found the source of the suppression effect. Someone had taken it into a dungeon. And then died inside. But the effect was too strong, it didn't remain within the dungeon, it leaked out. And with nobody to control it, the effect was running at full output, unrestrained and without any of the usual guidelines that would be used. Like not suppressing mana so much that it killed the plant life. The question was how Carl was going to deal with it. If he just flew down there without a plan, he would surely become part of the bone pile around the dungeon. He was 5,000 meters in the air, and he could feel the effect trying to leach the mana from his body. If he was under 2,000 meters, he may not be able to resist, as the others had failed to. The bones didn't lie. But even if he could overcome the effect, it was most likely inside the dungeon, and Carl had never heard of anyone entering someone else's dungeon instance. Every group that entered was separated. We might have to risk it. I can heal us, and use divine power to supplement your life. Tion suggested. Kara nodded. That sounds good. And I will nullify the effects around you as you go down. If it becomes too much when we get close, you can just fly up again. Kara had mythic rank nullify, and that should be close to the peak of what anything in this world should be outputting. If Kara couldn't mitigate the damage, they really might need to call for Matilda's assistance. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Everyone, prepare to descend. Carl agreed. Ooh, transform. If you're not fully in the world, it might not affect you as much. Hawk suggested. Lord of Destruction, totem rank transformation skill. Ignores most damage types, incorporeal, deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Hawk had a point. The Lord of Destruction ignored most types of damage, so it was a good choice for this mission. Plus it was effective on both the physical and metaphysical, so there was a chance it would work on whatever mana suppression effect was killing everything else. Carl descended through the clouds, and felt the moisture stinging his scales. Hawk, does your nearly invincible transformation make you vulnerable to even common water? Water magic is evil. Carl shook his head. He probably should have expected that water was anathema to all that was Hawk. So, he put up eternal lightning to protect himself from the water. It didn't take any damage, so very little mana was needed to keep it active, and Carl's smooth glide down was no longer met with any resistance. I can feel the spell struggling with nullify. We're good. Kara announced as they reached 1,000 meters in the air. Then, at 500 meters, Carl felt a wave of power smash into his mind, before gliding smoothly off his power matrix, the 27 focal points that he had arranged to resemble the Chaos Dragon. The power hit him, glided across his mind, and then seemed to vanish. But not without a trace. Carl felt the mana change and shift as it was pulled into the chaos plane by the power matrix. That was how mana could be manipulated to empower the randomness of chaos. He understood now. Fundamental rule comprehension, chaos rose from 2% to 8%. Kara whistled in appreciation. One single mental attack had been enough to let Carl understand that much of the truth of chaos. She should have devoted herself to messing with him more often, instead of slacking off and having fun. They could have had a chaos-empowered Carl by now. Carl landed beside the dungeon portal, then hesitated. He could feel the power emanating from the portal, and it felt like undeath. The mana suppression was there, but it had been twisted and perverted. I think it's glitched. Just dragon breath it. Hawk suggested. Carl didn't actually know how to use dragon breath, though it was presumably a function of the avatar form. Dragons contained a gland or something that let them use their breath weapon without affecting mana reserves, so it should be biological. Who knew that middle school science would be useful at totem rank? Carl focused on his mouth, and found that there was some sort of thing there. And when he focused on it, energy built. So, when the energy peaked, Carl unleashed the wave of dragon breath on the dungeon portal, and instantly the energy signature changed. From undeath, it went to vibrant life, but only within the dungeon itself. Outside, it was still draining every single bit of mana from its environment with the aggressive strength of the mana suppression. Well, here goes nothing. Hopefully, it's safer on the inside. Carl joked, while Kara cheered him on. Even if it ended badly, it would probably be fine, she decided. After all, it was virtually impossible to truly kill a creature of chaos. Her body could be vaporized into nothingness, and she would simply reform using the combination of void body and chaos beast constitution in a matter of days. So, logically, the same should be true of the Carl. Probably. Dragons weren't quite as cool as badgers, so it might take him a year. But not more than that. After all, he was the Carl. Carl shook his head in dismay at her twisted logic, then stepped inside the dungeon. And realized that it wasn't a dungeon at all. The interior of the space expanded to the horizon, but Carl's senses said that this was actually a tiny world, created by someone at the mythic rank. Unholy energy filled the space, along with a miasma of undeath. But starting at the entrance, life was beginning to spread where Carl's breath weapon had poured through the portal. World dragons breathe life? Tion asked, confused by what he was seeing. Maybe it was intended to nullify? Opal suggested. The aura of undeath didn't feel like it belonged here. So, perhaps Carl's breath just wiped out the extra energy and the space was starting to heal. Carl focused and tried again. A wave of golden energy flowed over the space, dispelling the miasma and causing flowers to bloom and grass to grow in its wake. A small bush started to bloom, then sprouted berries, ripening in seconds. It really does make things grow. That's a good trick. If you use it on the Dana Mage, could we get baby Dana Mages? Hawk asked. You want baby Dana Mages? Tion asked, not sure why his older brother was so excited. We can teach them all to use fire magic. Fluffy baby foxes with even better magic. Hawk elaborated. Tion thought about Hawk's proposal. No, holy magic was still definitely superior to fire magic. But if they had both holy and fire magic. Cut it out. You're distracting me. Help look for whatever is causing the suppression effect. It's just as strong here as it was outside. Carl warned. Fine. But we're petitioning for baby Dana Mages as soon as possible. The world dragon breath spread through the space like a morning fog, dispersing the corrupt energy, and leaving only pure unholy energy along with the suppression effect. Now, it wasn't trying to kill Carl, which was an improvement. But the space still felt wrong, and there was no sign of the creator. There was no way that he would have missed the fact that strangers had entered his space, but he hadn't taken any action to try to eject Carl from the space. Kara flew out of her space, exploring the new environment, and then called for Carl to join her. Hey, fly over here. I found a guy. That was promising. Carl flew over to where Kara was circling a stone platform on a mountaintop, which had been created from precisely cut stones, carved with layer upon layer of runes. The stone of the mountain wasn't actually one piece. It had been stacked, each slice of stone as thin as a wafer and inscribed with protective runes, and spells. Some of them Carl knew. Some he didn't recognize. But there were a few things that he could say for sure. First, the man in the middle was a four-armed giant of the Titan clan who had failed an attempt to ascend to immortality. Second, the other bodies had been giants, but also lich lords when they were alive. The undead aura was unmistakable, and their shattered phylacteries were still sitting in front of them. What exactly had transpired during the failed ascension, Carl couldn't say for sure. But it appeared that they had tried to do it while the mana of the world was too thin, and their preparations had proven too weak to handle the tribulation lightning. The scorch marks from repeated lightning bolts had shattered most of the top layers of stone, and left the man in the center as nothing more than charred bones in a pile. Well, that explains most of the issues in the aura of this place. Now, where did they leave the item that is causing the suppression? Once we find that, we can work on disabling it. Carl muttered to himself. Kara looked up from where she was rifling through the pockets of the deceased. Right, they had come here for a specific shiny thing. Oh, it was probably that stick-in-the-cloth pile. Victorious, Kara held up the scepter that the failed immortal had been holding, then frowned when she realized that it was melted on the end. It had taken a direct hit with tribulation lightning, and it was complete scrap, with the top nearly melted off. Not her problem. Carl took the damaged immortal rank magical item, and sighed. That thing was completely useless now, and it was stuck at full output, with the control portion of the inscriptions melted. The best that they could hope to do was to destroy it and wait for the effect to fade. Carl examined the runes on the scepter, trying to work out a method to deactivate it, as destroying it would not be easy. The damage didn't make it easy, but after a few minutes of work, Carl came across a partially intact phrase that only made things more concerning. Control Wand. Runic Array. Link to the Divine. Call down the Ascended. Once again, Carl sent his mind to probe the mountain. The item wasn't causing the suppression effect. It was the controller for the effect, and presumably had come with instructions on how to make the suppression array. The top layers of the array had been shattered by the tribulation lightning, leaving it only partially functional, but Opal was developing a great mental image of how things must have gone down. She wasn't sure why they had thought that the array was intended to mitigate the damage from the tribulation lightning. But it had certainly failed at that. Or, perhaps it had done that as well, before it was broken. No, the bronze dragon said that the giants knew what they were doing when the suppression effects started. So, this person had obtained it later, intending to use it as a way to become immortal. There was too much dumb in one spot. This show would have to be a comedy. Carl, was this his space? She asked, trying to form a proper setting for when she performed the play for others. Now that the miasma was clearing, Carl was able to focus on the lingering mana that wasn't coming from the damaged scepter and the mountain. The magic of the mountain was different from the magic of the rest of the tiny world, and there were multiple layers of spells cast over the landscape. This place had been used by generations of giants after it was created. Possibly by a clan or sect. No, he didn't make this place, and he didn't make the mountain. Assuming that the dead titan who was holding the scepter was the last one to use it. It might be possible that a new leader took over and misunderstood the nature of the artifact. You should never try to ascend while sitting on a suppression artifact. If anything, you would want something that enhances your own strength and regeneration. There is some brilliant rune work here, though. Look at how these layers of protective runes are used to link the other effects together so that they serve as a buffer that keeps mana in a form that is nearly inaccessible, instead of targeting living things in range. It would be too easy for the powerful to simply shrug off the effect completely if it targeted them. But in this way, they altered the mana of the continent in a fundamental way. Carl explained. He's having a nerd moment. Let him think, and he will realize something about mana manipulation. Kara guessed with an air of authority, as if she had foreseen the outcome. Carl chuckled at the thought of Kara acting like the responsible elder to her little brother and sister. But Hawk did not understand the concept, and didn't care about it, so he didn't stop her from helping. Carl curled his enormous draconic body around the platform as he meditated about the different ways that the mana of this continent had been altered to become more suitable to the giant's goals. Before the whole process had gone haywire after the mountain was damaged by tribulation lightning, that was. Seeing that he was going to be delayed, the epic guard went to warn Dana that she could keep playing with Button for the night. Carl was in the middle of meditating to understand something, and he was guaranteed to forget to go to bed. That made both Dana and the little dragon laugh. It was easy to lose track of time while meditating. But she would drag him to bed in a day or two if he hadn't finished what he was doing. Usually, it didn't take too long before he understood what he was working on and returned to the present. But she had only the vague description from the epic guard to tell her what was going on outside. Carl had sealed the tiny world as he traveled so that they weren't subjected to the suppression. That would damage the crops at the very least, and might seriously injure some of the residents at worst. Kara flopped down on Carl's head as he worked out how to fix what had been done with the mana, or at least enough of the damaged runes of the mountain to turn the effect off. Maybe Kara's plan of, just eat it into another reality and make it someone else's problem, wasn't a terrible idea. Even if Carl altered the entrance to this tiny world and closed it tight, the effect should remain contained. The issue would be that if he closed it from outside, and the effect wasn't contained, it would be nearly impossible to get back inside to try again. He was lost in the runic layers of the mountain, but Carl was slowly understanding more of the fundamental laws of mana manipulation, and where the person who had created this array had failed. They hadn't failed to become an immortal because they hadn't prepared properly, or because they had been too weak. They had failed because they didn't understand. According to the immortal Regent and Matilda, you needed to fully comprehend a fundamental rule of reality before you could become an immortal. And whoever had created this mountain had not. There were clear flaws in the design that were visible to someone with even the limited knowledge that Carl possessed. So, he started to rebuild the array in his mind. Layer by layer, he fixed the flaws, as if he were editing a skill book that had been written incorrectly. For nearly an entire day, he studied the layers, leaving only the damaged portions at the top for him to fill in. By that point, the answers were obvious, as the top layers were only the control layers of the spell. Carl rebuilt them in the way that he thought would be best, if he were the one creating the spell, and then the system flashed a notice in his mind. Spell learned, mana suppression, artifact grade. Increases mana needed to cast spells or use abilities by a rate set by the user. Carl smiled, and then began to remake a control wand for the spell using a staff that he was supposed to be enchanting ages ago, but had forgotten about. He had to add the damaged layers of the spell to it, but when he was finished, the staff linked to the mountain's magic as intended, and Carl cranked the effect to 1%. Leaving the spell active reduced the chances that everything around him would destabilize, but it would also reduce the damaging effect of the spell on the surrounding area. He had done what they came here for. And now he could rest. But first, he should explore this tiny world. There might be more valuables and ancient relics hiding here. They would be accessible now that the spell effect and deadly miasma of undead energy were fading. Kara spread her wings, immediately going from sprawled on her back on top of Carl's draconic head to crouched and ready to pounce, then she raced off to explore. On his behalf, of course. Not even Tion bought that line. The little divine fox did come out to explore this strange place, though. His big sister had already checked it for hidden dangers, and it had strange mana in it that might help him understand something about what it took to reach the mythic rank. Unlike humans and most other species, an innately divine beast would naturally understand the fundamental rule that they had highest affinity for as they grew and approached the immortal rank. So, Tion didn't see much need to study. But, the Carl was doing it, and Sister Kara was doing it. Even Hawk and Opal did it in their own ways. So he felt that he should too, or he might get stuck waiting for his tiny body to mature. He didn't need to be big. Being powerful while still small and adorable was good, too. There was no holy energy here at all. Not even a flicker of the divine existed. But the unholy energy was strong, and by analyzing what it was not, he could determine a bit more about the nature of what holy energy was. So, there was no responsible person present to remind Carl that he was supposed to be joining Dana for the evening, or even that an entire day had passed with him and the beast simply meditating on the truths of the universe. The only reason that he did finally snap out of his deeply focused state was that a hunger pang hit, and he was reminded that he hadn't eaten in some time. There should be food in the tiny world house's pantry, and now that he was paying attention to the time, he was quite sure that he had been neglecting his bride. Carl moved from the tiny world of the Titan clan's failed immortal to his own, just in time to find Dana waking up for the morning. "Good morning, darling. I hope that I didn't make you wait too long." Carl greeted her, then saw the tiny dragon girl behind her. "Carl, this is Button. She said that you didn't have an opportunity to do a full round of greetings when they first arrived." Dana replied, then placed a kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, Button. What would you both like for breakfast?" The little dragon hugged his leg, then grabbed them both by one hand. "It's the lake team's turn to cook breakfast. They're making breakfast burritos," she announced. Everyone who isn't involved in a project first thing in the morning gathers for breakfast, so that they don't lose their sense of community now that they're spread out to a half-dozen different locations. Dana explained. Button nodded eagerly. "Not everyone works all day every day. I'm usually on egg duty, but I've got 3 whole days off. Forest dragons are good with chickens, so I volunteer to collect the eggs all the time. The chicken coops are over by the grain and potato fields. The ones by the yellow-striped divine grass. Carl knew where she meant, and nodded in agreement. I bet that you're wonderful with the chickens. Now, did you want to fly over or walk? It's a fairly long walk. Carl asked. Nearly 2 kilometers, to be exact. Button took a twig out of her pocket and mumbled for a second, then smiled. We can walk. They're still cooking tortillas, so it will be half an hour before breakfast is ready. You smell funny. Did you cuddle a black dragon last night? The Dana mage is very soft in fox form. Good to sleep next to? She asked. Carl laughed. There was a troublesome place where someone failed to reach immortality, and I had to clean the broken magic from it. That's why I smell like death magic. Dana hadn't gotten that part of the message from him, and she gave him a suspicious frown, but let the little dragon lead them out onto the pathway that led from the house down to the lake. They were far from the only ones that were headed in that direction. The residents were coming from every corner of the tiny world to gather for breakfast before going back to their duties. This is quite the place you've set up while we were busy. Did you do all this while we were planning the wedding? Dana asked as they walked, swinging Button between them as the tiny transformed dragon laughed. Yeah, everything kind of happened at the same time, and I added the expansion to the Drawd workshop, the extra space in the tiny world, and the caretakers all within a few days. It's working out pretty well, though. Look how well the spirit grass is growing. Carl explained. That might be because Thor isn't here to snack on it. Dana reminded him. Still, it's growing very well, and the stuff in his space is too. By the time that we get back, he'll have a massive stockpile of the good stuff to snack on. Carl joked. Button giggled. This place has so much good stuff. Did you make it just to supply everyone's favorite things? Carl winked at her. Not quite. Some of the things here are not edible, they're for making potions. Button shrugged. Forest dragons can eat almost anything. There are few things that are toxic to us. At most, they might be super spicy. Carl smirked at the little dragon. You look like the sort that likes super spicy things. And the sort that taste tested all the plants to find out which ones were spicy. Button laughed as she lifted her legs to swing by her arms between Carl and Dana. Not all of them. My big sister told me about lots of plants and what ones don't taste good. Then, she pointed out every new plant that they walked past, and the merits of its flavor, nutrition, and the value that it provided to the ecosystem that it was growing in. Forest dragons instinctively knew an immense amount about the world, especially plants. But also the wildlife that should be in a region. It's a good thing that we brought rabbits with us. Not just because they're fun to chase around, but they're also good at keeping the plant growth under control. I know the goal is to grow as much as possible in the fields, but they aren't the only part of the space that grows too fast. I swear, we're going to have to start giving them away soon. Bunnies breed so fast, and I can only eat so many of them in 1 year. But the elves know lots of good recipes for them. She elaborated. The elves do? Carl asked, not sure if he believed her. Button giggled. Right? They won't eat them, but they know how to cook them really well. But our elves here are much more open-minded than most. Did you know that the leader will actually eat eggs? An elf that eats eggs. She let go of their hands as they approached the picnic area at the beach, where the ladies had 4 large grills set up frying sausage and eggs for the breakfast burritos, while another pair of druids conjured buckets full of what smelled like salsa, and a pair of grills in the back made pancakes with fruit in them. That would likely be for their vegetarian members. Well, the vegetarians and the children, because as much praise as she had given the breakfast burritos, the first place Button went was to the stack of cooked pancakes to roll one up and pop it in her mouth like a cigar as she tried to get between the cooks and the grills to see what else was cooking. Forest dragons and Lotus had more in common than even they knew. Sir, madam, welcome. We're just finishing the first round of breakfast for those who need to get through their morning tasks before the morning sun gets too warm. You don't mind waiting a moment, do you? The Orcish woman cooking asked. No problem at all. Let me go collect Button, and we will keep her out from underfoot until the food is ready. Dana agreed. The orc laughed, and gestured to the small stack of pancakes beside the other grill. If she becomes a handful, just give her one in a different flavor. Having food in both hands short-circuits her brain, and she doesn't know what to do. Button laughed, but Carl noticed that she didn't deny it. Dana led them to a blanket laid out on the sand, and sat down with the young dragon in her arms as Button prattled on about the varieties of fish that lived in the lake, and the relative merits of the flavor of each of them. The only one that I wouldn't eat is Bob. Bob ate one of the water elemental stones that are forming at the bottom of the lake, and I think that he's going to evolve into a proper magical beast soon. I hope nobody fishes him up before then. Button finished. Oh. Actual magical beasts living in the tiny world would be quite something. You know, before we left our hometown, Carl paid someone to start a farm to raise magical beasts so that they could be bonded partners and friends to people. Dana informed her. Button's eyes lit up with excitement. Literally. You started a petting zoo? But where you can take them home? That is awesome. I asked the others, but they said that it would never work out. Something about magical beasts not being able to become a druid's partner. Carl nodded. They're not wrong. Druids can't bond them as partners. But there are some classes that can. Mine is one of them, and I have a skill for druids and rangers who have reached the bottleneck of their class that will let a magical or divine beast to choose to bond with them. The beast gets to choose? Button asked, confused by the concept. I am a beast master, you see. Well, a beast master champion now. My class is focused on the beasts, so instead of a skill that forces them to bond with someone who has a class, it works the other way around. The skill is used on the beast, and then they get to pick their partner. Carl explained. Button smirked. I'm a magical beast. Does that mean that you could use the skill on me and let me adopt someone? Dana poked her on the nose. No causing trouble for others. You've already been adopted by the whole village, you don't need a skill for that. But I talked to Kara the other day, and she gets her own spot for naps where nobody can come wake her up and make her work. Button pouted. Carl can wake her up at any time when she's in her space. If you got the new nap spot, whoever it was bonded to would be responsible for making sure that you didn't miss your shifts. But when you grow up, you might have different priorities. Dana reminded the little dragon. Button frowned at her. How could something be more important than having a friend that you can bother forever? Dana smirked at Carl. You know, her methodology might be flawed, but I do believe that she has ended up at the right conclusion anyhow. A teenaged elf set down a stack of breakfast burritos next to them, and then a pitcher of iced tea on the sand beside the blanket. Don't go corrupting our Button. Her innocence is one of her selling points. She warned. Dana ruffled the little dragon's hair, making the branches shake. Of course not. Did you want to join us for breakfast, or did you have work to do? She asked. Sure, I'll join you. I'm on the same schedule as Button, so I'm off all day today. It didn't take Dana long to realize the situation. She was the group's babysitter, for the lack of a better word. While the only relative that Button had in the group was her older sister, the elder forest dragon had duties to attend to that kept her busy for most of the day, so someone needed to keep Button out of trouble. She was the youngest of the group, with the appearance of a girl no more than 5, as there were no men in the village that had transferred here. Though, with the speed dragons naturally aged at, she should be at least 10 or 15 years old. Still very much a child, but one with enough power and capability to fetch eggs in the morning. A lot of eggs, it seemed. Exactly how many chickens do you have? Carl asked as he watched the cooks pour another pitcher of mixed eggs onto the oiled grill. More than 20. Button announced confidently. The elf rolled her eyes. While she is not wrong, I can't say that she's right. There are 400 chickens in the space, spread between 4 zones. Mostly they are present for pest control, but they also tear up the dirt and help improve soil quality. The eggs are a bonus. Carl spread his mind through the space, and found what they meant. The chickens weren't exactly free-range, they had erected magical barriers to keep them in a few acres worth of space. But they were otherwise just roaming free, doing chicken things. And it was helping both the soil and the plant life, as they had said. You know, we're supposed to be on vacation, a pre-wedding honeymoon, as we're expecting to be busy afterward. So, why don't we enjoy the day here? Kara and Tian are both outside exploring the other space, but they can return at will. Carl suggested. He knew that they could because Kara had already been in and out of her space a few times, collecting items, and then taking items out. Her thoughts said that she was preparing a treasure hunt, like a proper trial ground, for whoever came next, but she was keeping all the good rewards for herself and swapping them with stuff from her loot pile. Button's smile turned calculating, and the elf sighed. You know that you just volunteered for an entire day of playing whatever strange games she can come up with, right? Carl winked at the caretaker. It's not a problem. We're here to relax, have fun, and perhaps build a bit more spiritual strength to help reach the mythic rank more quickly. That is all that we've got planned for the day. Even if we spend hours playing in the water, or running through the woods, it's not a problem. The elf laughed. When Ophelia and Sister Lotus come to visit, it's so much easier. That bear is spectacular at keeping them both in line. Do you know when they'll be able to visit again? Not much longer. The tiny world is tied to my location, right now. And I had to head to another continent, so they're home taking care of business right now. Once we return, I'm certain that Lotus will demand to come back and see everyone here. They have Thor and Tessa to keep them entertained, plus all the crafting specialists at the house. Carl explained. Button nodded eagerly. Sister Lotus told us all about the bunnies, and the fluffy gargoyles. Maybe the next time that I have days off, I can go visit. Her pleading eyes immediately made Dana soften, and Carl petted the little dragon's head. If we're around the house in Xylaz, where the bunnies and the fluffy gargoyles are, it shouldn't be a problem. But if you're going to go visit them, you might get snapped up for lessons. We've got dozens of blue dragons at the guild houses now, and they do daily school lessons for all our younger members. Don't think that just because you're visiting, you won't have to learn. Carl teased. Button extracted a stick from her hair, and Carl realized that she had tucked a pencil into a braided section that he had assumed was just tangled. I am always ready to learn. My sister taught me. But, do you know what we should do today? Cliff diving. There is a great spot over there, where we can jump off and then swim. Button suggested. Carl was about to respond when Tian came into the tiny world, looked around, and then settled down on Dana's lap. Did you find out what you wanted to know? Carl asked the baby fox. Tian nodded happily. Yes, I understand what it is that sets holy and unholy magic apart. My work there is done, and Kara is nearly finished. She's just making a list of traps and obstacles that she wants you to make for the treasure hunt. Kara poked at Carl's mind. It's going to be glorious. But we don't have much time. Now that the killing effect is beginning to fade, the giants are on their way here. I felt their magic probing the entrance to the space, so they know for sure that the effect was in this area. I don't think that they found the separate space yet, but you can see it just standing there, so we might have to move right quick before they arrive. But not before you finish making this stuff. If the giants were coming to investigate the loss of the suppression effect, they would surely send mythic rank Titan clan members, so Carl wasn't sure what Kara thought that they could accomplish with an obstacle course type trial. Carl used earth manipulation to carve stones to make the requested effects, and then chuckled as he saw that the last item on the list was a self-recharging mana crystal to cause the effects to reappear on a timer. Tian and Button were chasing each other around the beach as Carl finished working, and Dana relaxed in the sun, letting breakfast settle before they got active for the morning. Carl passed the completed items into Kara's space, and the Chaos Badger began to place everything to her satisfaction. "Alright, one more spell and we're all done. You need to come outside for a minute, so that your tiny world doesn't interfere with my plans," Kara insisted. "I will be right back. Kara needs assistance," Carl whispered, then shifted back to the other world to see what Kara had done. There were 20 different kinds of golems, all sorts of magical plants, 100 or so random magical items, and a bunch of illusionary monsters. The world was filled with dangers and rewards, but Kara was waiting by the exit for Carl to step outside. "Alright, what is your plan?" Carl asked. "Well, if I'm right, then once I use this skill, your contribution will make rewards respawn one day after they're claimed. But as a random new reward. The same with the monsters and golems. It's a good thing that you got that epic golem spell, it wouldn't be the same without it," Kara explained. New racial skill learned, Chaotic Zone, creates a system-linked training ground for a maximum of 1 hour per caster rank. That skill sounded suspiciously simple for what Carl knew that the Badger had in mind. Then, she smirked at him and cast the spell on the entrance to the failed immortal's tiny world. The portal narrowed to a pinprick for a moment, then reopened as a shimmering blue trial instance entrance. Victory! I taught the new place the rule of chaos, and with all that undead energy and the unholy rule already there, it really did make a new space. This will be so much fun. We can make trial towers, and dungeons, and sparring spaces, and self-replenishing gardens, and an infinite source of baby dragons, Kara rambled. That sounded like it might actually get him in real trouble. Where did she plan to get enough dragon eggs to stock an instance? She couldn't have the ones from the tiny world, at least not all of them. But Carl had other concerns of a more immediate variety. They were not going to be alone for long, as either the change to the space or the reduction in the suppression effect had drawn a huge number of mythic-ranked Titan clan giants to their location, and they had brought an entire army of totems with them. Carl simply waited as the giants approached. If they were going to attack, he would jump back into separate space to buy time to teleport away. If things went the way that he thought that they should, now that the space had reformed with Kara's changes, he should be put in a separate instance. A massive Titan with 6 arms, the first Carl had ever seen like him, held up his hand to stop the others as he approached to just under a kilometer from Carl. Out of comfortable attack range, but close enough that sensitive ears would hear each other. "Demon. Do you know what happened to the suppression artifact?" he asked, in what Carl assumed was the giant's version of a polite tone. Carl nodded. "It failed. The artifact is still in there, but inactive. I cleansed the killing curse from the area to explore, but as you can see, it is a trial instance. No matter what I do, it will just reset in a day." The big giant frowned. The demon had a point. Even if they reactivated the artifact, whatever idiot had lost it in a trial instance had doomed it to a slow death as the effect aged. "What did you find inside?" the Titan asked. "It's the site of a failed attempt to reach the immortal rank. Perhaps they thought that the space would protect them from tribulation lightning, but it did not. That was the cause of the undead energy that was killing everyone who got nearby. The body was that of a 4-armed member of the Titan clan, but I couldn't tell when they might have entered. Some time since the last resurgence, obviously. But other than that, I was unable to tell." "You did leave the corpse there, right?" Carl asked Kara. "All of them. I don't need old cloth and bones. I only took the good stuff and replaced it." The giant was silent for an entire minute as he considered Carl's answer. "Where did you come here from?" he finally asked. "Sihosesa. The Supreme Lady asked me to look into the issue," Carl explained. The Titan growled, an annoyed noise, not a threat. "Then you should be free to leave now that your work is done." Carl nodded. "I will return to the west, and leave your armies to explore the anomaly. It should be relatively safe. You're all powerful sorts, after all. Kara, do you sense anything like another world in their sense or auras? Nope, they're all from near here. I can smell the spell from inside the space on them. But that big titan, I think that he's originally from somewhere else. Or his parents were. He's too powerful to belong to the same clan as the others. Like Big Sister Matilda, his species is meant to be immortal. Kara replied. That was valuable information, for certain. Carl examined the Titan's aura for a little longer while the leader conferred with his people. Once he was sure that he had it memorized, he turned and opened a portal to the Glatt region, as there were no more refugees there. Even if the Titans followed him, they would end up in the middle of nowhere. Once he stepped through the portal, Carl opened another portal, this time to the sky above Xylaz. Titans likely couldn't fly, and the residents of Xylaz could take care of themselves if the giants were crazy enough to try to launch an invasion. A short flight brought him to the Alliance house, where Carl returned to the tiny world. He still had vacation days to take before anyone realized that he was finished with his other work. However, the Titan clan was left utterly baffled. The suppression effect had not faded that much, even though it was no longer actively increasing. Carl had set it to 1% of maximum output, but the effect was more like stacked layers than a variable barrier. Every hour of every day, it put out a little more, and some older layers naturally dissipated. So, while the effect had faded by a marginal amount, and the intensity no longer tried to kill anything that approached, there was still a massive amount of mana suppression in the region. They had needed an entire ritual and a portal stone array to get the armies here. But the demon had simply opened a portal with a wave of his hand and walked away. They would blame the Chaos Dragon for that. When Chaos got involved, common sense no longer applied. There was no way for them to know that Carl was simply able to spend hundreds of times the normal amount of mana to activate the spell. Immortal Lord, what do we do now? The commander at the Titan's right side asked. Send in a team and see what is inside that trial. If we can get answers, we might find the secret to true immortality. The demon said that the last one to enter failed, but that might not be entirely true. You can never take the words of a cat demon at face value. The commander motioned for a team to move forward, and the first giant proudly stomped through the portal, sword in hand. Then came flying back out. Damnation. The demon lured a massive dire bear to the entrance when he left. Totem rank. He explained. The other Titans chuckled at his misfortune. He might be a mythic rank giant, but he had just been forcibly hurled from the trial instance by the first guardian standing at the door. The next time, they entered in a group of 3, and realized that there was not just one, but 2 massive bears standing guard by the entrance. Whoever set this trial was a cruel bastard. The team leader complained as he sent a system message to call the rest of his team inside. Perhaps they didn't know that skills were going to be suppressed here. If we could freely use skills within this nightmare zone, it wouldn't be a problem to beat down a pair of totem-ranked bears, no matter how fast they heal. His companion suggested. What I want to know is how that demon dealt with this. He must have stealth abilities of some sort. The team leader agreed. The door guardians fell, and the giants got their first good look at the instance. It was massive, hundreds of kilometers across. They were going to need more people. Kara mumbled in satisfaction as she dreamed about all the lovely things that were going to happen to the giants when they entered the space, and then the fun they were going to have when they got ejected after just one day of exploration and the dungeon reset. She just wished that she knew for sure whether it would let lots of them in, or just 5 at a time. If she knew that, she could have made a better design for them. Dana and the elf were waiting for Carl to return, while Button was in dragon form, swimming in the lake. Sorry I took so long. I've got everything sorted out now, and we're back at the Alliance house. Matilda's assignment should be finished, we just need to report it to her. Carl explained. And did Kara get everything that she wanted? Dana asked. All that and more. The issue with the other space should be all sorted out now, and the Titan clan came to investigate, but didn't start any trouble before I left. They'll decide if the space is worth messing with, but I altered the array that was creating the effect enough that they shouldn't be able to change the output again. Given a few years, the effect should fade enough that system activations start like normal. Perhaps sooner, as the mana on that continent is so dense. Then what is the plan for today? Dana asked. Well, I think that Button is voting that we splash around naked in the lake for a few hours, then maybe a nice lunch on the mountain. Cuddle and meditate on the truths of the universe for a while, then join the ladies for a dinner. Carl suggested. Dana tried not to laugh at Button's enthusiastic cheering. The little dragon wasn't sure what meditation was, but if it was used in the same sentence as cuddling, it should be a form of nap. After swimming all morning, she could always use a nap, even if she was still supposed to pick up the afternoon chicken eggs. Once they realized that Carl and Dana weren't busy with anything important, more of the caretakers who had the day off came to join the party. They set out blankets, brought snacks and tea, and generally doted on Button and the young elf, who Carl had just learned was named Lyric. Carl changed into swim trunks, and Button came splashing out of the water in dragon form. I want cute swim clothes too, she complained. Carl checked Ray's space quickly, and found a ruffle-trimmed black one-piece bathing suit among the piles of swimwear. That should do for Button. Here, equip this, it will look good on you. Button looked confused for a second after she transformed back to human. She had never equipped an item before. But once she held the swimsuit and focused on wearing it, everything happened smoothly. Oh, that is cute. If you have one in forest green, that would be even better. One of the ladies suggested. Carl nodded. I will see if I can get one made later. I only had black in that style available, but stock is fairly low right now, and most of the swimsuits are made for adult bodies. That could be an issue. We only have a few children here, so I hadn't thought about needing children's fashion. Now, Lyric would be fine in a bikini. But it would just look wrong on Button. The older woman simply smiled and stepped into the water up to her neck before removing her dress and throwing it to Lyric on the shore. The elf hung it from a branch, so the freshly washed dress could dry out, and Button ran back into the water in her new swimsuit to join the fun. That started a mass exodus from the shore, with clothes left on blankets or hung over branches, depending on whether the wearer decided to rinse them in the lake first. It was the perfect change of pace. Nobody needed to get anything done today, just play at the beach. After an hour or so, one of the druids made a waterslide, with water magically created at the top. That appeared to be a favorite game for the caretakers, as Lyric immediately brought out a bunch of painted wooden hoops for the one coming down the slide to try to gather before they came to a stop. Unfortunately for Button's big plans, her energy level did not last until lunch, and she was already beginning to nod off when the sandwiches were brought out. I'm not asleep. I swear I'm awake. Can we fly up to the mountain for our nap? She pleaded, right before her eyes drooped closed again. Carl laughed, and held out an arm to Lyric as he picked up the sleeping dragon. Do you want me to give you a ride? It's faster to fly. If you don't, it's a long walk up the mountain. Dana had an odd smile on her face as she watched Carl carry the pair up into the air, but she didn't say anything, and instead decided to play rock-paper-scissors with Lyric, to keep the elf from panicking about the heights. Lyric was a druid, but she didn't have a skill that would let her fly. At least not yet. We should find a way for them to gain experience. Something that will give them skill points so that they can fill out the druid skill tree faster than just taking care of plants. Elves might live a long time, but I heard the others mention that they're getting about 1 skill point a year. That's much too slow. Dana messaged Carl. Carl nodded. I think that I have the right spell for that. Or I can make one. Like a smaller trial tower for them to practice inside. That would also be a wonderful addition to the tiny world for other visitors. But before he started on constructing a trial tower, they had a whole day of relaxation planned, and a sleepy dragon to put down for her nap. Carl placed blankets in a pile for Button, while Lyric tried not to laugh. You know, they told me that you are a beast master by system class. But you really do have an affinity for young beasts. The elf joked. Or, they have an affinity for me. But I've lost my nap spot. Carl joked, with a gesture to Dana's lap, where Button had curled up in dragon form, with her head propped on a pillow to keep it from dangling off the side. Lyric giggled, and gently stroked Button's head, making the sleeping dragon purr. What are you meditating about? She asked quietly. We're working on developing the mental power matrix. It helps your energy and mental strength growth. Are you familiar with the idea? Carl asked. Lyric shook her head. Alright, if you want to join us, we can start with the basics. Focus on a simple image, something meaningful to you. A leaf, a berry, not something complex like a face. Focus on forming that image in your mind, and then pulling power into that image. It will help focus your energy flows, so you can move mana more effectively. Carl explained. Lyric nodded, and began to focus. Carl didn't know what she was using as a focal point, but he could feel her energy shift and a trickle of outside energy begin to enter her body. That was success, at least in the early steps. So, he left her to it, and began to focus on his own advancement. The next step in his progression was to adjust his power matrix to the 72-point formation that would be the next proper visualization of Matilda's form. It was possible that he could pick another visualization and go for a 36 or 48-pointed matrix, but nothing that he had come across so far would make a better base than the Chaos Dragon. But Carl was confident. His mental strength had been optimized and improved not only by skills, but also by system trials. If anyone could make the adjustment at totem rank, it should be him. Plus, Azov had suggested that the stage he was at was just the bare minimum for a myth to make it to immortality, so surely just one step beyond shouldn't be impossible. Mapping out the new points took time, but proved to be surprisingly simple. The image just settled into his mind as if it had always been there, and Carl went straight to work rearranging the existing points to fit the new matrix, then energizing the new points so that they could balance. He vaguely noticed when a warm weight moved to his lap, but it was scaly, not furry. So, it had to be Button and not Dana. When you meditated and surrounded yourself with mana, especially in the tiny world, with its mana crystal reserves and innate attunement to Carl's aura, the process radiated body temperature magical energy. Dragons weren't cold-blooded. But like cats, they tended to congregate in warm and sunny spots to rest. Using some of the stored energy of the tiny world, and emptying his own internal mana reserves, Carl finalized the new power matrix, and then began to circulate power through it. Ding! The chiming sound sounded in Carl's mind like someone had rung a church bell beside his ear, making his whole sense of self vibrate. He was vaguely aware that his body was not moving, but his soul and metaphysical self were shaking from the vibration, and he didn't know why. As the vibration settled, Carl tentatively pulled at the power matrix again, using it to refine power to a higher standard than what he had before. The power flooded through him like a raging torrent, and then circulated again as the matrix continued to purify and improve it. His personal mana had been depleted, but now that the standard was higher, he had to change all the mana stored in the beast spaces, and that was going to take hours, at the very least. Fortunately, nobody was in a hurry to move. Only when the shifting sun put his lap out of the direct light did Button begin to stir, and the others started to get hungry. That was productive. Lyric, how did it go for you? Carl asked as he opened his eyes to find Button staring at his face from centimeters away, the same way that Carl liked to. Amazing. I think I understand how the focal point works now, and my power is so much more vibrant, if that's the right word. If I practice it long enough, I'm sure that I can advance. Carl nodded. I will find a study guide so that you can start to form the matrix after you have mastered the first point. I just don't know what version elves and druids would want to use. I use one attuned to chaos. Dana uses one attuned to the god of magic. But I think that for you, it should be something more like a nature god. Lyric nodded. That makes sense. I used a lotus flower as my focus, it just felt right. So, one of the nature gods, perhaps even the green dragon's path would be appropriate? I don't know how it works, but that sounds like it should be okay. Button just looked back and forth between them, with no clue what they were talking about. If it was important, someone would explain later. Are we going down for dinner? There should be food soon. The sun is in the food spot, the little dragon asked. Now that you've had your nap, why don't we fly over? I will transform, so Dana and Lyric can ride on my back, and we will fly around until dinner is ready. That would also give him a chance to look in on how all the dragon eggs were doing, and make sure that none of the crops had been missed or ignored. Some of the most valuable plants only had a few specimens in the whole tiny world, but they were vital to Remy's work. Carl transformed, and Button immediately crawled on top of his neck, defeating the whole purpose of flying around to wear her out, instead of letting a freshly rested baby dragon drive everyone insane after an all-afternoon nap. Dana poked her once Carl launched himself into the air. You're supposed to be his flying buddy, not just sightseeing. She reminded Button. Right. He's so fast, though. But the Carl will slow down, so I can keep up, I'm sure. Button reluctantly agreed as she flapped her wings to take flight. Carl laughed, and activated, Behemoth, on her, which still only made the dragon 3 meters long. But the extra wingspan made it much easier to keep up with Carl's casual cruising speed as he toured the major areas of the tiny world. Oh, there are the swamp camp workers, and the new eggs. There's a big one there that I'm pretty sure will be an earth dragon. And there are the juniper bushes. And the ghost tree stand. Those trees are kind of creepy in the dark. The glowing spots look like ghosts. They flew a full loop around the tiny world, until Button's wings started to flap out of sync, and her constant descriptions began to lag. Just ride on my back the rest of the way. I will drop you in the lake for a nice cool swim before dinner. Carl suggested. Those were magic words, and Button quickly settled in on his head, watching the ground fly by under them as Carl returned to the beach. As they got close, Dana grabbed Lyric and jumped off his back, flying back toward the group, so that Carl could turn and dive, dunking Button into the lake. Button laughed as she flapped her wings to swim through the clear water, and then burst into the air, splashing water as she shook herself off before landing and transforming to human for dinner. Carl walked to the edge of the lake in dragon form, then transformed and put on swim shorts. Oh, you have a human form too. That's pretty cool. Lyric noted. Carl patted her on the head. This is what I looked like when I was younger. Now, I've got plenty of appearances to pick from. Button gave him an awestruck look, while the older druids tried not to laugh. It was just a human, a beast in a dragon form. If Button followed that path in her skill tree, she would also learn to transform into either an animal or were-beast form soon. But Carl had successfully kept her entertained all day, which made it much easier to get everything done, and for the sake of their peace of mind, they wouldn't call him out. Did you have plans for tomorrow? The elf on kitchen duty asked instead. Not big ones. I'm almost done adjusting the power matrix, I just need to balance the power of all the points, and then I should be ready to start trying to improve my strength again. Then, we've got our wedding coming up in a few days. I'm sure that I sent out the invitations already. I just don't recall who all was able to come. Carl replied. The elf chuckled. Well, we were going to send Button and Lyric, plus Joanna and Krisanna. Button cheered at the news that she would be invited to a big fancy event, and Kara woke up, wondering what the good news was. Just Button celebrating her invitation to the wedding. Carl informed her. Oh, the baby dragon. We should eat, and then I will take her to play. If that didn't wear the dragon out for the night, nothing would. It was a regular thing, however. The moment that Kara appeared, everyone waved to her, and Button ran up to give the badger a hug. We have the good dinner today. They're making the super spicy tofu and onion stuff. Button explained. Kara gave her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up and then flopped on her back, so the dragon could rub her belly. Just living her best life. The caretakers brought out a low table for Kara and Button, while Carl led Dana to the arranged picnic tables to eat with the others who were working in the area. "You've got a pretty good arrangement going here," Carl noted as the dishes were placed out on the tables. "Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This space is practically perfect. There's just so much of everything, and nobody threatening us or stealing our crops. Even the little ones have been better behaved since we arrived. You might not believe it, but Button used to be a little troublemaker, always angry and starting arguments with others. But now that she's got the lake and the mountain, plus all that forest, instead of open grassland, she's been so much happier. I would like to say that Kara is helping, but she just encourages Button to come up with new pranks." The elf who had been cooking replied with a deep sigh. "Well, she is a chaos badger. Pranks are as necessary to her as food and water." As much as they hated to admit it, Carl had a point. It was only natural that a chaos badger required chaos to survive, and that a young forest dragon, the closest of the dragons to the Fae species, would be drawn to them. Forest dragons were once known to play with nymphs, sprites and other creatures of the forest, during the last resurgence when such creatures were more common. Now, both were rare to see, and most of the ancient forests had been cut down or destroyed by battles. "Should we do something about those two?" Dana whispered as Kara and Button began to draw pictures in the sand, plotting their evening shenanigans. "We could invite Lotus in," Carl offered. Dana paused. Would that be better or worse? If they brought Lotus, she would likely bring Ophelia, who might help keep order. But she might also just let them run wild until they were tired so that she could have a good nap with an exhausted priestess. Kara and Button were the perfect partners in crime because they were nearly the same size, so Button fit everywhere that Kara wanted to go. Most of her prank partners were significantly larger than she was, but Button could follow her down all the smaller tunnels. Today's mission was to sneak into the dark dragon egg nest, and rearrange all the lamps that the caretakers had left to help them find their way around. Carl could hear Kara's plan in her mind, but there weren't too many tunnels in the mountain, so at the very worst, tomorrow morning's shift would be lost for about 10 minutes before they found their way to the nest. That wasn't a prank that was really worth stopping, in his mind. Most of them would make their way out by memory anyhow, even with the light locations changed. Once dinner was done, Carl took Dana back to their room in the duplicate guild house, and locked the door before activating the soundproofing spell. They were going to need that. They did find some time to meditate and attempt to improve their power levels before morning, though. With the upgraded power matrix, energy flowed into Carl at a truly astounding rate, fast enough that even Opal was impressed with his ability to restore the mana that he had used up while rearranging the focal points. He didn't want to waste any time getting it perfect before the wedding, as he was reasonably sure that either someone was going to notice that they were back, or Matilda was going to come get them in the next day or two at the most. Once that happened, everything was going to get hectic right until the day of the wedding. But come to think of it, he didn't even know who was on the guest list. Or where they were holding the wedding. Those sorts of minor details seemed like things that he should be aware of, but none of the beasts were concerned about it. Ray's attention hardly even flickered away from her design project when he mentioned it. She had finished the requests for the vampire covens that she had met at the winter gala, and now she was on to making outfits for the wedding guests that she didn't trust to dress themselves. Which was basically everyone, as most of the ones she might trust to dress themselves were already planning to go in one of her outfits. The only one that was interested in their return was Remy, as she wanted to harvest some of the plants in the tiny world, and with Carl so far away, she had to wait. Her alchemists were doing wonderful things, though. With everyone doing their best in the new workspace, the Darklight host had actually nearly managed to restock their guild store during the week that Carl was away. There were still some things that were on backorder. But Sapphire had been spending every hour of the day either conducting experiments to improve the classes of the warriors, or making products with runecrafting to fill the custom orders for totem rank items. She had yet to make a mythic rank item for anyone but herself, and she had no intentions of doing it. Having a trade skill was a wonderful thing, but she had no intentions of letting it interfere with her other studies. Despite Carl's intention to remain in bed with Dana all day, the return of Remy to the tiny world was a trigger to let everyone else know that they were back from their mission, and before noon Matilda was waiting for them downstairs with a whole list of wedding-related chores. Good, good. You got that settled well enough. The matter of the dragon hunters coming to this world, and how the Titans managed to sneak children from the immortal realm here, can be dealt with later. The continent will slowly begin to regain access to the system, and that is what matters. Now, I will know what to look for if they try to put a new mana suppression barrier up. Matilda informed Carl as he came down to get food. Carl sighed. There is a lot to unpack in that sentence. But you are right, we can deal with other continents' problems later. How are we going to arrange pickup for all the guests? Matilda smiled. I have arranged portals for the ones on the Dragon Isles. So, that just leaves the ones that are not on the Dragon Isles. That part will be just so much fun. It wouldn't be right for me to go get them, the old myth would get all cranky, and then I'd have to suffer his incessant complaining messages. Letting him have system access back was a mistake. For a follower of the god of death to be annoyed with you is the worst thing in the world. They're not even afraid of death, so you can't properly threaten them to shut up. Carl chuckled. Well, with each of you in charge of a continental region, I suppose it is necessary that you keep in touch. Plus, he's also properly aged. I believe that he will reach immortality soon, he was a myth at the end of the last resurgence. With the mana levels on the planet's surface recovering, it should be possible for him to ascend without leaving soon. Matilda agreed. Which meant that they would have forever to annoy each other. So, I will be going to pick everyone up from the Golden Dragon Nation. How many are on the guest list? Carl asked. Not too many. The parents of the bride and groom, the king, Ahmad the Catman, Othello, Nacht, Misty, the Drake Rider Kenichi, Neil and Ray's baby rogue Sybil. Then some teachers. Tank, Morgana, the Mackenzie siblings, Dave, Jill, Daniel, Alice and Rita. Fortunately, most of them can be found in just a few locations. I think that we can have Dana go for both of your parents. That should panic people a little less. If we leave today, the Drake Rider will be in the capital holding a meeting about something, so we can grab him directly instead of going looking for him. Why they needed to invite a foreign overlord who Carl had met all of twice was a mystery. But if Matilda thought it was necessary, then there was surely some good reason behind it. One of the Dragonkin druids came out with a huge stack of berry pancakes, and a happy squealing let Carl know that they had visitors. Lotus and Button skipped into the room, with Kara right behind them and an angry old Orcish woman herding them. They're your problem now. I'm going to fix the lights again. She grumbled, and Carl tried not to laugh at the smug look on Kara's face. They had rearranged the lights in the underground complex last night, then did them again this morning, when the staff thought that they had them all fixed. Who did you want to go see first? I am thinking that going to see King Axel and Ahmad would be fastest, as they're in the same room. Then they can take you to Othello and Kenichi. Yes, that will work. If we do it right, some of the others will come straight to you. Matilda decided. And you'll send me to go get our parents? Dana asked. Yes, that is good. Actually, I don't need to send Carl to get Neil and Sybil. Ray can do that. I know she's been wanting to go see them again. The Chaos Dragon suggested. That should be entertaining. Is Sybil still at the academy? Carl asked. Yes, but Neil is out on a mission nearby. Whoever goes to invite them will have to find him, then message me to open a portal. Matilda explained. Ray appeared next to them with a huge smile on her face. That sounds like fun. I will go collect my baby rogue, and hunt Neil through the wilderness. Maybe we can even hunt monsters together. That sounded like a nightmare for whoever was with Neil, but that wasn't really Carl's problem. Ray likely wouldn't eat them, and a little excitement would keep Neil on his toes. Carl nodded to the dragon. Alright, you might as well start opening the portals, and we can get started on collecting the guests. The Chaos Dragon looked like he had just given her a present, and then Carl's vision blurred, and he found himself standing in the Archbishop's office in the Golden Dragon Nation capital, with two panicked faces staring back at him. Ah, perfect timing. Gentlemen, I believe that you received an invitation to my wedding. Supreme Lady Matilda has sent me to start picking up the guests from this continent for the festivities. Carl greeted King Axel and Ahmad. Then he frowned and looked around. Shouldn't the Archbishop be here? This is his office. We can grab him at the same time. Ahmad took one slow breath, then began to relax. Carl? He asked slowly. That's when it dawned on him. He had forgotten to transform back into his natural human appearance. Oh, right. I got too used to being transformed. Yes, it's me. Carl returned to human form, and changed into a casual suit of Ray's creation, with golden dragons embroidered down the left sleeve. You really have mastered the art of giving people heart attacks, haven't you? But I'm afraid that the position of Archbishop is open at the moment, as they are conducting discussions on which of the new totem-ranked members of the clergy are best suited for the position. Ahmad explained. Carl shrugged. Well, then that saves us finding one more dignitary. I do still need to find Othello, Nacht and Misty, though. Oh, and I was told that the Drake Rider Kenichi should be around here somewhere. King Axel gave him a confused look. First, how did you know that? Second, how are you so powerful at totem rank? Matilda told me he would be here somewhere. But how do you know I'm powerful? I haven't done anything. Carl replied. You really can't tell. I can feel the oppression from your aura as you stand there. It's like standing next to a mana vein lodestone that has oppression cast on it. Just how much mana do you have? The king asked. Carl snapped his fingers. I get it now. I don't notice because I've been on the Dragon Isles, where it's more normal. What if I do this? He put up nullify as a thin barrier over himself, blocking his aura. That's just creepier. It's like you vanished completely, even though I can see you. But it's a bit more friendly than the other way. Like you don't have system access at all. Carl shrugged. Well, I will have to work on suppressing my aura later. I just finished upgrading my mental strength, and that must have caused the effect to increase. Do you think that you could invite the others who are here in the capital to come meet with me? Or we can go find them around town. I am familiar with their scents and auras, so I should be able to find them on my own if needed. But tracking like that works better with the avatar skill activated. Avatar? What god gave you the blessing of being his avatar on this world? A sharp voice asked from the doorway. Drake Rider Kenichi. Perfect timing, I was just about to go looking for you. Carl greeted the new arrival, who he noticed had advanced from overlord to totem rank. So, the letter inviting me to your wedding wasn't a prank, then? I must admit, I was shocked when it showed up in my bedroom. That was something that Carl had never thought to ask. Matilda said that she sent out the invitations after the list was finalized, but he never thought about how she was planning to get them to all the guests. With tiny portals, it would seem. What god's avatar did you become? One of the dragon gods, yes. Perhaps the laughing god. You do seem to have an affinity to chaos. The Drake Rider asked. Carl shook his head. No, the world dragon. I will have to show off the transformation later, it is quite impressive. All three men froze, then Kenichi made a warding gesture across his chest. No way. The avatar of the world dragon has returned to the world. It can't be. The ancient legends say that is the final sign of the resurgence. Soon, the ley lines will reach their peak, and even the common workers will be system users. He murmured. That was already the case on the Dragon Isles. The residents of this continent were in for some real shocks when they met the members of the Dark Light host at the wedding. While Carl was discussing his advancements with the Golden Dragon Nation's leadership, Ray had, Night Haunter, active, and she was stalking her first wedding guest through the woods near the academy. There was a pair of mountain giant infiltrators only a few kilometers away in the woods, transformed to look like humans. They were Neil's target, but he hadn't found their traces yet. The wind had told Ray where they were, and she immediately went to investigate, thinking that the Inquisitor might be there. He wasn't. But with the mountain giants as bait, she knew where he was going to be. That made it much easier to find him, and now she was incorporeal and invisible, sneaking along behind him as she tested how close she could get before he noticed her. In order to keep the difficulty level up, she had hidden her aura as well. But she had faith in the rogue to find a way to locate her before she got close enough to touch him. Maybe she should lick him. Kara seemed to enjoy it. Ray's natural form didn't have taste buds, so she had never seen the appeal. But she could taste things in this form. Still, that was Kara's thing, and Kara already knew what totem-ranked rogue tasted like. Ray was 5 meters from Neil when he spun and struck out at the air in her direction, then paused as he activated a skill, looking for the threat he had sensed. She leapt up into a tree, and let her stealth skills fade. Not bad, 5 meters away. Your depth perception is still a little off, but not bad. She informed him with a smile. Lady Ray. What brings you to the woods today? Neil asked cautiously. I came to get you for the Carl's wedding. Did you want to finish up here and go back to the academy? It's just those 2 transformed giants, right? She replied. Neil nodded. Did you find them on your way here? Ray smiled. Yes, but I left them for you. They weren't worth messing with. She motioned for silence and led the way through the woods, right to the edge of the little camp that the 2 spies had set. Neil vanished, then appeared behind the spies, ending them both with a single strike. That should do it. They have been seen stalking students from the academy lately. I don't sense any others around, and the reports were just about 2 spies. He explained. Ray shrugged. There were only ever 2 in this camp, but there might be more. The giants like to infiltrate everything before we left. Now, did you want to go to the academy? I left my baby rogue there, and the Chaos Dragon says that we need to invite a bunch of teachers too. In that case, why don't we play tag? If we use Shadow Step, it shouldn't take more than an hour to get back. Neil suggested. Tag sounds fun. Nobody will be mad if we spend a little time to practice our skills before going back to the academy. Ray agreed, then poked the Inquisitor and flashed away. Game on. While Ray was having a grand time playing tag with Neil, Dana found herself standing outside a mansion that was somehow both shabby and new at the same time. How that had happened was a mystery. She had asked Matilda to look into it, and her family had been getting monthly transfers that should have made them wealthy, without any need to do their own chores. But the house was dirty from a recent dust storm, the yard hadn't been mowed, and the flowers were dying. She took a deep breath to steel herself for what she was likely to find, then double-checked her appearance so that she would look her best for her mother. A brisk rap at the door brought the sound of scurrying feet, and the sharp features of her mother, more lined with age and stress than she remembered, appeared in the doorway. Dana? You're really here. It's you, isn't it? Her mother asked, pleading for it to be true. Dana wrapped her arms around the frail figure of her mother. Even with her strength restrained, it felt like she might accidentally break her. Mom, it's good to see you again. I came to collect you for the wedding. Dana whispered. Wedding? Her mother asked, confused. Did you not get the invitation? I know that we delivered it. Dana asked, not understanding. Her mother shook her head. Your father must have collected it. We're not on speaking terms lately. His last business venture was a disaster. The debt collectors take everything every month, the moment the government transfers it. He lost billions, and now he's missing. Likely off with his mistress. Dana sighed. You know what, come to the wedding with me, and I will get you settled at the guild house afterward. There is no need for you to stay here and suffer from his stupidity and gambling debts anymore. You will love Carl when you meet him, Mom." Dana paused as her mom broke down in tears, just holding her. "We should go. There is nothing in this house that I will miss. If they want it, they can take it." Her mother insisted, her voice firm. "Perfect, I will open a portal, and we can go collect Carl's parents as well." Her mother nodded, and Dana opened a portal, then smiled as she saw a group of men who were very clearly debt collectors running down the street, calling her mother's name. Let her deadbeat father deal with his failed business debts. The collectors wouldn't follow them to the Dragon Isles. The Inquisitors arrived just as the portal closed behind them, leaving 2 confused members of the clergy facing a dozen irate debt collectors who had just watched their target leave. "Well, that was unexpected. Did the stranger harm the woman who lives here?" the Inquisitor asked. The debt collector shook his head. "No, she just showed up at the door, talked to her for a moment, then they left before we could get here to ask for our overdue payment." The debt collector replied, frustrated by his inability to collect. "Thank you for your assistance. We must be on our way now." The Inquisitor replied, then stepped back through the portal to return to the cathedral. Someone would know where they went. Dana stood in front of a small house in the lithium mines housing complex, smiling at Carl's mother. "Well, who do we have here? Come in, I will put tea on. This must be your mother." "It's a pleasure to meet you, madam." Dana's mother smiled. "You can call me Wendy, we're to be family, it seems." Carl's mother smiled back at the haggard woman with her messy brown curls, so much like her daughter's. "The government assigned us new identities so that we weren't immediately linked to our son, who apparently has a knack for causing trouble. But you can call us Jake and Ella. Now, did you prefer tea or strong black coffee? There isn't often milk available at the company store, but we might be able to get some," she asked. "Black coffee is good, thank you, Ella." Dana replied with a smile, while Wendy looked confused. "Does your son not send money back? It must be such a hardship living in a tiny mining town," she asked. Carl's mother snorted in amusement, while his father chuckled. "Oh, we stay at a place in the capital for a few months every year, during the down season, when it's too cold for the factories to properly process the lithium and the stockpile is full. But I'm the head of workers here. The town might not be glamorous, and the mines aren't a pleasant place, but it's been better now that they've got me to speak with the big boss for them. If I left, the job would go to some crony who doesn't give a damn and pockets any savings he can find. Probably plus all the bonuses and overtime pay, like the last one did." That explained a lot about why he was passionate about his work here at the mines. Things had always been, and most likely always would be, bad for the miners. But when you had managers above them who were skimming their benefits, or outright embezzling from the company, things would be even worse. "I hope you booked some time off." Dana joked as the coffee brewed. Jake nodded. "Indeed. I booked it the day that I got the notice. It took a few tries to convince the boss that my Carl wasn't dead, but off on a secret government mission. But there is enough of that going on with the Inquisition and the more powerful elites that he didn't argue too hard." As if speaking about him had summoned him, there was a knock at the door, and an elderly man in a pinstriped suit stood with the mayor, a commander-rank warrior who was rapidly approaching his middle years. He had been one of the earliest successful test subjects for the elite program, and now that he was approaching 40, the years and experimental treatments were catching up with him. "Overlord, welcome to Lithium Mines Village. Might we ask what brings you here today? Or is it just a social visit?" the mayor began. Dana smiled and stood to shake their hands. "Mayor, mine boss. It's a pleasure to formally meet you. I am actually just here to pick up my father-in-law for my wedding. You see, we're holding it in the Dragon Isles, so it simply wouldn't be feasible to invite our families to come without sending a mage to open a portal for them," Dana explained. The mine boss nodded, but the mayor froze in shock. Miss Dana. The fastest mage in history to reach commander rank. You are marrying Carl? Dana giggled. We get that response a lot. But yes, I am. 2 overlords in one family. Now that is enviable. Please accept my humble wishes for your future prosperity. The mayor replied. Actually, Carl is a totem already. That is part of the reason why I came instead of having him come collect his own parents. There are some restrictions on moving totems around the nation, you see. Dana explained. That was a fact that Carl was rapidly realizing as more people noticed the presence of another totem in the capital city. And it was about to be very hard to miss him. Totem Carl, if you would please transform and place your draconic paw on the mark at the side of the temple. That should certify your status, and finish activating the features of the temple, an elderly high priest explained, his hands clutching at the gold trim of his white robes. He was one of the world dragon clerics in the capital, and would have been one of the top contenders for leadership of the church if he had been more powerful. Lady Othello stood on Carl's left, waiting expectantly, with the sword he had made for her hanging from her hip, even in her ornate formal robes. She was a paladin, but politics had dragged her into the struggle for the leadership of the church, as she had also reached the totem rank. All right. I will see what I can do to bring all the functions back online. Don't worry, I have some experience with this. Carl agreed, then transformed, and let Behemoth expand his dragon form for a bit more visual shock factor. At this size, the mark on the temple roof nearly perfectly matched his foot, which Carl gently placed in the outline, then gave the temple a pulse of mana to see if it had dormant functions. It was the temple used for advancements, and it had been vital to the success of the church after he had left the continent. But when Carl started the process, runes lit up all over the surface, and the temple began to demand an enormous amount of mana. That was something that Carl could provide, even when it started to demand something more. The power of a fundamental rule. Carl's understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation wasn't complete. Far from it. But it was enough to satisfy the temple, which sent a burst of golden light high into the sky for a few seconds before the power faded. Carl nodded in satisfaction as he examined the changes. It wasn't anything new to the temple, but an improvement on what it could already do. The temple had been able to give advanced classes to those who qualified, but it should have been able to give rare classes and even reward supplicants with rare skills that had been saved in its magical memory. Now, it should be useful to everyone, right up to totem rank. But they had definitely attracted attention. A large portal opened in the courtyard, and Carl noticed that everyone was immediately on guard, including Kenichi. Through the portal, a dozen totem-ranked mages strolled, looking confident in their power and authority. Who is this? We sensed an exiled soul returning to the continent without permission. One of the mages demanded. Carl smiled down at him, fangs glistening. I am Carl. And your demand for exile no longer holds any power over me. I will go where I please. He explained in Draconic. The mages frowned, then read the nameplate over his head and looked confused. They had never seen a person with a marking on their name like that. That is not how it works. You are exiled for life from this continent. The mage insisted. Or, I could simply fly in and take one of your nations and call it my own. Then I would have the right to vote to nullify my own exile, would I not? I think that this arrangement where I simply come visit as I please will be much less work. Carl countered. Othello chuckled. Some things never changed. Whatever part of Carl's brain was responsible for telling him that he was in danger had never developed. Fear simply didn't compute for him. But Othello couldn't know that Carl really had nothing to fear from these mages. Even 10-on-1, they didn't stand a chance against him. The mages began to cast a spell, and Kara immediately nullified it, while Carl smirked at them. With the long tongue of a totem-ranked dragon, he licked a wet trail up the side of one of the mages' faces. As I said, I will do what I want. Even if you try to cast something to stop me, you can't. I suggest that you behave. I am just here to collect the guests for my wedding, and to take care of some maintenance on the world dragon's relics. Once I am done that, I will collect a few teachers from the academy and return home. Everyone will be returned in a few days, once the festivities are over. Carl explained. The mages tried individually to cast something, but Carl simply activated, overwhelming presence, and let the terror effect freeze their actions for a few seconds before he deactivated it. See, you're slowly learning. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Nothing. Even if I let you cast spells, you couldn't harm me, and your warriors do not have a weapon that could pierce my hide. Carl informed them smugly. The mages were definitely not happy about it, but they were realists. The man they exiled had gained an immense amount of power, and they could no longer do anything to stop him from doing what he wanted. If anyone might be able to, it would be the mythic black dragon, or possibly Nacht, who was one of the closest to advancement among the ancient dragons. But neither of them were strong allies of the humans, and with his form so convincingly changed, Carl might be on better terms with the dragons than they were. They were right. Drawn by the chaos, and the aura of impending death, Nacht came out of seclusion within the capital temple to observe the chaos. And immediately recognized Carl. I should have known that you would have something to do with this sort of chaos. Welcome back to the Golden Dragon Nation. Nacht announced with a wry chuckle. It's a pleasure to see you again, old friend. Your niece has become a core member of my guild, and quite the indispensable part of the Overlord-ranked raiding team. Carl replied. The black dragon smirked. To think, a black dragon is actually making friends. She sends me regular messages, you know. She's been working hard to surpass her namesake. Nacht wasn't wrong. Naksha had been working hard to surpass him. Not out of any sense of rivalry, though. Simply because she didn't want to be left behind if her friends advanced. She had worked hard to find them. Or, she had worked hard and suffered many disappointments until she met them, depending on how you looked at it. Because right now, she was napping, and preparing to go into the dungeon as a healer and observer before Matilda sent her off to the wedding venue. Half the team had been part of Sapphire's experiments on upgrading classes, and she needed data on the improvements, while the team still needed healers. Carl turned to the group of totem-ranked foreign mages. Would you like to accompany us? I am sure we have the space to arrange for a few more guests. Weddings are a joyous occasion, and you can think of it as networking, with all the totems and myths that will be there. Even the immortal regent and supreme lady Matilda will be in attendance. A real who's who of the world, really. The mages considered it for a moment, then shook their heads. No, we should return home. We will consider this a misunderstanding, and please accept our best wishes for your married life. Then, they turned and left through the portal they had entered from. King Axel cleared his throat. Have we caused enough panic and dismay in the city yet? You know that the residents can feel it when a new totem arrives, and when we all gather. So, half the lower-ranked elites are going to be in a panic by now, with all that power that was given off when you upgraded the temple. The man had a good point. But they were also going to panic when Carl took everyone away for the wedding. Maybe you should make an announcement. Something about leaving a subordinate in charge while you go to a foreign totem's wedding? Carl suggested. King Axel shook his head in dismay. Announcing that we really are leaving the capital, and not just hiding our aura inside one of the instances, would just encourage the giants to do something dumb and violent again. I am sure that we didn't get all the spies and traitors. Should I ask someone to come and keep a watch while we're gone? It wouldn't take much for me to hire a team of totem-ranked mercenaries to keep order in the city while we are gone. Carl offered. Kenichi chuckled at the thought. If the Dragon Isles had so many totems that there were mercenary teams for hire, perhaps being exiled there was not the punishment that they thought. It might be tough to get respect or to get settled in, but clearly Carl was living well there. Carl transformed back to human and adjusted the casual suit he had chosen for the day. Well, now that the annoyances are gone, should we head to the academy and gather more of the guests? I believe that Lady Ray and Miss Dana should both be headed there, unless they are going straight back to the Dragon Isles after they collect their first few guests. He suggested. Max smiled. A trip to the academy sounds fun. I haven't been there in ages. King Axel nodded. If your wedding is going to disrupt the class schedule, we should at least give the academy the honor of a personal visit to explain why. Karl double-checked the people present. All right, we need the king, Ahmad, Othello, Nacht and Kenichi from the capital. Then I need to find Bishop Misty, and the 4 Mackenzie siblings. The rest are at the academy, or have someone already going to find them. How did you even get invitations to all these people if you don't know where they are? Ahmad asked. The Supreme Lady delivered them. It's not a big deal for someone who has surpassed immortality to deliver a few invitations around a planet she's guarded for millennia. The hard part was done by the ones who hand-wrote all the invitations. Karl explained. Nacht smiled. Then you're in luck. All 4 Mackenzie siblings are in the academy right now. 2 as teachers, and 2 as student advisors. That really did make things easy, and Karl simply opened a portal to the front gates of the academy, large enough for them to walk through. Wait for me, wait for me. A squeaky youthful voice shouted as he was about to step through. Misty. It's good to see you again. Are you all ready? Or should I open a portal from the academy back to your place? I know how it is when you get caught up with things. Karl asked. The time dragon's shimmering hair fluttered in the wind as she threw her head back and laughed. Technically, I'm not late. I got here just in time. But I've packed everything that I need. Lady Ray has new dresses for the ladies, so I won't need much. Karl nodded in understanding. Like Matilda, Misty could see both the future and the past. So, she would already know most of what was to come, and would have prepared accordingly. On the other side of the portal, a half-dozen curious teachers and staff were waiting to see who was coming through. So, when they saw that it was Karl with a strange white-haired girl who came through first, they were utterly baffled. The official story that the agency had told everyone was that he had suffered an accident and was no longer an active elite. Normally, that meant one of 3 things. Either he was dead, had joined the Inquisition, or he was out of the country on a secret mission. One of the 2 was a possibility, but seeing him come back as a totem, accompanied by so many of the nation's strongest, was enough to cause great concern. Totem? What brings you here today? The vice principal asked as Karl ushered the others through the portal. Good tidings, as it happens. You see, I have invited a number of my close friends to my wedding, which is being held overseas. So, I came to pick them up in person. I believe that one of my people is already here, you just may not have noticed her yet. Karl replied. Someone we haven't noticed? The vice principal asked. Lady Ray Bloodbath, my bonded spider. She is with Inquisitor Neil in the back training grounds. I can sense them from here, but I wouldn't expect you to. They're sneaky like that. Karl explained. The vice principal took a steadying breath. At least the bloodbath spider was with an Inquisitor. Then, another portal opened only meters away, and Dana stepped through with Karl's parents and one other woman, who Karl assumed was her own mother. The fact that she had left her father behind wasn't missed by him, but Karl wisely chose not to say anything about it, or the fact that Dana's mother was wearing a dress that Ray had made for Dana. Oh, we're all here now. Mom, Dad, it's good to see you again. Karl moved to give his mom a hug, then pulled her to his chest as he shook his father's hand. The aging miner smiled proudly at his son, and motioned at the fine suit. Well, aren't you all fancy now? Looking like the mine boss himself, and standing at the top of the power structure. I'm proud of you, son. Karl smiled happily. Thanks, Dad. Those simple words meant a lot to him. His dad wasn't one who easily gave out praise to anyone. Ray appeared behind Dana, where she could assess the need to upgrade the clothing of Karl's parents, and Karl laughed at the confused rogue in her arms. Sybil, it's good to see you again. How are the new ears doing? Carl asked. Still far too sensitive. But when I am working, that's a good thing. I made commander on my second year, just like I promised Mistress Ray. So, they let me go out on missions and do things. Even Inquisitor Neil has been really helpful, and I'm learning so many new things now. Sybil explained. Her accent was still a little off, possibly the result of having been deaf for most of her life before Kara and Lotus fixed her ears. But Ray's baby rogue was incredibly excited about her new job. From the background, Neil winked at Carl, letting him know that she was being vetted as an inquisitorial candidate. That would actually be the perfect job for an assassin sponsored by Ray and trained by Neil. Plus, it suited her personality. Sybil had never been shy about doing what she thought needed to be done to reach her goals. Ahmad whispered something to one of the teachers, who nodded, and then gave him a thumbs up. The teachers have organized themselves as a guild, now that the system functions are coming back online. So, we can just send guild messages when we need to talk to each other. She explained. Carl nodded. That is convenient. I've got most of the craftsmen, and all of the senior crafters, in the Darklight host with me. We've also got a guild house set up, with a guild store, so we can easily transfer crafted items around and distribute wages. He could see the teachers making notes. That function might not be online here yet, but they also simply might not have noticed it yet. With the academy being their base of operations, it would be easy enough to set it as the guild house for the teachers' guild. Then, the supply room could become the guild store. It would be a huge improvement in inventory management, as the system logged everything that was sold or stocked. But that was not Carl's problem. Ray had vanished again, and he wasn't sure where she had gone. Then, she reappeared with an arm wrapped around Morgana, and an excited smile on her face. You will love this look. It's perfect for you, and I've been waiting for just the right time to be able to deliver it. Don't worry, I have more dresses for the actual wedding trip. Try it on. Ray informed the witch doctor. The outfit was a long silk corseted gown, with spiderweb pattern embroidery, a gossamer caplet that had runes glowing around the edges. Not actual runecrafting runes, but additional effects added through Ray's master tailoring abilities using glowing threads. Then Ray added a thin veil and headscarf, and Morgana giggled. I feel like a princess. She laughed. Ray nodded and Carl shrugged. You look like a princess. A goth spider princess, but still a princess. It's a good match. Bob Mackenzie shook his head in dismay as he walked up to the scene. Who would have thought? After all this time, the monster man is back, and he's taught a bloodbath spider how to make clothing. Ray winked at him. Would you like me to cocoon you as well? I can make something wonderfully fashionable. The warrior shook his head. Perhaps a suit for the wedding, but I'm good for now. Slowly, the other guests made their way across the grounds. Everyone had been in the middle of teaching a class, other than Doug Mackenzie, who was working in the infirmary and had to finish healing a broken leg before he came over. Kara came out of her space to greet all the new people, and then settled on climbing up Doug, who was happy to carry her, so she didn't have to look up to see what was going on. Carl made a round of greetings before everyone went over to congratulate Dana on the wedding. I can't believe that it's actually happening. Did you know that when you were still here at the academy, there was a betting pool on whether you two would end up together by the time that you graduated? I suppose that you would have graduated by now, so the pool would be decided. But still, we need to get a bard here to write out your story. Jill, Dana's former personal tutor from the Bureau of Elite Development, joked. Dana smiled back at her. I would say that it's a big win. Look how far we've come. Who would have thought that in just these few years since we joined the academy we would be an overlord and a totem, running a guild branch on the Dragon Isles with over 100 craftsmen working under us. The teachers all looked suitably impressed by his accomplishments, but Daniel and Alice, the pair who had been assigned by the Bureau to guide Carl, began to laugh. Did you know that we actually followed through with the Lightning Sparrow farm in your name? They have a herd of over 100 now, and the techniques that you left behind have allowed an entire force of beast rangers to rise among the senior rangers. Alice explained. Thor would be overjoyed to hear that. I wasn't sure what would happen to that investment after I disappeared from the country. But to think that they not only followed through, but named it after me. That's impressive. Carl replied. They did more than that. The housing development you funded was built near the farm, and it's become a training retreat for Green Dragon clerics, nature lovers, and rangers. Nearly 2,000 people live there now. Colonel Valerie oversees it, for obvious reasons. But I think that she actually enjoys living there with so much nature around her. Alice added. Carl shrugged. I can't blame her. Living among nature is always pleasant. I spend most of my time inside the city now, and it's a relaxing outing to go into the wilderness for reasons that don't involve combat. That made the teachers laugh. There was nothing in the wilderness that didn't involve at least the risk of combat. But when you were both at the totem rank and Carl, you could probably go out and pet a wild monster for fun. The Green Dragon clerics would be jealous. Hopefully, he never taught that trick to them. They would be unstoppable menaces to society. Little did they know, it was already too late. Lotus knew, if not friend, why friend shaped. With that skill on her side, nearly everything became pettable. Should we prepare lunch? Or are you all leaving right away? The vice principal asked. We're actually heading out right away. It wouldn't do to keep the Supreme Lady waiting. Plus, I've got dozens of guild messages that I've been ignoring from the crafting team and about custom orders from the guild's alliance members for their raiding teams. Carl sighed. A guild alliance? Raiding teams? Bob Mackenzie asked eagerly. Oh, I have so much to tell you. The dungeons around Drod, my new hometown, are royal and monarch ranked, so I'm sure that we can arrange for some of the guests to go through them later. But in Xylaz, entire teams of 40 overlords or totems will join together to clear more powerful dungeons. It's quite the sight, and the need for gear is never-ending. Carl explained. Bob smiled. Well, perhaps we don't have to rush back right after the wedding. The vice principal looked pained. He didn't object to letting the teachers take some vacation time to attend a wedding, but how was he going to get them back afterward if Carl was going to offer them unlimited access to a dungeon on their level? Even though Carl had graduated, he was still giving them headaches. We are going to need our teachers and leaders back, Totem. I understand that everyone is excited about getting to see new places, but there is a power balance to maintain, please understand. The vice principal pleaded. It was a sad sight to have such an elderly mage pleading to have his employees returned, and it softened even Carl's heart a little to see it. You know, now that the balance between the continents is starting to restore itself, to some minor degree, I could probably arrange for a regular portal route between Drod and the Academy. It would allow the strongest teachers to continue to advance, and it would give a reason for royal and monarch-ranked elites to return to the Academy, where you could try to shame them into helping out. Carl offered. The vice principal looked immediately relieved. Most of the teachers have reached royal rank already. The power advancements have made huge gains for the Academy, but we also send them to the commander-ranked dungeon as often as we are able so that they don't fall behind in their growth. He agreed. Royal rank was considered below average in strength for the Dragon Isles, but there were dungeons suitable for them near Drod. The best one was for the monarchs, but that was fine too. Then, once they got more teachers and elites to overlord rank, they could start spreading them out. Why don't you just make them a trial? You can just set it to adjust to the power level of the person who enters. Kara suggested. She was very fond of her new skill, and if Carl carved it into a large stone, they could make a super fancy gift for the Academy. Kara has a good idea. If we delay returning for a bit, I can make you a trial ground for the Academy. I know that you had an awakened dungeon nearby now, but I can make one that will be good all the way up to overlord rank, though it might not be as good without the dungeon's rewards. Carl added. That got the attention of everyone. You can make a trial ground? Like a repeatable test? Ahmad asked. Carl nodded. Yes, and I am quite sure that I can tailor it to adjust to the power level of the ones who enter so that it's always a challenge, until they get too powerful for my abilities. The Catman mage nearly purred in satisfaction when he heard that. If the standard was that the team entering had to be weaker than Carl, wouldn't that be nearly everyone in the entire nation? If he went in alone, he wasn't sure that he could beat Carl. So, if Carl could make a whole dungeon on his level, even the leaders of the Golden Dragon Nation would be able to refine their skills in his trial ground. Just how powerful would these monsters be? Ahmad asked, just to confirm. Carl winked at him. Not more powerful than my current golems. But I do have the Greater Golem and Epic Golem spells. Oh, I suppose I could put an undead army in there as well. Those things are great opponents because they come in larger numbers. The mage gave him an envious look, and Carl chuckled. I will see about getting you a copy of the skill books later. I'm sure that the blue dragons would go crazy over it. I'm surprised that they don't have you locked up until you make them more books. Rita joked from the back of the crowd. Rita! Come up here, I have a present for you. The warrior came forward cautiously, and Carl spent a half-second deciding what path was best for her. She was an agility-type warrior now, so nothing too brute force. That sort of new class wouldn't suit her. Champion Carl offers knowledge and a skill, Hemotoxic Strikes, will be transferred to the loyal soldier Rita. Hemotoxic Strikes, wounds from physical strikes inflicted by the user will not heal naturally. Rita smiled, and her eyes went vacant as she entered the class selection menu. Tank watched the process with a frown on his face. You just taught her a new skill, didn't you? I can sense the bias toward pretty ladies from here. Carl laughed. Come over here, and I will give you something good, too. It's not a pretty lady exclusive skill. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, Elemental's Wrath, will be transferred to the pork rind enthusiast Tank. Elemental's Wrath, Epic Grade Transformation Skill. Grants limited invulnerability, adds 250% fire damage to all attacks, causes, Berserk, increasing strength by 100%. That was not a descriptor that Carl had ever expected to see. How much did you have to like a snack before the system would name it as part of your personality? Even Lotus didn't get a snack or sweet-related nickname. Tank roared in victory, and transformed into a 3-meter-tall flaming elemental made of black volcanic stone. Then, he grew again, to 4 meters tall as he activated the rest of his enraged-type skills. Bob Mackenzie sighed. He will be insufferable now, you know that, right? With the ability to set himself on fire, he will never lose another grappling match. Carl frowned at his old friend. Has he ever lost a grappling match in the first place? Ahmad cleared his throat and Carl shrugged. Sorry, I'll have to get to you later. I've hit my 2 use a day limit for the skill. But I will get you more golems soon. Now, where should I put up a trial ground here? Do we have an unused building site? Maybe somewhere that's undergoing renovations. If he just kept handing out skills, they would never leave. But Dana could also help him with the skill books later if he was going to keep up the act. They had built a huge number of new buildings at the academy in the last few years, so there really should be somewhere that he could add just one more. The old mage training grounds are unused right now. You know, the ones where you used to go with Hawk to harass water mages? Rita suggested. Hawk laughed from his nest. Picking on water mages was fun. Carl stopped at the training grounds, and wrapped his arm around his mother. Would you like to see something incredible? I know that most of this is overwhelming, but I swear that it's actually pretty cool once you're used to it. He whispered. His mother shook her head in dismay. You left me as a skinny teenage boy starting puberty, and now look at you. Taller than your father, all muscles, and such a strong elite that even the headmaster of the school is polite to you. The other elites began to chuckle, and Rita leaned over to whisper in her ear. You probably can't tell with their auras restrained, but Carl is most likely the most powerful person standing here. And not just in raw strength, he's got incredible wealth and valuable skills as well. The place he went to after he left the Golden Dragon Nation has magic beyond anything that we have ever seen here. She explained quietly. Carl's mother looked to him for confirmation, and Carl shrugged, then picked up Kara to pet the badger's back. Kara here could likely beat up half the academy on her own. But power isn't everything. I would like to think that I've built up a reputation that would make you proud as well. Carl insisted. Dana snickered at the idea. Yes, Carl had a reputation all right. Whether it was a good one or not depended on who you asked. But there was no denying that he was highly valued for his skills and power. Carl gathered mana to cast Earth Manipulation, but Tion and Opal were getting excited about helping, so Carl didn't cast the spell himself. Instead, he channeled the mana to the pair of reclusive beasts, who had a grand vision of what a trial tower should look like. Opal had seen the Gothic cathedrals of the capital today, and while they weren't the most popular of architecture, this was called the Golden Dragon Nation and nothing else looked like it should have a dragon perched on the roof. They were simply the most suitable style of architecture for the location. According to Opal. So, they built a 5-story cathedral, with a large belfry that would be the main trial tower structure. Illusionary Domain was limited in how much she could expand a space, so the tower portion would be mostly stationary trials. But in the cathedral area, she could create something more like a dungeon, or large combat field. Alright, we have a list of things we need added to stones. Opal informed Carl, before presenting a list in her space for him to make. Some of the spells needed elemental affinity to the material for stability, so Carl took out stones from storage and began carving them as everyone watched, then placing them back in Opal's space. The parts that only needed enough power for the desired ability, he just created with Earth Manipulation and Runecrafting directly in Tion's space, so the fox could drop them in the spots he wanted them as they constructed the ornate cathedral-themed structure. The belfry tower actually had a dragon made of stone wrapped around it, extending over the top, where victorious challengers would be able to exit the trials. Ooh, we should have lights or something, so people can watch and see how many trials the current challenger has finished. We already wanted to make them harder with every victory, so there should be a ranking. Tion suggested. Light up dragon scales. That's almost as good as glowing feathers. Hawk suggested. Good idea. That's an easy spell with holy light. I can add that to the building as I finish it. Tion cheered. Kara returned to her space to assist with setting up the challenges, and because her assistance would be needed to properly randomize the trials and rewards. Carl knew the randomize spell, and that could be added to a runic item designed to make gifts, but with Chaotic Zone, it would be so much better. Carl's parents watched in awe as he created an entire cathedral in front of them in the course of 10 minutes. That sort of power was unlike anything that they had ever considered possible. They had heard that elites could destroy massive areas with their attacks, but nobody had ever mentioned that they could simply construct massive works of architectural mastery with pure willpower and magic. Plus, when had Carl learned about architecture? It surely hadn't been long enough for him to get an engineering degree. If either of them were well versed in architectural engineering, they would have known that he clearly didn't have one. The building existed despite the laws of nature, and the strength of regular stone should not have supported this design. But the true wonders were hidden inside and waiting for Carl to finish the spells. Carl wove Illusionary Domain and Chaotic Zone together into one spell effect, imbued into the inner walls of the building. The level of mana use had alerted totems all over the continent that something big was happening at the academy, but after the first group of mages had visited, they had passed the message that an exile had returned to collect guests for his wedding. So, while they were desperately curious as to what was going on, none immediately made a move to visit the academy. Not even the Emperor of Nubon, though he knew exactly which of the exiles had returned for a visit, and he sensed a strangely familiar presence with him. He was going to have to talk to his bonded weapon. She had definitely been up to no good at some point because not just anybody could obtain a haint claw. If it was all grown up and at totem rank, it was likely to be nearly uncontrollable, so he wasn't too worried yet. But he was certain that Carl was in for a tough time when that sapling of a living weapon gained sentience. A haint claw sapling that was currently napping in his mental space because construction projects didn't interest her nearly as much as destruction projects and challenges did. Sitting in a room down the hall, Leafa giggled at his silly notions. It wasn't that sentient weapons couldn't be controlled. It was just that her wielder was a boring jerk, and she didn't want to see his face. The totems watched in silence as Carl finished the trial tower. Or perhaps this one should be called a trial cathedral, given the shape. Either way, it was definitely shaping up to be a proper trial, and when Carl began to finalize the spells, he found that he was missing a vital aspect for the effect. "Mom, I'll need to step away for just one moment. I need to use a transformation skill to finish the work," he explained. While she didn't understand what he meant, she still let Carl leave her with Dana as he moved to a large open area. Then, the shocking part began. The sun that she had raised since childhood vanished, replaced by a gigantic golden dragon. The power around him surged, and Carl finalized the spells over the building using the additional blessings granted by the avatar form, then transformed back and nodded in satisfaction. The combination of spells had worked perfectly, and there was a proper trial ground here. Not a dungeon, but a trial. Anyone who entered had 8 hours to complete as much of the trial as they could, and if they were severely injured, they would be ejected. If they were starting out at Overlord rank or lower, that should be more than enough because the top power setting was in the higher end of the totem rank. For those stronger, it would be more of a prolonged sparring session after they reached the power cap. But that was a good trial as well, because it would still help them gain skill points and master their abilities, both mental and physical. Wonderful. That is one trial ground completed. If you would like to send someone in, you can make sure that it is working properly. Maybe not one of the people who are coming to the wedding, though. The trial can last up to 8 hours, and that sort of delay would be a bit inconvenient today. Carl explained. That made the others laugh. Yes, it would be inconvenient for them all to wait for someone who was inside a trial for 8 hours. We have plenty of options. Is it an individual or group trial? The vice principal asked. Individual. Though, if you're in a group using the system function, it should let you all enter at once. The vice principal nodded, then motioned for one of the teachers watching in the background to come forward. Overlord Joram, please give the new trial a test. Keep us updated as much as possible while you're inside, so we know what to expect. He instructed. The Ranger class teacher came forward, but Carl halted him for a second. The trial will not be identical for everyone. I set it to randomize the trials, but they're set by difficulty. At first, they will be fairly easy. But with every victory, you will receive more difficult opponents. There are 2 entrances to the trial ground, but they both lead to the same trial. Once you're inside, you will understand. Carl explained. Got it. Joram called out his bonded partner, and Carl chuckled when he saw that it was a wind speed hawk. One of the stronger partners that a regular ranger class could get, but still common rank. The ranger vanished into the trial, and Carl realized that he could still sense him. The spell was complete and self-sustaining, with the building as one giant magical artifact, but he was still linked to it as its creator, and he could sense what was going on inside. If he could grant that sort of access to another person, it would really help the teachers, but Carl hadn't added any such function, and it was too late now. Well, he could have Opal replay the events inside. But that wasn't the same, and the great advantage to a private trial was that you could go all out without worrying that others would see your hidden tricks and true power. When Joram entered, he was in a virtual waiting area, where he could choose to enter the combat grounds or the ranked trial tower. The first option sounded more like a group event to him, so Joram chose the ranked trial tower, and Kara began to celebrate. This was her favorite part, and it gave them a chance to make sure that the reward function was working. If it worked properly, every time you set a new personal record, you would get an item suitable to your accomplishments. None of them were set to be excessively powerful, but with randomize, used on the reward function, there was a measure of divine intervention involved. So, if an awakened contestant managed to fight at the middle of ascended rank, or a similarly improbable feat, the reward might be much more than a simple ascended rank item suitable to their class or progression. They had put as many things in there as possible, and then set the trial to randomize and duplicate them as rewards. So, it could be jewelry, armor, clothing, weapons, resources, or even an advancement potion. Chaotic Zone was perfect for this sort of application, and when Carl paired it with randomize, even the Chaos Badger got excited. Joram finished the first 2 fights quickly, as they were at the high end of Monarch rank, and he was already an Overlord. But after only 30 minutes, with 8 scales on the dragon that encircled the tower lit up, he was beginning to struggle. The trial had given him an Overlord-ranked Lightning Sarrow as an opponent, and he was struggling to break its defenses without getting gored or run over. It looks like the trials really do get more difficult. It has been some time since a new scale lit up. Tank noted. Nack smiled. He's fighting for his life in there. I can sense enough fluctuation from the trial to know that what he is facing now is high Overlord ranked. The teachers all turned to the Black Dragon, who sighed, and began to explain how to sense the fluctuations of a magical item in use. It wasn't a hard thing for a Black Dragon, but not everyone had that level of magical affinity. The mages got it quickly enough, though. Once the Sarrow fell, and Joram had taken a rest to get back his mana and heal, the trial gave him a peak Overlord-ranked Crocolisk. And that was the end of his run. Joram was battered as he exited the trial, where the clerics immediately healed him. That trial is cruel. At first, I thought it was going to be alright. But at the end, it was just picking on me. However, I did get a reward. He informed them with an exhausted smile on his face. A reward? So, we should send priority members first, before the rewards are gone? The vice principal asked. Carl shook his head. No, I set a bunch of reward templates in the trial. It is actually making random rewards on its own, based on performance and the will of the gods. That is truly impressive. Is that something that you have learned in the Dragon Isles? Perhaps you were exiled to a true paradise. Nacht asked. Carl shook his head. I actually learned it on the Nia Continent, when Supreme Lady Matilda sent me to look into the restrictions on system activation that are still present there. Never mind. Just having to deal with that woman gives me a headache. Carl chuckled at the dragon's immediate change of heart. But soon, he would realize that she was their wedding planner, and everyone was going to be under her supervision, since she was the only one who knew all of the plans. Everyone else knew a part that was relevant to them, but she was the one with the master plan, and the future sight to keep things from going wrong. Should we call for pickup? Dana asked. It would be getting late in the Dragon Isles, and they'd managed to collect everyone that they came looking for in just one day. That was much better than expected, and it would give them at least a few days to prepare for the ceremony itself once they were in place. Matilda had been collecting all the guests from the Dragon Isles, and with her efficiency, they should be the last to arrive. Mostly because she was unlikely to listen to complaints that they were busy with something else when she came looking for them. Matilda's original idea had been simply to perform a summoning ritual, which would pull every guest on the continent to her at the same time. But after a common-sense intervention by Tessa, who had reminded her that someone might be in the privy or naked in bed when she performed the ritual, she had vowed to give them all warning. Matilda, could you open a portal? We've got all the guests from the Golden Dragon Nation collected. Carl messaged. Of course. I'm just cleaning up a minor issue here first. Carl frowned. Has someone been causing trouble? The Blue Dragon has an issue with my schedule, and she decided to fight me when I took her notepad away. The Chaos Dragon replied. That had to mean Sapphire, but Carl could see any of the Blue Dragon priestesses starting a fight if someone interrupted their study time. Tell her that she can work on the guests that we're bringing from the Golden Dragon Nation. Some of them have advanced already, but we've still got some who have not. Carl replied. Yes, that calmed her for a moment. I will open the portal now. The portal she opened led to what looked like something between a fantasy wonderland and a fever dream, just a touch wrong, in a way that Carl couldn't quite place. It was most likely in the chaos plane, but he had to admit that it was beautiful. Well suited to hosting weddings. Welcome guests. My name is Matilda, and I will be your host for the duration of your stay. Please, follow me this way to the lodging. She declared, while the guests stared at Carl with a look that conveyed their absolute reluctance to go along with the strange dragon. She looked friendly enough, but her smile was a bit too much like the smile that a fat man gives a whole cake. Predatory joy. Everyone stared at the surreal scenes all around them, and then hundreds of small flying creatures, possibly fairies and pixies, but not like any picture of them that Carl had ever seen before, appeared to guide guests to their rooms. Lady Ray has prepared evening wear for you all, and I have planned a lovely evening at the hot springs and spas for everyone. You can trust that your assigned guides will take wonderful care of you. Do not worry about their size, their magic is enough to solve any sort of issue you might have. Matilda instructed. Carl extended Soul's sight and found that there were already dozens of people on the other side of what must be their hotel. They were lounging in natural springs, and Carl wondered how he could have forgotten to add those to his tiny space. He had a wonderful lake, and a flowing river, but both were cool and refreshing. The polar opposite of the sort of relaxation you got from a hot spring. Perhaps he should add one on the back side of the house, up in the hills and out of sight of the majority of the space. Ray handed Carl a bath robe, which he swapped into as they entered the building, headed for the showers, so they were clean before they entered the hot springs. Men to the right, ladies to the left. No mixed bathing today. The tiny flying creature following Carl around insisted. Carl winked at the little creature. So, there might be mixed bathing later. Its laughter was like the tinkling ring of wind chimes, but with an otherworldly echo that seemed to shake the soul. There is a private hot spring in the honeymoon suite, sir. The little creature winked at him, then giggled and began to fly circles around his head. Matilda had done a wonderful job planning this outing, but Carl still had one important question. Where exactly are we? He asked. This is the Fey realm. Lady Matilda wanted to hold it at her own estate, but not all of the guests would be comfortable in the Chaos realm, especially with so many chromatic dragons present. So, the decision was made to hold it on this plane instead.